穿越成为大周太子，奈何皇帝沉迷美色，大权落入皇后手中，随即被废，流放穷乡僻壤，每日咸菜配馒头。皇后一脉并不打算放过他，他只能利用自己掌握的科技力量，建立一个属于自己王朝。第1章：大周太子。大周，文景11年3月初6，京都太子府。奉天承运，皇帝诏曰：太子周恒玩忽职守，纨绔无度，不学无术，碰坏礼仪，现废除太子之位，10日后立即前往南疆镇守，无诏不可踏斗一步。宣读圣旨的是一个老太监，是皇帝周琦的近臣田公公。宣读完毕后，田公公见太子愣在原地，开口道：殿下接旨吧。太子周恒一脸古怪，开口问道：就这样我被废了？田公公点了点头，开口道：陛下也是无奈之举。周恒回过头看了一眼身后跪在地上太子府的官员，无奈地笑了笑。殿下接旨吧。田公公督促了一句。周恒接过圣旨，准备打开，却被田公公阻止了。殿下还是过会儿再看吧。说到再看时，他将语气加重了些许。周恒抬头看到后者饶有深意地看着他。恭送公公。周恒朝后者抱了抱拳。你们都起来吧，圣旨你们也听到了，那么你们自行决定去留吧。周恒无所谓地摆了摆手。可谁也不知道，面前的周恒早已经不是以前的太子周恒，在周恒的身体里是一个来自21世纪的灵魂。1个月前，在一场车祸中，周恒穿越到了这个同名同姓之人的身上。这个世界是一个架空的古代，这个身份的原主是大周皇帝周末的长子，在5岁的时候便被册封为太子。太子周恒温润如玉，通情达理，弘毅宽厚的名声传遍天下，百姓无不对其称赞有加。但就是这样的一个人，在今天竟然被说成无恶不作的纨绔子弟，还被这个借口废了。多少百官上朝求情，但都被皇帝周末赶了回来。回到屋子，周恒将圣旨打开，看到上面的字后，他愣住了。圣旨中赫然夹杂着一枚虎符，还附带一句话：恒儿，为父对不起你，南疆兵符交给你，如果我有什么意外，你也有自保之力，一路顺风。大周皇帝周末年老体弱，不理朝政，权力慢慢被架空。太子周恒想要争夺实力，可杨皇后家族实力庞大，太子失败了。周恒将虎符认真地装进怀中，一脸古怪。我忽然明白扶苏当年的心情了。周恒哑然失笑。始皇帝长子扶苏被始皇帝派去蒙田军中历练，可最终被奸臣赵高李斯假传圣旨杀死。周恒可不想沦落到扶苏的下场。周恒兄弟，你放心好了，既然让我在你身体中重生，这天下我帮你夺回来。随着自己太子的身份被废，周恒越发的担心皇后一脉对自己下手。虽然留在皇城他很安全，可是皇命在身，他不敢停留。他现在只有即可前往南疆，在那里他才能力挽狂澜。第2天，户部的门被周恒敲响了。太子，你有事吗？户部尚书李宇好奇地看着周恒。我这不是要去南疆，没路费，来找你们户部要点钱。周恒脸不红心不跳，看着一脸惊愕的李宇。前无古人后无来者，周恒是第一个没路费来户部要钱的。以往被贬官员都是变卖家产充当路费，如周恒这般，李宇还是第一次见到。太子，这我无能为力。李宇一脸苦笑。别啊，就给个100两，实在不行90两也行。周恒一副做出很大退步的样子。1个字儿都没有。李宇直接拒绝。就在2人争论之际，鲁王周元带着人来到户部。哟，这不是我那太子哥哥吗？哦，现在不是了。鲁王周元阴阳怪气地看着周恒。鲁王，李宇朝后者行了一礼。李大人，我这太子哥哥有什么事情吗？见周恒不理会自己，周元讥讽道：没事，不会是来户部要钱的吧？在来之前他就收到周恒来户部要钱的消息，所以想借这个机会来讽刺周恒。他对于周恒一直看不惯，一直想要取而代之。当听到周恒被废，他可是高兴的一个晚上没睡。周元，你小子是不是好了伤疤忘了疼？周恒语气平淡，但直戳后者痛处。周恒还是太子的时候，曾经当众打了他周元一巴掌。周恒，你有本事你动我一下试试，我让你走不出这京都。面对周元的恐惧，周恒淡淡一笑，走到后者面前，抬起手就是一巴掌。清脆的声音让四周显得很安静。周元一脸惊愕地看着周恒，但后者却淡淡一笑，抬起脚朝他肚子又是一脚。我曾告诫于你，何为尊师重道，如今你却这般，我很失望。周恒作为太子，也并不是只读圣贤书，他还是一个3品武者，所以此刻周元被打得毫无还手之力。周恒必须打周元，他要告诫暗中窥探的人。我周恒虽不是太子，但还我还是皇子。他想要在皇城活下去，他必须张狂，告诉皇后一脉， 我虽然被废，可是我还有南疆数十万将士。周恒也明白，自己此刻不过是狐假虎威，借着南疆将士来震慑皇后一脉，多给自己换取几日活命的日子。户部要不到钱，周恒只能悻悻而归。他必须快速筹集路费，前往南疆。回到太子府，看着四周典雅精巧的家具，周恒灵机一动：既然你不给钱，那我只有自己想办法了。次日一早，鞭炮声将还在熟睡的人们叫醒。太子府今天清仓大甩卖，你有钱，我有东西。今天不要1800，也不要998，只要100钱就可带回家。你买不了吃亏，买不了上当。随着周恒的一阵吆喝，太子府很快就被搬到干干净净，一样不剩。看着空空荡荡的太子府，周恒叹了口气，瘫坐在太子府的石阶上。太子，我们回来了。就在这时，背后传来一个声音。周恒回过头，看到2个青年站在身后。二狗、富贵，你们怎么又回来？周恒有些奇怪。在前一天，他就将太子府所有人全部遣散了。太子，你待我2人不薄，我们不能在这个时候离你而去。陈二狗憨厚一笑。也好，我已经不是太子了，你们叫我公子即可。周恒很是感动，他拍了拍2人的肩膀。京都鲁王府，周恒，你给我等着，我要去告你。鲁王周元面露杀意。这周元的母亲是大周当今的皇后杨绪。杨绪善于心机，在上一任皇后病逝后，借助家族实力，在短短1年成为了新皇后。从此君王不早朝，皇权逐渐被杨家架空。和儿，准备车驾，我要进宫。皇宫燕青宫，周元站在皇后面前哭诉：母后，您可要给我做主啊！那个小畜生当着那么多人打我，脸都丢尽了。母后看着一脸委屈的周元，杨皇后急忙安慰道：等那小畜生出京，我定然让他付出代价。第2章离京。第2天，金銮殿，吾皇万岁万岁万万岁！百官齐齐拜下，龙椅之上，一个面色蜡黄、眼袋发黑的男子虚弱地摆了摆手。此人就是大周皇帝周恒之父周默。在周默身边赫然坐着一位贵妃，此人当然不是别人，自然是大周的皇后。众爱卿，有事上奏，无事退朝。皇帝摆了摆手，很是虚弱。周恒看着龙椅的父皇，无奈地叹了口气。父皇，孩儿有事要奏。文武百官瞬间将目光看向周恒。说吧，你我父子不必这般。周默摆了摆手，虚弱地开口道。不过看向周恒的眼神满是复杂。自己这个贤良方正的儿子，大周未来的皇帝，竟然被自己给废了。他好狠，如果自己没有迷恋酒色，不被酒色掏空身子，大权也不会被皇后和国舅夺去。周恒看出了周默心事，看了一眼龙椅的皇帝周默，恭敬的一抱拳。父皇，儿臣此去经年累月，不知何时才能再见，恳请父皇真。周恒跪下，重重的给后者磕了3个响头，转身头也不回的离开了。恒儿，周默眼眶泛红，满心的自责。不过在周恒他们离开的时候，周默让人送给了周恒一个贴身丫鬟，好照顾周恒的生活起居。这个小丫鬟才从附属国上贡而来，周默见其姿色不俗，觉得留在自己身边可惜了。这个小丫鬟周恒给她取名青莲，因为附属国上贡的人来到宗主国后便失去了名字，能否有资格获得名字，全凭主子心情。周恒也没有停留，离开皇宫后，带着陈二狗一行3人踏上了前往南疆的路途。一路上，周恒等人一路相安无事。可是当他们踏上南疆大地的时候，扑面而来的是一种蛮荒之感。殿下，这里就是南疆？陈二狗有些难以置信地看着面前的景色，一时间竟然有些失神。周恒也被眼前的景象吓了一跳。街上零零散散的有几个行人，这些行人面色枯黄，粗布麻衣上有些许补丁。忽然间，周恒发现在城门处有3人正在翘首以盼。为首的是一个老者，虽然上了年纪，可依旧威严不减。在老者身后站着的2个青年，虽然一身粗布麻衣，可仪态不俗，眸子中透露着淡淡威严。为首的老者，周恒一下子就认了出来。此人当然不是别人，南疆统帅蒙武，在他身边的2个青年，一个是他的长子蒙念，另外一个是蒙渊。3人也注意到了周恒，急忙赶了过来。老臣见过殿下。周恒一把扶住要跪下的蒙武。将军，你这是作甚？你为我大周戍守边疆这么多年，辛苦您了。周恒看着3人满上补丁的衣服，有些疑惑。蒙武也发现了周恒眼中的疑惑，尴尬的笑了笑道：殿下，这里不是说话的地方，先回去。街上的行人有的认出了蒙武的身份，纷纷抱拳行礼。到了。看着面前略显简陋的蒙府，周恒疑惑的开口：蒙老将军不愧是我大周的脊梁，如此节俭。蒙武老脸一红，叹了口气道：殿下，进去说。落座，看茶。周恒喝了一口，满口苦涩。殿下， 山上采摘的粗茶，勉强能喝。老将军，这到底是怎么回事？目前的情况，只要是个明眼人都能看出这其中的不对劲。蒙念叹了口气，将事情一一告诉了周恒。原来3年前他皇帝召唤回京，皇后和杨霄云则是乘机假借皇帝的命令夺了南疆的兵权。当蒙武父子赶到南疆的时候，发现南疆的一切早已易主。父子3人想要联络以前的部下，可都失败了。他们根本就没有机会和以前的老部下联系上。直到近段时间，他们收到周恒被分封致辞。说到这里，蒙武老泪纵横：“我对不起先帝啊！皇后这妖妇，总有一天我要斩了她！”蒙渊一拳砸在桌子上，面前的木桌瞬间化作飞灰。老将军，2位贤弟，属于我们的东西一定会夺回来。周恒对皇后的恨意越发强烈。殿下，可我们现在没有任何力量去和他们拼啊！蒙武无奈地看着后者。周恒神秘一笑，开口道：“老将军，山人自有妙计，此事先放一放，先吃饭吧。”周恒赶了许久的路，早已经饿得前胸贴后背了。看着面前的黑面、馒头和咸菜，周恒一愣：“殿下，现在只有这些东西，将就吃点了。”蒙武有些尴尬：“老将军，这些年辛苦你了。”周恒就这咸菜马马虎虎地填饱了肚子。饭后，周恒让蒙武带路前往军营。殿下，我们这会不会有些莽撞？蒙武有些担心。没事。周恒摆了摆手，示意后者放宽心。到了军营，由于有蒙武带路，无人敢阻止周恒等人。他们一路走到中军大营。此刻大营之中，统帅杨宁正看着皇后写给他的信。此事好办。可忽然大帐被打开，把后者吓了一跳。大胆，你是何人？杨宁看到周恒，先是一愣，不过很快反应了过来。殿下，不是皇子啊。杨宁，好久不见啊。周恒似笑非笑地看着后者。杨宁看着周恒一动不动，丝毫不将周恒这个皇子放在眼里。不知皇子有何贵干啊？交出兵权，饶你不死。周恒看着后者，淡淡开口：“哈哈，可笑！我今天倒要看看你如何饶我不死。”杨忠面色阴沉：“来人，有刺客！”蒙武瞬间慌了，他倒不是担心自己，而是担心周恒。蒙武2兄弟陈二狗王富贵将周恒保护起来。看着一脸奸笑的杨宁，周恒哈哈大笑：“杨宁，我不知道你那里来的自信，你一个外戚竟敢对我一个皇子动武。” Chapter 3: The Seizure of Power. Zhou Hong, I address you as prince out of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Yang Ning cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Hong. What qualifications does a fallen prince like you have to contend with me? To Zhou Hong's surprise, he merely smiled in response. Yang Ning, you are overestimating yourself. Today, I shall witness how you intend to challenge me. Show him, even if I were to slay you, no one would pursue the matter. This is the southern frontier. Indeed, in the southern frontier, Zhou Hong's death would go unaccounted for. Even if someone sought retribution, Yang Ning could simply claim he was slain by a rogue bandit. Zhou Hong was acutely aware of this but chose to disregard it. Instead, he retrieved the imperial tiger talisman bestowed upon him by the emperor. All soldiers of the great Zhou, join me in vanquishing the traitor. Zhou Hong's smile vanished, and a shadow fell over his countenance as he surveyed the surroundings. The sight of the tiger talisman caused the faces of those present to drain of color, and they gasped in disbelief. The southern frontier is a crucial territory of the great Zhou. Throughout history, emperors of the great Zhou crafted the tiger talisman to restrain the commanders stationed in the southern frontier, as its presence signified the emperor's own arrival. Long live our sovereign! For eternity, Zhou Hong, holding the talisman, remained composed as he looked upon the kneeling crowd. Yang Ning's smile faltered, and he stood frozen. His gaze fixated on the military insignia in Zhou Hong's hand. He had not anticipated that the latter possessed a tiger talisman. This must be a forgery. It cannot be real. Yang Ning exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Zhou Hong's talisman. As a noble prince of the great Zhou, the son of the current emperor, how could my talisman be anything but genuine? Zhou Hong observed Yang Ning with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a sneer. Impossible! Impossible! Yang Ning refused to accept the reality of Zhou Hong's possession of the talisman. All soldiers, heed my command, swiftly execute the traitor Yang Ning. At your command. This moment crystallized the truth for all present. Although Yang Ning had the backing of the queen, the great Zhou ultimately belonged to the Zhou family. They were able to discern the weight of loyalty and treachery. I am sorry. No! Yang Ning had no time to resist before meeting a gruesome end beneath a flurry of blades. Man Wu gazed at Zhou Hong, momentarily lost in thought. His mind echoing Zhou Hong's earlier words, the mountain man has his own clever schemes. Man Wu received orders, you shall command the southern frontier, safeguarding the safety of our great show. Zhou Hong glanced at the lifeless young Ning and spoke, diligently obey the prince's commands. Understood. Man Yan, Man Yuan. Assist General Man Wu. At your command. Zhou Hong wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He had been thoroughly frightened earlier. Had it not been for the tiger talisman in his possession, he would surely have met an untimely end today. With the military power regained, Yang Ning's residence naturally transformed into Zhou Han's general's estate. However, a series of pressing issues soon emerged. The hundreds of thousands of armored troops in the southern frontier, under Yang Ning's command, had become lethargic and disorganized, their weapons and equipment incomplete, and their former vigor had long since dissipated. Should an enemy strike at this moment, Zhou Hong would find himself compelled to gather his belongings and flee. During Yang Ning's governance, blatant trading of official positions had led to a chaotic mix of officials, while he also engaged in human trafficking, resulting in a significant loss of the southern frontier's populace. In the southern frontier, the 6 prefectures of Qinzhou, Jizhou, Yuzhou, Liangzhou, and Shuzhou could scarcely muster a population of 200,000. The degree of poverty in these regions exceeded Zhou Han's wildest imagination. Based on the economic strength of a prefecture, they could be classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Yet, apart from Shuzhou, the remaining 5 prefectures were among the lowest of the lower-tiered ones. Gazing at these figures, Zhou Hong felt an acute headache. How could it be this impoverished? However, he did not allow himself to despair. As a prodigy of the 21st century, he firmly believed that the knowledge he possessed could indeed transform the circumstances of the southern frontier. After all, was it not merely a matter of tribal reconstruction? A trivial endeavor. Nonetheless, before embarking on such a venture, Zhou Hong needed to personally inspect the conditions across the prefectures. The following day, he instructed Man Yan to accompany him on this investigation. A fortnight later, he experienced firsthand the stark reality of the saying, the wealthy feast while the poor starve. The extravagance of the nobility was staggering. The cost of a single banquet could sustain a common family for an entire year. Meanwhile, ordinary households often struggled to find enough food, resorting to foraging for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. The most distressing aspect was that this prince of the great show could only satisfy his hunger with pickled vegetables and steamed buns. This was unacceptable, was his crossing through time merely to endure suffering. Moreover, there was that cunning queen, ever watchful, should she find herself in a foul mood. It would not be beyond the realm of possibility for her to seek his demise for her own amusement. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Hong returned to his residence. The general as mentioned. Your Highness, dinner is served. Upon entering, Qinlian emerged from the kitchen. The expensive show residence was occupied by but 4 individuals, lending an air of desolation to the atmosphere. The thought of yet another meal of steamed buns and pickles made Zhou Han's head spin. Steamed buns paired with pickles again. He sighed. Qinlian giggled softly, covering her mouth. Today, General Man sent over a mountain chicken. I have prepared a stew to nourish you. Ah, you little girl are so considerate. Zhou Hong playfully pinched Qinlian's nose. After the meal, Zhou Hong contentedly belched, feeling quite satisfied. The root cause of the southern frontier's destitution was primarily the lack of arable land. During his inspection, Zhou Hong discovered that most of the land in the southern frontier was fertile black soil, rich in nutrients and ideal for cultivation. Ergo, summon the officials of the southern frontier at once. I have important matters to discuss. Soon, the hall of the Zhou residence was filled with people. Gentlemen, I have summoned you here today to task you with an important mission, Zhou Hong stated, surveying the crowd. We await your instructions, Your Highness. Liu Qi responded with an ingratiating smile directed at Zhou Hong. Although Zhou Hong harbored disdain for such sycophants, he had no choice. He needed their assistance. You are to immediately issue a decree in your respective jurisdictions to encourage the populace to cultivate the land. Furthermore, any land cultivated by the people shall belong solely to them. Zhou Hong scanned the assembly, noting that none dared to meet his gaze. They could only bow their heads in acquiescence. All were acutely aware of Zhou Han's recent arrival in the southern frontier, having wielded the imperial edict to execute Yang Ning. They had no desire to share his fate. That very day, the cultivation decree was promulgated across the various prefectures of the southern frontier. Is this truly authentic? How could it be? They gasped, for the official seal was emblazoned upon the document. The heavens have finally granted us this day. Do you know? The crown prince has arrived in the southern frontier. When did this happen? The populace buzzes with speculation, and the news of Zhou Han's arrival spreads among the common folk. With the issuance of the reclamation edict, the people have become fervently engaged in the forests and mountains. After all, the land they cultivate will belong to them. How could this not entice them? The commoners, long oppressed by the powerful aristocracy, all yearn to rise and claim their rightful place. Thus, their enthusiasm is palpable. Yet, soon enough, challenges began to arise. Chapter 4. Correspondence from the northern frontier with the issuance of the land reclamation decree. The populace of the southern frontier eagerly ventured into the mountains to cultivate untamed land. However, serious issues soon emerged. Due to the varying sizes of households, each family possessed different means of production. Some owned oxen, others had iron plows, while some were fortunate enough to possess both. And there were those who had nothing at all. Consequently, the extent of land each family managed to cultivate differed significantly. While some had already cleared 3 to 4 acres, others had yet to reclaim even a single acre. The enthusiasm of many citizens began to wane. Your Highness! Chong Ergu rushed in, his face a picture of anxiety. His sudden exclamation startled Zhou Hong, who was deep in thought about how to increase the population of the southern frontier. What on earth is the matter with you? Zhou Hong glared at him. Chong Ergu quickly apologized, and Zhou Hong waved his hand, urging him to speak. Chong Ergu relayed the situation regarding the land reclamation and the disparities in cultivation efforts among families. My lord, those with oxen and tools have already cultivated several acres, while those left with only the elderly, the weak, and the sick possess no labor force at all. Moreover, if this continues, the situation will remain largely unchanged. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the issue. If left unaddressed, the land reclamation decree would benefit only a select few. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he smacked his forehead. We could establish production teams. Chong Ergu was taken aback by Zhou Hong's exclamation and quickly inquired, Your Highness, are you well? Ergu, summon all the governors and officials of the southern frontier. I have important matters to discuss. Though Chong Ergu was puzzled, he complied and spread the message. Before long, Zhou Hong's military office was bustling with officials. He shared his plan with them. Production teams would be organized by township, with each township forming one production team. The township head would serve as the team leader, the county magistrate as the brigade leader, and the state governor and the inspector would act as the chief and deputy leaders, respectively. The chief and deputy leaders would oversee the brigade leaders, who in turn would manage the team leaders and the land reclamation efforts. The care for the elderly, the weak, and the sick would be the responsibility of the teams. But Your Highness, we lack sufficient iron plows and oxen, Suzhou's inspector, Shao Jing, said, looking troubled. Zhou Hong glanced at him and replied, Then you must gather the oxen and plows from the common people for unified use. And what if the common folk refuse? Shao Jing scratched his head, uncertain. Offer them a compensation of 30 coins, Zhou Hong suggested, then turned his gaze to a short, stout middle-aged official. Lord Wu, as the head of the Agricultural Bureau, how do you explain the shortage of farming tools? With Zhou Hong's thunderous reprimand, Wu Yu of the Agricultural Bureau fell to his knees in fear. Your Highness, spare me. I am powerless. The Agricultural Bureau lacks funds. Seeing Wu Yu on the verge of tears, Zhou Hong retorted, No funds? Are you jesting? Just from Yang Ning's transactions involving official positions and human trafficking, there is already a substantial income. Zhou Hong could hardly believe that these individuals had not conspired with Yang Ning. Your Highness, they lamented, when Yang Ning was in power, he terrorized and oppressed us, withholding our salaries. If we dared to voice even the slightest complaint, he would dismiss us and launch investigations against us. My entire salary has been withheld, and my family is left to forage for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. My 73-year-old mother has not tasted meat in years. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Zhou Hong was taken aback. He surveyed the room and saw that many officials looked gaunt and were secretly wiping away their tears. I mismanaged your affairs. Rise. Zhou Hong sighed. Ergo, you and Fu Guo go and slaughter the horses we rode here, so that our esteemed guests may indulge. At once, Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui exchanged a glance of resignation before departing. No, Your Highness. Shao Jing hurriedly knelt. Indeed, young master, without horses, how will you travel? Wu Yu interjected. But I still have my legs, do I not? It matters not. Zhou Hong laughed heartily, feeling a sense of self-admiration. This strategy of balancing kindness with authority would undoubtedly win over the hearts of many officials. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted from the general's residence, causing many officials to salivate uncontrollably. Zhou Hong himself was not faring much better. having subsisted on steamed buns with pickled vegetables for days, his mouth parched. Moments later, Cheng Ergo entered the room and announced, "Your Highness, esteemed officials, the horse meat is ready." Zhou Hong gestured invitingly, leading the way. In the courtyard, 2 large pots of horse meat simmered. "Esteemed officials, after this meal, I expect you to be invigorated." In no time, the 2 pots were emptied, and the bones were taken by the officials, who intended to share them with their families. "Fu Guai, deliver one of these horse legs to General Man and his 3 sons. The old general has been tirelessly training in the camp these past few days." "And the other?" Cheng Ergo inquired. "Leave it at home. I shall cure it into preserved meat, a treat for the 4 of us from time to time." Zhou Hong sighed. The situation in the southern frontier was more arduous than he had anticipated. However, with the cultivation of wasteland, seeds became a pressing concern for Zhou Hong. Seeds needed to be purchased externally, yet he lacked the funds. The southern treasury had long been depleted by Yang Ning. After much contemplation, Zhou Hong resolved to target the military officials. Most of these officers were wealthy landowners, and their positions were bought, one and all. It felt almost immoral for Zhou Hong not to take action against them. Zhou Hong commanded Man Wu to summon 2,000 elite soldiers from the military camp to raid the homes of the affluent military officials. Of course, Zhou Han's justification for these raids was straightforward: "You buy and sell official positions, and I shall take action against you." This maneuver alleviated Zhou Han's immediate financial woes. He arranged for someone to purchase grain seeds at exorbitant prices and distributed them to each production brigade, while Zhou Hong yearned for a rapid increase in population. An even more pressing issue loomed: the empty treasury, which was the source of his greatest distress. He yearned for the court to allocate funds. Yet the thought of the queen, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, swiftly extinguished that notion. On this day, Zhou Hong received a letter from his half-brother, Zhou Duan. He had a faint recollection of this individual, having cared for him during their childhood. However, when Zhou Duan turned 13, he was bestowed with a fief in the northern region. Though it was significantly more affluent than the southern territories, its climate was harsh and damp, with many areas perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. The inhabitants could only cultivate hardy crops, yet the fur from the region's sable was unparalleled throughout the realm. As Zhou Hong gazed at the letter in his hand, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. The missive contained but a brief sentence: "Brother, I understand your struggles, I can assist you, but you must come to the northern region." Chapter 5. The Seal of Stoves. Zhou Hong stared at the letter in his hand, momentarily at a loss. Yet, upon contemplating the dire circumstances of the 6 southern states, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. He must swiftly bring prosperity to the south. It was the talisman for his survival bestowed by his father and a leverage after his falling out with the empress. After entrusting the affairs of the south to the Man family, Zhou Hong, accompanied by Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugua, set off for the northern frontier. Qin Lian had prepared 3 heavy cloaks for the trio. However, upon their arrival at the northern capital, Zhou Hong realized he had underestimated this region. The northern frontier, perhaps the term frontier here connoted a sense of rigidity. The weather was unbearably frigid. The biting cold rendered the trio's limbs numb. "Your Highness, what on earth are we doing here?" Cheng Ergo stammered, shivering, instinctively tightening his cloak around himself. "Indeed, Your Highness, wouldn't it be better for us in the south? Why endure torment in this wretched place?" Wang Fugui wiped his running nose and huddled deeper into his clothing. "Do you think I desire to be in this accursed place? If not for the money, I wouldn't come back even if it meant death." Zhou Hong trembled, wrapping himself tightly in the cloak. Just as they were conversing, a cavalry of several hundred surged towards them. "Damn it, bandits!" Cheng Ergo exclaimed upon sighting the horsemen, instinctively reaching for his weapon, only to be halted by Zhou Hong. "Look closely, the leader wears the Zangyong armor of our great Zhou. It must be sent by my brother." Hearing Zhou Han's words, the 2 finally observed that the commander was indeed clad in Zangyong armor, which only military generals of the 3rd rank or above in Great Zhou were entitled to wear. Throughout the entire southern region, only Man Wu was qualified to don such armor. Zhou Hong was taken aback that Zhou Duan would send such a figure to greet him. However, he quickly discerned Zhou Duan's intentions, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was not merely a welcome, it was a demonstration of power. Zhou Duan intended to convey that in his territory, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. "Master, let us leave." Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui, oblivious to the underlying message, tugged at Zhou Hong to depart. "Ergo, Fugui, enough. For the sake of the south, we must endure." Zhou Hong clenched his teeth, speaking resolutely. With his temperament, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Yet, ever since his downfall, a life of disgrace had begun. At that moment, the cavalry had surrounded the three. Zhou Hong looked at the leader and spoke. Might this general be intending to take action against me, Zhou Hong? The leader laughed heartily. Leaping down from his horse and kneeling before Zhou Hong. This humble officer, Zhang Ang, pays his respects to your highness. Zhou Hong's body trembled slightly, his pupils constricting. He had heard much about Zhang Ang, but under another name, the butcher. Today, seeing is believing. General Zhang, please rise. Zhou Hong replied. Your highness. The northern king has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, allow me to present 3 fine steeds. Zhang Ang instructed his men to bring forth 3 magnificent horses. Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui exchanged glances, but upon seeing Zhou Hong mounting his horse, they could only suppress the fury brewing within them. The group rode swiftly to the northern prince's residence, where a young man resembling Zhou Hong awaited them at the entrance. Royal brother, you have finally arrived. Zhou Duan exclaimed with enthusiasm as he approached to take Zhou Hong's horse. Zhou Hong, somewhat perplexed by the intentions of Zhou Duan, did not dwell on it and promptly dismounted. Upon entering the northern prince's residence, Zhou Hong and his companions felt a sense of warmth envelop them. Royal brother, I have invited my elder brother here, and I beg your forgiveness for the long journey. Zhou Duan said, kneeling on the ground after several cups of wine. What nonsense do you speak, brother? Zhou Hong said, helping him to his feet. If it weren't for your care in my early years, I might have already perished. Zhou Duan replied with a resigned smile. This time, I have prepared 100,000 taels of gold for you. I hope you do not despise this offering as an apology for my previous recklessness. Hearing this figure, Zhou Hong's eyes sparkled with joy. The 100,000 taels of gold would undoubtedly alleviate his current predicament, as long as he could endure until the harvest season. When the treasury of the southern frontier was a bit more bountiful, his reconstruction plans could finally unfold. That night, the 2 brothers raised their cups in celebration, seemingly transported back to years gone by. After resting for several days, Zhou Hong returned to the southern frontier with the funds. The first order of business upon his return was to have workers construct honeycomb coal stoves. During his trip to the northern frontier, he realized that the cold climate necessitated most of the populace to burn firewood, which was exceedingly inconvenient as it required constant replenishing. In contrast, his honeycomb coal stoves could burn for an extended period, significantly reducing both firewood consumption and expenses. Zhou Hong planned to sell these stoves in the northern frontier. Once the channels were established, a lucrative profit would not be a mere dream. He had already discussed this with Zhou Duan, who would seek merchants while Zhou Hong focused on production. In just half a month, 200 honeycomb coal stoves were crafted, and Zhou Duan also brought 10 prominent merchants from the northern frontier. Upon witnessing the remarkable qualities of the stoves, they immediately expressed their eagerness to purchase. Your Highness, how do you intend to price these stoves? Inquired Qin Miang, representing the Qin family, rubbing his hands together. Indeed, Your Highness, Bai San from the Bai family added, gazing curiously at Zhou Hong. After exchanging a glance with Zhou Duan, Zhou Hong calmly stated, each stove will be 500 coins. At the mention of 500 coins, the crowd eagerly expressed their willingness to buy. Zhou Hong observed the excitement on their faces, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everyone present understood that the value of the stoves far exceeded the price of 500 coins, motivating them to secure their purchase. Zhou Hong cleared his throat lightly and continued, for those wishing to buy, I can sell them to you. But you must allocate 40% of the profits from selling the stoves to me. The attendees gasped in astonishment at his bold proposition. Zhou Hong's demand was audacious, directly claiming 40%. While the honeycomb coal stoves were extraordinary, they could not fathom the source of Zhou Hong's confidence in guaranteeing their success. Observing the hesitation among the crowd, Zhou Hong remained unfazed by the prospect of rejection. If you deem this condition too steep, then feel free to take your leave. As Zhou Hong brusquely ushered the guests away, Zhou Duan harbored some concern and exchanged a glance with him. Yet, Zhou Hong appeared oblivious to it. The merchants present were visibly hesitant. Your Highness, I shall offer 500 for this furnace, Song Yu of the Song family declared, grating his teeth. Zhou Hong cast a glance at him and burst into laughter, replying, I shall even give you 10 more. The other merchants shook their heads in disapproval, deeming Song Yu's bid hasty. This furnace is not worth such a price. After a prolonged silence, with no further offers forthcoming, Zhou Hong, accompanied by Zhou Duan and Song Yu, exited the room. Perhaps I should also consider purchasing a few. Chapter 6. The Catapult in the Presence of Zhou Duan. Zhou Hong and Song Yu entered into a contract. Brother, do you think this might be a bit too ruthless? After seeing off Song Yu and the others, Zhou Duan looked at Zhou Hong with a hint of helplessness. Rest assured, they will soon be begging to purchase my furnaces. Zhou Hong's confident demeanor left Zhou Duan at a loss for words. Out of a dozen prominent merchants, only one made a purchase. I wonder where your confidence stems from. Hey! Don't doubt me, little brother. Do you think your brother is just anyone? I am like the living embodiment of Tao Zhugong. Observing his somewhat eccentric brother, Zhou Duan grew concerned that the recent setback had driven him to madness. Otherwise, he recalled Zhou Hong as a person of maturity and composure, a far cry from the individual standing before him now. Nevertheless, considering that Zhou Hong might be struggling to accept his recent demotion, Zhou Duan's anxiety eased slightly. Next time, I must find a physician to examine my elder brother. Resolute, Zhou Duan enjoyed a rather sumptuous lunch with Zhou Hong before embarking on his journey to the northern frontier. Your Highness, the first wave of seeds has been sown. After bidding farewell to Zhou Duan, Cheng Ergo entered, reporting on the sowing progress to Zhou Hong. Excellent. If this yield is successful, our treasury will no longer languish in deficit. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Zhou Han's eyes. Moreover, General Man Yuan requests an audience. Let him in. Cheng Ergo exited to bring General Man Yuan into the room. General Man, does the army have matters to discuss? Zhou Hong regarded Man Yuan with a twinge of guilt. The affairs of the military were originally his to oversee. Yet he had left the mess left by Yang Ning to Man Wu and his son. My father instructed me to inform your Highness that Nan Rong has recently shown intentions to advance northward. He requires you to consider whether you could provide additional weaponry. Man Yuan spoke with a hint of resignation. They would not trouble Zhou Hong if they had any other recourse. Zhou Han's situation was equally dire. Although he had acquired some funds through confiscation, after purchasing seeds and compensating the populace, little remained. Furthermore, he had heard that Man Wu was aware of Zhou Han's business ventures, which also entailed significant expenses. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Ergo, how much money do we have left? Zhou Hong turned to Cheng Ergo. Your Highness, less than 20,000 taels. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Ergo glanced at Man Yuan, hesitating before speaking. After accounting for the costs of the coal briquette furnaces, how much remains? Approximately 13,000. Very well. Send 14,000 taels to General Man. The remainder will suffice for our needs. Zhou Hong reasoned that business could be approached gradually. Once Nan Rong advanced northward, the losses in the southern territories would encompass not only wealth but also population, a dilemma that weighed heavily on Zhou Han's mind. Man Yuan, return to the military and instruct General Man to craft catapults and iron caltrops. Nan Rong excels in cavalry warfare. Deploying catapults to hurl iron caltrops will undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon them. After Zhou Hong finished speaking, he noticed that Cheng Ergo and Man Yuan were staring at him with blank expressions. Surely, they cannot be unfamiliar with the concepts of catapults and iron caltrops. Observing their astonishment, Zhou Hong could only smile helplessly. Your Highness, what exactly are catapults and iron caltrops? Man Yuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Archimedes once proclaimed, "Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth." This only left Man Yuan and Cheng Ergo even more bewildered. Forget it. It seems I cannot elucidate this matter to you. Zhou Hong instructed Cheng Ergo and Man Yuan to gather wood and iron. Under Zhou Han's direction, the soldiers melted the iron into molten form and fashioned the iron caltrops according to the image in their memories. The process of melting the iron consumed a considerable amount of Zhou Han's time. Ultimately, he resolved that once circumstances improved, he would certainly construct some high furnaces for iron smelting, as the current method was far too time-consuming. After a while, the iron caltrops were finally completed. The onlookers surrounded the child-sized caltrops, pointing and discussing, unsure of how to utilize them. Gazing at the iron ball encircled by sharp spikes, Man Yuan turned to Zhou Hong and asked, "Your Highness, is this what you refer to as iron caltrops?" Zhou Hong nodded and replied, "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can lift it?" A burly man beside Man Yuan stepped forward and saluted Zhou Hong and Man Yuan. "Your Highness, General, allow me to give it a try." With that, he grasped one of the sharp spikes of the caltrop with one hand. The robust man grunted, veins bulging on his forearm, yet the caltrop remained unmoved. How heavy could this thing be, if even Niu San cannot lift it? I can hardly believe it. Niu San is now using one hand. Zhou Hong glanced at the murmuring soldiers around him. Ah! Niu San shouted again, gripping the caltrop with both hands. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Niu San's forehead bulged with veins, his face reddening. Slowly, the caltrop was lifted from the ground. With a dull thud, Niu San lost his grip, and the caltrop crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Your Highness, this object is far too heavy. Niu San panted, collapsing onto the ground, feebly waving his hand. But, Your Highness, how do we use such a heavy object? Cheng Ergo glanced at the large pit formed by the caltrop's impact. Combined with the catapult, its power would be immense. Immediately, Zhou Hong began assigning tasks. Directing the soldiers to start cutting the wood. Zhou Hong meticulously inspected each piece of timber, and after careful comparison, he nodded in satisfaction. Following this method, they began assembling the components, securing them with rivets one by one. The soldiers worked fervently on the assembly. As evening approached, Zhou Hong instructed Qin Lian to prepare dinner. Your Highness, the night is growing chilly. Please take care of your health. Qin Lian brought Zhou Hong a thick coat, her face filled with concern. Zhou Hong gently brushed his fingers against Qin Lian's nose, accepting the coat and dripping it over her shoulders in return. Qin Lian's cheeks flushed, and she shyly protested. Your Highness, I am not cold. How could you not be cold? You are only wearing so little. Qin Lian was still hesitant to refuse. But the thick cloak was firmly draped over her by Zhou Hong. Though my father may be unreliable, this devoted maid is truly commendable. Having never experienced a romantic relationship in my past life, I am determined to seek a celestial beauty in this lifetime. Zhou Hong gazed at Qin Lian. Her face flushed with shyness, secretly stealing glances at her bosom. The following day, after spending the entire morning, a trebuchet was assembled. Zhou Hong instructed 3 burly men to transport the iron caltrop to an open area using an ox cart. After placing the caltrop onto the trebuchet, Zhou Hong pulled the lever. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the massive iron caltrop soared through the air. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed, sending tremors through the crowd. Chapter 7. The banquet at home, and everyone hurried to the scene. Upon witnessing the deep pit gouge into the ground, they were momentarily stunned. The iron thorn lay quietly within the expansive chasm, with water seeping from the earth. Your Highness, the power of this thing is truly immense. Man Yuan stammered, swallowing hard. Zhou Hong was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the iron thorn's formidable might. You should also have learned the method of its fabrication. Return home and have your father forge some. It should suffice to confront our current adversaries. Zhou Hong forced himself to maintain composure, adopting the demeanor of a recluse sage. However, after bidding farewell to Man Yuan, Zhou Hong encountered a quandary. He had given most of his savings to Man Yuan, leaving himself uncertain of how many coal stoves he could procure with the meager remainder. Your Highness, should we consider collecting some taxes? Wang Fugu'e suddenly interjected, noticing Zhou Han's furrowed brow. Taxes? Indeed. While the common folk are impoverished, the wealthy gentry possess ample riches. Zhou Hong slapped his thigh in realization, then turned to Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugu'e, commanding, you two, immediately issue a decree. Every household in the southern frontier with an annual income exceeding 1,000 coins shall be required to pay 30% in personal income tax. It is worth noting that in the southern frontier, earning a few hundred coins annually already classified a household as prosperous. What as more? An income of 1,000 coins signified a wealthy family. Thus, Zhou Han's tax targets were the affluent households of the southern frontier. Coupled with the previous confiscation of considerable assets from powerful officials, the noble families across the 6 states of the southern frontier found themselves in a state of trepidation, with many seeking opportunities to approach Zhou Hong. Yet, each time they attempted, Zhou Hong was either preoccupied or absent from home. However, with the issuance of the personal income tax decree, many breathed a sigh of relief. Day by day, individuals gradually began to remit their taxes to the government. Within a mere month, Zhou Han's treasury had accumulated some savings. Your Highness, there are still quite a number of noble families yet to pay their taxes. Cheng Ergo placed the tax ledger before Zhou Hong. Which families remain? Zhou Hong casually glanced at the ledger before him. Take Qingzhou as an example. The Wang, Zhang, and Song families appear resolute in their defiance. The other families seem to be watching from the sidelines. Zhou Hong closed the ledger, rising to stretch. Invite the heads of these families to join me. I shall entertain them. Foolish souls, they wish to play the rogue with me. I am akin to a cat forced to consume pickled cabbage, utterly helpless. Zhou Hong instructed Qin Lian to prepare a splendid feast, consisting of 5 dishes and a soup. This was, indeed, the finest meal Zhou Hong had enjoyed in quite some time. Fugu'e, Go to the provincial governor's office and summon 500 armored soldiers. Today, I shall host a banquet at home and see who dares to dine free of charge. Chong invited a total of 8 clan leaders from noble families. Although these individuals were reluctant to pay taxes, they dared not disregard Zhou Han's authority. As he beheld the 8 clan heads, Zhou Hong offered a faint smile. I have been here for quite a while, yet I have not had the pleasure of meeting all of you. Today, I shall extend my hospitality and treat everyone to a meal. Zhou Hong wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he regarded the 8 individuals. They beamed back, rising to clasp their fists in greeting. On the surface, these 8 appeared respectful and courteous, but beneath, they harbored ulterior motives. They were all aware that Zhou Han's invitation to dine was merely a ruse. The real matter at hand was settling accounts. Ergo, serve the dishes. Zhou Hong clapped his hands, and Chong Ergo along with Wang Fugui brought the dishes to the table one by one. Come, enjoy the meal. At Zhou Han's beckoning, the 8 exchanged glances, silently communicating. Seeing Zhou Hong begin to eat without concern, they finally relaxed. Gentlemen, if I intended to eliminate you, I would not resort to poisoning the food. Zhou Hong noticed their hesitance and laughed heartily. At his words, the crowd offered awkward smiles. I wonder, Your Highness, what brings us here? Surely, it cannot be merely for a meal. Wang Xia placed his chopsticks on the table, directing a gaze laden with significance towards Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong paid no mind, pouring himself a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp. The wine bore little potency, leaving no discernible impact. He set the cup down and wiped his mouth. Gentlemen, now that we have dined and imbibed, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. With a serious expression, Zhou Hong fixed his piercing gaze upon the 8. Speak, how do you intend to resolve the tax issue? You have 5 sentences to provide me with a satisfactory answer. Should you fail to do so, the consequences will be dire. With a crash, Zhou Hong shattered his wine cup upon the ground. The doors burst open, and dozens of armored soldiers wielding sharp blades surged in. The heads of the 8 families turned pale, rising in outrage to glare at Zhou Hong. Your Highness, what are you doing? Are you not afraid of our retaliation? Wu Yuan pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Hong, his voice filled with fury. You have 3 sentences left. Zhou Hong retrieved another cup and poured himself more wine. Today, I shall not yield to you. What will you do about it? If you were to apologize and bow respectfully, perhaps I might grant you some leniency. Do not presume that you are the only one with power. Sang Xiu, a burly man, pointed at Zhou Hong, laughing heartily. He had once been close with Yang Ning, who had provided him with many resources from the military. Moreover, he was well aware of the actual state of the southern armies. He had not intended to sever ties with Zhou Hong, but now, in order to intimidate him for self-preservation, he felt compelled to act. Are you threatening me? Zhou Hong glanced at Sang Xiu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to threaten him. I am indeed threatening you. What are you going to do about it? I am quite aware of your capabilities. Sang Xiu, seeing Zhou Han's indifference, believed he had intimidated him, and his arrogance grew bolder. Ergo, how many sentences has he spoken? Zhou Hong remarked casually, casting a glance at Chong Ergo. More than 5. Then why are you still dawdling? Zhou Han's reminder prompted Chong Ergo to scratch his head sheepishly. Your Highness, I forgot. This situation has truly put Zhou Henglei in a difficult position. He is filled with a desire to deliver a few kicks to Chong Ergo. Zhou Heng, dare you? Sang Xiu exclaimed in anger upon witnessing Zhou Han's intent to act against him. However, what awaited him was not Zhou Han's retort, but rather the glinting blades and axes held by dozens of armored soldiers. In the presence of the other clan leaders, Sang Xiu was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The countenance of everyone present turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Zhou Hong. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to carefully articulate your thoughts. My hearing is somewhat impaired. Zhou Hong surveyed the crowd with a sweeping glance. I will pay. I will pay. Wu Yuan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hastily expressed his agreement. The remaining individuals promptly echoed his sentiments, eagerly affirming their willingness to pay taxes. Yet, what shall we do about those families that are unwilling to comply? After all, my time is rather limited. Chapter 8. The Grass Valley. Startled by Zhou Hong, the 8 families promptly settled their taxes. With these families yielding, no one in Qingzhou dared to evade the payment of personal income tax any longer. As for the other states, the 7 families assured Zhou Hong with fervent promises that they would ensure everyone paid their dues. This alleviated Zhou Hong of considerable burdens. While the taxation in the southern frontier was fervently underway, another delegation arrived from the northern frontier. Might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Zhou Hong observed the group of over 10 individuals before him with keen interest. These were the very individuals who had previously sought to purchase honeycomb coal stoves from him. However, upon finding his prices excessive, only one had proceeded to buy 500 stoves. Your Highness, this is the profit from the last sale of 510 stoves. Here is 40% of it. I humbly ask you to review it. Song Yu respectfully presented a ledger to Zhou Hong, receiving a small box from his attendant. Upon opening the ledger, Zhou Hong was taken aback. Although he feigned a demeanor of already being aware, the ledger meticulously recorded the sale price of each stove and the total revenue generated. Song Yu had priced each stove at 1,000 coins, a figure more than doubled. The sale of 500 stoves amounted to 510,000 coins, equating to 51,000 taels of silver. In the great show, 100 coins equated to 1 tael of silver, and 100 taels of silver equated to 1 tael of gold. Zhou Hong accepted the box handed to him by Song Yu, the weight of it bringing a smile to his face. Inside lay a number of gleaming gold ingots. Upon counting, he found only 30 ingots, prompting a puzzled glance towards Song Yu. Your Highness, this is merely a portion, the remainder is outside. The total sales amounted to 510,000 coins, of which your 40% totals 204,000 coins. I have converted the entire amount into gold for you. Song Yu stood before Zhou Hong, his face alight with joy. Indeed, the northern frontier was affluent. Selling a few stoves yielded such substantial profits. Zhou Hong pondered this in silence. May I inquire what brings you here today? Zhou Hong set the ledger aside and addressed the group of merchants. Your Highness, I wish to order an additional 2,000 stoves. Song Yu rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Zhou Hong. Very well. Though you may need to wait a few days. I recently faced a shortage of funds and was only able to produce just over 1,000 stoves, Zhou Hong replied. I am willing to wait, Song Yu promptly affirmed. Ergo, please escort Boss Song to rest, Zhou Hong called out towards the door. Soon. Only Zhou Hong and the remaining group of merchants were left in the room. Your Highness, we have also come to discuss this matter with you. One merchant spoke up. Previously, we were short-sighted and failed to recognize the true value of your stoves. Zhou Hong cast a casual glance at the speaker and smiled faintly. How could he have been unaware? It was evident that these individuals had witnessed Song Yu's success in the northern frontier selling honeycomb coal stoves and now sought to partake in the profits. The reality was precisely as Zhou Hong had surmised. Honeycomb coal stoves were immensely popular in the northern frontier. Initially, the common folk of northern Xinjiang deemed the honeycomb coal stove to be of little utility. However, under the persuasive influence of Song Yu, numerous prominent families began to acquire a number of these stoves. It soon became evident to them that the honeycomb coal stove was not only convenient but also affordable in terms of the honeycomb coal required. Most importantly, using the honeycomb coal stove eliminated the need for rekindling the fire. Once the honeycomb coal was consumed, a new piece could simply be replaced. Consequently, the affluent families flocked to Song Yu to procure more stoves, allowing him to opportunistically raise the price from 1,000 coins to 2,000, thus reaping substantial profits. Later, he meticulously recorded a ledger at the original price of 1,000 coins, sharing 40% of the returns with Zhou Hong. While it appeared he had incurred a loss, in truth, he had garnered a significant gain. Observing Song Yu's burgeoning wealth, other merchants grew envious. Thus, seizing the chance while Song Yu was delivering money to Zhou Hong, they sought to engage him in a serious discussion. Do you wish to purchase as well? Zhou Hong casually glanced at the crowd. We all wish to buy, the merchants exclaimed, hastily rising from their seats, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Very well, but as you have heard, I do not possess an abundance of stock at the moment, so you will need to wait. Zhou Hong shrugged his shoulders in resignation. We can wait. We shall also offer His Highness 40%. Qin Mian of the Qin family cautiously interjected, fearful of saying something amiss that might displease Zhou Hong and jeopardize their chance to acquire the honeycomb coal stoves. No, you shall pay 45%. Zhou Hong's smile faded as he regarded them with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the merchants displayed visible hesitation. Zhou Hong aimed to impress upon them that failure to seize the opportune moment would result in inevitable consequences. Very well. Qin Mian gritted his teeth, promptly acquiescing. The others, anxious not to see Zhou Hong raise the price further, quickly followed suit. This time, The merchants collectively ordered 20,000 honeycomb coal stoves from Zhou Hong, who also generously included an additional 300 pieces of honeycomb coal with each purchase. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Hong introduced his new product, the fire tongs, and patiently elaborated on their utility. Having learned from their previous experiences, Song Yu and the others swiftly agreed to Zhou Hong's proposition. Your Highness, General Man Wu has sent word, the Southern Rong have taken up arms. Just as Zhou Hong reveled in the joy of his newfound wealth, Chong Ergu rushed back in a flurry. Prepare the horses. Zhou Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he made his way to General Man Wu's encampment. Where is Wang Fugui? Zhou Hong inquired mid-journey, having not encountered him. General Man Wu dispatched him with 500 men to gather intelligence. Zhou Hong nodded in acknowledgement. The two soon arrived at General Man Wu's camp. Your Highness. At that moment, Man Wu was engaged in a council and promptly acknowledged Zhou Hong's arrival with respect. Old General, there is no need for such formalities. What is the current situation? Zhou Hong asked eagerly. According to reports from our scouts, the Southern Rong have mobilized 5,000 troops, all cavalry. They should be nearing Langshu Mountain shortly. Man Wu indicated the location of Langshu Mountain on the map. Zhou Hong glanced at it and realized that once the Southern Rong crossed Langshu Mountain, they would enter the territory of Qinzhou. Qinzhou serves as the gateway for foreign invasions into the southern border. Should it fall, the consequences would be dire. However, this time, the Southern Rong had only dispatched 5,000 troops, likely intending to raid the Grass Valley rather than seize territory. Zhou Hong scrutinized the geographical position of Langshu Mountain and noted that it was a barren expanse, devoid of towering mountains around it. There was no cover for an ambush. Yet, if they were to confront them directly, the strength of the southern border had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its former glory. Such an act would be tantamount to suicide. Man Wu and Zhou Hong deliberated for a long time but could not devise a feasible plan. With danger looming, should the Southern Rong proceed to attack the Grass Valley, Qinzhou would undoubtedly suffer substantial population losses. Zhou Hong found himself in a predicament. Chapter 9. Marco that damned Yang Ning. Were it not for him, my 30,000 armored troops in the southern frontier would not be in such a wretched state. Man Wu slammed his fist heavily onto the table, his face a mask of fury. Zhou Hong, however, wore a grim expression as he continuously examined the map, seeking a suitable location for an ambush. Suddenly, it struck him that offense is indeed the best form of defense. The catapults and iron caltrops were of no use in this situation. The terrain of Langshu Mountain was flat, devoid of any cover for the catapults. Should they deploy the catapults, the armored troops would undoubtedly become easy targets. The thought of his costly catapults and caltrops being rendered useless left Zhou Hong with a splitting headache. General Man, do we have any spears? Man Wu appeared momentarily taken aback. Although he was uncertain of Zhou Hong's intentions for the spears, he answered, Your Highness, we do. Are we to use the spears to stab the steeds of the Southern Rong? Precisely. Select 10,000 armored soldiers from our ranks. Have them all wield spears and form a square formation. Depart at once. In no time, the 10,000 spear-wielding troops had assembled. Let us set forth. Zhou Hong commanded from atop his horse, observing the formation of the spear army. Charge! This time, Man Wu remained stationed in Qinzhou, while Zhou Hong embarked with his brothers Man Yuan and Man Nian. Before they departed, Zhou Hong donned the Zongyong armor belonging to Man Wu. It was quite disheartening that a grand army of 300,000 could not muster even 10,000 war horses. Nevertheless, there was no alternative but to urge the armored soldiers to quicken their pace. Brothers, upon our return, we shall feast on meat. Zhou Hong, noting the soldiers' anxiety, sought to inspire their spirits. The armored troops had not seen battle in far too long, and coupled with Yang Ning's reckless antics, their once renowned reputation had long since faded. Fortunately, Langshu Mountain was not far, and after a half-day's journey, they finally arrived. Your Highness! Your Highness! Upon reaching Langshu Mountain, Zhou Hong encountered Wang Fugui, who had just returned from scouting. Fugui! Zhou Hong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him unscathed. What is the situation ahead? The cavalry of the Southern Rong is just 3 or 4 li away. Wang Fugui gasped, speaking in haste. Form up! Zhou Hong commanded. And the 10,000 soldiers split into 2 groups. 9,000 immediately formed 2 square formations, while the remaining 1,000 armed with bows stood guard before Zhou Hong. On the periphery of the formation, the armored soldiers held shields taller than themselves, with the spear-wielding troops positioned behind them. Your Highness, what is the name of this formation? I have never seen anything like it. Wang Fugui's eyes were wide with astonishment. The Macedonian formation is most suited to counter cavalry. Man Yuan and the others, though unaware of the specifics of Zhou Han's Macedonian formation, sensed its remarkable nature and felt a surge of anticipation. At this moment, Zhou Hong eagerly awaited the arrival of the Southern Rome. After a brief span of time, the ground began to tremble. Zhou Han's expression turned serious. Prepare yourselves. Soon, a contingent of cavalry appeared on the horizon. Your Highness, shall we strike? Man Yuan asked, his nerves fraying as the Southern Rome cavalry drew ever nearer. Closer. Zhou Han's gaze remained unwavering. Your Highness, we have entered the archer's range. After a brief moment, Man Yuan spoke again. Get closer. Zhou Hong aimed to eliminate more of the Southern Rome in one decisive strike. Man Yuan and his companions watched in mounting anxiety as the Southern Rome cavalry drew nearer. Release the arrows. Zhou Hong commanded as the distance closed in. 1,000 archers swiftly drew their bows, and the arrows sliced through the air, embedding themselves into the bodies of the Southern Rome cavalrymen. Yet, the Southern Rome cavalry did not falter in the face of the incoming projectiles. They roared defiantly and charged towards Zhou Hong. The first volley of arrows was soon expended, and the armored soldiers standing before Zhou Hong sheathed their bows, drawing their blades to protect him. Without arrows, the Southern Rome cavalry surged forward with greater speed. However, the prior assault had diminished their numbers by approximately 1,000. Before long, the cavalry reached the phalanx, leaping on their steeds in an attempt to cleave through the shields with their long swords. Yet, before they could even fully rise, countless spears had already pierced the flanks of their noble steeds. The wounded horses collapsed, trapping their riders beneath them. Desperate to escape, they were met with the relentless spears. The two formations swiftly maneuvered, gradually merging into one. The Southern Rome cavalry found themselves ensnared within this tightening circle. Amidst the expansive encirclement, only about 2,500 remained. These warriors clutched their reins fiercely, ultimately gritting their teeth and attempting to break through the encirclement with their horses, seeking a path to freedom. Although they managed to breach the armor before them, waiting behind it were rows of neatly arranged spears. The encirclement closed in tighter, and the Southern Rome cavalry grew increasingly frantic. This time, they had underestimated their adversaries. However, the tactics employed by the Xuanzhe army were refreshingly novel. They had never encountered such a strategy before. Furthermore, the Xuanzhe army appeared somewhat different from previous encounters. In the past, when they attacked Solgu, the southern frontier's defenders merely offered a casual resistance. But today was entirely different. Observing the trapped Southern Rome cavalry, Zhou Hong revealed a victorious smile. In battle, it is courage that prevails. An initial surge leads to triumph, but subsequent attempts may falter. This principle was precisely what Zhou Hong had exploited. By closing the distance first, he induced the Southern Rome cavalry to believe they had the upper hand, thus easing their vigilance. Following that, he decimated their ranks, instilling fear and diminishing their will to fight. Finally, he ensnared them within the phalanx, shattering their morale. With such a strategy, victory was assured. Man Yuan, go and persuade them to surrender. Noticing the Southern Rome cavalry had suffered significant losses, Zhou Hong turned to Man Yuan beside him. Man Yuan nodded and slowly rode towards the phalanx. The Southern Rome warriors listened as he proclaimed, "My lord is benevolent and compassionate, unwilling to spill blood and determined not to see you all perish here. Therefore, anyone who surrenders shall be spared." Among the Southern Rome cavalry, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious hat and fur coat, exuding an air of authority, glanced at those beside him and sighed in resignation. "We are willing to surrender." He leaped from his horse, casting aside the curved blade in his hand, and knelt on one knee. Observing this, the others naturally dismounted and knelt as well. Several armored soldiers of the Xuanzhe army rushed forward, binding him tightly and escorting him before Zhou Hong. "You have defeated me. You are Marco," the middle-aged man proclaimed respectfully as he knelt before Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself in bewilderment, pondering whether the man had lost his senses. For he had never referred to himself as Marco. In fact, he jested internally. He could as well be Marco Polo. Seeing Zhou Han's perplexed expression, Man Nian hastily interjected, "Your Highness, this Marco signifies a warrior among the Southern Rome tribes, referring to one who wields a blade." Zhou Hong then experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that it bore a resemblance to the title of Khan. Chapter 10. The fallen prince. News of the battle at Wolfsu Mountain swiftly reached Qinzhou, igniting a wave of exuberance among its populace. The people of Qinzhou rejoiced, for the Southern Rome had annually raided the southern border, plundering gold and silver and abducting women, leaving a trail of sorrow in their wake. When Zhou Hong returned to Qinzhou, the townsfolk abandoned their labors to welcome him. On this momentous day, the streets were filled with throngs, all gathered to greet Zhou Hong. Look at the extent of suffering inflicted upon our common folk. Zhou Hong gestured warmly to the crowd. He cast a disdainful glance at the people surrounding him. Had he not encountered Zhou Hong, these very individuals would now be fleeing before his iron cavalry. Your Highness! Man Wu personally arrived to welcome Zhou Hong. Once back at the general's residence, Zhou Hong recounted the events to Man Wu. Despite capturing Hu He too, our losses were significant. Sighing deeply, Zhou Hong reflected on the cost, although he had taken Hu He too alive. Over 1,800 of the 10,000 troops he had led perished, with more than 3,000 sustaining injuries. Your Highness, nonetheless, we have emerged victorious. Yet, I am perplexed as to why you chose to spare Hu He too as life. As I understand it, the Hu He clan is a prominent lineage among the southern Rome, often instigating conflicts. Man Wu found Zhou Han's decision to spare Hu He too confounding. Normally, one would expect enmity to ignite fierce retaliation, yet Zhou Hong had opted to persuade the captive to yield after only a few hundred had been slain. I require someone to relay my message. Zhou Hong smiled faintly, revealing his intentions to Man Wu. He planned to disseminate the news of their victory over the southern Rome, thereby instilling fear in their hearts and dissuading them from further incursions into the southern territories. As for Hu He too, he was entirely unaware of the latter's esteemed status among the southern Rome. Capturing him was merely serendipitous. I recall that among the southern Rome, there exists a custom wherein a hefty ransom is paid to reclaim captured king from their captors. Suddenly, Man Wu appeared to have an epiphany. His eyes alight with excitement as he regarded Zhou Hong. Let me inquire of that old rascal, Hu He too. After agreeing on a course of action, Zhou Hong and Man Wu promptly proceeded to the prison. Marco, I may be your captive, but I am not livestock. Why must you feed me like an animal? Hu He too glared at Zhou Hong, clutching a plain bun in his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong retorted angrily, You are feasting far better than I am. How can you be so picky? Nonsense. Does the ruler of the southern territories survive solely on buns? Hu He too was incredulous, refusing to believe Zhou Han's words. With a resigned smile, Zhou Hong acknowledged the harsh reality. He too desired sumptuous feasts and fine wines. But the plight of his starving people and the weakened state of the Xuanzhe army compelled him to tighten the purse strings. Whether you believe me or not, it matters little. Deceiving you serves no advantage to me. On this occasion, I have come to discuss the matter of ransom with you. Zhou Hong did not linger on pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Indeed, Hu He too gazed at Zhou Hong and spoke. In that case, considering your standing, how much are you worth? You shall determine the sum yourself. Zhou Hong was utterly perplexed regarding the ransom, relying entirely on Hu He too's judgment. Man Wu, standing nearby, had never encountered such a situation either, leaving him equally uncertain about how to negotiate the ransom. If he were to ask for too little, it would be a significant loss. Thus, both decided to let Hu He too make the decision. After all, the Nan-Rong people place great importance on honor. They might permit you to take their life, but would never tolerate the trampling of their dignity. To Zhou Hong, this seemed like a futile struggle for face, leading to needless suffering. After some contemplation, Hu He too nodded. However, I have one stipulation. I must dine at your residence. Upon hearing this request, both Zhou Hong and Man Wu were taken aback. What kind of demand is this? How could their impoverished general's residence be so appealing? Zhou Hong felt a sense of helplessness. Are you certain? Zhou Hong kindly inquired. Absolutely, I sensed deception in your earlier words. Man Wu and Zhou Hong exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the eccentricity of the Nan-Rong people. The three timed their return to the general's residence perfectly, just in time for a meal. Your Highness, you have returned. Please take a moment to rest. The meal will be ready shortly. Qin Lian flashed Zhou Hong a sweet smile before turning back to the kitchen. Hu He too stared at the modest general's residence, taken aback. Previously, this residence belonged to young Ning, filled with treasures. However, to resolve his financial predicament, Zhou Hong had to sell everything. Now, the general's residence contained only a few chairs and a table. This is my general's residence. Please make yourselves comfortable. Zhou Hong gestured invitingly. Before long, Cheng Ergo brought in a pot of tea. This tea was not even purchased by Zhou Hong. It had been gifted to him by Song Yu some time ago. Under normal circumstances, he would hesitate to indulge. The reason he brewed a pot today was to entertain Man Wu and Hu He too, as well as to present himself in a more respectable light. avoiding the appearance of being overly destitute. Hu He too took a delicate sip, a look of delight crossing his face. Excellent tea. This is the mist tea from the snowy mountains of the northern frontier. I never expected that Marco's household would possess such a fine brew. It was a gift. And I have yet to sample it myself. Zhou Hong felt a bit awkward and hastily lifted his cup to take a sip. The fragrant tea enveloped his senses. Refreshing and invigorating. I have consumed my fair share of northern frontier mist tea, yet none have tasted quite like this. This is truly exceptional. Man Wu also expressed his admiration. Zhou Hong smiled and remarked, the person who gifted it had several pounds. If you both enjoy it, feel free to take some home later. This was not merely Zhou Han's generosity. He simply did not drink tea often. Before long, Qin Lian and the trio of Cheng Ergo brought forth the dishes. Hu He too was momentarily dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong shrugged helplessly, then handed each of them a pair of chopsticks. On the table lay several plates of steamed buns, a dish of pickled vegetables, and a platter of wild greens. Marco, are you jesting with me? Zhou Hong took a steamed bun and handed it to Man Wu, while he picked up another for himself, savoring it with a bit of pickled vegetables. Observing the two enjoying their meal with great relish, Hu He too let out a resigned sigh and began to eat a bun as well. After the meal, Zhou Hong and Hu He too signed the contract. Your Highness, allowing him to live in this manner seems somewhat imprudent. What if this old scoundrel fails to deliver the ransom? He does appear to be a man of integrity. Perhaps it is worth trusting him this once. After parting ways with Man Wu, Zhou Hong returned home, only to be startled by the scene before him. Qingyan. Chapter 11. Your Highness, I wish to urge marriage. As Zhou Hong entered the room, he was taken aback to find Qingyan collapsed on the floor. He rushed over and lifted her into the house. Ergo, Fu Gua, quickly fetch the physician. Zhou Hong cried out in distress. Qingyan's complexion was ashen, and beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui hurriedly arrived from the back room. Upon seeing Qingyan unconscious, they swiftly set off to find the physician. After examining Qingyan's pulse, the physician shook his head in resignation. General, this young lady has long suffered from malnutrition, which is the cause of her fainting. She merely needs to rest adequately and consume nourishing food to recover. Hearing this, Zhou Hong let out a sigh of relief. After the physician departed, he immediately instructed Cheng Ergo to procure a large rooster to prepare soup for Qingyan. This cannot continue. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. We must not let her health deteriorate. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Hong went to the market and bought over a dozen chicks to raise in the general's residence. After feeding her some chicken soup, Qingyan gradually regained consciousness. As she gazed at Qingyan's pale face, Zhou Hong felt a pang of guilt. He had been overly focused on the development of the southern frontier and the military, neglecting himself and those around him. Your Highness, what has happened to me? Qingyan attempted to sit up but found herself too weak to do so. Zhou Hong quickly supported her and gently reassured her, silly girl, you are merely exhausted. From now on, the general's residence will allocate 100 coins each month for you. Additionally, I have purchased some chicks. Once they grow sufficiently, you shall slaughter one every few days to make soup. As Qingyan lay in Zhou Han's embrace, her pale cheeks flushed with warmth. Soon, the first wave of taxes was collected, and Zhou Hong gathered nearly 50 taels of silver from the 6 prefectures of the southern frontier. This delighted him immensely. He promptly allocated 250,000 taels of silver to replenish the military's deficiencies in weaponry and equipment. Zhou Han's immediate priority was to enhance the strength of the army, ensuring he would be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As for the remaining 250,000 taels, he first provided Cheng Ergo and the others with new clothing, while also commissioning a set of armor for himself. With the influx of funds, the production speed of the honeycomb coal stove significantly increased. What initially would have taken a month to complete was accomplished in just half a month. Following the fulfillment of this substantial order, Zhou Han's finances became increasingly robust. After all, the economic foundation determines the superstructure. Subsequently, Zhou Hong sought ways to boost the population of the southern frontier. It was astonishing that such a vast region had a population of less than 3 million. He promptly implemented relevant policies to encourage the populace to bear children. Furthermore, he lowered the marriageable age for both men and women in the southern frontier by 2 years. Young women could marry upon reaching the age of 18, while young men could wed at 18 as well. Upon issuing this decree, the citizens of the southern frontier scoffed at it. What is your Highness thinking? Although life has improved somewhat, the prospect of marriage and childbearing remains exceedingly difficult. We can barely support ourselves. Your Highness, this is somewhat inappropriate. What insight could you mere mortals possess to comprehend the brilliance of His Highness? A somewhat disheveled young scholar shook his head disdainfully amidst the crowd. You are impressive. Do enlighten us on the mysteries at play. I perceive you are merely posturing. Immediately, someone emerged to counter the disheveled scholar. Fool! Today, I shall enlighten you. The disheveled scholar laughed heartily and proceeded to enumerate the original policies of Zhou Hong. Unbeknownst to him, there was an individual in the crowd observing him intently. This person was remarkably talented. I must inform His Highness of this individual. Cheng Ergu watched the animated, disheveled scholar with astonishment. What he articulated was indistinguishable from what Zhou Hong had conveyed to them. That very evening, Cheng Ergu relayed all he had witnessed to Zhou Hong. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hong raised his gaze to Cheng Ergu. Ergu, where is this individual currently? I wish to pay a visit. Zhou Hong instructed Qin Lian to prepare food and drink, and he set off to visit the disheveled scholar. Zhou Hong gently tapped on the door, and a languid voice emerged from within. At this late hour, who might this esteemed guest be? Zhou Hong glanced at Cheng Ergu and Wang Fuguei beside him. Today, having heard your esteemed insights at the market, I have come to visit at this late hour. I apologize for my intrusion. Zhou Hong spoke with utmost humility, fully aware that those of great talent often possess peculiar dispositions. It seems you are also a person of character. Before he could finish, the door swung open, revealing a languid, slender face before Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong promptly bowed his hands in respect, and the other reciprocated. Cheng Ergu arranged the food and drink, then discreetly withdrew with Wang Fuguei to await outside. The disheveled scholar appeared somewhat surprised. You must not be an ordinary person, my friend. The scholar smiled faintly. Zhou Hong offered a subtle smile, refraining from responding. Zhou Hong recounted everything the scholar had spoken in the streets that day, subsequently sharing his own opinions. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial palace, Zhou Yuan knelt before the empress. Mother, nearly 3 months have passed. Father has yet to appoint me as crown prince. You must intercede on my behalf. Empress Yang affectionately stroked Zhou Yuan's head, replying with a smile, My dear Yuan, mother shall certainly advocate for you. Tomorrow, you shall assume your position in the eastern palace. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the empress's eyes as she turned to Zhou Yuan. This realm will soon be yours. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan, filled with excitement, embraced the empress. Mother, I knew you cared for me the most. By the way, that little bastard Zhou Hong must not linger for too long. Though Zhou Hong had been exiled to the southern frontier, Zhou Yuan remained uneasy, fearing that Zhou Hong might stage a comeback. That little bastard, in that impoverished and remote place of the southern frontier, has likely already been slain by young Ning. The empress bore a triumphant smile, blissfully unaware that the very young Ning she had nurtured had already turned to dust. Although Zhou Han's life is fraught with hardship, he manages to persevere. Mother, however, I have heard that Zhou Hong has killed young Ning. Zhou Yuan looked at the empress with a puzzled expression. The empress furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Zhou Yuan. Who informed you of this? A few days ago, I sought an audience with father, and he mentioned it inadvertently. He stated that he had handed over the tiger talisman of the southern frontier to Zhou Hong. The empress abruptly rose, her expression darkening, and she stepped forward to leave. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. If Zhou Yuan's words held any truth, then young Ning was indeed in grave danger. Mother, where are you going? Zhou Yuan hurriedly followed her. That old fool is courting death. Zhou Yuan and his mother stormed into the Emperor Zhou Mo's chambers. You must provide me with an explanation regarding the tiger talisman. Chapter 12. Reform the aging emperor of the great Zhou, Zhou Mo. Gazed upon the fierce countenance of the empress and Zhou Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am merely bestowing a gift upon my son. Do you dare to object? Zhou Mo observed the two with a languid air, his frail form still exuding remnants of a once formidable presence. The empress, seething with rage, clenched her teeth. As long as Zhou Mo drew breath, the realm would remain under his dominion, even reduced to a mere puppet. The citizens of Great Zhou continued to place their faith in this waning emperor. In his capacity as the sovereign, he was entitled to offer his son some recompense. What right did the empress have to intervene? Very well, you may assert your strength. However, you must provide an explanation regarding Yuan's affairs. Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. He is not fit to be the crown prince, yet since you insist upon it, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Ultimately, the fate of this realm remains uncertain. The last remark was barely a whisper, and the Empress and Zhou Yuan could only discern the movement of his lips. They paid no heed to his subsequent words, focusing solely on his consent to proclaim Zhou Yuan as the crown prince. No need for you to concern yourself with his suitability. Zhou Mo regarded them with a tinge of pity, shaking his head in resignation. He then commanded his attendants to fetch ink, paper, and the imperial seal. Under the watchful gaze of the Empress, he wrote fervently, affixed the seal, and carelessly tossed the decree to Zhou Yuan. Take it. Zhou Yuan, filled with exhilaration, seized the decree, entirely oblivious to Zhou Mo's labored breathing and pallid complexion. The emperor, already in a state of dire illness, found his condition exacerbated by the Empress and his inept son. The Empress ordered a eunuch to summon the imperial physician before departing without a backward glance, indifferent to Zhou Mo's plight. The following day, the Empress proclaimed Zhou Mo's edict throughout the realm. On the 6th day of the 6th month in the 11th year of the Wen Jing era, Zhou Yuan, the fifth son of Emperor Zhou Mo, was conferred the title of Crown Prince and took residence in the Eastern Palace. Meanwhile, the citizens of the capital found themselves ensnared in dire straits. Upon hearing the announcement, the populace wept bitterly, lamenting the rise of treacherous officials. They despaired at the heavens for allowing a worthless heir to ascend to the position of Crown Prince. However, this news ignited fury within Zhou Yuan. He promptly dispatched the guards of the Eastern Palace to apprehend the weeping citizens. Many suffered grievous torment in the dungeons of Great Zhou, which soon transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan began amassing wealth through unscrupulous means, exploiting both men and women, indulging in a life of decadence. Numerous ministers sought to curry favor with Zhou Yuan, offering bribes and even their own king. That fool Zhou Him, truly a puppet of destiny. Zhou Yuan mused, his hands wandering inappropriately over the body of a nearby woman. Before long, the news of Zhou Yuan's ascension to crown prince reached the southern frontier. Officials of various ranks convened at General Zhou Han's residence. Gentlemen, is there something you require? The fare here is rather uninspiring. Zhou Hong jested. Yet, the expressions of Man Wu and the other officials remained grim as they regarded Zhou Hong. Your Highness, His Majesty has declared Zhou Yuan as crown prince. Is this not a perfectly reasonable development? Zhou Hong replied nonchalantly. What is Zhou Yuan, after all? I only recognize your Highness as the true heir to the great Zhou. Shao Jing retorted angrily. Indeed, this week, Zhou Yuan is merely a privileged scion, unworthy of his position as the crown prince. Wu Yu shared the same righteous indignation, as did the other officials who vehemently condemned Zhou Yuan. Ever since Zhou Hong arrived in the southern frontier, he swiftly executed Yang Ning and subsequently issued a decree for land reclamation, allowing the populace to have homes to return to and land to cultivate. He also introduced the honeycomb coal stove, which was sold in the northern regions. Recruiting workers and establishing factories, he ensured that the common folk could enjoy ample sustenance. He cleansed the bureaucratic system, eliminating corrupt officials, and brought clarity to the southern territory. Unbeknownst to many, Zhou Hong had already taken root in the hearts of the southern populace. Gentlemen, exercise caution in your words. After all, he is the current crown prince, and our criticisms here could invite retribution. Zhou Hong laughed heartily, and the crowd remained oblivious to his underlying tension and concern. Yet, your Highness. Wu Yu attempted to speak further but was interrupted by Zhou Heng. Gentlemen, let us feast. As long as you ensure the people are well fed and clothed, I shall be most content. As for that crown prince, what difference does it make who occupies the position? Zhou Hong rose and patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. Man Wu suddenly noticed a fleeting glimmer of brilliance in Zhou Han's eyes. Upon reflecting on Zhou Han's words, he too burst into laughter. Your Highness, what shall we dine on today? The assembly found themselves perplexed by the current situation. At that moment, one individual was smiling as he observed Zhou Hong. This person was the scruffy scholar from that day, known as Wang Xian, a native of Yanzhou in the eastern region. After a delightful conversation with Zhou Hong that night, Zhou Hong recognized his immense talent and invited him to assist in reclaiming the realm. Wang Xian readily accepted Zhou Hong's request. Later, Zhou Hong discovered that the scholar's earlier antics in the street were intentional, aimed at attracting his attention. Ultimately, he achieved his goal. That night, Zhou Hong visited Wang Xian at his lodgings and, impressed by his talents, appointed him as a military strategist. After dining and bidding farewell to numerous officials, Wang Xian remarked, Your Highness, I suspect your inner thoughts are not as tranquil as your countenance suggests. Wang Xian astutely discerned Zhou Hong's unease. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Dear sir, Zhou Hong chuckled and proceeded to share his concerns with him. There is no need for such anxiety, Your Highness. Zhou Yuan is merely a pawn in the hands of the Queen. He poses little threat. You need only guard against the Queen as faction. Wang Xian laughed heartily. Then conveyed his insights to Zhou Hing. With Zhou Yuan's recent ascension, the Queen would not dare to act against Zhou Hong. Firstly, she must consolidate Zhou Yuan's position using her influence to facilitate her control in the future. Secondly, should Zhou Hong meet his demise now, it would be evident to all that the Queen was behind it. For the sake of her reputation, she would refrain from such actions. Thirdly, Zhou Hong has been relegated to the impoverished southern territory, which had already suffered under Yang Ning's mismanagement. Zhou Hong does not pose a threat to her power. These 3 points were Wang Xian's rationale for believing the Queen would not target Zhou Hong. Simultaneously, Wang Xian offered Zhou Hong 3 suggestions to strengthen the southern territory. First, continue to develop commerce to enrich the south, encourage agriculture, ensuring sufficient provisions, thereby laying a foundation for the impending conflicts. Furthermore, to encourage procreation, attract new populations, and cultivate talent, to abolish hereditary positions and the transmission of wealth, thereby diminishing the influence of prominent families. Thirdly, to develop a formidable military, implementing a meritocratic system, to annex surrounding tribes and solidify one's own position. Lastly, and most importantly, to administer benevolent governance in the southern frontier, establish the rule of law, and regulate the judiciary. By fulfilling these requirements, the southern region will undoubtedly become a stronghold for Zhou Hong, aiding his northern ambitions. However, while these tasks may appear straightforward, they are, in reality, as challenging as ascending to the heavens. The implementation of such measures will inevitably provoke opposition and obstruction from the noble families of the southern territories. Yet, in comparison to the threat of execution by the Empress, Zhou Hong must brace himself for the challenge. Wang Xian advised Zhou Hong that first and foremost, the populace must be made to trust the government. Thus, Zhou Hong conceived the idea of erecting a wooden post at the city gate, and he planned to proceed accordingly. Chapter 13. The stalwart timber. The following day, Zhou Hong appointed Wang Xian as the official responsible for legal reforms in the southern region. In Qingzhou, before the Wooden Gate, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian found themselves surrounded by a throng of onlookers. What is the Lord planning to do? One asked. I don't know. But our prince is remarkably handsome, another replied. What is the purpose of erecting such a heavy log here? It must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. Seeing that the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Zhou Hong exchanged a glance with Wang Xian and announced, Dear villagers, I have a splendid announcement to make today. He then gestured toward the substantial log behind him, weighing 100 pounds. If anyone can carry this log outside the Wooden Gate, a reward of 1,000 gold pieces shall be theirs. At that moment, Chong Ergo approached, holding a platter of gold ingots. The sight of the gold elicited gasps from the crowd. It was known that this was a grand gesture, although Zhou Han's treasury had amassed some savings. Parting with 1,000 gold pieces to reward the populace was still a painful decision. However, to ensure the complete trust of the southern people in the government, he felt compelled to act. My lord, may I ask how heavy this log truly is? Someone inquired. Indeed, it appears to weigh several hundred pounds. How could anyone lift it? Zhou Hong and Wang Xian shared a hearty laugh as they patted the log. Your Highness, please be gentle, Wang Fugue exclaimed, hastily steadying the log, which had begun to wobble. His face reddened, veins bulging, eliciting gasps from the crowd. How heavy must it be? That man's face is flushed merely from stabilizing it. It's 200 pounds, Zhou Hong declared, causing the crowd to gasp once more. 200 pounds. The task was daunting, let alone the challenge of carrying it to the gate. In an instant, many felt their enthusiasm wane. Is this even possible? An ordinary person could never accomplish such a feat. And even if we could move it to the Wooden Gate, would this so easily part with 1,000 gold pieces for us? Given Qingrou's economic conditions, 1,000 gold could transform a destitute individual into a wealthy magnate. Today, I, Zhou Hing, assure you all, anyone who meets this challenge shall receive a reward of 1,000 gold pieces, he proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Yet, as time passed and several attempted the task only to fail, it seemed hope was dwindling. Just as Zhou Hong and Wang Xian prepared to gather their things and depart, a timid man leading a cow approached Zhou Hong. My lord, may I give it a try? He asked. Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged glances, thinking that since they were not in a hurry to return home, they might as well let him attempt it. Very well. Wang Fugue took the cow from the young man, who nodded gratefully in acknowledgement. The young man began by testing the log, smiling amiably at Zhou Hong and the others. He scooped up handfuls of dirt from the ground and rubbed them between his hands. My lord, I shall begin now. Zhou Hong nodded in encouragement. The young man let out a roar, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted himself, astonishingly lifting a 200-pound log. This spectacle elicited gasps from the onlookers, and both Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged expressions of astonishment. The young man trudged laboriously toward the wooden gate. With more and more people halting to witness his feat, each individual held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound of their inhalation might disrupt the young man's concentration. Soon, Zhou Hong observed beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, trickling down the young man's forehead. With each step, the effort became increasingly arduous, yet he persisted. Ergo, prepare the gold ingots. As the young man took his final step, Zhou Hong swiftly approached him with 10 gold ingots in hand. The young man slammed the log onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Panting heavily, he collapsed, drenched in sweat, his hands trembling from exhaustion. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. Zhou Hong laughed heartily and promptly presented the gold ingots to the young man. The latter, gazing at the gold, broke into a foolish grin, while cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Mother, I have earned your medicine money. The young man tucked the gold ingots into his bosom. Ergo, you and Fu Gui escort this young man home. If anyone dares to rob him on the way, slay them and return with their corpse. I shall annihilate their entire clan. Zhou Hong surveyed the crowd, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Upon returning to the general's residence that evening, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian discussed the events that had unfolded over the past 5 days. In the days that followed, individuals continued to carry logs to the wooden gate. Although this cost Zhou Hong a considerable sum, it established a reputation for integrity among the common folk. Your Highness, we have now achieved our first step. It is time to issue a decree for justice to be served, Wang Xian remarked, pleased with the recent developments. This matter shall be entrusted to the Minister of Justice. Zhou Hong rose and clasped his hands in respect toward Wang Xian. I shall not fail in my duty. Subsequently, with Zhou Han's support and guidance, Wang Xian recruited 30 scholars to collaboratively draft the Southern Frontier Code. Zhou Hong remained active as well, training the army and dismissing the elderly and infirm soldiers. He aimed to ensure that only the young and robust remained, thereby enhancing the military's combat capability. The once 300,000-strong Xuanzhe army was reduced to 250,000. Those dismissed returned to their villages, taking on the role of production team leaders. Indeed, it is said that joy invigorates the spirit. Zhou Hong witnessed the gradual transformation of the southern frontier, his face adorned with a constant smile. One day, however, he was summoned back to the barracks by a messenger sent by Wang Xian. Ergo, why do you think the Minister of Justice is so eager for us to return? Is something amiss? Zhou Hong inquired, puzzled, glancing at Chen Ergo and Wang Fugui beside him. It must pertain to the Southern Frontier Code. The minister has been working tirelessly these past few days, Chen Ergo speculated. Yet, upon arriving at the minister's office, the trio was taken aback. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Wang Fugui and Chen Ergo stared in shock at the Southern Rome cavalry before them. The enemy has infiltrated. The minister has been captured. Zhou Hong called out, swiftly drawing the sword from his waist, ready to engage. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The cavalry of the Southern Rome appeared to harbor no animosity towards them. Or perhaps they simply regarded the trio with indifference. At that moment, Wang Xian emerged from the office, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in the attire of the Southern Rome, with 2 thick braids cascading down his chest. Your Highness, you have returned. This brother seeks you. Wang Xian exclaimed upon spotting Zhou Hong. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, promptly knelt before Zhou Hong. The cavalry at the entrance of the office immediately followed suit. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Hu paid his respects to His Highness the Southern King. Chapter 14. The Southern Frontier Code. Zhou Hong was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at the kneeling Yi Hu. Do we know each other? In response to His Highness the Southern King, we do not know the way. But my lord, you do. Zhou Han's confusion deepened. He had never been acquainted with the king of the Southern Rome. Perhaps it is that old rascal Hu He too. Chen Ergo whispered into Zhou Han's ear. Your lord is Hu He too? Zhou Hong inquired tentatively, in response to His Highness the Southern King. Indeed, my lord is Hu He too. He sent us to deliver the ransom to you. So it was a delivery of wealth for oneself. Zhou Hong smiled faintly, his worries finally alleviated. Now that we have met my lord, let us converse indoors. Wang Xian hurriedly helped the kneeling Yi Hu to his feet. Zhou Hong realized he had been somewhat impolite and nodded gratefully at Wang Xian. Once seated, Yi Huyu presented the ransom letter to Zhou Hong. Your Highness, my lord says you are a generous and righteous man, hence this ransom is doubled. Zhou Hong took the document, opened it, and a smile spread across his face. The ransom amounted to 200,000 taels of gold, 500,000 taels of silver, 8,000 bolts of silk, and 50,000 war horses. Wang Xian and Cheng Ergo were equally astonished. The ransom offered was more than the total annual income of the 6 southern states. With such a sum, they could accomplish many endeavors. Ergo, return immediately and instruct Qin Lian to prepare. Tonight, we shall revel with our southern Rong brothers until we are inebriated. Zhou Hong declared, elated. Wang Xian shot Zhou Hong a knowing glance. Fu Gui, you should arrange for these brothers to rest well. They have traveled for several days. Soon. Only Zhou Hong and Wang Xian remained in the room. Your Highness, this is an opportunity to cultivate goodwill with the southern Rong. Wang Xian's face radiated uncontainable joy. Yet we must not rush this matter. We must proceed with caution. Zhou Hong understood, remembering Wang Xian's earlier counsel about regaining the Great Zhou, which required stabilizing the surrounding tribes to prevent opportunistic attacks. Hu He too had already demonstrated his sincerity, indicating that there was a chance for diplomacy. In due time, I shall host a banquet for him. Matters between men often hinge on a few rounds of drinks. If a few rounds cannot resolve it, then we shall have more. That evening, Zhou Hong hosted Yi Huyu and others at the general's residence. Accustomed to strong spirits, Zhou Hong felt no pressure with the milder wines of the Great Zhou. Yi Huyu was soon rendered thoroughly intoxicated by Zhou Han's relentless toasting. Days later, Yi Huyu returned to the southern Rong capital. Upon learning of Yi Huyu's drunken debacle at Zhou Han's hands, laughter erupted. Next time there is an opportunity, I shall help you exact vengeance. However, upon hearing that Zhou Hong intended to invite him for drinks soon, Hu He too couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. My lord, upon my return, I heard that Chu Jingtiang seems to be planning an attack against us. Chu Jingtiang, the great Khan of the southern Rong, commanded 3 princes, each wielding significant military power. Chu Jingtiang had long held the 3 in contempt, harboring dreams of annihilating them. Recently, upon hearing of Hu Hichu's capture after an ambush at Sogu, he seized the opportunity to eradicate this thorn in his side once and for all. Hu Hichu, nonchalantly waving his hand, displayed an air of indifference. It seemed that he had enjoyed his days of comfort too much, and it was time for the southern Rong to face a change. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Hu Hichu's eyes. After acquiring 50,000 fine steeds, Zhou Hong promptly commenced the formation of his cavalry. These 50,000 warriors donned uniform black Shuangwu armor, their steeds equally adorned. This Shuangwu armor was crafted by Zhou Hong using a specific alloy of iron and nickel, rendering it remarkably resilient against blades and swords. Man Yuan was entrusted with leading the 50,000 Shuangwu dragon riders. However, the mere creation of these 5,000 Shuangwu dragon riders had depleted half of Zhou Han's savings. Simultaneously, Fang Hao urged Man Nian to establish an assassination intelligence organization named Muyuan. This nearly emptied Zhou Han's coffers. Under Muyuan, 7 leaders were appointed, each corresponding to the stars of the Big Dipper: Tiang Shu, Tiang Xian, Tiang Ji, Tiang Kuang, Yu Hin, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Zhou Hong forged an unparalleled blade for each, naming them after their respective leaders. In pursuit of crafting these 7 blades, Zhou Hong scoured for materials, and fortunately, Zhou Duan provided significant assistance in gathering most of them. He found 7 homeless children in the streets to serve as the first generation of Muyuan's 7 leaders. Gazing at the ledger before him, Zhou Hong felt overwhelmed. With only 300,000 taels of silver remaining, he had numerous tasks yet to accomplish. Your Highness, the compilation of the Southern Frontier Code has been completed. Wang Xian entered, dragging his weary body. Zhou Hong, noticing the Southern Frontier Code in his hand, felt a spark of excitement. After a brief glance, he observed that the code emphasized the supremacy of law over emotion. A prince who breaks the law is to be punished as any commoner. The following day, Zhou Hong issued an edict to abolish the old decrees of the southern frontier and implement new laws. Instantly, the region erupted in fervor. Your Highness, this new law must not be enacted. Wu Yud arrived early at Zhou Han's general's mansion, accompanied by other governors from the 5 states and leaders of prominent clans. Observing the throng in the courtyard, Zhou Hong did not even glance their way, instead rubbing his temples. Man Wu stood beside him, casting a fierce glare at the crowd. Shao Jing also stood by Zhou Hong, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Qin Lian, a timid girl, had never witnessed such a scene and had already hidden away in fright. Chen Ergo and Wang Fugui looked down disdainfully at the gathering. A group of commoners. How could they comprehend His Highness's decisive actions? Before long, Wang Xian, the central figure of this reform, entered from outside. "Oh, what a lively gathering," he remarked, unfazed and even smiling at the crowd. "I see the officials have come." Although these officials understood that the initiative originated from Wang Xian, his status as the southern frontier's chief official far surpassed their own, compelling them to pay their respects. "Your Highness, do the esteemed gentlemen have business to discuss?" Wang Xian feigned ignorance, casting a curious glance at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong opened his eyes and regarded the latter with a fleeting look, curling his lips as he remarked, "Is it not about the southern frontier code?" "Ah, so that is the case. Then, esteemed lords, feel free to pose any inquiries you may have." Wang Xian surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. "Those who approach bear ill intentions, and the benevolent do not come." Wang Xian was well aware that his southern frontier code had encroached upon the interests of the prominent clans. These powerful families were intricately woven into the fabric of society. Although they had previously acquiesced to show hands threats and paid their dues, their fundamental interests had remained untouched. Yet, should the southern frontier code be enacted, their expedient path to officialdom would be irrevocably obstructed, relegating them to the same status as ordinary citizens. Chapter 15. Promoting the new law. In order to safeguard their interests in the southern frontier, they were compelled to obstruct the implementation of the southern frontier code. Prior to his arrival, Wang Xian had already received intelligence regarding the situation. It can be said that he had come well prepared. He intended to wield his eloquence to persuade everyone to support the reform. The establishment of the southern frontier code would inevitably lead to chaos. A certain inspector spoke bluntly, his words laced with threats. This was hardly surprising, as many prominent families in the southern frontier possessed their own private armies. Initially, these forces were meant to protect their families from foreign invasions, but as time passed, they became the backbone against the imperial authority. Although these private armies appeared insignificant to the royal court, their potential for harm could not be dismissed lightly. Fortunately, as long as these noble families did not cause disturbances, the royal court tended to overlook their existence. However, they now posed the greatest obstacle to the enforcement of the southern frontier code by Zhou Hong. Regarding this looming threat, Wang Xian feigned indifference and smiled at the inspector. "The southern frontier code benefits the common people. How could they oppose your highness? Moreover, abolishing the old laws and implementing new ones is the key to enriching the nation and strengthening the army. If we do not enact these reforms, how shall we confront the impending peril?" Wang Xian pressed the inspector further, who attempted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. "The new law strictly prohibits the maintenance of private armies. How can we expect the southern frontier to prosper under such constraints? How shall we face the sword hanging over us?" Upon turning, Wang Xian noticed Su Guan, the Sima of Xuzhou. "Allow me to pose a question. General, can you truly guarantee that these private armies will fulfill their intended purpose? In the event of conflict, can you ensure that they will not turn against us?" Su Guan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. How could he guarantee that? The people of the southern frontier are subjects of the great Zhou. They would never become traitors, he insisted. "Indeed, General," Wang Xian continued, "the people of the southern frontier are subjects of the great Zhou. But can you assure us that they are loyal to your highness? Will they pledge allegiance to you as they do to the emperor far away?" The final question struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Yes, they were subjects of the great Zhou, but they were also subjects of Zhou Hong. The young man before them, massaging his temples, was their true sovereign. "Gentlemen," Wang Xian observed the silence amongst the crowd and continued to articulate the benefits of the new law. Once he had finished, he fell silent, and all eyes were on him. "I swear to follow your highness to the death. Anyone who obstructs the implementation of the new law will be the first to face my blade." Man Wu broke the silence, glaring at every individual present. "Now you stand up for them. When Yang Ning was present, who among those behind you ever brought you a measure of rice or a pound of meat? You, a group of treacherous ingrates, must remember that your current ability to feast is solely due to His Highness's grace. Otherwise, would you have the strength to bark so fiercely here?" Under Man Wu's reprimand, none present could hide their embarrassment and shame. "I pledge to follow His Highness unto death. I, Su Zhou, shall wholeheartedly support His Highness in the implementation of new laws." The governor of Suzhou was the second to voice his allegiance. Subtly shifting behind Man Wu, Wu Yud fell to his knees, bowing thrice with profound reverence. "Your Highness, I am ignorant and foolish. I humbly beg for your forgiveness. I hail from a humble background, and for a time, I was utterly terrified by these prominent families, bringing you disgrace. Wu Yu wept bitterly. In the southern frontier, during Yang Ning's tenure, who knew that he was merely the director of agriculture? His annual salary barely exceeding a few hundred taels was even withheld by Yang Ning, leaving him unable to sustain his family. Yet with Zhou Han's arrival, he received the respect he rightfully deserved. Although life remained somewhat frugal, he could at least afford to have meat every few days. Most officials present shared similar sentiments, and soon, all were weeping and kneeling. Zhou Hong sighed and urged them to rise. You are aware that at times, those noble families can tower over you, stripping you of all dignity. To alter this state of affairs, we must implement new laws and abolish their privileges. Only then can we manage this matter effectively. The crowd nodded in agreement. Then let us promptly enact new laws in the southern frontier. Any obstruction to their implementation shall be treated as distasteful. Zhou Hong declared as he drew his sword and severed a corner from the table before him. He then appointed Man Wu and Shao Jing as his deputies to assist Shi Si in promoting the new laws, secretly instructing Man Wu to take decisive action against the largest families in the 6 states as an example. The new laws were first promoted in Qingzhou, and the common folk were filled with excitement upon learning of the impending changes. However, the Wang family, the local noble clan, was the first to voice opposition. But Zhou Hong remained undeterred. That very day, he commanded Man Wu to suppress the Wang clan, the private army of the Wang family. Faced with Man Yuan's elite Shuangwu dragon cavalry, had no chance to resist and was swiftly subdued. These private forces, accustomed to a life of luxury, had long lost their edge. Thus, they resembled infants confronting adults when faced with Man Yuan. The Shuangwu dragon cavalry had been trained using modern methods, each soldier proficient in martial skills, though their levels of expertise varied. The suppression of the Wang clan marked their first victory. Zhou Hong approached the kneeling patriarch of the Wang family. Ants aspire to shake trees. Your Highness, I acknowledge my faults. Please, grant me your mercy. With the Wang clan swiftly subdued, the resolve of other noble families to resist evaporated instantly. Soon, the new laws began to spread throughout Qingzhou. Yet one thing remained unchanged. Zhou Han's initial framework for agricultural production teams continued to be preserved. This model, Wang Xian intends to utilize in order to attract citizens from other regions to settle here. After all, who would not desire to possess their own land to cultivate? Although a portion must be surrendered to the national treasury, the surplus provisions would suffice for one's family sustenance. Such a favorable opportunity is indeed hard to resist. However, all of this hinges upon the successful implementation of the new law. With a solid foundation established by the new legislation, it will be easier for the incoming populace to acclimate to this environment. How long will it take to promote the new law? Zhou Hong pondered over the news from various regions. At least 6 months. Wang Xian contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. 6 months. 6 months. Very well. I shall entrust this task to you. Chapter 16. Shall we become brothers? Your Highness, someone seeks your presence. Qin Lian peered through the door, her petite head revealing a hint of anxiety as she gazed at Wang Xian and Zhou Hong. Who is it? Zhou Hong inquired, puzzled. Who he too? Upon hearing the name, Zhou He and Wang Xian exchanged a knowing glance. What could he want from me? Zhou Hong glanced at Qin Lian, uncertain. But it seems he has something of importance to discuss with your Highness. Zhou Hong rose, with Wang Xian following closely behind. I, too, wish to discern the character of this Hu He too. Wang Xian replied with a subtle smile. As Zhou Hong observed Qin Lian's increasingly captivating figure, he could not help but feel a pang of admiration. Your Highness, is everything all right? Qin Lian inquired, her cheeks flushed with a hint of concern. All is well. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Hong encountered Hu He too. Ha ha, it has indeed been a long time. Hu He too rose and enveloped Zhou Hong in a bear hug, leaving him momentarily taken aback. You're not here to shower me with gifts again, are you? Zhou Hong jested, half seriously, as he signaled for Qin Lian to bring tea. He truly could not fathom the purpose of Hu He too's visit. Ha ha, you jest. I heard from Yi Hu Yu that your drinking capacity is remarkable. Having left him utterly inebriated, so I have come to seek retribution for that rascal. Zhou Hong regarded Hu He too with a knowing glance. Child, if you are to concoct an excuse, at least make it a credible one. Do you truly consider me a fool? As the saying goes, seeing through it but not speaking of it. Very well, today I shall accompany you in your revelry. Zhou Hong laughed heartily, while a glimmer of cunning flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. Immediately, Zhou Hong instructed the kitchen to prepare food and drink, After all, since Qin Lian had fainted last time, he ultimately decided to engage a few chefs for the task. Qin Lian was merely responsible for Zhou Han's daily needs. However, Zhou Han's arrangements were driven by his own desires. After all, one does not let such a splendid maiden slip away easily. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had been single for over 20 years. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Xiu Hong grasped Hu Hichu's hand, which held the wine cup. I suspect your visit is not merely for the sake of drinking. Pray, tell me honestly, what is the true purpose of your journey? Hu Hichu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiu Hong and Wang Xian, but ultimately sighed. I have come to seek your assistance. Hu Hichu finally revealed the purpose of his visit. It turned out that he had already engaged in battle with the southern Rongkong. Initially, he believed victory was within his grasp. Yet he had not anticipated that the southern Rong's king, Chu Yu, would offer aid to his deeply resentful brother. Thus, his situation swiftly transitioned from favorable to dire. Moreover, the third king, He Tongyan, chose to remain neutral, opting to watch the conflict unfold from a distance. After much contemplation, he felt compelled to seek Xiu Han's support. Certainly, I shall not allow you to suffer any loss. As long as you assist me in conquering Nanrong, I shall bestow upon you a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins and countless livestock. Hu Hichu gazed earnestly at Zhou Hong, his eyes brimming with urgency. 1,000,000 gold coins. Such wealth could sustain an army for several years, and a multitude of cattle and sheep if I were to establish a farm and sell barbecued delicacies. The noble families would flock to spend their riches. My goodness! My household shall prosper. Zhou Hong suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and cleared his throat. Beside him, Wang Xian's eyes also sparkled with intrigue. His interest, however, lay not in the gold or livestock, but in the opportunity it presented an occasion for Nanrong to owe a debt of gratitude. This matter requires further deliberation. For you are well aware that my southern region is a desolate land, lacking in substantial resources. Zhou Hong spoke without exaggeration. The southern lands were indeed impoverished, reduced to mere earth. Very well, yet I kindly request a prompt response. The battle ahead is at a stalemate, and I have come here under the guise of secrecy. After bidding farewell to Hu Hichu that night, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged meaningful glances as they sat across from one another. Your Highness, what are your plans? Zhou Hong poured a cup of tea for Wang Xian. And what are the intentions of the Society of Elders? The two shared a knowing smile, fully aware of each other's thoughts. You shall manage the southern region. I will take Chong'ergu and others with me. Wang Xian contemplated this, realizing he must continue promoting the new policies and could not depart. Thus he acquiesced to Zhou Han's suggestion. Zhou Hong set forth with an army of 100,000, which included the 50,000 Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry led by Man Yuan. Your Highness, I have only heard of Nanrong. I have yet to set foot there. Chong'ergu expressed a mix of anticipation and anxiety. A few days later, Zhou Han's army encamped beside Hu Hichu's main camp, creating a strategic angle between the two forces. Upon learning that Zhou Hong had brought 100,000 troops, Hu Hichu was overjoyed. Marco, you have truly rendered me a great service. If you do not mind, shall we become sworn brothers, despite differing surnames? Zhou Hong was taken aback. Such a scene belonged to the realm of television dramas and was unfolding before him. How splendid! Speak on, and they immediately lit incense. Heaven above and earth below, I, Zhou Hong. Heaven above and earth below, I, Hu Hichu. Here we stand as sworn brothers, not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month in the same year. The two bowed 3 times with resounding thuds. Today I am 32. I am a few years your elder, so I shall call you my younger brother. Hu Hichu laughed heartily, lifting Zhou Hong from the ground. Brother! Younger brother! 3 days later, the army of Chu Jingtiang approached. Brother, since the relationship between the brothers Chu Jingtiang is strained, why not use a scheme to sow discord? Hu Hichu glanced at Zhou Hong and shook his head helplessly. I have considered this matter as well, but the person sent, Chu Yu, has not been seen at all. Zhou Hong pondered for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. Brother, leave this matter to me. Hu Hichu looked at Zhou Hong with surprise, unsure of his intentions. Upon returning to the camp, Zhou Hong summoned Yao Lang. This individual has been recommended by Wang Xian, possessing eloquence and persuasive skills, making him the quintessential envoy. Yao Lang. This time you shall persuade Chu Yu to conspire against the regime. With a respectful clasp of his fists, Yao Lang took his leave. After his departure, Zhou Hong summoned Wang Fugui. Fugui, You must accomplish a task for me, and success is imperative. Otherwise, I shall ensure you accompany his ancestors. Zhou Hong chuckled, leaving Wang Fugui momentarily stunned. Accompany his ancestors? Whose ancestors are we speaking of? His mind was filled with questions. Zhou Hong gestured for him to lean in closer. Wang Fugui, albeit with some skepticism, glanced around and noted that only he, Zhou Hong, and Chen Ergo occupied the tent. Your Highness, what is so mysterious about this? Wang Fugui laughed, yet still inclined his ear towards Zhou Hong. What? Dig up someone's ancestral grave? Wang Fugui exclaimed in shock. Chapter 17. Disturbing the ancestral grave. Zhou Hong struck Wang Fugui on the head with a resounding slap. Are you so eager for everyone to know your intentions? Wang Fugui looked at Zhou Hong with a face full of grievance, yet ultimately trudged off with his men to desecrate the grave. Your Highness, what are you planning? It sounds like you're going to disturb someone's ancestral grave. Chen Ergu regarded Wang Fugui and Zhou Hong with a puzzled expression. Adults are speaking. Children should remain silent. Zhou Hong retorted sharply, leaving Chen Ergu to sulk in silence. I'm no child, I'm grown. Before setting off, Zhou Hong relayed the information he had gathered to Wang Fugui. While he claimed it was through his own efforts, in truth, it was his elder brother, Hu He, who had provided the details. For the sake of that 1,000,000 gold coins, Zhou Hong cast aside any moral considerations. If they could disturb the grave of Qin Yuanlin, one of the 3 princely lords, and frame it as the work of Chu Jingtian, then uniting forces to assault Chu Jingtian would be an effortless endeavor. Following Zhou Hong's map, Wang Fugui stealthily arrived at the location of Qin Yuanlin's ancestral grave. General, if word of us disturbing an ancestral grave spreads, we might be killed. One of the soldiers beside Wang Fugui trembled as he spoke. Wang Fugui smacked the soldier on the head. If you don't say anything, I won't either. Who would know? Still, this place is rather unsettling. He surveyed the surroundings. Despite being the grave of a prince, it was overgrown with wild grass, littered with dead branches and leaves. The pale, desolate moonlight cast eerie shadows, while the occasional call of unknown birds pierced the silence, causing Wang Fugui and his companions to gulp nervously. Let us get on with it. Once we're finished, we can return and enjoy a good night's sleep. A gust of wind rustled through, making Wang Fugui and the 3 soldiers shiver involuntarily. They exchanged glances and began to dig with trembling hands. After fervently excavating several graves, they carefully wrapped the remains and hastily fled. However, before departing, Wang Fugui deliberately dropped the token on the ground, as instructed by Zhou Hong. This token, naturally, belonged to Chu Jingtian. Zhou Hong had obtained the jade pendant from Hu He, who had initially been puzzled by Zhou Hong's request to steal it from Chu Jingtian. He had intended to use it to mobilize troops. But when he discovered it was of no use, he had considered discarding it, only to think it a pity to do so and kept it instead. Yet, before he could find a practical use for it, Zhou Hong claimed it. Since it served no purpose for him, he thought it wiser to give it to Zhou Hong to see what he might accomplish with it. That very night, after Wang Fugui procured the remains of Qin Yuanlin's ancestors, Zhou Hong's second wave of operatives sprang into action. Early the next morning, they flooded into crowded areas, deliberately discussing the desecration of Qin Yuanlin's grave in loud voices. This drew a considerable crowd, eager to spectate. Once the situation seemed ripe, they vanished from the onlookers' sight. The tale of Qin Yuanlin's ancestral grave being disturbed spread rapidly 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000, growing ever more exaggerated with each retelling. Ultimately, the source of the rumor remains unknown. However, this news swiftly reached Qin Yuanlin's ears, and at first, he found it hard to believe. After all, what others could perceive was merely a fade. The precise location of his ancestral grave was known to only a select few. My lord, I have sent someone to investigate. The ancestral grave is intact and unharmed, contrary to the rumors, declared Huang Tianqi, one of Qin Yuanlin's strategists. Yet, Qin Yuanlin did not allow himself to relax his vigilance. After contemplation, he resolved to inspect the site personally, accompanied only by Huang Tianqi. Indeed, the location you have seen is not my family's ancestral grave. It is merely a decoy to mislead others. Qin Yuanlin chuckled. To safeguard his ancestral resting place from prying eyes, he had deliberately constructed a false grave. Since that is merely a decoy, the true ancestral grave of the royal family will naturally remain elusive. Huang Tianqi remarked with a smile. Qin Yuanlin offered a non-committal smile in response, and the 2 men hastened on horseback, soon arriving at the actual site of the ancestral grave. Upon witnessing the desolate state of the burial ground and the scattered coffins, A fiery rage ignited within Qin Yuanling. Who could have done this? Beside him, Wang Tianqi was equally taken aback by the scene before them, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmering object amidst the weeds. Cautiously, he approached and discovered it to be a token. He picked it up and handed it to the enraged Qin Yuanling. My lord, this token seems somewhat familiar. When Qin Yuanling beheld the token, despair washed over him. How could he not recognize it? It belonged to the great Khan, Chu Jingtian. Abruptly, Huang Tianqi noticed something else and hurried over to examine it, instantly rendered speechless. On one of the coffins, words were inscribed, "Those who disturb the grave shall face ignorance's wrath." Yet, above ignorance, a half-erased character resembling Lin could be discerned. At first glance, it appeared to be a result of hasty writing, a habit not easily altered. By the time he realized this, half of the character had already been penned. In the urgency of the moment, he had no choice but to obscure his mistake and rewrite it. During the subsequent retreat, he inadvertently dropped the token. The events of the previous night replayed vividly in Qin Yuanling's mind. My lord, it seems this truly is the doing of the great Khan. But what could motivate such an action? Huang Tianqi queried, perplexed. He merely seeks to compel me into confronting ignorance alongside him. Chu Jingtian, if this is your intent, then today I shall ensure you understand the meaning of having no room for regret. Meanwhile, Prince Chu Wangfugu returned to the main camp with the remains. No sooner had they arrived than scouts delivered news. Report, my lord. The ancestral grave of Qin Yuanling has been excavated by Chu Jingtian. The latter, filled with indignation, had already mobilized troops to assault the great Khan's encampment at Wuhi. Very well, we understand. You may withdraw, commanded Ignorance, gesturing for the scout to depart. Dear brother, I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss in this matter. Why would Chu Jingtian disturb the ancestral grave of Qin Yuanling? Is it possible that he intends to unearth some burial treasures to fund his military expenses? Observing the astonished expression on Hu Hitu's face, Zhou Hong pretended to be oblivious and shook his head. After all, disturbing someone's ancestral grave is a profoundly nefarious act. If word were to spread, it would tarnish his illustrious reputation for all eternity. Thus, Zhou Hong must ensure that no one discovers that he is the one behind this grave desecration. But why dwell on such matters? Now that Qin Yuanling has joined the fray, we must not delay any further. It is time for us to strike. Zhou Hong gestured to Wang Fugu, signaling him to keep his lips sealed. Chapter 18. Alliance. With the addition of Qin Yuanling, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. In just 3 days, the southern Rongkong, Chu Jingtian, had retreated his camp by 30 miles. To his dismay, his most trusted kin, Chu Yu, had not offered any assistance during this critical moment. This troubled Chu Jingtian, prompting him to dispatch someone to ascertain the situation and inquire about Chu Yu's circumstances. At that very moment, Chu Yu stood before the formidable Yolan, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. From their earlier conversation, he sensed an unprecedented threat. I am aware that the king must wish to eliminate me swiftly, yet I harbor no fear. I trust the king is a man of discernment, capable of choosing between allying with a tiger or embracing the light. Surely, the king has already made his decision. Yolan bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Watching Yolan's departing figure, Chu Yu furrowed his brow, the words spoken earlier still echoing in his mind. Would Chu Jingtian truly spare him after vanquishing Hu Hitu and Qin Yuanling? Currently, the 3 kings and 1 Khan maintained a fragile stability, with no one able to consume the other. However, should one be eliminated, the delicate balance would be shattered. In a scenario where one party is strong and the others weak, the weak will inevitably be devoured by the strong. At present, the combined might of the 3 kings barely matched that of Chu Jingtian. If the 3 kings were to assimilate Chu Jingtian, their power would not differ significantly, thus preserving a tripartite equilibrium. After much contemplation, he resolved to launch an assault against Chu Jingtian. He could not bear the thought of allowing the man who usurped his khanate to continue living unscathed. One cannot rest peacefully beside a bedfellow. Chu Yu understood this well. Suddenly, his general, Bai Luyan, entered the camp. My king, the Khan's envoy seeks an audience. Chu Yu frowned and glanced at Bai Luyan, who quickly elaborated. It appears he wishes to discuss why the king has not sent troops to aid the Khan. I must see what he has to say, Chu Yu replied, his gaze darkening. Just as Bai Luyan turned to exit the main tent, Chu Yu called out to him, bring Yolan here as well, let him hear this. Yolan stared in surprise at the maid before him. The king summons me? Indeed, my lord. The king wishes to speak with you in the main tent. Yolan remained still, scrutinizing the maid. Are there others present in the main tent? The maid glanced at Yoleng and pondered before responding. There is the envoy sent by the Khan, along with General Bai Luan. Lead the way. Upon hearing of the envoy's presence, Yoleng surmised Chu Yu's intentions. Upon entering the main tent, he saw a middle-aged man clad in armor seated beside Chu Yu, along with another middle-aged man sporting a full beard. The armored figure was none other than General Bai Luan, while the bearded man was the envoy dispatched by the Khan. Intrigued, Yoleng wondered what grand spectacle Chu Yu intended to present. Greetings, King Chu, General. Yaolang strode confidently into the grand tent, maintaining an unflinching demeanor as he clasped his fists in salute to Chu Yu, deliberately disregarding the envoy of the great Khan. A smile adorned Yaolang's face, concealing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within. The envoy, feeling slighted by Yaolang's indifference, erupted in fury. Had they not been within Chu's tent, he might have already sought Yaolang's head. Mr. Yaolang, please take a seat. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed envoy of our southern Rong Khan, Su Lanfeng, Chu exclaimed with hearty laughter, extending a warm introduction. Yaolang cast a polite glance at the latter and nodded in acknowledgement. However, when Chu introduced Yaolang to Su Lanfeng, the envoy merely scoffed, refusing to even glance in Yaolang's direction. Unperturbed, Yaolang responded with a calm smile. Since both parties have committed troops today, I implore you to showcase your finest abilities so that I may discern whom to choose. Chu Yu declared. Su Lanfeng huffed in dissatisfaction at this, drawing a slight furrow on Chu Yu's brow, though it swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Luan observed Su Lanfeng with a glint of animosity in his eyes. What right did an envoy have to express discontent toward a great king? Your Majesty, I hope you remember you are a southern Rong man, not a Zhou man. Su Lanfeng's voice was frigid. Chu Yu remained silent, his expression growing increasingly ominous. As the southern Rong king, did he require an envoy to dictate his actions? He regarded Su Lanfeng, already envisioning the latter's downfall. Southern Rong or Zhou, they were all men of virtue. Did this barking cur, emboldened by his master's influence, dare to bully him? With a faint smile, Yaolang turned to Su Lanfeng and remarked, "Whom do you insult?" Enraged, Su Lanfeng pointed an accusing finger at Yaolang. Chu Yu and Bai Luan looked at Yaolang, who had just deemed Su Lanfeng a dog relying on its master's might. Their agreement was evident. Who knows? I'm merely reminding the king that one can discern the nature of a master by observing a dog that boasts of its master's power. Should the king wish to ally with such a character, I have no objections. However, Yaolang paused before continuing. I feel a tinge of sorrow for your majesty. To be oblivious even when death approaches. With that, Yaolang showed no intention of lingering and began to depart. However, Su Lanfeng, enraged and humiliated, drew his dagger and lunged at Yaolang. Bold! Chu Yu bellowed in reprimand. Bai Luan moved swiftly to intervene, while Yaolang continued walking as if the attack were aimed at another. As Su Lanfeng's blade came perilously close to Yaolang's head, an immense force sent him hurtling away. Please, stay! Chu Yu called out urgently as Yaolang, unperturbed, smiled with satisfaction at being summoned. Your Highness, the task is accomplished. Turning back, Yaolang saw Su Lanfeng, having been thrown by Bai Luan, subdued by Chu Yu's guards. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your Majesty's summons? Yaolang inquired, feigning ignorance. Why rush away, dear sir? Our alliance is yet to celebrate with a grand feast. Yaolang laughed heartily. The victory banquet can be held at any time. However, for now, we must first address the matters at hand. Upon hearing this from Yaolang, Chu Yu was about to push Su Lanfeng out to be dealt with, but was halted by Yaolang. My lord, this man must not be slain. Both Chu Yu and Bai Luan looked at Yaolang in confusion regarding his intentions. If we were to kill him now, although it might seem inconsequential, utilizing him to launch a surprise attack on the Khan would undoubtedly yield far greater results. Yaolang maintained a smile, yet to Chu Yu and the others, it appeared chillingly sinister. But what precisely should we do? Chapter 19. Defeat. Yaolang gazed at the two individuals before him and the helpless Su Lanfeng, who was firmly pinned to the ground, his lips curling into a proud smile. The situation was, in fact, quite straightforward, albeit requiring the assistance of the great Khan. Upon Yaolang's declaration, the trio's gaze shifted simultaneously to Su Lanfeng. Initially, the latter had been vociferously cursing, but upon catching sight of their collective stare, he momentarily froze. However, he soon resumed his tirade. If you dare to touch even a hair on my head, the great Khan will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall never assist you, even if it costs me my life. Finding Su Lanfeng's incessant noise bothersome, Yaolang instructed Chu Yu to silence him. At last, tranquility was restored, and Yaolang smiled. After hearing Yaolang's scheme, both Chu and Bai Luan could not help but give him a thumbs up. It turned out that Yao Long intended to coerce Solin Fan into writing a letter to the Great Khan, misleading Chu Jingtian into believing that Chu was willing to send troops to his aid. Subsequently, Chu would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Chu Jingtian. This strategy would undoubtedly lead to Chu Jingtian's downfall, as he lacked the strength to contend with the assault from three princes. However, how could they persuade Solin Fan to comply? Bai Luan inquired. We shall begin with gentle persuasion. If that fails, we shall resort to force. I believe even the most resolute of men will eventually yield, Yao Long replied, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Indeed, 2 days later, Solin Fan succumbed to the allure of a beautiful woman. He agreed to write to Chu Jingtian, informing him that Chu was willing to assist. Yet, he demanded to remain by Chu's side and relay every detail regarding Yao Long's situation to Chu Jingtian. Furthermore, he insisted that a fresh head be included with the letter. After anxiously awaiting a few days, Chu and the others received uplifting news from Chu Jingtian. I knew this cousin of mine could not be so heartless. As long as he lends me a helping hand, what chance do Hu Hutu and Qin Yuanling have against me? Chu Jingtian laughed heartily. Upon receiving Yao Long's message, Zhou Hong immediately informed Hu Hutu. This truly is divine providence. With this development, Chu Jingtian is as good as dead. The two promptly dispatched troops for an assault, although Zhou Hong only sent forth the renowned Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry of Menyuan. He aimed to establish the reputation of the Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry, ensuring that, should war arise, enemies would tremble at the mere mention of their name. While fierce battles raged ahead, Zhou Hong and his men were equally anxious behind the lines. Menyuan, commanding 50,000 Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry, wreaked havoc on Chu Jingtian's cavalry, leaving them in disarray. Gradually, the reputation of the Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry began to spread across the battlefield of Nanrong. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Hong was filled with exhilaration. Though he remained concerned about the potential losses of his prized army, which he had painstakingly forged at great expense. Meanwhile, Hu Hutu was even more preoccupied with the promising news from the front. After being ambushed by Chu Jingtian was severely weakened. Subsequently, when faced with the might of Menyuan's forces, he found himself cornered in mere weeks. On the battlefield, Menyuan surveyed the captured foes kneeling before him. Now, I shall grant you another opportunity. Tell me, where is Chu Jingtian at present? Menyuan's voice was frigid, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. The captured soldiers of the southern Rong trembled in fear as they witnessed their comrade being dragged out and executed. The Khan is currently hiding at Baiwan Mountain. One soldier quivered, his body shaking uncontrollably, his trousers already soaked. Baiwan Mountain. Menyuan's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the others. Previously, the Khan had mentioned that should he face defeat again, he would undoubtedly seek refuge in Baiwan Mountain. Menyuan then turned his gaze to his deputy, Yu Yan. General, Baiwan Mountain possesses treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is unsuitable for launching an assault. Menyuan remained silent, pondering deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he made a bold decision. Summon Du Yunzhang immediately. I have matters to discuss with him. Du Yunzhang was a prominent general under Hutu. During this period, he and Menyuan had coordinated their efforts, attacking Chu Jingtian while also guarding against Qin Yuanling and Chu Yu. General, Chu Jingtian is hiding at Baiwan Mountain. Menyuan relayed the intelligence to Du Yunzhang. However, Baiwan Mountain is easy to defend and hard to attack. Hence I intend for you to lead an assault with the infantry while I set an ambush along their escape route. Du Yunzhang did not respond immediately. After a brief pause for thought, he spoke. General Man, I will entrust my cavalry to you, and you shall hand over the infantry to me. Menyuan considered this and ultimately agreed. Suddenly, Menyuan called out to Du Yunzhang. Is there something else, General Man? Du Yunzhang turned back, surprised by Menyuan's interruption. Menyuan shared his plan with him, and after some contemplation, Du Yunzhang acquiesced. Thus, that very day, Menyuan and Du Yunzhang disseminated the information. Menyuan's intention was to prompt Qin Yuanling and Chu Yu to mobilize first, allowing him and Du Yunzhang to reap the benefits of their maneuvering. However, Qin Yuanling and Chu Yu were not fools. They understood the situation at Baiwan Mountain far better than Menyuan did. Thus, he needed to devise a foolproof strategy to compel both to act simultaneously. General, we might utilize the remains of Qin Yuanling's ancestors to lure them. Menyuan's gaze sharpened at Yu Yan, astonishment filling his eyes. And Chu Yu? That is even simpler. The southern Rong Khan seal is in Chu Jingtian's possession. Upon hearing this, Menyuan grasped Yu Yan's intent. However, all of this hinged on Qin Yuanling taking action. Once he did, they could easily use the information regarding Qin Yuanling's desire to seize the southern Rong Seal to incite Chu Yu to march. Consequently, Man Yuan acted swiftly, spreading the news. Indeed, the following day, Qin Yuanling dispatched envoys. Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, upon learning of the envoy's purpose, they feigned difficulty before ultimately acquiescing to the request. Qin Yuanling intended to form an alliance with Man Yuan and his forces to jointly attack Baiwen Mountain. Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang understood that Qin Yuanling viewed them merely as pawns in his scheme. However, we have one request, that King Qin takes the lead. Very well. He readily agreed. 2 days later, Qin Yuanling dispatched troops to attack the Moon Worship Mountain. Upon learning of this news, Chu Yu also immediately mobilized his forces. Unwilling to allow Qin Yuanling to obtain the South Rong Council, although it appeared that Qin Yuanling was merely plundering the remains of their ancestors, Chu Yu perceived it as a guise under which he sought to seize the South Rong Council. During this period, Qin Yuanling repeatedly sent envoys to urge Man Yuan and his companions to take action. Yet, they consistently evaded his summons with various excuses. I firmly believe that after we eliminate Chu Jingtian, we will inevitably confront them in battle. This may indeed present a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 20. Free men create a tiger. A few days later, Chu Jingtian took his own life on Baiwen Mountain. The illustrious Khan of the South Rong, who ruled for 15 years, met a tragic end among the peaks of Baiwen. Just as everyone believed the matter had concluded, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. On the very night that Chu Jingtian was eliminated, Man Yuan dispatched troops to ambush Chu Yu. Caught off guard, Chu Yu suffered significant losses. That night, Qin Yuanling lost 30,000 armored soldiers and a general. The disappearance of these 30,000 soldiers and one general ignited yet another conflict between Qin Yuanling and Chu Yu. It seemed that Zhou Hong had anticipated this development and delivered the remains of the Qin family to Man Yuan. Naturally, Man Yuan understood Zhou Hong's intentions and arranged for the remains to be placed along Chu Yu's retreat path, ensuring that Qin Yuanling would discover them in a timely manner. He sent emissaries to persuade Qin Yuanling to support Man Yuan's efforts. Du Yunzhang immediately launched an attack on Qin Yuanling's forces, placing him in a precarious position and forcing an alliance between Qin Yuanling and Man Yuan. My lord, you must contemplate the implications of the remains of your ancestors lying on Chu Yu's retreat route, he urged. Moreover, with Chu Yu now in possession of the South Rong Council, he stands as the most formidable victor. General Du Yunzhang's assault on you is instigated by Chu Yu's orders, intending to distract you while he feigns retreat to capture your attention. Huan An observed Qin Yuanling's countenance, dark as storm clouds, yet remained calm. Then why would your general assist me? Qin Yuanling's voice was cold as ice. My general does not aid you, but rather seeks to assist my lord. Huan An replied with a faint smile. My lord and King Huhitu are sworn brothers. After this concludes, King Huhitu will reside in the southern frontier alongside my lord. Not long ago, my lord faced an assassination attempt. Had it not been for his fortuitous survival, the situation would have been dire. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the mastermind behind the assassination was Chu Yu. Hence my lord intends to join forces with you to seize this opportunity to eradicate Chu Yu and avenge this grievance. Huan An's sincerity shone through, devoid of any pretense. Simultaneously, my lord aims to forge a friendship with you, for having an ally is invaluable, and befriending the Khan of South Rong is indeed a commendable endeavor. For a moment, Qin Yuanling found himself at an impasse, while Huan An wore a victorious smile. How can I trust that Huhitu intends to dwell in the southern frontier? After a pause, Qin Yuanling addressed Huan An. Because during the previous assassination attempt, King Huhitu suffered a severed arm in his efforts to protect my lord and was poisoned. He may only have a few years left to life. Huan An continued. Qin Yuanling did not respond immediately, instead bidding Huan An to await his decision for several days. During Huan An's wait, Qin Yuanling dispatched individuals to investigate. The news he received corroborated Huan An's claims, and during this time, Du Yunzhang refrained from further attacks on him. Ultimately, this convinced Qin Yuanling of Huan An's words, leading him to ally with Man Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, the man who was supposed to be severely poisoned and have his arm severed, Huhichu, was presently enjoying drinks with Zhou Hong, completely unscathed. The rumors circulating outside about his dire condition were entirely fabricated by Zhou Hong, who orchestrated this deception to align with Man Yuan's scheme. Perhaps it could be said that Man Yuan's plan was entirely orchestrated by Zhou Hong. He intended to stage a dramatic ruse for Qin Yuanling and Chu Yu, inciting them to turn against each other while he and Hu Hichu would reap the benefits. However, having recently experienced the events concerning Chu Jingtian, Qin Yuanling harbored no suspicions. Nor did he dwell on the matter. Had he taken a moment to reflect, he would have uncovered numerous inconsistencies. First and foremost, where had the 30,000 soldiers he lost vanished to? Secondly, Chu Yu was adamant that he had ambushed him, yet he had not. Thirdly, what had become of his missing general? Was he not the one who had taken those 30,000 soldiers to ambush Chu Yu and frame him for it? It was precisely due to his failure to scrutinize these issues that he found himself ensnared in a precarious situation. Thus, a month after the demise of his brother, Chu Jintian, Qin Yuanling too met a tragic end in battle. On the night of Chu Yu's defeat, Qin Yuanling, Man Yuan, and Du Yunzhang celebrated their armies with a grand banquet. Little did Qin Yuanling anticipate that this would be the final victory of his life. That very evening, Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang became thoroughly intoxicated and were carried away. Are these two generals truly so incapable of holding their liquor? Qin Yuanling laughed heartily as he observed them being taken away. Yet, in his euphoric state, he failed to recognize the encroaching danger. Once Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang returned to the main tent, they swiftly recovered from their inebriation. They exchanged knowing smiles and instructed their subordinates to continue intoxicating Qin Yuanling's troops, while they conspired for the imminent night's plan. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the camp, all the soldiers, weary from days of battle, had let their guard down and succumbed to deep slumber. Seizing this opportunity, Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang launched their covert attack. When Qin Yuanling felt the chilling sensation upon his neck, he abruptly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the grinning faces of Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "You despicable scoundrels!" This phrase became his final utterance. As Qin Yuanling was slain, his troops immediately capitulated. Man Yuan and Du Yunzhang, wielding the seal of the Southern Rongkong, triumphantly returned to Shou Hong and his cohort. Shou Hong accepted the seal from Man Yuan and presented it to Hu Hichu. "My dear brother, I congratulate you on ascending to the Khanate." Hu Hichu gazed at the seal in Zhou Han's hands, trembling with excitement. "Thank you, my virtuous brother." Tears of joy welled in Hu Hichu's eyes as he received the emblem. Is it truly such a momentous occasion? As he gazed at the weeping Hu Hichu, Zhou Hong regarded him with a look akin to that reserved for the deranged. Having resided in Nanrong for over 10 days, Zhou Hong subsequently returned to Nanjing with Man Yuan and the others. Yet, upon his return to Nanjing, a sense of discontent washed over him. In stark contrast to Nanrong, Nanjing appeared exceedingly impoverished. Indeed, one could say that without comparison, there is no pain. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Hong suddenly grasped the truth. What once was a vast ocean is now merely water, and what was once Wushang is no longer clouds. While it is often said that a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode, Zhou Hong found himself yearning for the luxurious comforts of the former. Nevertheless, this time, with newfound wealth, his opportunity for prosperity was finally at hand. Chapter 21. The auction. Upon returning to the southern frontier, with his pockets now filled, Zhou Hong enthusiastically embarked on his own industrial revolution. Observing the desolate forging department, he let out a resigned sigh. "Ergo, Fu Guo, could you check if there's anyone inside?" Peering at the forlorn entrance, Zhou Hong harbored doubts about whether anyone remained within. Since his arrival in the southern region, he had scarcely paid attention to the forging department. Just as he began to feel uneasy, Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui emerged from within. "Your Highness, perhaps you should enter and see for yourself." Both men wore expressions of awkwardness. "No one?" Zhou Hong questioned, perplexed. However, as he stepped inside, he was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Over 30 middle-aged men, clad in warm garments, sat on the ground, entirely oblivious to his presence. Zhou Hong glanced at Cheng Ergo and Wang Fuguo. Noticing their mischievous smiles directed at him, he understood that his prolonged neglect of the forging department had likely bred some resentment among them. With a resigned shake of his head, he cleared his throat. Upon hearing the commotion, the 30 men turned, startled, and quickly rose to greet him. "We have the honor of meeting your Highness." They knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Please, rise." Zhou Hong felt a surge of satisfaction, for this indicated that the men bore him no ill will, or at least not deeply so. "Who is your supervisor?" No sooner had Zhou Hong spoken than a robust, imposing man with thick brows and deep-set eyes stepped forward. "Your Highness, you finally remember us from the forging department." "Indeed, it is my oversight. I have come to see you all now, haven't I?" Zhou Hong replied with a smile, subsequently sharing his ambitious plans with the man. He allocated 400,000 taels of gold to the forging department from his total of 1 million taels. The previously quiet forging department buzzed with activity. Merchants from various regions began to flock in, transporting timber, ores, and coal into the facility. Zhou Hong stood before the 30 artisans, passionately articulating his vision. These men were the finest craftsmen of Qinzhou, representing the pinnacle of local artistry. At that moment, Zhou Hong was imparting knowledge about machine tools to them. Drawing upon the lessons of the first industrial revolution, combined with his own expertise, he explained that machine tools form the very foundation of all industrial technology. He elaborated that machine tools can be categorized into various types: lathes, drilling machines, boring machines, milling machines, and planing machines, among others. He described how the precision machinery produced during the first industrial revolution eventually led to the development of the steam engine. With the advent of the steam engine, the first industrial revolution commenced in earnest. Moreover, he instructed the 30 men on the importance of constructing blast furnaces to expedite the smelting of iron. These furnaces would rapidly elevate temperatures, facilitating the swift transformation of iron ore into molten iron. The blast furnace is divided into 5 sections: the throat, the body, the waist, the belly, and the hearth, with the highest temperatures found in the hearth due to its proximity. This furnace possesses the remarkable ability to forge steel, which boasts a hardness superior to that of iron. Once steel is produced, the machinery can be crafted. Although machinery had already emerged in the era where Zhou Hong initially lived, it was rudimentary, constructed of wood and operated by foot, resulting in poor stability. However, for Zhou Hong, who possessed the capability to build a blast furnace, this was hardly a concern. It can be asserted that constructing machinery at this juncture is entirely appropriate. Nonetheless, the blast furnace necessary for iron forging requires a substantial supply of coal, which Zhou Hong must currently procure from other regions. Having accomplished this, Zhou Hong donned armor and personally instructed the 30 members of the forging department in steel production. Initially, none were able to produce steel of comparable hardness. However, after 4 to 5 days, someone finally forged steel that met Zhou Hong's satisfaction. Duanxiang, as the first individual to create steel, was awarded 10 gold ingots, which Zhou Hong presented to him. Duanxiang's achievement of being the first to forge steel truly justified his position as the head of the forging department. Observing the envious gazes from others, Zhou Hong cleared his throat and continued, "There are still 3 spots available. Keep pushing yourselves." Inspired by Zhou Hong's encouragement, the forging department erupted in fervor. Satisfied, Zhou Hong nodded at the industrious scene before him. Just then, a guard approached and whispered to Zhou Hong. A look of delight spread across Zhou Hong's face as he called for Duanxiang. "Director Duan, I leave the forging department in your capable hands. I hope that when I return, you will not be the only one to have produced steel. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not fail in my duty." With that, Zhou Hong, accompanied by Cheng Ergo, immediately made his way to the general's residence. "Your Highness, everything has been arranged." Upon entering, Wang Xian greeted them. "Excellent. You have undoubtedly made a significant contribution this time." Zhou Hong laughed heartily. "Coal mine traces have been discovered in the southern part of Qinzhou." Wang Xian pointed to a location on the map. It turns out that Zhou Hong had previously aimed to reduce his expenditures while also seeking to gain some profit from the prominent families of Qinzhou. Thus, he had instructed Wang Xian to scout for coal mines in Qinzhou, leading to the current situation. "Prepare the horses," Zhou Hong commanded, and immediately, he set off towards southern Qinzhou with 500 men. Days later, upon witnessing the excavated black ore, Zhou Hong was filled with excitement and joy. "Director, please inform the esteemed families of Qinzhou about this discovery and announce that I will be holding an auction for the mining rights to these coal deposits." Wang Xian promptly issued a decree, disseminating this news to all the citizens of Qinzhou. The decree sternly prohibited private mining of the ore, declaring that all mineral resources in the southern region belong to the government. To acquire mining rights, one must purchase them from the authorities and sell them at prices determined by the government. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire southern frontier was taken aback. Yet they dared not resist. Subsequently, the authorities dispatched troops to confiscate all the coal mines, iron mines, and other resource sites that had been discovered. The common folk expressed no dissent, for such matters were beyond their purview. Half a month later, Zhou Hong's auction commenced as scheduled. This time, due to alterations in the accompanying documents, prominent families from the entire southern region gathered in attendance. The esteemed clans anxiously awaited the commencement of Zhou Hong's auction. "Old Lin, this time, do not vie with me for the coal mine in Qinzhou," declared the head of the Song family, his eyes gleaming with determination. "This is a test of our capabilities," replied the head of the Lin family with a nonchalant smile. "Esteemed guests, our auction is now officially underway. Chapter 22. The scheme. The starting bid is 300,000 taels of patterned silver. However, before we proceed, there is something I must convey to you all. Wang Xian cast a sweeping gaze over the prominent families and wealthy merchants present, and spoke in a calm voice. The mining rights can be acquired for a mere 300,000 taels of silver, a price that is nothing short of a bargain. This sum can be recouped in less than 3 months. Such a trifling matter did not even warrant a glance from the esteemed families and affluent merchants. Yet, they were undeniably curious about what Wang Xian had to reveal. The previously raucous auction hall fell into an expectant silence, all eyes fixed on Wang Xian upon the platform. Those who obtained the mining rights would be required to pay 30% of their annual income to the government, and 40% of the mined resources must be surrendered as well. Furthermore, any earnings exceeding 1 million taels would incur a 15% tax. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Zhou Han's strategy was ruthless, a clever guise for their plunder. Noticing the bewildered expressions among the attendees, Wang Xian continued. His Highness has decreed that those who purchase the mining rights will receive government assistance in accessing the markets of the 4 domains of the Great Show, as well as opportunities in foreign markets. Another gasp rippled through the audience. The prospect of entering foreign markets ignited their imaginations of unimaginable wealth. Instantly, their gazes turned fervent, as if they could hardly contain their eagerness. Those unwilling to participate may leave at once. Wang Xian observed the expressions of the crowd, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Time passed, approximately a half-stick of incense, and no one chose to withdraw. In that case, let us commence. Soon. The atmosphere in the hall was charged with excitement, fanned by Wang Xian's fervor. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong, at the general's residence, perused the messages delivered by Cheng Ergu. He instructed his associates to continue inflating the prices. The large mining sites had already escalated to over 2 million. Zhou Hong examined the steel materials sent by Duang Xiang, noting that their hardness had just begun to meet the necessary standards. With this progress, he could soon embark on his machine tool plans. The machining techniques he had mastered would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for his modern empire. After 3 days of instruction, he had finally imparted all his knowledge to Duang Xiang. Although Zhou Hong had previously introduced the concepts, his clarity of thought was far superior now. Following 3 days of detailed explanations, Duang Xiang had become proficient. As Zhou Hong exited the forging department, the horizon was already tinged with red. Despite the arduous effort, satisfaction coursed through him. After all, in an era dominated by cold weapons, the ability to manufacture pure steel machine tools represented a significant leap forward in history. However, Zhou Hong intended to shift the mindset of the populace. In the Great Zhou, the notions of smallholder agriculture and the supremacy of bloodlines had penetrated the minds of every citizen. Most critically, the scholars from humble backgrounds were seldom afforded opportunities for advancement. Yet, among these scholars, a pernicious belief persisted that all pursuits were inferior, and only scholarly achievement was exalted. Zhou Hong understood that altering such entrenched beliefs would be a Herculean task. As Zhou Han's carriage passed by the illustrious Wang family estate, he was captivated by the melodious sounds of celebration emanating from within. Ergo, what festivities are unfolding at the Wang residence? Why such exuberance? The carriage came to a halt, and Zhou Hong peered through the window towards the estate. Upon spotting Cheng Ergo, the estate's servants immediately recognized him and approached with obsequious smiles. The prominent families had long memorized the attendants accompanying Zhou Hong, wary of inadvertently offending him. Master Cheng, please come inside. Cheng Ergo, glancing towards the interior of the estate, inquired with curiosity, what joyous occasion warrants such merriment? A servant, casting a glance back at the festivities, replied with a smile, our master has secured the coal mine in central Qingzhou and is hosting a banquet to celebrate with esteemed guests. Understanding the situation, Cheng Ergo nodded and turned back towards Zhou Han's carriage. The servant, astute in his observations, recognized that only the Lord of Nanjing, Zhou Hong, would elicit such respect from Cheng Ergo. He took a brief glance before hastening into the Wang estate. Your Highness, the Wang family has acquired the coal mine in central Qingzhou and has laid out a grand feast for the guests. Observing the opulent decorations and the lively courtyard, Zhou Hong sighed with resignation. The lavishness of feasts often masks the harsh realities of life. He lowered the curtain, preparing to depart, when he was intercepted by the head of the Wang family. Your Highness, it is an honor to invite you to our humble abode for a drink. Zhou Hong opened the curtain to see the Wang family patriarch bowing respectfully before him. I appreciate your kind invitation, but I have pressing matters to attend to and must decline. He responded with a polite yet insincere smile. Your Highness, we have a few enchanting maidens sent from the western regions. I noticed you only have one attendant, and I thought to offer these two to serve you. They are both untouched and of impeccable virtue. Zhou Hong, maintaining a facade of politeness, replied, I am grateful for your generosity. But my military estate is currently lacking in provisions. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take full responsibility for their upkeep. Zhou Hong, upon hearing that the expenses of the two maidens would be covered by the Wang estate, felt a flicker of delight at the prospect of having two stunning beauties at his disposal. Soon, two exquisite maidens emerged from the Wang residence. With delicate brows and graceful figures, they possessed golden hair and azure eyes, their bodies curvaceous and alluring. The depths of their blue eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions. Zhou Hong lamented inwardly, realizing that this was not merely flattery but a test of his character. How could he focus on revitalizing the southern region while being surrounded by such captivating beauty? Nevertheless, his gaze remained earnest, and he found himself comparing these two maidens to Qin Lian. Although they were undeniably enchanting and possessed figures far superior, they lacked the ethereal grace that Qin Lian exuded. Shao Zi, Shao Xian, come forth to meet His Highness. Two stunning beauties gracefully bowed to Zhou Hong. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhou Hong entrusted Shao Zi and Shao Xian to Qin Lian for management. Little girl, from now on, let them request funds from the Wang residence. Qin Lian, somewhat puzzled, soon revealed a mischievous grin. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall handle everything. Once back in his chamber, Zhou Hong slumped into a chair, incessantly massaging his temples. Meanwhile, a shadow darted across the rooftop. The cloaked figure paused atop Zhou Hong's abode, cautiously prying open a tile. The dim light appeared exceedingly bright against the backdrop of the night. Chapter 23, Assassination in the dim glow of candlelight. Zhou Hong pondered ways to alter the perceptions of the common folk. A shadow on the roof, slipping through the pry tiles, slowly drew a dagger from its waist. The shadow moved with such stealth that it emitted not a single sound. Yet, at this moment, the shadow remained oblivious to the subtle smile that graced Zhou Hong's lips. A barely discernible smirk. He rose, feigning nonchalance, and gradually made his way toward his bed. Beneath his pillow lay a sharp blade, a commemorative gift from Hu He. This blade was a short sword, measuring the length of an arm, adorned with 7 resplendent jewels arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. Upon receiving the sword, Zhou Hong was struck by its formidable aura. Learning that the sword bore no name, a phrase suddenly resonated in his mind: the celestial sovereign is not to be questioned. The piercing energy emanating from the blade seemed to issue a warning to all beings in heaven and earth: do not inquire into its origins. In the Great Zhou, the royal family mandated that every member must learn martial arts to guard against assassination attempts. Zhou Hong was no exception. As the crown prince, he had attained the rank of a 4th-tier warrior, a level equivalent to that of a general in the Great Zhou. Among the Man family, only Man Wu had reached the 6th tier, while the Man Yuan brothers were merely 5th-tier warriors. Historically, only one 7th-tier warrior had emerged, a figure who had co-founded the Great Zhou alongside its inaugural emperor. Thus, upon entering his chamber, Zhou Hong had already sensed the presence of someone on the roof. Uncertain whether this individual harbored good or ill intentions, he refrained from acting hastily. Curiosity piqued, he resolved to observe the intruder's intentions. Zhou Hong planned to use himself as bait, enacting a stratagem to lure the assailant into a trap. Soon enough, the shadow above sprang into action, brandishing the dagger and crashing through the tiles, lunging directly at Zhou Hong. He swiftly retreated, grasping the Tianwen beneath his pillow while hurling a book at the assailant. Intruder! There is an assassin! Zhou Hong shouted, yet the Tianwen shielded him from the incoming blade. Upon hearing the commotion, Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui's expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad. His Highness is under attack. Without a moment's hesitation, they raced towards Zhou Hong's chamber. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong had already disarmed the assassin, sending the long sword flying from the assailant's grasp with a deft maneuver and delivering a kick to the intruder's chest. The assassin staggered back, clutching their chest. Glancing at the sword that lay some distance away, the assailant prepared to retrieve it with remarkable speed. Zhou Hong, however, was quick to discern the intruder's intent. With alacrity, he plunged the Tianwen into the assassin's shoulder. Who sent you? Zhou Hong demanded, gazing at the cloaked figure cradling their wound. Your Highness, we have arrived. Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugua, accompanied by their men, surrounded Zhou Hong's chamber, sealing off any escape routes. Dozens of armored soldiers burst into the room, encircling the cloaked figure. The assassins scanned the surroundings, their expression concealed beneath the mask. ergo, Fugui, apprehend him. Remember, take him alive. Zhou Hong wiped away the blood on the Taiwan and sheathed his sword. The man in black, realizing he was surrounded, ceased his struggles. Observing this scene, Zhou Hong remarked, "Indeed, those who recognize the times are the true heroes." However, the next moment, he was taken aback, only to shout urgently, "Quick, we must not let him die." It turned out that the man in black had feigned compliance, and when everyone had let their guard down, he self-destructed his meridians and took his own life. "Your Highness, he is already dead." Cheng Ergo shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. "Check to see if he has anything on him that could prove his identity." Zhou Hong ultimately sighed in exasperation. Wang Fugu rummaged through the deceased's belongings for some time before discovering a black token. The token was engraved with the image of a giant python, and atop its head, a small character for kill was carved. After examining the token closely, Zhou Hong found himself perplexed. It seemed rather peculiar. Cheng Ergo toyed with the token in his hand, unable to comprehend who might wish to kill him. "Your Highness, could this be an indication that a prominent family from the southern frontier intends to act against us?" Cheng Ergo pondered, his brow slightly furrowing. Zhou Hong shook his head. "Unlikely. The prominent families of the southern frontier would not take action against me at this moment. On one hand, many have purchased mining rights in the southern frontier. And if I were to die, countless families would inevitably clash over this matter. These families are astute. They wouldn't want their hard-won rights to vanish due to my demise. On the other hand, if I were to perish, the 250,000 Shenyang soldiers of the southern frontier would undoubtedly turn the region upside down. And the conspirators would face annihilation." After much contemplation, Zhou Hong ultimately concluded that this incident must be connected to the royal family. Zhou Mo had a total of 8 siblings, with Zhou Hong having a younger brother. However, aside from Zhou Yuan and the youngest, Zhou Duan, the others had been entheved to the 4 domains of the Great Zhou. A few had even been executed for treason. The youngest, Zhou Duan, posed no threat to the other princes, which was why he had escaped such a fate. To be precise, the other 3 princes of the Great Zhou shared the same plight as Zhou Hong, having been framed by Empress Yang and subsequently entheved. "Your Highness!" At that moment, Wang Xian rushed in, breathless from running. Zhou Hong and the others turned their attention to Wang Xian, who leaned on his knees, gasping for air. "Your Highness! Are you alright?" "I am fine. Take a look at this," Zhou Hong replied, tossing the token to Wang Xian. This was found on the assassin. "No clues are discernible." Wang Xian straightened up, scrutinizing the black token in his hand. "Your Highness, do you have any suspects?" Wang Xian's expression darkened slightly, his brows knitting together. Zhou Hong exchanged glances with Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugun, who immediately directed those present to carry away the corpse of the man in black. The royal family. Once only Zhou Hong and his 3 companions remained in the room, Zhou Hong spoke with a somber expression. "Just as I suspected." Wang Xian returned the token to Zhou Hong. "The current crown prince, Zhou Yuan, does not possess the same magnanimity as you, Your Highness. As the crown prince, he is bound to eliminate anyone he perceives as a threat." Wang Xian paused momentarily before continuing. "Presently, within the entire Great Zhou, there are but 2 individuals capable of posing a threat to Crown Prince Zhou Yuan." He left his subsequent thoughts unspoken, yet he understood the implication. In the current Great Zhou, only 2 figures instill fear in Zhou Yuan. One is Zhou Hong, who enjoys the deep affection of Emperor Zhou Mo. And Zhou Yuan is apprehensive that Zhou Mo might grant him a formidable life-preserving card. The other is someone he has feared even during his tenure as Crown Prince. Chapter 24. Aftermath. The name of Eastern King Zhou Long sent a shiver through Zhou Heng's body. The eastern expanse of the Great Zhou borders the 7 kingdoms, all of which are formidable nations. Although among these 7, Dongwei, Banyi, and Yunlong serve as vassal states to the Great Zhou, the remaining 4 are powers that even the Great Zhou must approach with caution. Zhou Long, the Eastern King, is Zhou Heng's 3rd brother. At the tender age of 13, he severely injured Zhou Yuan, provoking the wrath of the then consort, Yang Guifei, which led to his exile to the eastern domain. A mere child of 13, he found himself alone in a foreign land. Yet, within less than 3 years, Zhou Long, through his cunning, eliminated all adversaries in the eastern domain. One must recognize that a 16-year-old youth faced not only external assassination attempts but also had to guard against internal foes. Not only did Zhou Long survive, but he also vanquished his enemies. Subsequently, in the span of 2 years, he expanded his army to 500,000. During this period, The four nations persistently encroached upon the eastern domain of the Great Zhou, yet Zhou Long nearly obliterated a country called Qin. Ultimately, Zhou Long emerged as the most formidable among the four great kings of the Great Zhou. Even during his time as crown prince, Zhou Hong dared not assume the airs of royalty in the presence of Zhou Long. Zhou Yuan certainly lacked such audacity. Upon hearing Zhou Han's account, Wang Xian spoke. However, the most suspicious figure now is undoubtedly Zhou Yuan. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Your Highness, I believe we must strengthen the defenses of Qinzhou. Cheng Ergo suggested, having realized that bolstering defenses would prevent anyone from smuggling weapons into Qinzhou. Ergo, you and Fugui shall handle this matter. Zhou Hong concurred with Cheng Ergo's proposal. Your Highness, this thief must have accomplices still lurking in the city. Zhou Hong glanced at Wang Xian and nodded. Let us release news and see who cannot contain themselves. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Han's eyes. The following morning, news of the assassination attempt on the southern king Zhou Hong spread throughout Qinzhou city. From noble families to common folk, shock reverberated through the populace. The four prominent families of Qinzhou, the Qin, Wang, Song, and Chu convened at the Wang residence. Was it you old geezers who orchestrated the assassination of His Highness the Southern King? Wang Xiao, the head of the Wang family, surveyed the room, slowly placing his teacup down. Nonsense, old Wang. I suspect you are the one behind this. Song family head Song Ao retorted angrily. All four present had purchased mining rights, and Zhou Han's death bore no benefit for any of them. Enough of this bickering. The eldest among them, Qin Tian, head of the Qin family, spoke slowly. The squabbling between Wang Xia and Song Ao ceased, albeit reluctantly. Gentlemen, you are all heads of your families. How can you not discern the intricacies of this situation? This is clearly a scheme by His Highness the Southern King. Qin Tian declared, placing his teacup down. Is it a case of stirring the grass to scare the snake? Chu Ji interjected. Though his face bore a hint of surprise and confusion. Qin Tian nodded, and the other two immediately turned their gazes towards him. It was evident that His Highness the Southern King intended to use a strategy of drawing the snake from its hole to lure out the assassin. Thus, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution during this period. Without a backward glance, Qin Tian rose and departed. The remaining three exchanged glances, each contemplating their own schemes. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Tian promptly summoned the steward, Qin Heir. Ah, Qin Heir. It is time to present some gifts to His Highness, the Southern King. We must make our stance known. Qin Heir nodded and hurried off to prepare the gifts. Your Highness, emissaries from the Qin family have arrived. Cheng Ergo stepped through the door, casting a peculiar glance at Zhou Hong. Wang Xian and Zhou Hong exchanged a knowing smile. Your Highness, I heard this morning that you were attacked, and I was quite concerned. Now that I see you are unharmed, I am relieved. The head of the Qin family, Qin Tian, bowed respectfully. Ha, please, take a seat. Zhou Hong and Wang Xian shared a glance, their laughter echoing warmly in the room. Shortly after, the head of the Chu family also arrived. The four engaged in spirited conversation within the confines of the chamber. However, when it came time for the meal, the four family heads were taken aback by the sight of the stir-fried dishes. Your Highness, is this edible? They inquired, their expressions a mix of surprise and skepticism. Zhou Hong, in response, burst into hearty laughter. Just have a taste. Without further ado, he picked up his chopsticks and began to savor a plate of Kung Pao chicken. In the Great Zhou, boiled dishes were the norm, and stir-fried cuisine was virtually unheard of. Thus, the four heads of families hesitated at the sight of the food laid before them. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong indulged in the delectable offerings. This girl Qin Lian has truly improved her culinary skills, he exclaimed, his mouth glistening with sauce, prompting the others to swallow hard and pick up their own chopsticks. However, upon tasting a piece of chicken, they could no longer restrain themselves and began to feast eagerly. Gentlemen, I have a business opportunity to propose. I wonder if you would be interested in participating. Zhou Hong set down his chopsticks and regarded the four men intently. Absolutely. Your Highness, rest assured, I, Song Ao, will only take a small share. Song Ao declared excitedly, thumping his chest in assurance. Qin Tian cast a disapproving glance at Song Ao, who appeared rather simple-minded. And what about the three of you? Zhou Hong turned his attention to Qin Tian and the others. From the moment the four entered the room, Zhou Hong had already devised a plan. The combined wealth of the four families surpassed that of his 6 states. As a shrewd opportunist, he could not allow this chance to slip away. All at your command, Your Highness. Qin Tian rose, cupping his fists in respect. Seeing that Qin Tian had acquiesced, the two from the Chu family felt it inappropriate to object. Yet, when Zhou Hong revealed his plan, their faces brightened with delight. Your Highness, it appears we are destined to make a considerable profit. Sun Ao exclaimed, raising his teacup to toast Zhou Hong in lieu of wine. Displeased with the insipid taste of the wine in great show, Zhou Hong decided to forego it altogether, lamenting the absence of fine spirit in the military estate. At this moment, the four individuals could only sip tea. They were well aware that I, the Southern King, am devoid of funds. Thus I can only offer my expertise, while you four shall bear the financial burden. I wonder if you four would consent to this arrangement. Upon hearing this, the four displayed expressions of hesitation. Undoubtedly, Zhou Hong was attempting to achieve something for nothing, presenting them with an enticing prospect. Yet, they found themselves unable to decline this alluring offer, despite the fact that they were required to invest both money and effort. Very well, Your Highness, I shall agree. With all four in accord, Zhou Hong smiled and declared, in that case, we shall each receive a 20% share. The four had no objections. For Zhou Han's demand was not exorbitant, which was quite commendable. However, unbeknownst to Zhou Hong, within a lavishly adorned palace in the Great Zhou's western region, a young man maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet his eyes brimmed with lethal intent. A bunch of inept fools. Chapter 25, Unleashing the Market continued to dispatch shadow assassins. His continued existence poses a grave threat to us. Shadows fell across the young man's visage, rendering his handsome features somewhat grotesque. Meanwhile, within the grand palace of the Great Khan, Your Majesty, this is a letter from His Highness to you. Yalan bowed, presenting the missive to Hu He-tu. Ah, my dear younger brother still thinks of his elder sibling. Hu He-tu laughed heartily, eagerly accepting and opening the letter that Yalan had handed him. The Southern Prince, being the brother of the Great Khan, must surely be a man of deep loyalty and affection. The Great Khan's insight in discerning character has always been exceptional. Boomed General Yuan Huan, a prominent figure among Hu He-tu's ranks. It has ever been the case that heroes appreciate one another. Yalan joined in the laughter. After a moment, Hu He-tu interrupted the merriment. Yalan, return to your prince and inform him that I shall acquiesce to this matter. Furthermore, instruct him that all merchants from the southern territories shall receive a 3% reduction in taxes. Yalan quickly gestured in refusal. This is utterly unacceptable. His Highness explicitly cautioned me against allowing you, the Great Khan, to lower the tariffs. Hu He-tu was taken aback, and the courtiers present wore expressions of confusion. Unable to comprehend Yalan's intent, my prince has declared that these merchants are of ill repute, hoarding wealth while engaging in nefarious deeds. We must not show leniency. Instantly, Hu He-tu and his companions grasped Yalan's meaning and burst into laughter. Very well, since my dear brother possesses such intentions, I, as the elder, must not appear unappreciative. Hu He-tu promptly ordered a grand banquet to honor Yalan. In the southern territories, the four prominent families were diligently constructing a tavern based on the design provided by Zhou Hong. Old Qin, do you truly believe such a tavern can be profitable? Sun Ao expressed his skepticism. Although Zhou Han's architectural plans bore resemblance to existing establishments, they featured one significant enhancement. Every room was meticulously partitioned, granting patrons ample private space. Yet, this was not the end. Zhou Hong insisted they procure an array of peculiar ingredients for the purpose of brewing wine. I find our prince rather enigmatic. Yet let us place our trust in him once more. Qin Tian mused thoughtfully. I am indeed curious about the kind of wine our pampered prince will concoct, remarked Wang Xia, a hint of mockery in his gaze. After all, they perceived Zhou Han's endeavors as rather whimsical. At that moment, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian were engrossed in the account books. Your Highness, the Northern Territories have sent us 850,000 taels of silver. This is indeed a timely boon. Wang Xian closed the ledger, his countenance brightening with joy. Send 150,000 taels to Zhouduan. After all, our ability to earn such a fortune this time is largely due to his considerable efforts. Zhou Hong sealed the wine jars. Although some ingredients were unavailable in the Great Show, he had found suitable substitutes. The alcohol may not reach 43 degrees, but it should prove considerably more palatable than the local brews. As he contemplated this, Your Highness, I have returned. Yalan's voice interrupted Zhou Han's thoughts. How did it go? Did my elder brother agree? Upon encountering the letter, Zhou Hong swiftly inquired. He consented and requested that I bring 5,000 cattle and 5,000 sheep. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong urgently grasped Yalan's wrist. urging him to recount the details of his meeting with Huhutu. Well, the southern Rome market has now opened. The situation in the northern border appears manageable. But challenges arise in the eastern domain and western frontier. After listening to Yao Lang's account, Zhou Han's brow furrowed slightly. Although Zhou Lang from the eastern domain and Zhou Xian from the western frontier are considered brothers to Zhou Hong, both had harbored ambitions for the crown prince's position. In the memories of the original owner, these two had certainly caused him considerable trouble. Your Highness, currently, there is little issue with these two. The present crown prince is Zhou Yuan, not you. They no longer need to contest with you. You share a common adversary. And it can be said that you are now in the same boat. Wang Xian observed Zhou Han's concerns and spoke up. Yao Lang, can you successfully handle this matter? Zhou Hong turned his gaze towards Yao Lang. I shall not disgrace my mission. Yao Lang promptly rose and clasped his fists. Zhou Hong also stood, grasping Yao Lang's hands. Feeling a mix of guilt and gratitude. Yao Lang had just returned from southern Rome, weary from travel, yet he must immediately embark on a journey of persuasion. Zhao. I intend to establish a diplomatic office. They will be responsible for persuading various nations. This way, Yao Lang will not be so burdened. Wang Xian glanced at the departing figure of Yao Lang and then at the accounts laid out on the table. Your Highness, this plan is feasible. We can fully utilize the funds from selling honeycomb coal stoves for this purpose. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement and promptly issued a recruitment order for southern Jiang. This matter would be entirely entrusted to Zhao. Meanwhile, he would hand over the training methods of modern armies to Man Wu, allowing him to train the troops. The Xianzhe army is to be a focal point of development, as it is currently his greatest asset. Although he possesses the Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry and Mo Yuan under his command, they are still in their nascent stages and lack formidable combat power. Your Highness, the Xianzhe army can recruit new members. 200,000 is insufficient given the various demands. Man Wu detailed the specifics of the Xianzhe army to Zhou Hong. Our population is still inadequate. I shall devise a solution. Zhou Hong felt a wave of frustration. The population of the 6 states in southern Jiang is indeed too scant. Old General, grant me 3 months. I will ensure you have sufficient troops. Zhou Hong looked gravely at Man Wu. After Man Wu departed, Zhou Hong immediately instructed the prominent families in southern Jiang to recruit private armies. Upon hearing this news, the families were perplexed about Zhou Han's intentions. However, once the great clans learned of it, believing Zhou Hong had changed his mind, they promptly invested heavily to reassemble their private armies. In less than a month, nearly all the great families had once again acquired private troops. Yet before they could revel in their success, Zhou Hong ordered that these private armies be transformed into the Xianzhe army. This left the noble families filled with regret. The prince's change of heart is too swift. I feel he is merely toying with us. Many noble families were left powerless in the face of this turn of events. Yet among them are not without the astute. How could they fail to discern my intentions, akin to Zhou Hong? This is an opportunity. Seizing this chance will undoubtedly elevate the Bai family to great heights. Bai Nian of the Bai clan in Xuzhou stroked his beard. Though he was a diminutive old man, his eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Xiao Xian, you must immediately recruit personnel and send them to His Highness, the South King. Bai Nian disregarded the others and promptly instructed his aides to prepare. Grandfather, I have returned. At that moment, a young lad entered. Chapter 26, Membership System Shaoqi, you have returned. Bai Nian greeted the young man, who stepped through the door with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Young master! The other members of the Bai family rose in unison, clasping their fists in salute to the approaching youth. The boy nodded. But upon noticing the 4 middle-aged men seated beside Bai Nian, a flicker of trepidation crossed his face, and he hurriedly bowed, clasping his fists in respect. Child pays his respects to uncle, second uncle, father, and fourth uncle. The 4 men nodded in satisfaction. The youth, known as Bai Qi, was the youngest son of the Bai family from Xuzhou. Despite being the youngest, he was gifted with remarkable intelligence, endearing himself to the elderly patriarch Bai Nian. He had 2 elder brothers who had already begun to handle family affairs. Cheer, do you have something to discuss? Bai Nian inquired with a cheerful expression. Grandfather, I have heard that you plan to recruit men for His Highness the Southern Prince, and I wish to try my hand at it. Bai Qi stated, his demeanor unwavering as he faced the 5 men. Bai Nian and the others exchanged astonished glances, struggling to fathom the young boy's resolve. The youthful face of Bai Qi displayed no hesitation, only determination. Absolutely not. You are merely 16. Bai Nian immediately voiced his opposition. You must consider this carefully. Bai Qi's father, Bai Yu, looked sternly at him. The other three men also wore concerned expressions. After all, Bai Qi was still quite young. Furthermore, if he were to join Zhou Hong, he would likely not return. Though Bai Qi was intelligent from a young age, he showed little interest in family matters. Grandfather, father, and esteemed uncles, I have given this matter considerable thought. A man should venture into battle. It is not until he is wrapped in horsehide that he should return. Bai Qi declared resolutely, kneeling before the five men with fervent eyes. Father, since this kid wishes to gain experience on the battlefield, perhaps we should allow him to go. Bai Qi's second uncle remarked after a moment of contemplation, casting a glance at Bai Qi. Qi, you may leave for now. I will discuss this with your father and the others. Bai Qi looked at the group, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped outside, a richly dressed young man approached him. Well, did those old fossils agree with you? Bai Qi glanced at the youth, who appeared to be of a similar age, and sighed. Not yet. The young man threw an arm around Bai Qi's shoulder and laughed heartily. It seems I will be ahead of you this time. Bai Qi regarded the young man with a hint of envy. The youth, named Zhang Ang, was also a scion of another prominent family in Xuzhou. Zhang Ang had grown up alongside Bai Qi, and neither of them had much interest in their family businesses. Instead, they were passionately drawn to the prospect of warfare. In the bustling streets of Qingzhou, the first tavern of Zhou Hong, the Baifenggu, had officially opened. The atmosphere was vibrant, drawing numerous citizens intrigued by the excitement. This tavern offered reasonably priced meals, accessible even to ordinary folk, and as a result, throngs of people flocked to Baifenggu. After savoring the stir-fried dishes, the citizens of Qingzhou could not help but praise their delectable flavors. In affluent households, some patrons eagerly requested the exquisite wine personally brewed by Zhou Hong. In that moment, they felt that the wine they had previously consumed was as insipid as plain water. Zhou Hong had aptly named his brew Moonlit Pavilion. Waiter, bring me a jug of Moonlit Pavilion. And here, too, a jug for me. The young waiter, perspiring profusely, wore a smile on his face. After all, Zhou Hong had promised them not only their deserved wages but also an annual share of 5% of the tavern's total revenue. For instance, if the tavern earned 1 million taels of silver in a year, each waiter would receive 5 taels. While 5 taels may not seem substantial elsewhere, it was quite enticing in the southern frontier. Thus, they diligently attended to the guests, hoping to encourage them to indulge further within the tavern. Your Highness, your strategy is truly remarkable, managing to inspire such enthusiasm in these waiters. Qin Tian remarked, a glimmer of mischief evident in his eyes. As long as their interests align with ours, they shall not become complacent. Zhou Hong smiled subtly, noticing the admiration in the gazes of the other four. Your Highness, we are nearly out of Moonlit Pavilion. Should we procure more? At that moment, the tavern manager descended the stairs to join Zhou Hong and the others. Qin Tian and his companions turned their attention to Zhou Hong, for although they had financed the tavern, it was Zhou Hong who held the reins. Inform them that Moonlit Pavilion is sold out for today. They may return tomorrow. Zhou Han's lips curled into a sly smile, as he had already devised his own plans. The four looked at Zhou Hong, curiosity piqued regarding his intentions. Your Highness, everything is prepared. Just then, the steward Wang Xian arrived, accompanied by Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui. Greetings, steward. Qin Tian and his companions immediately clasped their fists in salute, showing due respect. While bowing, they discreetly glanced at the trays held by Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui. Your Highness, what do those two have? Wang Xia inquired with curiosity. Zhou Hong smiled faintly, gesturing for Wang Xian to unveil the red cloth. However, when they beheld the ledger and wooden tokens on the tray, the four were taken aback. What is the purpose of this? Are we expected to invest more money? Their faces displayed a mix of difficulty and slight grievance as they looked toward Zhou Hong. Observing their expressions, Zhou Hong smiled calmly, fully aware of their apprehensions. Short-sightedness will lead to stagnation. Clinging to mere pennies will yield no future, he thought. Albeit he signaled for Wang Xian to elucidate the situation. Beginning tomorrow, the Tianfeng Pavilion will implement a membership system. Wang Xian glanced at the four, explaining the details. It turned out that Zhou Hong intended to leverage Moonlit Pavilion to elevate the reputation of Tianfeng Pavilion, enchanting the common folk and noble families alike with culinary delights. Subsequently, he aimed to restrict the sales of Moonlit Pavilion, igniting a fervor among the aristocracy to procure it eagerly. However, the Moonlit Pavilion, which is put up for sale, allocates only half of its offerings to the noble families, while the remainder is sold to the common populace. At that time, the aristocrats would undoubtedly find themselves dissatisfied with their share of the moonlit pavilion. Furthermore, once the Tianfeng Pavilion introduces its membership system, they would certainly spend money to become members. Upon obtaining membership, they would be allowed to purchase an additional 30 pounds of moonlit pavilion offerings beyond their original allotment. Simultaneously, they would be among the first to savor the new culinary creations introduced by Tianfeng Pavilion. Moreover, each membership would be restricted to usage at its designated location. Consequently, they would undoubtedly amass substantial profits. After listening to Wang Xian's account, the four could not help but express their astonishment. Zhou Han's strategy was truly astute, far beyond their expectations. Chapter 27, Unworthy thus, partnering with me in business will undoubtedly yield no losses. Zhou Hong looked at the four individuals, as if to convey that by following him, they would ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, their conversation was soon interrupted by a cacophony from downstairs. What is happening? Qin Tian inquired, puzzled. There are some ruckus caused by those dissatisfied with the moonlit loft. The innkeeper rushed upstairs in a flurry. It seems to be effective. Zhou Hong remained unperturbed, instead wearing a smile. Let us descend and investigate. He led the group downstairs. Upon arrival, they witnessed a dozen rowdy patrons surrounding a waiter. Is this how you conduct business? Have you ever seen a tavern selling wine in such a manner? Hurry and bring forth the moonlit loft, or beware of my wrath. Observing this scene, Zhou Hong promptly instructed his men to subdue the troublemakers. These individuals were clearly inebriated, evidently unaccustomed to the potency of the liquor. Those who disturb while intoxicated shall be detained for 5 days. Zhou Hong surveyed his surroundings and spoke, looking at the inebriated individuals sprawled on the ground. Zhou Hong ordered them all to be taken for sobering up. Esteemed guests, I never anticipated such enthusiasm today. Indeed, the moonlit loft is regrettably unprepared. However, the supply is limited. You may not be aware, but the brewing process for the moonlit loft is exceedingly complex, and our remaining stock is scarce, with the new batch yet to be released. Therefore, the availability for tomorrow is uncertain, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Zhou Hong clasped his hands in salute to the crowd. Although many were already thoroughly intoxicated, their subconscious awareness still recognized the identity of the young man before them, someone they could not afford to offend. Thus, they could only sway and return the gesture. We humbly obey your command, your highness. The following morning, the entrance of Tianfeng Tower was congested with people, primarily the servants of noble families. Aside from a few ordinary citizens, I, from the Lin family, shall purchase a yearly membership. I, from the Long family, shall buy a 3-year membership. I, from the Li family, shall also acquire a 3-year membership. Box after box of gleaming silver was delivered to Zhou Han's military estate. Zhou Hong had set a very reasonable price, 100 taels per month, with an 8% discount for purchases exceeding 1 year. Your Highness, this is the total revenue from this morning. Wang Xian pointed at the stacks of silver with a grin. My goodness, so much! Zhou Hong could not help but exclaim. Before him lay dozens of boxes filled with silver, a sum he had never anticipated. Of the membership fees, Zhou Hong allocated 40% to the 4 noble families, retaining the remaining 60% for himself. This was merely the earnings from the morning. The midday sales had yet to begin. Wang Xian's face was similarly adorned with a smile. Now our winery has the funds to flourish. Zhou Hong laughed heartily. I shall immediately issue a decree to summon the brewing artisans. The production at the moonlit loft must not cease. Wang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Very well. I shall take charge of this matter. I will write a letter to Shou Duan, requesting him to bring merchants from Beizhang to sell wine. Zhou Hong has already devised a plan to expand his moonlit pavilion across the nation. The prospect of earning wealth daily is no longer a dream. I, Zhou Hong, could also transform into a prosperous landowner. With this thought, a smile graced Zhou Han's lips. Meanwhile, Yalan, departing from Shijiang, bore a pale visage as he clutched the wound on his arm. West King, you shall pay for this. A fierce glint flashed in Yalan's eyes. Even the imperious Shou Long treated him with lavish food and drink upon learning of his arrival. After a moment's contemplation, he readily acquiesced to Zhou Han's proposal. Yet, the West King Zhou An refused to meet him, issuing an edict for his expulsion upon hearing the news of his arrival. Although Yalan expressed the desire to stay in Shijiang for a night before departing, he was ambushed that very evening. Fortunately, several loyal guards risked their lives to save him, allowing him to escape with his life. Initially, He had intended to cultivate relationships with the officials around West King Zhou, but he never anticipated such a turn of events. Although the assassins were clad in black and concealed their faces, rendering their identities indistinguishable, Yao Lang, being an astute individual, was fully aware that these assassins had been dispatched by Zhou. Now, he could only indulge in idle musings, for he understood the disparity in strength between Shijiang and Nanjing. Given the current power of Nanjing, should a conflict truly arise with Shijiang, defeat would be inevitable. My lord, how shall we report this matter to His Highness? Inquired the remaining 5 guards, gazing at Yao Lang. After a moment of reflection, Yao Lang sighed deeply. Upon our return, we shall inform His Highness that we encountered bandits on the road. The 5 guards nodded, though their eyes betrayed their resentment and indignation. Your Highness, it may not be wise to offend Zhou Hong in such a manner. An elderly advisor, well versed in matters of state, expressed his concern to Zhou Xian. Feng Lao, what is there to fear? He is no longer the crown prince, merely a vassal king. In terms of strength, Shijiang far surpasses Zhou Han's Nanjing. Zhou Xian remained unfazed. He had long pondered why Zhou Enmo had chosen to designate Zhou Hong as crown prince. It was evident that he surpassed Zhou Hong in every aspect. Yet due to his status as a non-firstborn, he had been sent to Shijiang at the age of 15. He resented Zhou Hong for usurping the position that rightfully belonged to him, and he loathed Zhou Hong for leaving him to confront the darkness alone. He believed that all his tribulations were caused by Zhou Hong. Therefore, when he learned that Zhou Hong had sent someone to propose cooperation, he promptly issued an expulsion order. Furthermore, upon discovering that the latter was still in Shijiang, he immediately dispatched assassins to eliminate him, thereby delivering a stern warning to Zhou Hong. He wished to convey that Zhou Hong was unworthy of collaborating with him. Upon his return to Qingzhou, Yao Lang did not hasten to meet Zhou Hong. Once he had tended to his wounds, he finally proceeded to see Zhou Hong. However, he could not have anticipated that, the moment he entered the city, news of his arrival had already reached Zhou Hong. Your Highness, I have returned. I apologize for this disappointment. Yao Lang knelt on the ground, his expression somewhat disheartened. It's all right, your survival is a commendable achievement, Zhou Hong reassured as he helped Yao Lang to his feet. Although Zhou Hong wore a smile at that moment, Yao Lang couldn't help but notice a subtle, indescribable emotion in his eyes. Moreover, Yao Lang found Zhou Han's words puzzling, unable to grasp their meaning at that moment. You have worked hard during this time. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a place where you will find the gifts I and the society have prepared for you, Zhou Hong said, giving Yao Lang's shoulder a firm pat. At this moment, Yao Lang felt even more perplexed, struggling to comprehend Zhou Han's words. Chapter 28, Anesthetic Yao Lang. What exactly is the nature of your injury? After a few rounds of wine and dishes, Zhou Hong set down his chopsticks and inquired. His gaze fixed intently on Yao Lang. Yao Lang's expression shifted slightly as he raised his head to meet Zhou Han's eyes, clearly feeling a sense of difficulty. Your Highness, the physician has arrived. Qin Lian entered, accompanied by an elderly man with a white beard. Upon seeing the latter, Zhou Hong promptly rose to his feet, clasping his fists in greeting. Mr. Hua, you have come. Noticing Zhou Han's respectful demeanor, Yao Lang also stood to pay his respects to the elder. However, he was somewhat curious about the man's identity, wondering how he could warrant such deference from Zhou Hong. Yet, he soon reconciled himself to the reality. After all, Zhou Han's reputation was well earned. Your Highness, you flatter me, Mr. Hua replied humbly, returning the gesture. Might I inquire what you require of me today? Mr. Hua scrutinized Zhou Hong, whose complexion was rosy and breath steady, indicating he was in good health. In stark contrast, Yao Lang, seated beside him, appeared pale. His vitality clearly diminished, with his left hand showing signs of weakness, indicative of injury. Mr. Hua, my friend here has sustained an injury, and I have specifically requested your assistance, Zhou Hong stated earnestly, gesturing toward Yao Lang. I am fine. Yao Lang hurriedly interjected, but was promptly rebuked by Mr. Hua. Your complexion is ashen, your vitality is clearly lacking, the whites of your eyes are bloodshot, and your lips are dark evidence of severe poisoning. Are you suggesting you are well? Do you wish to forsake your life? Zhou Hong anxiously assessed Yao Lang and found Mr. Hua's observations to be accurate. I implore you, sir, to save him, Zhou Hong urged, bowing deeply, which deeply moved Yao Lang. Mr. Hua nodded, turning to Qin Lian. Child, please fetch me a basin of hot water. Without regard for Yao Lang's protests, Mr. Hua firmly pressed him down into a chair, drawing a short knife from his robe that was only the length of a finger, and began to cut away Yolan's clothing. Please, that garment cost 300 coins. Yolan lamented, watching in dismay as his sleeve was torn. I shall have someone make you a new one. You look rather pitiful. Zhou Hong scolded. Though he understood the financial constraints of the southern border and how officials screamed to conserve the treasury, he sighed helplessly, yet felt a sense of relief. Upon revealing the wound on Yolan's arm, Mr. Wang's brow furrowed slightly. How could this happen? Sir, Zhou Hong inquired anxiously. Yolan's arm bore a knife wound that had become blackened and necrotic, with pus oozing from the injury, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. This man is exceedingly wicked. Having smeared poison on the blade. Fortunately, the wound is not too deep and has not reached the bone. We must excise the necrotic flesh and gradually purge the toxins that have entered his body with medicinal baths. Mr. Hua gently pinched the area surrounding the wound. But Yolan exhibited no response. Sir, the hot water is ready. Qin Lian rushed in, carrying the basin. Mr. Hua nodded, signaling for her to fetch another empty basin to collect the blood. Speak, Dr. Hua, instructed Yolan as the doctor retrieved a wooden stick from the medicine box for him to bite down on, preparing to make an incision. Sir Hua, will you not administer any anesthesia? Zhou Hong urgently inquired. Anesthesia? What is that? Dr. Hua looked at Zhou Hong in bewilderment, prompting Zhou Hong to slap his forehead in realization. What am I saying? This is the great show. What kind of anesthetic could we possibly have? Suddenly, Zhou Hong thought of a remedy and asked Qin Lian to bring him ink, paper, and a brush, jotting down the anesthetic ingredients he was aware of: chuangwu, sowu, fresh nanxing, fresh banksia, and piper nigrum. He handed the prescription to Qin Lian, instructing the young girl to gather the necessary herbs. Your Highness, what are you doing? Dr. Hua questioned, puzzled. Please, sir, hold on. In no time, Qin Lian returned with the herbs prepared. Qin Lian, fetch me a bowl of undiluted Yuman Lu. Zhou Hong mixed the concoction of Yuman Lu and the anesthetic and presented it to Yolan. Yolan, drink this. Yolan and Dr. Hua looked at Zhou Hong in confusion. This substance has anesthetic properties. Consuming it will alleviate your pain. Dr. Hua seemed skeptical, about to voice his doubts, but Yolan, without a moment's hesitation, took the medicine and gulped it down completely. Sir, proceed. Yolan exhaled a deep breath, steeling himself. Dr. Hua glanced at Zhou Hong before heating the blade in the flame until it glowed red, then carefully began to cut away the necrotic flesh from Yolan's arm. However, noticing no reaction from Yolan, his curiosity was piqued. Do you not feel any pain? I feel nothing. At this moment, my body feels weightless. Yolan replied faintly before soon drifting into slumber. Fortunately, Zhou Hong was quick to support the collapsing Yolan. Your Highness, what is happening? Qin Lian gasped, covering her mouth, her face pale with fright. This is a type of anesthetic that can reduce a patient's pain, Zhou Hong explained to both Dr. Hua and Qin Lian. Once the necrotic tissue was removed, Zhou Hong instructed Dr. Hua to cleanse Yolan's arm with the undiluted Yuman Lu. Lacking medical alcohol, Zhou Hong resorted to using alcohol at about 48 degrees for disinfection. After several rounds of soaking in the medicinal bath, the water changed from black to clear. During this time, let him rest well. I will prepare a few more doses of medicine for him to take. Dr. Hua wiped the cold sweat from his brow. When Zhou Hong offered to settle the payment, Dr. Hua refused. Your Highness, may I see your prescription? Dr. Hua's eyes gleamed with urgency. Certainly. But you must promise to remain by the army's side. Zhou Hong had no intention of letting such a talent slip away. Although Dr. Hua appeared unassuming, he was renowned throughout the great show as a miraculous physician. The imperial court had once offered a substantial sum to retain him within the palace, but he had declined. Your Highness, I have long grown accustomed to a life of leisure. This may be somewhat. Dr. Hua hesitated, glancing at Zhou Hong with a conflicted expression. Do not dismiss my offer so hastily. I possess numerous invaluable medicinal formulas and can provide you with a platform to share your healing arts with a wider audience. Zhou Hong regarded the latter, fully aware that a healer's greatest aspiration is to alleviate suffering and save lives. As the saying goes, it is preferable to have medicine spoil than for the world to suffer from ailments. Therefore, Zhou Hong was confident that the other party would choose to stay. Your Highness, I kindly request some time to contemplate this matter, the esteemed physician mused, refraining from outright rejection. Then I shall be grateful to you, sir. Here is the formula for the anesthetic, Zhou Hong stated succinctly, presenting the recipe with both hands. The physician's hesitation to decline already signified his growing interest. Zhou Hong was certain that, before long, this venerable healer would be of assistance to him. Chapter 29. The young Bai Qi Hualangzong did not leave immediately. He stood in place, staring at the prescription written by Zhou Hong, his complexion changing dramatically. Your Highness, I must take my leave. With that, Hualangzong showed no hesitation and turned to depart. Oh, sir, there are many vacant rooms in the general's residence. If you do not mind, might you consider staying here for a while? It would also facilitate your preparation of medicine, Zhou Hong said with a smile, looking at the elder. Upon reflection, Hualangzong found Zhou Hong's suggestion reasonable and agreed. Your Highness, I have already prepared the medicinal herbs you need. Zhou Hong seemed to possess a prophetic insight, having anticipated the elder's thoughts. With a look of curiosity, Hualangzong regarded Zhou Hong. Your Highness, how did you know I was going to fetch the herbs? He inquired. Given such a prescription, with your esteemed medical skills, you would undoubtedly wish to try it yourself and assess its potency. Zhou Hong candidly replied, subtly bestowing praise upon Hualangzong, who received it with pleasure and nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when sending Qinglian to gather herbs, Zhou Hong had instructed her to procure 2 sets. One was administered to Youlang, and the remaining set was naturally reserved for Hualangzong. Your Highness, the medicine has arrived. Qinglian approached, holding a bowl of medicinal liquid. Go fetch Xiuzi and the others. Are they here merely to idle? Zhou Hong, noticing Qinglian's busy demeanor, expressed mild irritation. They are currently preparing medicine. Qinglian, sensing Zhou Hong's intent, flushed slightly and instinctively defended the two. Preparing medicine? Zhou Hong asked, puzzled. They are concocting anesthetics. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong fell silent. Meanwhile, Hualangzong, feeling a sense of urgency, nodded gratefully at Qinglian. Your Highness, I shall see how the medicine is progressing, Hualangzong said. Unable to contain his anticipation. Watching him depart, Zhou Hong revealed a triumphant smile. Your Highness, surely the elder will remain in the southern frontier now, Qinglian beamed. Her joy evident. This entire scenario had been a performance orchestrated by Zhou Hong and her. To win over Hualangzong, Zhou Hong had indeed invested considerable effort. Beyond presenting the prescription, he had arranged for Xiuzi to entice Hualangzong in the kitchen, knowing that historically, even heroes struggle against the charms of beauty. Moreover, Xiuzi's enchanting visage was something even he found hard to resist. He was confident that Xiuzi would not disappoint him. However, Zhou Hong underestimated Hualangzong. Upon entering the kitchen, the elder did not spare Xiuzi a glance and immediately checked the pot over the fire. At that moment, on the road from Xuzhou to Qinzhou, 2 youths led 30,000 troops toward Qinzhou. Do you think His Highness will grant us official positions? Zhang Ang glanced at Bai Qi beside him. Probably not. After all, the southern frontier code stipulates that those without military merit cannot hold office. Bai Qi pondered before responding. Regardless, let us first arrive and discuss it with His Highness then. Zhang Ang waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, Bai Qi spotted a figure lying beneath a locust tree by the roadside. Zhang Ang, there is someone over there. Let us go take a look. Bai Qi urged his horse forward. Upon reaching the tree, he discovered the man was on the verge of death. His breath shallow and labored. Without hesitation, he leaped from his steed and approached the individual, realizing that he was merely suffering from extreme hunger. What is the situation? Zhang Ang inquired curiously as he joined Bai Qi. Bring me water. Bai Qi commanded. Zhang Ang hastily tossed the water pouch from his saddle to Bai Qi. After taking a few sips, the man coughed lightly. Bai Qi then fed him a substantial amount of food and hoisted him onto his horse. Little Bai, why are you bringing him along? He is nothing but a useless wretch. Zhang Ang looked at Bai Qi in confusion. Since we have encountered him, it must be fate. Bringing him along will not cause any inconvenience, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. After a while, the man regained consciousness. Through their inquiries, Bai Qi and Zhang Ang learned that his name was Chu Nangxi, originally from Jishou. He had been a bodyguard, but his subordinates had gotten him drunk during a transport mission, robbed him, and bound him to a tree. By a twist of fate, he managed to free himself from the ropes but fainted from hunger. In that case, Brother Nangxi, would you care to accompany us to Qinzhou and seek refuge with His Highness, the Southern Prince? Bai Qi suggested, noticing the man's noble demeanor despite his disheveled appearance, and felt compelled to recruit him. Chu Nangxi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Having been betrayed by his own men and unable to account for the lost cargo to his employer, he found himself alone and without means to compensate. Aligning with Prince Zhou Hong, though lacking an official title, would offer him protection and perhaps even a chance to secure a position of authority. After careful consideration, Chu Nangxi assented. Bai Qi and Zhang Ang treated him with courtesy, and the three traveled together in high spirits. In the capital, within the Eastern Palace, Zhou Yuan embraced a captivating woman, drunkenly gazing at the guards kneeling before him. You shall issue my decree, for I wish to witness the vile countenances of those rascals. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily, oblivious to the guards surrounding him, lost in his indulgence with the beauty in his arms. Your Highness, the Bai and Zhang families from Shuzhou have recruited 30,000 troops and are here to report. Early that day, Cheng Ergu burst through the door, his face alight with excitement. Those all? Bai family? Zhang family? Zhou Hong queried, puzzled. What is the meaning of this sudden influx of troops? He decided to investigate. Striding purposefully towards the door, he noticed two young boys, around 15 or 16 years of age, leading the group. Though youthful in appearance, their faces bore an expression of resolute determination. Beside them stood a somewhat disheveled young man, with unkempt hair and tattered clothing. Could he be a person of great ability? Zhou Hong mused internally. Generally, those who diverged from the norm often possessed exceptional talents. While others might judge by appearances, Zhou Hong was not one to do so. Nor did he dare. He preferred to extend courtesy before conflict. If the latter proved unfounded, he would not find himself in an awkward situation. Having left a path of retreat, I pay my respects to His Highness, the Southern Prince. Zhou Hong cast a glance at the 30,000 troops behind him, a smile gracing his countenance. Reciprocity in friendship. However, he also harbored a degree of admiration for the discernment exhibited by the heads of the Bai and Zhang families. The Bai and Zhang clans intended to leverage their 30,000 men to earn Zhou Hen's favor, simultaneously signaling their allegiance. Might I inquire your names? Zhou Hong gestured for the three individuals to rise and speak. I am Bai Qi, exclaimed one. I am Zhang Ang, said the second. I am Chu Nangxi, declared the last. Upon hearing the name Bai Qi, Zhou Hong felt a flicker of doubt, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. After all, the historical figure Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan, was a notorious character from the spring and autumn period, infamous for the massacre of 400,000 troops from the state of Chu. Yet, before him stood a youth of merely 15 or 16 years bearing the same name. Chapter 30. Temptation. Are you certain your name is Bai Qi? Zhou Hong regarded the youth before him with skepticism. The boy, taken aback, hurriedly knelt and replied, Your Highness, I am indeed named Bai Qi. Zhou Hong swiftly helped him to his feet, chuckling. You have committed no wrongdoing. Why kneel? You all have traveled extensively and must be weary. Please rest well. We shall discuss matters in detail tomorrow. He patted the shoulders of Bai Qi and Zhang Ang, smiling warmly. Fu Guo, ensure the three are well taken care of. Zhou Hong signaled to Wang Fu Guo, who immediately understood his intent. Please, allow me to escort you, Wang Fu Guo said courteously as he led the trio away. Ergo, you shall entrust these 30,000 men to General Man Wu. Cheng Ergo nodded and promptly guided the 30,000 toward Man Wu's encampment. Your Highness, these two youths seem extraordinary. Perhaps they could be entrusted with significant responsibilities, Wang Xian remarked quietly as he approached Zhou Hong from behind. Zhou Hen's spirits lifted. I intend to send Bai Qi and the others to train under Man Wu for a few years before assigning them crucial tasks, he said, observing the retreating figures of Wang Fu Guo and the others. That is a sound plan, but we currently face an urgent matter that requires resolution. Wang Xian produced a sealed letter from his robe and handed it to Zhou Hong. What is this? Zhou Hong inquired, intrigued by the letter adorned with a four-clawed golden dragon. It is a missive from Crown Prince Zhou Yuan, indicating that the time to present ourselves in the capital is approaching. He intends to host a banquet for several princes at the Crown Prince's residence, Wang Xian explained. Such a delightful prospect. I suspect he is merely seeking my assistance in scratching an itch of his own, Zhou Hong replied with a faint smile, dismissing Zhou Yuan's significance. However, Your Highness, I worry that the Crown Prince may harbor ulterior motives. It would be prudent to accompany a skilled warrior, Wang Xian expressed, concern evident in his eyes. For the capital was indeed the Crown Prince's domain. Should the latter choose to act against Zhou Hong, the absence of guards could spell danger. This matter warrants careful consideration. Zhou Hong mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Man Nian was to oversee the training of the Shuangwu Dragon Cavalry, and Mo Yuan had just been established. It was imperative to maintain discretion. As for the other generals, he found himself overwhelmed. The number of commanders under his command was scarcely sufficient to fill a hand, and each was preoccupied with their own duties. I shall bring Ergo and the others along, Zhou Hong sighed after a moment of contemplation. They are merely third-tier warriors and lack the capacity to protect your highness. Wang Xian objected vehemently. Zhou Hong was the backbone of the southern frontier and could not afford any missteps. Perhaps we should consider that Chu Nangxi. His robust physique and imposing presence project an aura of formidable strength. I sense a lethal prowess about him. Such a man must have taken many lives, Wang Xian reflected. Contemplating Zhou Hong's suggestion, though he deemed it somewhat reckless. After all, Chu Nangxi had only recently arrived in Qingzhou, and his true affiliations remained unclear. If he were an enemy operative, would Zhou Hong not be inviting a wolf into his fold? One must be cautious with suspicion, trust the capable. Zhou Hong countered. There is naught to fear. Tomorrow, we shall perform a play to observe his reaction. Upon noticing Zhou Hong's resolute demeanor, Wang Xian acquiesced with reluctance. The following morning, Zhou Hong summoned Chu Nangxi for a private audience. As soon as the latter stepped into Zhou Hong's chamber, Zhou Hong swiftly launched a flying kick aimed at Chu Nangxi's face. Unfazed, Chu Nangxi deftly retreated a half-step while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch towards Zhou Hong's chest. Zhou Hong attempted to evade the blow, but it was too late. He could only brace himself for the force of the attack. The impact was substantial, causing Zhou Hong to crash heavily into a chair before finally coming to a halt. Impressive skills, Zhou Hong exclaimed, rubbing his sore chest and laughing heartily, though inwardly he felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. Had I not possessed formidable martial prowess myself, I would have been utterly embarrassed today. I beg for your mercy, your highness, for my rashness. Chu Nangxi quickly knelt, pleading for clemency. Pray tell, what rank of martial artist are you? Zhou Hong inquired, helping him to his feet while wearing a broad smile, albeit tinged with awkwardness. After all, he had attempted a sneak attack that had backfired, leaving him wounded. The news of his failure would surely tarnish his reputation. 5th rank. Zhou Hong regarded Chu Nangxi with an expression akin to having discovered a treasure. Would you be willing to serve as my sword general? Zhou Hong feigned an air of nonchalance. You must agree, you must agree. He fervently hoped within. I am willing. Chu Nangxi could hardly believe his fortune. How could he pass up such an opportunity? After all, he was merely a debt-ridden escort, and now he had been offered the position of a sword general. How could he refuse? Excellent, excellent. Zhou Hong rejoiced, assisting the kneeling Chu Nangxi to his feet. That evening, Zhou Hong hosted a banquet for Chu Nangxi. In the chamber, only Zhou Hong, Wang Xian, and Chu Nangxi were present. The three engaged in merriment as they raised their cups. General Chu, your journey to the capital is of utmost importance. Be vigilant and do not let your guard down. Wang Xian, half intoxicated, gazed intently at Chu Nangxi. Rest assured, my life is forfeit should I fail in this duty. Zhou Hong observed the two, having yet to inform the latter about the journey to the capital. Wang Xian's remarks were intended to gauge any reaction from Chu Nangxi, but the latter's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not comprehended a word. Assuming Chu Nangxi had not heard, Wang Xian reiterated his warning. Yet, Chu Nangxi remained steadfast, vowing to ensure Zhou Hong's safe return at the cost of his own life. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the window, aiming directly at Zhou Hong, startling both Wang Xian and Zhou Hong. With the swiftness of lightning, Chu Nangxi shielded Zhou Hong, the chill of his resolve enveloping the room. Protect his highness, I shall deal with this rogue. With that, Chu Nangxi departed without looking back. How about that? I told you my judgment would not fail me. Zhou Hong wore a triumphant smile. Nevertheless, he cautioned, yet, your highness must remain vigilant. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions towards others, yet remain vigilant against their schemes. Wang Xian remained skeptical of Chu Nangxi, believing the latter's current display of loyalty was merely an effort to allay any doubts harbored by himself and Zhou Hong. No worries. Let us not forget that I am also a 4th-tier warrior. The average person cannot harm me, he reassured himself. Zhou Hong patted Wang Xian's shoulder with a smile. Very well, Wang Xian sighed, I shall entrust the matters of the southern frontier to you during this period. Zhou Hong's expression turned serious, shedding his previous playful demeanor. This time, I will also seek vengeance for the grievances against Yaolang. Chapter 31. Arrival in the imperial capital. Your highness, when shall we depart? Chu Nangxi inquired, playfully handling the long sword in his grasp. The blade, known as Jiugo, was a masterpiece crafted specifically for him by Zhou Hong. While Zhougo lacked the menacing aura of Tianwen, it was still an extraordinary weapon, a rare find in the world. This sword also served as a testament to Chu Nangshi's identity as the sword general appointed by Zhou Hong. Today, they would embark on their journey. Zhou Hong accepted the luggage packed by Qinlian, gently brushing the tip of the little girl's nose. Your Highness, please exercise caution on the road. Qinlian's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, murmuring softly, Nangshi, you know what to do upon reaching the capital. Casting a glance at her, Zhou Hong leaped onto his steed. Days later, he set foot on the soil of the capital. The two gazed at the bustling streets, filled with profound emotions. Your Highness, compared to Qinzhou, this place is akin to paradise. Chu Nangshi exclaimed, appearing like a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Zhou Hong merely smiled and remained silent. For Chu Nangshi, despite a lifetime spent escorting goods, he had never ventured beyond the southern borders. Thus, witnessing the splendor of the capital was indeed a shocking experience. Royal brother. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Zhou Hong turned, puzzled, to see a young man approaching with a group. The youth was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. Adorned in a brocade hat and a fur cloak, possessing an undeniable imperial presence, this young man was none other than Zhou Han's younger brother, Zhou Duan. In comparison to Zhou Duan, Zhou Hong appeared slightly diminished. Chu Nangshi eyed the youth, who bore some resemblance to Zhou Hong, with curiosity. Royal brother, who might this be? Zhou Duan, intrigued by Chu Nangshi's extraordinary demeanor, inquired. This is my sword general, Chu Nangshi. And this is my younger brother, the North King, Zhou Duan. Upon hearing this, Chu Nangshi hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. Elder brother, your sword general possesses an extraordinary bearing. Surely, he is no ordinary man. Zhou Hong merely smiled faintly and refrained from replying. As we enter the capital for our official duties, we must exercise caution. Zhou Yuan will undoubtedly seek to make things difficult for us, Zhou Duan cautioned, glancing warily around. Elder brother, I trust you have been well. At that moment, a hearty voice interrupted their conversation. Zhou Hong and Zhou Duan turned to see a young man in resplendent attire striding toward them. Zhou Long, second brother, they exclaimed in unison. This youth was none other than the East King, Zhou Long. Thus, the three brothers reunited in the capital. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded together to the imperial palace. Within the Yanqing palace, Zhou Yuan stood beside the empress. Mother, the four of them have arrived in the capital. We must take advantage of father to firmly suppress them, lest they become too arrogant. Zhou Yuan's eyes glinted with malice. While Zhou Long and Zhou Xian were formidable opponents, Zhou Duan and Zhou Hong could provide a stern warning to them. The empress smiled faintly, although Yang Ning had been slain. All the wealth of the southern borders had been delivered to her hands. She could not fathom that Zhou Hong could contend with her from such a remote and impoverished locale. Zhou Xian. Upon entering the imperial study, Zhou Hong encountered the exiled elder brother, Zhou Hong. Oh, is that not the elder brother who has been discarded? You have graced us with your presence. Zhou Xian's face was a canvas of disdain, completely disregarding Zhou Han's existence. Zhou Xian, there is a matter I seek clarification on, otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience the consequences. As the thought of Liu Lan being sent to the western frontier and subsequently ambushed by Zhou Xian's agents surged in his mind, Zhou Han's anger flared. He had come with the intent to teach Zhou Xian a lesson and avenge Liu Lan. That will depend on whether you possess the requisite strength. Zhou Xian scoffed derisively, turning a blind eye to Zhou Hong and his companions as he strode into the imperial study. This fellow is becoming increasingly arrogant. Zhou Long felt a surge of irritation. Yet a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Zhou Duan waved his hand dismissively, declaring, a barking dog does not bite. The eunuch leading the group wore an expression of confusion, his gaze flitting over the four individuals. With his years of experience, he could discern the underlying tensions. Perhaps His Highness could seize this opportunity for the four to engage in mutual destruction. The eunuch's lips curled slightly, but he quickly resumed his composure. Gentlemen, let us proceed. His Majesty awaits within. Very well, let us meet father, Zhou Hong sighed. Upon entering the imperial study, he was taken aback by Zhou Mo's current state. Zhou Mo's face was ashen, resembling that of a lifeless husk, his eyes devoid of spirit, and the voluminous dragon robe draped over him like a shroud. However, Zhou Hong noted with alarm that Zhou Mo's lips were tinged with a shade of purple, and blood vessels marked the whites of his eyes. This was a sign of poisoning. Zhou Hong felt a jolt of anxiety. It was inconceivable that Zhou Mo would poison himself. The most probable scenario was that someone had administered poison. Could it be the Empress? Yet, Zhou Hong swiftly dismissed that notion. The Empress was the least likely to have poisoned him. Despite her current strength, should the Emperor succumb to poison, all suspicion would inevitably fall upon her. At that juncture, she would become the target of public ire, which would jeopardize her future plans. Zhou Han's gaze soon shifted to Zhou Xian, pondering if it might be him. However, he quickly rejected this absurd idea. Although Zhou Xian harbored a deep-seated hatred for the royal family, Zhou Mo was still his father. He would never commit patricide. Moreover, Zhou Xian was stationed far in the western frontier. No matter how far his reach extended, it could not penetrate the palace walls. The Empress would undoubtedly prevent such an act. Here, your father knows he has wronged you. Zhou Mo's feeble voice interrupted Zhou Han's thoughts. Father, what are you saying? There are no such things as perfect children or perfect parents. Zhou Hong hastily bowed with cupped fists. Zhou Mo appeared gratified, but a few coughs erupted, and foul blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Nearby, Zhou Xian's expression darkened, his eyes fixated fiercely on Zhou Hong and Zhou Mo. He loathed Zhou Hong for usurping Zhou Mo's affection. It seemed that as long as Zhou Hong was present, he, Zhou Xian, would be overshadowed by his father's attention. He harbored an intense aversion to such feelings, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he gazed upon the scene of familial piety before him. After a brief exchange with Zhou Mo, Zhou Hong and the others took their leave. Elder brother, there seems to be something amiss with father's condition. Zhou Duan whispered as they exited the imperial study. Let us discuss it outside, Zhou Hong replied, casting a glance at Zhou Long and then turning his gaze towards Zhou Xian, who walked ahead. The two were momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped Zhou Han's intention. The trio arrived at Zhou Long's northern Wang residence. Elder brother, fourth brother, my humble abode is rather simple. I hope it does not displease you. Zhou Long remarked as he had a servant bring forth a pot of fragrant tea. I do not even have a place to stay. Zhou Hong lamented inwardly, unable to suppress a growing envy towards the others. Chapter 32, Surveillance. Today, Father Emperor's demeanor appears rather concerning. Zhou Duan's expression was grave as he gazed at his two elder brothers before him. I have perused a few medical texts, and based on my assessment, Father Emperor seems to be poisoned. However, the specific toxin remains unknown to me. Zhou Long poured a cup of tea for Zhou Hong and the others, his countenance equally somber. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Eldest brother, do you think this could be the Empress's doing? Zhou Duan inquired. Noticing Zhou Han's troubled brow, Zhou Long likewise turned his attention to Zhou Hong, as it was evident that both believed the Empress was behind these events. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hong replied, it is not the Empress's doing. Why not? Zhou Duan and Zhou Long asked in unison. Firstly, assassinating Father Emperor brings her no benefit, rather, it would attract trouble. As long as Father Emperor lives, she can better cultivate her power. If something were to happen to him, her development would be significantly hindered. Zhou Long and Zhou Duan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. If Father Emperor were to meet with an untimely fate, wouldn't it be natural for Zhou Yuan to ascend the throne? Wouldn't the Empress then continue to expand her influence? Zhou Duan questioned, perplexed. It may seem so at present, but have you considered that once Zhou Yuan ascends, we, as vassal kings, would inevitably rise in rebellion? Zhou Han's words trailed off, yet both brothers understood the implication. Zhou Hong glanced at them, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of their subtle intentions. Though they currently treated him with utmost respect, referring to him as royal brother and eldest brother, they merely intended to use him as a pawn to gauge Zhou Yuan's capabilities. Although Zhou Yuan appeared to be a frivolous and debauched prince, his astuteness was far deeper than they could fathom. Furthermore, Zhou Hong had personal grievances with Zhou Yuan, having not only physically clashed with him but also having been at odds since childhood. Thus, he had become the ideal test subject for their schemes. At that moment, Zhou Long's attendant, Jiang Wenming, entered the room. He surveyed Zhou Hong and the others before leaning in to whisper into Zhou Long's ear. Eldest brother, fourth brother, I have some matters to attend to and shall not keep you two company any longer. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants. Zhou Long clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell before hastily departing. Clearly, the second brother has pressing matters. I too shall not linger. Zhou Hong remarked with a faint smile as he turned to leave. Eldest brother, wait for me. Zhou Duan exclaimed, quickly rising to follow. Eldest brother. In this vast Zhou dynasty, it seems you and I are the only brothers left, Zhou Duan said with a resigned shrug. Zhou Hong simply smiled faintly. fully aware of the underlying meaning in his words. The latter undoubtedly sought to forge an alliance with him. However, Zhou Hong lacked the requisite strength to dare such a venture. Moreover, even if they were to unite, he risked becoming a scapegoat should things go awry. All collaborations must be supported by formidable strengths, otherwise, they are mere illusions. The one with greater power holds the initiative in any partnership. A truth that Zhou Hong comprehends well. Noticing Zhou Hen's silence, Zhou Duan merely smiled and refrained from further conversation. Before long, they arrived at the North Prince's residence. Although Zhou Duan had extended an invitation to Zhou Hong, it was met with a polite rejection. Your Highness, we are being followed. Shortly after departing from the North Prince's residence, Chu Nangxi leaned closer to Zhou Hong and whispered, Are you confident? Zhou Hong did not turn around. Instead, he approached a nearby stall to examine its wares. Indeed, Chu Nangxi, equally steadfast, maintained her assurance without glancing back. Very well. Let us find a place to deal with him. Zhou Hong set down the items he was inspecting and negotiated with the vendor. The two made their way towards the southern outskirts of the capital, a desolate area. Although it was still part of the capital, the southern outskirts had fallen into disrepair due to the absence of a southern prince for many years, rendering the southern prince's residence somewhat dilapidated. Pushing open the dust-covered door, Zhou Hong surveyed the desolate southern prince's residence with a sense of resignation. My southern prince is indeed unfortunate. Beside him, Chu Nangxi wore a look of astonishment. Having witnessed the grandeur of the eastern prince's residence, the sight of the somewhat run-down southern prince's abode evoked a peculiar sensation. Indeed, once one has traversed the vast seas, no other waters can compare. Apart from Mount Wu, there are no clouds. Your Highness, I shall take action. Chu Nangxi quickly shook off her disappointment and spoke softly. Remember to capture him alive. This little rogue has been tailing us for far too long. It is high time we apprehended him. Zhou Hong was curious to discover the identity of the individual sending this rogue. Upon receiving her orders, Chu Nangxi swiftly moved towards a nearby rock where the follower was concealed. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong strode confidently into the southern prince's residence, undeterred by its exterior decay. Despite its appearance, the interior of the southern prince's residence was relatively serene, with meticulous cleaning and well-trimmed greenery. Is anyone here? Zhou Hong pondered aloud, slightly puzzled. You best behave yourself, or I shall eliminate you. Chu Nangxi entered, dragging a young man dressed like a servant. Your Highness, this is the little thief who has been following us. With a swift kick, she sent the young man tumbling to the ground and drew her weapon, pressing it against his throat. Who sent you? Zhou Hen's gaze bore into the trembling youth kneeling before him, while the weapon left a faint crimson mark on his neck. I will tell you, I will tell you. The young man, seeing the blood trickling down, hastily confessed, fearing that Chu Nangxi might take his life in the next instant. It was Grand Eunuch Shao who sent me. Zhou Hong was taken aback, for he recognized the name of Grand Eunuch Shao. In his memories, Zhao had once been the chief eunuch serving Zhou Hen's mother, displaying unwavering loyalty to both mother and son. However, following the passing of Zhou Hen's mother, Zhao had gradually fallen victim to the machinations of Empress Yang and, due to her influence, had been distanced from Zhou Mo. Ultimately, to protect him from Empress Yang's wrath, Zhou Mo had assigned him to Jinshin Palace to oversee the consorts who had been relegated to the Cold Palace. What purpose did he have in sending you? Zhou Hong gestured for Chu Nangxi to stow away the Jiugu. This is a letter entrusted to me by Lord Zhao for His Highness, he explained. Initially, I intended to leave the letter at the Nanfang Manor and depart. The youth gazed at Zhou Hong with a pleading expression. Accepting the letter handed to him by the young man, Zhou Hong unfolded it, revealing the bold inscription, Your Highness, at the hour of Z tonight, the old servant shall seek you. Who else is aware of this matter? Zhou Hong glared at the youth, who, frightened, took a step back, only to find Chu Nangxi behind him. No one knows. Ever since Your Highness entered the city after leaving the palace today, numerous individuals have been tailing you. Zhou Hong exclaimed in astonishment, while Chu Nangxi maintained an expression of calm. Eventually, those individuals departed one by one, yet this little thief continues to follow. Chu Nangxi remarked. Chapter 33. It appears that there are indeed several old fellows covertly observing. Zhou Hong chuckled nonchalantly. Presently, he was utterly destitute. Should anyone truly wish to harm him, they would have to contemplate whether it was worth the effort. Go back and inform Lord Zhao that I shall await him here tonight. Zhou Hong assisted the latter to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing. The man, taken aback, attempted to retreat but was halted by Zhou Hong. Do not be afraid. I, Zhou Hong, am not a ruthless individual. Since you were sent by Lord Zhao, you are one of our own. With that, Zhou Hong produced a silver ingot from his bosom and placed it in the youth's hand. What is your name? Zhou Hong wiped the blood from the youth's neck. You can call me Shao Bao, your highness, the young man replied earnestly. However, he stubbornly refused the silver. After bidding farewell to Shao Bao, Chu Nangxi expressed her surprise. Your highness, why are you treating a servant in such a manner? Zhou Hong smiled. Having one more friend is always preferable to gaining another foe. Furthermore, each has their role. There are no distinctions of high or low nobility among us. In the court, we are master and subject, yet in private, we are merely part of the vast multitude. Chu Nangxi gazed at Zhou Hong's retreating figure, somewhat lost in thought. By the way, there should be others within the South King's residence. Although the exterior appears somewhat disheveled, it is evident that this place is frequently tidied up. Upon Zhou Hong's reminder, Chu Nangxi took notice of this detail. She prowled through the South King's residence like a famished cat with green eyes, searching for those who maintained the estate. As night fell, the dim lights of the South King's residence became the sole splash of color in the southern outskirts of the capital. Your Highness, do you think we might have been deceived? It is nearly the second watch, yet Lord Zhao has still not arrived. Chu Nangxi paced anxiously at the door. In contrast, Zhou Hong leisurely brewed a pot of tea, sipping it with ease. Nangxi, Lord Zhao has watched me grow. He would not deceive me. Your Highness, the hearts of men can change. Moreover, you are currently in a state of decline. As the saying goes, when the tiger falls to the plains, it is bullied by dogs. When the dragon is stranded on the sandbank, it is played with by shrimp. Hearing this, Zhou Hong did not take offense. Though the words were harsh, they held a grain of truth, as he indeed found himself in such a predicament. Furthermore, Chu Nangxi's intentions were good. She merely sought to caution him regarding Lord Zhao. Honest words may be hard to hear, but they are beneficial for action. Bitter medicine is good for illness. Just as the two were conversing, a tall figure clad in black robes entered from outside, followed closely by another somewhat smaller figure in black. The great door of the South King's residence remained ajar, and the two strode in unimpeded. I pay my respects to your highness. At last, I have seen you. The man in black knelt upon seeing Zhou Hong, revealing his true identity. Lord Zhao, please rise. Zhou Hong hurried over in 3 strides, assisting the elder in black to his feet. Your highness, you have grown. The empress can now rest easy. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Zhou Hong could see that Lord Zhao's emotions were genuine, devoid of any pretense. You have endured much hardship over the years. Zhou Hong observed the graying temples of eunuch Zhao and gently patted the back of his hand. Nancy, you little darling, go and close the main door. I wish to reminisce with Uncle Zhao. Zhou Hong linked arms with eunuch Zhao and entered the room. Your highness, I commend your efforts in the southern frontier. Eunuch Zhao scrutinized Zhou Hong, seemingly attempting to connect the present Zhou Hong with the memory of that little boy who chased butterflies. Zhou Hong smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Might I inquire if Uncle Zhao has a particular matter to discuss with me? After conversing for a considerable time, Zhou Hong found it hard to believe that the latter had come merely for nostalgia. Had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. Eunuch Zhao's smile vanished, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Zhou Hong. Upon concluding your duties, you are to return to the southern frontier immediately. Zhou Hong looked at eunuch Zhao in bewilderment. He had only just arrived, and yet Zhao was urging him to return swiftly. It was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives at play. After hearing eunuch Zhao's account, Zhou Han's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could wring water from it. These old fellows are terribly audacious. His tightly knit brows remained unyieldingly tense. Your highness, heed my words. The waters in the capital are perilous at present. It would be wise for you to depart sooner rather than later. With that, eunuch Zhao hastily exited, not wishing to arouse any unnecessary suspicion by lingering too long in Zhou Han's presence. Nangxi, be vigilant these days in the capital. Zhou Hong watched eunuch Zhao's retreating figure, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, though the latter's demeanor felt strangely familiar and comforting. Zhou Hong sensed an underlying discord. The following morning, Zhou Hong was stirred from slumber by a cacophony of noise. Upon stepping outside, he found a youth of about 18 or 19 years old cleaning the courtyard. Though the young man possessed handsome features, he exuded an air of lewdness. He wielded a large broom, sweeping the yard while humming an unpleasant and peculiar tune. Sister, wait a moment for your brother. I have a gift for you. Who is this rascal, making such a racket at this early hour? Chu Nangxi approached Zhou Hong, pointing an accusatory finger at the youth, who left their trousers unfastened, exposing their lineage. The young man, unfazed by the intrusion, retorted with indignation. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Chunangshi. With that, Chunangshi leaped forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent the youth sprawling to the ground. How can you strike someone so unjustly? Moreover, who are you? The young man, clearly a coward at heart, immediately softened upon being knocked down by Chunangshi. We ought to be asking you who you are. Daring to trespass upon the South King's residence. Chunangshi hoisted the weeping youth before Zhou Hong as if he were a mere chick. I am the one responsible for cleaning the South King's residence. And who might you be? I am the South King, Zhou Hong. And you are? Zhou Hong inquired, gazing down at the youth, who sat on the ground, clutching his face. Upon hearing this, the young man froze momentarily before promptly kneeling. I am Zhang Ruwei, your highness. After inquiring, Zhou Hong discovered that someone had actually paid Zhang Ruwei to clean the South Wangfu. Initially, Zhou Hong suspected it was Zhou Mo, but after questioning Zhang Ruwei, the latter shook his head. Your highness, I do not know who that person is. However, every first day of the month, a letter and 10 taels of silver appear on my desk, instructing me to clean the South Wangfu. Zhou Hong and Chunangshi exchanged glances, both intrigued about who could be sending someone to clean the South Wangfu. This is the letter from this month. Zhang Ruwei produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to Zhou Hong. Your highness, what does the letter say? Chunangshi inquired, noticing Zhou Hong's furrowed brow. How interesting. Indeed, how fascinating. Chapter 34. The mysterious man, the author of the letter, had anticipated my arrival at the South Wangfu, hence, he had instructed Zhang Ruwei to clean the premises 2 months prior. Apart from extending his greetings, the remainder of the letter served as a caution for me to remain vigilant against the lurking thieves in the capital. Zhou Hong nonchalantly handed the letter to Chunangshi. However, who could this person be? What motivated him to assist us? After perusing the letter, Chunangshi was beset with questions. I feel utterly isolated in this capital. Zhou Hong directed his gaze towards Zhang Ruwei, who was slumped on the ground. Will you join us for a meal? He inquired. Zhang Ruwei glanced at Zhou Hong and, perceiving no malicious intent, and feeling a pang of hunger himself, nodded in agreement. Your highness, why bring along this little thief? Chunangshi questioned, perplexed. Seizing the moment while Zhang Ruwei went to procure supplies, she posed her inquiry to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong smiled faintly and poured himself a cup of tea. Indeed, he had no obligation to include Zhang Ruwei. The latter was merely a pawn, sent under orders to clean the South Wangfu. There were no vested interests between Zhou Hong and Zhang Ruwei. Yet, the enigmatic figure behind Zhang Ruwei piqued Zhou Hong's curiosity. Uncertain whether this individual was friend or foe, Zhou Hong chose not to offend the person lurking behind Zhang Ruwei. After all, having an additional ally could open more avenues. Your highness, the dishes have been ordered. The waiter will bring them shortly. Zhang Ruwei cheerfully approached Zhou Hong, rubbing his hands expectantly. Zhou Hong was taken aback, unsure why Zhang Ruwei was gazing at him in such a manner. How much? Chunangshi shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Ruwei, harboring no trust for him. Her initial dislike had only intensified upon witnessing his obsequious demeanor. 50 coins. Zhang Ruwei replied. Chunangshi pulled out a handful of coins from her pocket and tossed them to him. At that moment, 3 burly men entered through the door. They surveyed the surroundings, their eyes inadvertently scanning the area before finally settling on Zhou Hong and his companions. Hey! You 3, leave at once. This place is mine now. One of the robust men slammed his palm on the table. What kind of beast are you? Who left their trousers unfastened to expose you? Look at you, neither human nor ghost, and you dare to claim authority. I don't fault you for being ugly, but to venture out and frighten others is indeed your fault. Do you think you can afford to offend this handsome young gentleman, who resembles a celestial star descended to earth? Flattered by Zhang Ruwei's words, Zhou Hong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Am I really that handsome? He mused while touching his face. You little beast, you're courting death. The burly man, now flushed with anger, seized Zhang Ruwei by the collar. Your highness, save me. Your most loyal servant is about to be beaten by this dog. It matters not if I am struck, but this is an affront to your dignity. Zhang Ruwei cried out in a frenzy, fearing that if he delayed, he might meet his demise. All his hopes were now pinned on Zhou Hong. As Zhang Ruwei beheld the burly man's fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtling towards him, he let out a terrified scream and hastily shut his eyes. Just as the formidable fist was about to descend upon Zhang Ruwei, Chunangshi intervened. Indeed, should Zhang Ruwei be struck before his eyes today, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face of Zhou Hong. As Zhou Han's appointed sword-wielding general, Chu Nangxi was, in essence, Zhou Han's protector. He must uphold Zhou Han's dignity. A sharp aura of lethal intent sliced through the burly man's neck, causing Zhang Rui to collapse to the ground. The burly man wore a bewildered expression, attempting to touch his throat, yet the next moment, he fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. A drop of blood fell from the tip of the Zhou Gong sword, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu Nangxi's eyes. When his gaze swept over the other two burly men, they trembled and, with a thud, knelt before him. "We beg for mercy, noble hero." Watching the two men bowing repeatedly, Zhou Hong set down his cup. "Speak, who sent you?" Zhou Hong had just arrived in the capital, yet inexplicably found himself entangled in trouble. If it were merely these three seeking mischief on their own accord, the likelihood would be exceedingly slim. Considering the letters from Eunuch Zhou and Zhang Rui, it was evident that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. The two burly men exchanged glances, their bodies quaking as they regarded Zhou Hong. It seemed he was a person of significance. Zhou Hong smiled faintly. "Speak, and I will not disclose it to anyone else. You may live a little longer. If you refuse, I do not mind your remaining here." Zhou Han's tone was calm, yet a subtle menace lingered in the air. The two men, upon catching a glimpse of Zhou Han's slightly amused eyes, found themselves leaving puddles of yellow liquid on the ground. "Close the door," Zhou Hong instructed the two, stifling a laugh. It was the first time he had encountered individuals so frightened they would lose control of their bladders. "Speak." "The door is closed." Zhou Hong poured himself another cup of tea, studying the two men. They glanced at the corpse on the ground and then at Chu Nangxi, who stood resolutely with his sword, exchanging a knowing look. "It is the crown prince. Please leave." The two burly men looked at Zhou Hong, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. "Really? Do you wish to remain?" Zhou Hong retorted. Everything appeared to be within Zhou Han's anticipation, yet somehow exceeded it as well. "By the way, take him with you," Zhou Hong called to the departing men, pointing at the corpse on the ground. The two men were overjoyed, hoisting the lifeless body and departing without a backward glance. Even dining cannot be done in peace. Zhou Hong sighed as he rose, instructing Zhang Rui to inform the innkeeper to arrange another room for them. "Your Highness, why does the crown prince trouble us?" Zhang Rui, gnawing on a chicken leg, regarded Zhou Hong with confusion. "Do not ask what you should not," Chu Nangxi admonished sharply. "It is nothing. The crown prince finds me displeasing, hence he seeks to create trouble for me." Zhou Hong interrupted Chu Nangxi, casually fabricating an excuse to deflect the inquiry. "I have heard that although this prince appears to be indulgent and debauched on the surface, he actually commands a formidable secret guard." Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi exchanged a glance, as it was the first time they had encountered such news. However, this revelation corroborated Zhou Han's suspicions. Indeed, Zhou Yuan was not merely a frivolous playboy or a reckless scion of nobility. "But how did you come by this information?" Zhou Hong suppressed the astonishment within him and feigned nonchalance as he inquired. "It was all conveyed to me through those letters. Yet they sternly instructed me that apart from His Highness, I must not disclose this to anyone, or I would invite a calamity upon myself," Zhang Rui whispered, frequently glancing around, fearful of being overheard. Chapter 35. The Assassin in the Shadows. At this moment, Zhou Hong was increasingly puzzled. The mysterious figure had specifically instructed Zhang Rui to convey this information to him. Who could this enigmatic individual be? Why was he sharing such intelligence with me? Was this person a foe or a friend? Countless questions swirled in Zhou Han's mind. "Shao Zong, is there anything else aside from this matter?" Zhou Hong inquired curiously, placing a piece of meat into Zhang Rui's bowl. "By the way, the letter also mentioned that Zhou Yuanyuan is far more dangerous than the Empress. But I can't recall the specifics. After we finish our meal, I will hand those letters to His Highness when we return together," Zhang Rui exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease, looking quite satisfied. Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi exchanged glances, both recognizing the flicker of uncertainty in each other's eyes. The mystery surrounding this individual deepened, and a tinge of fear crept into their hearts. If this person was an ally, then all was well. However, if he were an adversary, Zhou Hong would undoubtedly find himself in a perilous predicament. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood exposed, akin to a bright target. A sudden chill ran down his spine. "Do you suggest that someone is plotting murder here?" At that very moment, outside the door, a somewhat unscrupulous middle-aged man clad in black armor appeared at the entrance of the tavern, accompanied by several others. "General Ji, the murderer is inside. There are 3 of them." The tavern keeper, trembling, emerged from behind the counter and pointed toward the room where Zhou Hong and the others were located. In broad daylight, under the vast sky, how audacious one must be to commit murder beneath the emperor's gaze. I must see who possesses such audacity. The man, referred to as Lord Ji, shoved the tavern keeper aside and strode confidently toward Zhou Hen's room. Those inside were likely to find escape impossible this time. Speak softly. You know that Jian is a sycophant of the crown prince. Being targeted by him spells trouble. However, the 3 individuals inside appeared to hold significant standing as well. It seemed a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Many patrons dining in the tavern cast their gazes toward Zhou Hen's room. Miss, those ruffians are clearly the troublemakers. Why is Jian so indiscriminately seeking trouble with those 3? A young maid, around 16 or 17, expressed her anger from within a private room. Seated beside her was a strikingly beautiful girl, with a complexion as flawless as jade and eyes as captivating as a phoenix's, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Yuting, Jian is a man of the crown prince. We cannot afford to offend him, the girl said as she prepared to pack the pastries from the table. But miss, ever since Zhou Yuan was declared crown prince, countless girls have suffered misfortune. Yuting retorted indignantly. I wonder if the former crown prince, Zhou Hong, is still alive. At this, a hint of melancholy flickered in the girl's eyes. Indeed, when Zhou Hong was in power, such troubles were unheard of. Yuting continued to lament. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from outside the door, causing the girl and Yuting to pause momentarily before hastily rushing out to investigate. Upon pushing the door open, they were confronted with the sight of Jian and others writhing in agony on the ground. When her gaze fell upon the young man standing in the corridor, she was momentarily transfixed. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to the elder brother who had once protected her in her memories. However, she swiftly dismissed the recollections, for that older brother was now lost to her. Your Highness, let us depart. Chu Nangshi sheathed her sword, casting a disdainful glance at Jian and the others, who resembled lost souls. Zhou Hong nodded, surveying their surroundings before escorting Chu Nangshi and the others away. Niece! Niece! Yuting called out several times. Snapping the girl back to reality, her cheeks flushed. What is it? The girl inquired. I dare say you are smitten, perhaps enamored by that young gentleman. Yet, he is indeed worthy of your affection, Yuting teased. The girl, referred to as Miss, blushed even deeper, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. You foolish girl, cease your prattle, or I shall tear your mouth apart. Yet, a sense of melancholy enveloped her, as she pondered when she might see him again. Upon arriving at the thatched cottage where Zhang Rui resided, the latter cautiously retrieved several letters from beneath his bed and handed them to Zhou Hong. Your Highness, all the letters are here. Zhou Hong eagerly accepted them, only to find the contents echoed Zhang Rui's earlier words. Who is this person? Zhou Hong felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, Chu Nangshi leaped forward and tackled Zhou Hong to the ground. Zhang Rui was taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. In the next instant, several cloaked figures burst through the door. Without a second glance, they brandished their blades, launching an attack on Zhou Hong and Chu Nangshi. Despicable scoundrels! How dare you deceive me? Chu Nangshi ceded, yet before he could utter another word, the assailants were upon them. Zhou Hong and Chu Nangshi drew their swords to face the imminent threat. Zhang Rui stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. However, he quickly regained his composure. Seizing a jar of pickled vegetables and hurling it at one of the assassins charging towards Zhou Hong. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Hong dispatched the assailant but glanced at Zhang Rui. Unfazed by fear, Zhang Rui grabbed a nearby stool and swung it at the cloaked figures, only to be sent flying by a kick, crashing into the wall. Fortunately, both Zhou Hong and Chu Nangshi were skilled fighters, and this ambush proved to be more alarming than perilous. As they surveyed the lifeless bodies on the ground, Chu Nangshi seized Zhang Rui by the collar. You vile wretch! Having conspired against us, had it not been for your Highness and my martial prowess, we might have fallen prey to your treachery today. Without granting Zhang Rui a moment to explain, Chu Nangshi raised his sword, poised to strike. He did not orchestrate our downfall. Zhou Hong urgently intervened, recounting the events to Chu Nangshi. But your Highness, why did we encounter assassins as soon as we arrived? Chu Nangshi remained skeptical of Zhang Rui, convinced that the latter's fear was a result of witnessing the slaying of the attackers, prompting his instinct for self-preservation. This perplexes me as well, yet Zhang Rui remains blameless. Zhou Hong glanced at Zhang Rui, who was kneeling on the ground, and gestured for him to rise. Thank you, your Highness, I truly did not commit this act. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively, bending down to unveil the assassin's mask. To his astonishment, he discovered that each of these assassins bore the tattoo of a colossal python on their necks. It seems that this time, the enemy is determined not to allow us to leave this capital alive. Your Highness, we must depart from here at once. I sense that more assailants may be on their way, Chu Nangshi remarked, surveying the desolate thatched huts surrounding them. Hardly had the three of them departed when another figure clad in black charged forth. They arrived too late, allowing him to escape. Chapter 36, A Call for Aid Soon. The news of Zhou Han's assassination spread rapidly. This situation had become intriguing. I wondered whether my elder brother was alive or dead. Zhou Long showed no concern for Zhou Han's fate, and at that moment, his true nature was fully revealed. Your Highness, shall we pay him a visit? Inquired a man beside Zhou Long, his ordinary features marred by a scar the width of a finger on his forehead, clad with a black dagger strapped to his back. His countenance exuded a fierce and menacing aura. This man was Gao Shangjun, once a notorious bandit, who had been defeated by Zhou Long. Impressed by his remarkable skills, Zhou Long spared his life and allowed him to serve as his loyal follower. Eventually, Gao Shangjun earned Zhou Long's trust and became his personal guard. We will indeed visit him, but not at this moment, Zhou Long replied with a faint smile. I wonder which old fool was so impatient that they acted so quickly. My elder brother seems to have rather unfortunate luck. Why won't this scoundrel just die? Upon hearing this news, many took delight in Zhou Han's misfortune. Perhaps he had not anticipated that so many would wish for his demise since his fall from grace. In the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Yu Hong looked at his daughter with a sense of helplessness. Father, is Zhou Hong truly in danger? Asked a stunningly beautiful girl, her eyes filled with concern. Zhou Hong has already been rendered powerless. Who knows how many are eagerly awaiting to witness his disgrace? Why do you torment yourself over this, my dear? Yu Hong remarked. The girl, Yu Shi, shot her father a disapproving glance and resolutely replied, no matter what he becomes, I will always support him. Very well. I shall send someone to inquire about the situation, Yu Hong sighed, observing his daughter. Throughout her life, Yu Shi had never spoken to him in such a manner. Yet today, for the sake of an outsider, he found himself sighing once more. Upon returning to the South King's residence, Chu Nangshi promptly closed the gate behind them. Once they had completed this task, the three of them collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This situation exceeds what the three of us can handle. We must inform Wang Xian to send reinforcements, Zhou Hong stated, his voice steady. Your Highness, I have discovered that this journey to the capital is far more complicated than we anticipated. Chu Nangshi's expression mirrored his concern. With only 4 days remaining until the reporting period, Zhou Hong feared he might not survive until that day. But Your Highness, I am heading to the south border. What will you do? Chu Nangshi inquired, worry etched across his face. Zhang Ruei, I am granting you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Zhou Hong regarded Zhang Ruei with a calm demeanor. Your Highness, I understand. I will follow your orders, Zhang Ruei replied, his expression serious. Your Highness, this fellow has plotted against us. You must not place your trust in him. Chu Nangshi interjected, sensing Zhou Han's intent. Rest assured, General Chu. I have never misjudged a person, Zhou Hong asserted resolutely. Noticing Zhou Han's firm stance, Chu Nangshi ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. You will deliver my letter to the esteemed Wang Xian of southern Xinjiang, correct? Zhang Ruei nodded earnestly. Excellent. Zhou Hong patted his shoulder. Then turned and entered the room to grind ink and write. We have entrusted you with our entire fortunes and lives. Zhou Hong solemnly handed the letter to Zhang Ruei. Your Highness, unless I perish, this letter shall surely reach its destination. Zhang Ruei nodded, mounted Zhou Han's horse, and left without a backward glance. Your Highness, can we truly place our trust in him? Chu Nangshi expressed her concern. Fear not, have faith in him. Once again, failure looms. I wonder what purpose it serves to support you all. Shadows obscured the young man's face, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was evident. Meanwhile, in the residence of the 8th Prince of the Great Zhou, Zhou Huang poured 2 cups of tea. Jin Zhao, how did it go today? The man known as Jin Shou bowed and clasped his fists, his voice cold. Ah, so there are others who wish to see him dead. Zhou Huang raised his head to glance at Gu Jingshao. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Zhou Huang laughed heartily. Zhang Ruei, heading towards southern Xinjiang, held a resolute gaze. Your Highness, with such trust placed in me, how could I ever disappoint you? Within the southern king's residence, Zhou Hong observed the worried expressions of Zhou Long and Zhou Duan, a smirk forming within him. The cat weeps for the mouse in false sympathy. How much they wish for my demise. Yet outwardly, Zhou Hong maintained a facade of terror as if he had narrowly escaped calamity. He now comprehended why so many sought his life. Southern Xinjiang, though currently the weakest, boasted an army of 300,000. Should he fall, the land of southern Xinjiang would undoubtedly be divided amongst the three of them, with Zhou Mo gravely ill and the Empress wielding power. The three would surely seize more land in southern Xinjiang after his demise, growing stronger under the guise of purging the court, and advance towards the capital. Apologies for troubling you both. However, this incident turned out to be more fright than danger. Zhou Hong rose to pour water for the two. As Chu Nangxi hurried over to assist, inadvertently brushing against Zhou Han's shoulder, he couldn't help but gasp, although he quickly regained his composure. This change did not escape the notice of Zhou Long and Zhou Duan. Brother, are you injured? Zhou Duan asked urgently. No, where would that be? Zhou Han's gaze faltered as he hastily concocted an excuse. After a brief discussion, Zhou Long and Zhou Duan took their leave. Your Highness, your acting skills are truly remarkable. Zhou Hong smiled faintly. Have you prepared what I asked you to? Chu Nangxi nodded. Everything is ready in the room. Excellent. The two then mixed the purchased saltpeter and carbon in specific proportions, burying it underground. Meanwhile, they drenched the courtyard in kerosene. Once ignited, the kerosene will undoubtedly set off the buried gunpowder. Zhou Hong, feigning injury, was undoubtedly performing for Zhou Long and Zhou Duan. He was confident that they would spread news of his condition far and wide. By that time, those harboring ill intentions towards him would inevitably emerge under the cover of night. At that moment, he could indeed stage a grand spectacle. However, he was merely an observer. The assassin would take center stage. Your Highness, is this truly as remarkable as they say? Chu Nangxi questioned, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Hong while holding the package of gunpowder. You better not be frightened. With that, the two made their way to an expansive open area. At Zhou Han's signal, Chu Nangxi buried the gunpowder package in the ground and ignited it. It was only after he turned and had not run far that a tremendous wave erupted behind him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Now do you comprehend the power of this substance? Zhou Hong laughed heartily at the sight of the disheveled Chu Nangxi. He had ingeniously combined saltpeter, carbon, and other materials in precise proportions to create gunpowder. Chapter 37, The Dual Edges of Black and White. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you. Please accompany me at once. As the door swung open, Zhou He and his companion were struck dumb by the scene before them. An elderly eunuch clad in a black and red ceremonial robe was fixing Zhou Hong with a gaze as cold and poisonous as a serpent's. Oh! It is merely Eunuch Chang. I was under the impression that some audacious cur had dared to intrude upon my royal abode. Zhou Han's smile belied a menacing undertone in his voice. Beside him, Chu Nangxi was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Zhou Hong refer to himself as this prince. He could not help but cast a wary glance at Eunuch Chang. The eunuch's smile vanished, and the several guards behind him made to draw their weapons. Little wretch, let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance. Soon enough. I shall witness whether you can remain as brazen as you are now. Eunuch Chang waved his hand, his expression darkening as he regarded Zhou Hong. Let us proceed. His Majesty awaits. There's no rush. After all, my father has already stripped me of my title. He would not mind waiting a little longer to mend my wounded spirit. Zhou Hong clutched his chest, feigning a look of heartfelt pain. You! Eunuch Chan's face was as thunderous as a storm cloud, his eyes fixed rigidly on Zhou Hong. Were it not for the latter's status, he would have certainly commanded his guards to execute Zhou Hong on the spot. Observing the eunuch's sullen demeanor, Zhou Hong erupted into laughter. He knew Eunuch Chang all too well. This eunuch had once been a devoted shadow to Zhou Mo, executing many monumental deeds for the latter. Yet, as Zhou Mo's power waned, he betrayed her, revealing all her secrets to the newly ascended Empress Yang. With the information provided by Eunuch Chang, the Empress and her faction eradicated Zhou Mo's hidden influences within a fortnight, leaving her severely weakened and devoid of any clandestine support. Thus, Eunuch Chan's treachery marked a pivotal moment in the decline of the Zhou clan. He had ascended from the deputy director of the eunuchs to the chief eunuch, the minister of the interior. His rise built upon the ruins of Zhou Mo's legacy. In this moment, Zhou Hong harbored no goodwill towards Eunuch Chang. Were it not for him, Zhou Hong would still be enjoying the privileges of a carefree prince, rather than being reduced to a mere fallen noble. Reduced to eating pickled vegetables with steamed buns. This impudent fellow must be dealt with. The more Zhou Hong pondered, the angrier he became. Turning back to glare fiercely at Eunuch Chang. What are you staring at, you mad dog? I have done you no harm. Eunuch Chang merely smirked. After Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi had satisfied their appetites, they leisurely followed Eunuch Chang into the palace. A deposed prince had no right to be audacious. Eunuch Chang, leading the way, occasionally voiced his grievances. As martial artists, both Chu Nangxi and Zhou Hong possessed acute hearing, and they caught every word of the eunuch's complaints. Chu Nangxi made a move as if to teach Eunuch Chang a lesson, but Zhou Hong held him back. Watch and learn. Zhou Hong signaled to him with a glance. Master Chang, do you believe this palace harbors treasures unlike any found in the world? Zhou Hong inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, embodying a thirst for knowledge. Master Chang hesitated, momentarily perplexed by Zhou Hong's inquiry, yet responded with pride, indeed, this palace is a veritable trove of rare and exquisite wonders. Akin to a miniature realm unto itself. A subtle smile crept upon Zhou Hong's lips, aware that Master Chang had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Might there be Yunnan Bio within this palace? Both Master Chang and Chu Nangxi were momentarily taken aback. The former was intrigued by such a remedy, while the latter was bewildered. How had the conversation shifted to medicine so abruptly? What precisely is Yunnan Bio? Master Chang pondered, curiosity piqued. It is an extraordinary medicine known for its anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, reputed to regenerate severed limbs. You! Master Chang's anger flared. If he could not discern Zhou Hong's jest by now, he would have wasted years of his life. Chu Nangxi, nearby, erupted into hearty laughter. Look at you, old man. Though I may not vanquish you, I can surely vex you. Zhou Hong reveled in the sight of Master Chang, torn between a desire for retribution and his own impotence. Your Highness, is it truly possible for Yunnan Bio to regrow severed parts? Chu Nangxi suddenly interjected, casting furtive glances at Master Chang. Indeed. It is said that not only can it restore eunuchs, but even women can be transformed into men. Good heavens, how remarkable! Upon our return, we must procure some for sale. Chu Nangxi and Zhou Hong bantered back and forth, blissfully oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression on Master Chang's face. Soon, the trio reached the imperial study, and upon seeing Empress Yang standing beside Zhou Mo, Zhou Hong's countenance soured. I greet you, father, mother. Despite feeling a surge of frustration, Zhou Hong found himself compelled to bow respectfully. Hong, you returned without even informing your mother. You cannot fathom the worry you've caused me. The Empress regarded Zhou Hong with genuine concern. Such feigned compassion. Zhou Hong silently cursed, yet he still feigned contrition. This matter is my oversight. I beg for your forgiveness. Mother. Never mind. We have come to discuss the assassination attempt you endured. I intend to assign you 2 personal bodyguards. Zhou Mo observed Zhou Hong. His expression a mix of peculiarity, resignation, and concern. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow slightly. This was no mere arrangement of guards, but rather an installation of 2 potential explosives in close proximity. A single misstep could lead to his own demise at the hands of these so-called bodyguards. Mother, I already have bodyguards. Furthermore, as a 3rd-tier martial artist, I am adequately equipped for my own protection, Zhou Hong declared, asserting his status as a 3rd-tier martial artist in hopes of alleviating the Empress's apprehension. He also subtly conveyed that during his time in the southern frontier, his martial skills had stagnated in the pursuit of survival. 1 guard is hardly sufficient. This is merely a token of my affection as a mother. Surely, you cannot expect me, a mother with white hair, to send forth a black-haired one, can you? Faced with the queen's insistence, Zhou Hong reluctantly acquiesced. Xingnian, Leng Qingshou. The queen cast a glance at Zhou Hong, her eyes betraying an irrepressible mirth. 2 slender, pallid men gradually entered from outside. Upon their entrance, Zhou Hong's pupils constricted. He observed that both Leng Qingshou and Xingnian bore a long sword upon their backs. 1 blade was black, the other white, their designs nearly indistinguishable. However, what truly astonished Zhou Hong was the palpable aura of lethality emanating from these blades. This was not merely the aura of their wielders. It was the essence forged from the countless lives claimed by these swords. Chapter 38, Undercurrents from this day forth, you shall acknowledge them as your masters. There is no need for me to elaborate on what must be done. You are already well aware of your obligations. The queen smiled faintly. Yet her gaze upon Zhou Hong was laden with profound significance. Xingnian and Leng Qingshou knelt on one knee, bowing towards Zhou Mo and the queen, casting a glance at Zhou Hong that concealed no hint of malice. At that moment, Zhou Hong felt a pang of anxiety. Outside the imperial study, Chu Nangxi awaited, and he felt a certain pressure in the presence of these 2 individuals. Though both Xingnian and Leng Qingshou were only 4th-tier martial artists, They could easily overpower many ordinary fifth-tier warriors. The queen continued, seemingly admonishing Zhou Hong to relinquish any thoughts of defiance. As he exited the imperial study, Zhou Hong shrugged helplessly at Chu Nangxi, discreetly signaling with his eyes towards the two men behind him. Chu Nangxi nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding of the situation. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am here. Chu Nangxi teased Zhou Hong with a playful smile, showing no concern for Xing Nian and Long Qingshou. Upon returning to the South King's residence, both Xing Nian and Long Qingshou wrinkled their noses. Your Highness, what is that odor? They inquired simultaneously, their eyes fixed intently upon Zhou Hong. The South King's residence is quite old and situated in the southern outskirts, where one must be wary of snakes and insects. I've scattered some pest repellent, Zhou Hong thought to himself, unwilling to divulge his plans to them. Suddenly, an intriguing idea dawned upon him, and he regarded the two with an amused expression, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. Is there something on your mind, Your Highness? Xing Nian asked abruptly. Nothing of consequence. Have you eaten yet? Zhou Hong squinted at them. In that fleeting moment, the two felt as if they were prey under the watchful gaze of a predator. We have, they replied. Ah, splendid. Zhou Hong signaled to Chu Nangxi, who initially appeared taken aback but quickly grasped his intent. That night, the group spent a tranquil evening together. As the night deepened, Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi sat across from each other in his chamber. Your Highness, these two cannot be allowed to remain. We must eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, they shall become two sources of calamity. Chu Nangxi surveyed their surroundings warily, fearing eavesdroppers. We could easily orchestrate their demise. Zhou Han's eyes glinted with cunning as he leaned closer to whisper into Chu Nangxi's ear. After reaching a consensus, they were in perfect accord. Just then, a sound of movement from the roof startled them. They have departed, Zhou Hong remarked with a subtle smile. In the queen's chamber, she took a delicate sip of tea. Qingya, go and inform Xing Nian and the others to execute their plan cleanly and without leaving any traces. Understood, Your Majesty, replied the maid named Qingya as she exited, leaving the queen to set down her teacup. You illegitimate child, my son shall claim your southern lands. Meanwhile, in the East Palace, Zhou Yuan glanced at the sleeping beauty beside him before turning to the black-clad figure kneeling before him. Did my mother assign two fourth-tier martial artists to that wild child Zhou Hong? Indeed, Your Highness. However, it appears that they will not take action tonight. The figure clad in black pondered for a moment before speaking. In that case, we shall proceed tomorrow night. I will have a word with Her Majesty. Zhou Yuan rudely roused the slumbering beauty, and before she could comprehend the situation, he once again pressed her beneath him. Commander Jiao, when shall we make our move? After leaving the Eastern Palace, another figure in black approached Jiao Suha. His Highness has decreed that we act tomorrow night. Return and instruct the brethren to rest well. Success is imperative tomorrow, failure is not an option. Jiao Suha produced a pouch of coins from his bosom and tossed it to the black-clad man beside him. The following morning, the door of the Southern King's residence was rapped upon. Who is it? It's early. Can we not have our sleep? Chu Nangxi grumbled as she opened the door, but upon seeing two graceful young maidens, she was momentarily taken aback. Greetings. Might I inquire if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in? Yu Ji stammered, startled by Chu Nangxi's demeanor. Chu Nangxi, her previous smile dissipating, was suddenly filled with ire. Get lost. Were it not for your gender, I would have given you a slap for your insolence. Crown Prince, indeed, mind your tongue. My lady. With that, Chu Nangxi shot a fierce glare at Yu Xi and slammed the door shut. Who are these people? Yu Ting, fuming beside her, stamped her foot, poised to knock again. Enough. We may have sought the wrong person. Yu Ji sighed in resignation. Yu Hong had informed her that Zhou Hong had been appointed as the Southern King, prompting her to come to the Southern King's residence at first light in search of him. Chu Nangxi, having closed the door, grumbled as she walked back. What a nuisance. What ill fortune to encounter such people so early. At that moment, Zhou Hong emerged from his room. What is it? Do not mention it. Two blind fools came to the Southern King's residence seeking that Crown Prince scoundrel. Chu Nangxi scoffed in contempt. Upon hearing Chu Nangxi's account, Zhou Hong erupted into laughter. Why did you not seize them to warm your bed? No way. Who does not know that the Crown Prince and we harbor an irreconcilable enmity? Those two insolent fools dare to come to our Southern King's residence looking for someone, as if they are belittling us. They truly underestimate the Southern King's domain. At this point, Chu Nangxi's expression was one of sheer indignation. What of Xing Nian and the others? I have not seen them since I arose. Perhaps they have gone to report to the Empress. Just then, the door swung open, and Xing Nian and Long Qingshou stepped inside. Your Highness, Mr. Chu. It is time for breakfast. Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi exchanged glances before smiling and welcoming them. Outside in the southern wilderness, Zhang Rui observed the industrious citizens in the fields with a sense of astonishment. On one side, the people toiled diligently, while on the other, dilapidated houses stood in stark contrast. Young man, are you lost? An elderly voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, Zhang Rui beheld an old man bearing a hoe approaching him. If you would be so kind as to offer some guidance. Upon realizing these were the subjects of Zhou Hong, he dismounted from his horse and respectfully clasped his fists. Upon learning that Zhang Rui was seeking the company of the social secretary, the elderly man immediately became enthusiastic. As they bid farewell, the old gentleman persistently waved his hand. Who would have thought that His Highness enjoyed such a splendid reputation? This night in Kyoto felt somewhat desolate. The originally clear night sky was now obscured by dark clouds, concealing the crescent moon. Surrounding the southern king's palace, countless pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon it. Soon, the first group made their appearance. They swiftly concealed themselves in the shadows of the walls and silently approached the southern king's palace. Commander Gu, someone has made a move. Gu Jingang, hidden in the shadows, glanced at those individuals. They must be the prince's people. Chapter 39, A Turning Point. Shall we take action? Let us first assess the situation. There are far more people here than we had anticipated. Gu Jinchao cast his gaze toward the distance. The crown prince and the queen are indeed cunning. Gao Xiangjun, hidden not far away, smiled knowingly. He was quite pleased to witness this scene. On one hand, it allowed him to remain uninvolved, and on the other, it could rid him of Zhou Hong. If someone is willing to take the lead, what joy it brings to them. However, just as they were observing, a tremendous explosion resounded from within the South King's residence. A powerful shockwave even sent the gates of the estate flying. Gu Jinchao and the others turned pale with fear, and without a moment to ponder, they hurriedly retreated from the vicinity of the South King's residence. Inside, Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi gazed disheveled at the numerous corpses sprawled across the ground. Your Highness, there are still those two wretches left unaccounted for. Chu Nangxi pointed toward the injured Xing Nian and Long Qingshou, who lay nearby, battered by the explosion. They were struggling to look at Zhou Hong, utterly astonished that he had such a backup plan. What a clever stratagem! Xing Nian spat blood repeatedly. They could not fathom how they had inexplicably sustained such grievous injuries. Just moments prior, they had just reunited with Jiao Suhao when a firework shot forth from Zhou Heng's chamber. Before they could react, a formidable force had struck them down. Zhou Heng, I shall remember this grudge. Suddenly, a seemingly lifeless figure in black coughed up blood and struggled to rise. Stop him. Zhou Hong had not anticipated that there would be a survivor. Yet, it was too late. The man was already close to the door and had fled before Chu Nangxi could respond. Forget it, let us deal with these two first. Zhou Hong halted Chu Nangxi and drew out Tianwen, approaching the two individuals. I, Zhou Hong, am not one who revels in slaughter. Rather, I am a lover of talent. I offer you a chance, surrender to me, and I shall spare your lives. Your Highness, this may be somewhat unwise. They are the Queen's hounds. Chu Nangxi was taken aback by Zhou Hong's words, fearing that he had lost his senses and was inviting trouble upon himself. After all, one must eradicate the roots of a problem, otherwise, it shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. I believe they are intelligent individuals. They know that following me holds far greater prospects than following the Queen. Chu Nangxi scoffed, wishing he could scold Zhou Hong for his arrogance. If not for his esteemed position, he longed to inquire what prospects lay in following Zhou Hong. Who was the weakest among the four major princes and possessed the most impoverished territory? The most pressing concern was that countless individuals in the capital sought his life. He could not fathom where Zhou Hong derived his confidence to speak so boldly. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. For he knew that if Zhou Hong failed to win over these two, he would surely find himself in dire straits. The two men stared at Zhou Hong in silence, uncertain of the source of his confidence to address them in such a manner. Others who painted grand visions did so based on certain foundations. However, Zhou Hong was unwilling to draw the proverbial pie and instead began to deceive. You might as well kill me. I see no future with you. Xing Yan sighed. To fall at your hands is no injustice. However, I believe you two shall soon descend. Xing Yan closed his eyes. Then it shall be as you wish. Tianwen pierced through Xing Yan's heart, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. And you? Zhou Hong turned his gaze towards the aloof Qin Shou beside him. The latter remained silent, and Zhou Hong made no effort to urge him. You are the first person to dare to recruit me while in a disadvantaged position. I wish to see how far you can truly go. However, I have one condition. Xin Nian's blade must be entrusted to me. Very well. Chu Nangshi reluctantly lifted the unconscious Qin Shou from the ground and entered the room. Your Highness. You are the first man I have encountered who boasts without a hint of anxiety. Nonsense. This is simply a display of my capabilities. Yet, upon witnessing the dilapidated Southern Duke's manner, Zhou Hong felt a wave of headache wash over him. The following morning, Zhou Hong and Chu Nangshi tidied up the Southern Duke's manor and sought out a doctor to treat Qin Shou's injuries. From the latter, Zhou Hong learned that the one who fled last night was Jiao Suha, the leader of the Crown Prince's secret guards. However, the events that transpired at the Southern Duke's manor spread like wildfire throughout the capital, causing many ambitious individuals to momentarily temper their aspirations. This is the aftermath of the tumultuous waves that erupted at the Southern Duke's manor last night, Zhou Long remarked, gazing at the crumbling estate. Had we not fled swiftly, we might have met our end here. Gao Shangjun felt a twinge of fear as he recalled the previous night. Brother, you have come to visit our elder brother too. Just then, Zhou Duang approached. After all, their elder brother had faced considerable peril last night. The Southern Duke's manor was nearly reduced to ruins. Zhou Long regarded Zhou Duang with a grave expression. Indeed, I cannot fathom what these people are thinking. What benefit could they gain from our elder brother's demise? Zhou Duang shared the same confusion and outrage. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in their line of sight. What is she doing here? Zhou Long inquired, puzzled. I suspect she has come to gather information regarding Lord Yu. Zhou Duang cast a glance and then disregarded her, walking into the Southern Duke's manor. Gao Shangjun, be cautious. Zhou Long offered a brief warning before also ignoring her. No one visits the Free Treasures Hall without cause. They both believed that the woman must harbor some undisclosed secret. Miss, why must we press our warm faces against someone else's cold backside? Yu Ting felt a surge of anger recalling Chu Nangshi's previous demeanor. Forget it. Let us not judge a monk by his temple. Yu Xi smiled lightly, resembling a blooming peony, yet her eyes held a profound concern. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Southern Duke's manor, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to leave. Despite Yu Han's repeated assurances that the Southern Duke was Zhou Hong, the lesson from the last encounter left her too wary to take that step. This is how it should be. We cannot press warm faces against cold backsides. Yu Xi ultimately turned back home, and Yu Ting felt a sense of joy. What he was unaware of was that at that moment, within the remnants of crumbling walls, a man with a cold gaze was intently observing the retreating figures of the two. In the East Palace, Zhou Yuan paced anxiously back and forth. Meanwhile, on the bed beside him, several imperial physicians were frantically tending to the wounds of the person lying there. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, continually emerged on the foreheads of the physicians, yet their hands did not falter for a moment. Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence. A eunuch whispered to Zhou Yuan. Very well, I shall go at once. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at the individual surrounded by the physicians before following the eunuch out. Mother! Upon seeing Empress Yang, Zhou Yuan fell to his knees, overwhelmed with grief. Mother, that wretched creature remains alive. I cannot find peace in my slumber. Chapter 40. The enigmatic figure at the tavern. The Empress cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yuan, who knelt upon the ground, and with a dismissive wave of her hand, she conveyed her thoughts. I am already aware of last night's events. I have lost 2 esteemed generals, and I harbor a strong desire to eliminate that wretched Zhou Hong. However, we must refrain from taking further action. The uproar from last night has drawn considerable attention. As she spoke, a shadow crossed her countenance. If this continued, it would undoubtedly provide an opportunity for adversaries to strike against her. Although the current state of the great show appears to be under her sole dominion, unbeknownst to her, countless eyes are set upon her position. Who does not aspire to wield the Emperor's authority to command the lords? To stand atop the clouds and gaze down upon the myriad souls of the world? The pinnacle of power ignites the ambitions of every aspiring schemer. Who lurk like ravenous beasts with glimmering green eyes? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth to speak further, but the severity of the Empress's gaze silenced him. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Zhou Yuan learned that his covert commander had succumbed to his injuries, which somewhat alleviated his spirits. Your Highness, General Jiao requires a period of convalescence. His internal injuries are quite grave, remarked the imperial physician, his expression somber as he regarded the unconscious Jiao Suha. This was the first time he had encountered someone so grievously wounded yet still clinging to life. As an imperial physician, he had witnessed countless royal power struggles and understood their inherent brutality. Coupled with the rumors circulating outside, he surmised that Jiasuha's injuries were closely tied to the events of the previous night. The secret to his survival lay in his ability to see through the veils of deception without exposing them. "Thank you, esteemed physician," Zhou Yuan said, offering a respectful nod. At that moment, he seemed transformed, shedding the frivolity of his former self. The explosion at the Southern King's residence had quelled the turmoil that had been brewing throughout the capital. On one hand, the shock of the explosion left many in a state of uncertainty, apprehensive that such chaos could visit them. On the other hand, the magnitude of the disturbance meant that any action against Zhou Hong could unleash a cascade of unwelcome complications. They were unwilling to bear the stigma of being labeled as assassins of the great Zhou as prince. "Your Highness, have you noticed that the area outside the Southern King's residence has grown eerily quiet? They appear to be afraid." Zhou Hong poured boiling water into the teapot. "However, do not underestimate the woman you mentioned. Her return is quite suspect. She may have come to assess the situation. Yet, I remain intrigued by her identity. Who could she possibly be?" Zhou Hong resolved to observe her closely the next time their paths would cross. "Your Highness, after tomorrow, we can return to the southern region." Reflecting on the events of recent days, Chu Nangshi felt a twinge of nostalgia. What had begun as a simple duty to report in the capital had spiraled into a series of unforeseen incidents. Had it not been for Zhou Hong's foresight in laying an ambush, he could not be certain that they would have survived to witness the dawn of another day. "Let us venture outside." To prevent the cold-blooded killing of the hunted, they arranged for it to be sheltered in the home of a physician. The two casually entered a local tavern. If one were to seek the most reliable source of information, it would not be found at the county office or amongst the prominent families of the region, but rather in the bustling tavern that attracts the most visitors. Here, amidst the ebb and flow of patrons, news naturally circulates. Upon entering, a server promptly approached. Zhou Hong ordered a pot of fine tea and settled into a crowded corner. "Have you heard? Last night, the former Crown Prince Zhou Hong was attacked. Who hasn't heard of it? However, you may not know that the Southern King was assassinated prior to this." A few individuals whispered, their conversation audible to those nearby, who soon joined in. "Your Highness!" Chu Nangshi exclaimed softly as Zhou Hong stood. He gestured that all was well, but soon thereafter, he astonished Chu Nangshi by mingling with the crowd, engaging in conversation with fervor. "I heard that news of the Southern King's first assassination attempt was leaked by the Northern and Eastern Kings." As Zhou Hong spoke, several eyes turned towards him. "I have heard this too," replied a man in his 30s, who bore an unremarkable appearance yet exuded a certain nonchalance. Although the Northern and Eastern Kings outwardly show respect towards the Southern King, calling him royal brother and big brother, in truth, both harbor ambitions towards the southern territories and its vast armies. Zhou Hong scrutinized the speaker, noting his casual demeanor. Indeed, the Southern King did protect these two, yet they are both treacherous wolves. How could such individuals possess a woman as companion? The crowd fell silent in contemplation. Sensing their speechlessness, the man continued. "You may believe Zhou Han's downfall was solely due to the current queen, but that is far from the truth." This revelation detonated within Zhou Han's mind like an underwater explosion. He had always assumed his disgrace was solely the queen's doing, never suspecting the existence of deeper machinations. "I have heard that the Eastern and Northern kings have their hands in this as well. What of the Western king?" Zhou Hong feigned curiosity, gazing at the latter. The man smiled mysteriously, then rubbed his fingers together, signaling for contributions from the audience. Curiosity piqued, the crowd began to dig into their pockets, eager to learn more. Zhou Hong too produced a few coins and placed them on the table. The man nodded in satisfaction, pocketing the money. "As for the Western king, I have heard he is filled with resentment due to the emperor's favoritism towards the Southern king." Upon hearing this, many in the audience expressed their disbelief. "Who doesn't know that?" As the crowd began to disperse, the man quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, please stay. It would be unwise to leave before I finish speaking. In truth, the Western king is the most astute of all. He has chosen to go against the current, distancing himself from His Highness the Southern King and exhibiting a notable hostility instead." Upon hearing this, those present were once again taken aback, unable to fathom the underlying intricacies of the situation. The man cast a glance around the room, rubbing his fingers together. This time, the onlookers were not as nonchalant as before. After a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly retrieved their money from their pockets and placed it before him. Zhou Hong observed the latter with keen interest. The latter had a knack for piquing the curiosity of the crowd, only to deliberately keep them in suspense, thus reaping financial rewards, a truly commendable tactic. My good fellow, do you wish to uncover what lies beyond this? Chapter 41. Zhou Huang brother, you jest. Zhou Hong quickly retrieved several coins from his pocket and placed them before the man. The latter, unfazed, accepted the coins with a smile. Why do I claim that the West King is the most astute among the free? The man teased, surveying the audience. It is well known that the West King and the South King share a strained relationship, and at present, the South King's influence is waning. If the West King were to take action against the South King, no one would suspect him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, if the West King wished to eliminate him, the suspicion would be minimal. The very fact that everyone was aware of their rivalry would lead to initial suspicion. But it would soon dissipate. In the depths of human consciousness, no one would be foolish enough to orchestrate an assassination against their adversary so ostentatiously. For once an adversary is eliminated, all suspicion would inevitably fall upon the perpetrator. Such notions are part of common human understanding. Yet, the West King, Zhou Xian, cleverly exploited this vulnerability, orchestrating his vendetta against Zhou Hong. Zhou Xian, you are truly cunning. Zhou Hong chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He ceased to listen to the man's further discourse and departed the tavern with Chu Nangxi. My lord, what troubles you? Chu Nangxi inquired, noticing Zhou Han's unusual demeanor. It's nothing, merely a realization I've come to. Do you recall the assassin I encountered at Zhang Rui's abode? Chu Nangxi paused, puzzled by the question. I remember. They bore tattoos of a black python on their necks. Zhou Hong nodded and proceeded to share his thoughts with Chu Nangxi. My lord, relying solely on hearsay may be somewhat imprudent, Chu Nangxi remarked, her concern evident. She feared Zhou Hong might cultivate too many enemies. Although the southern region was experiencing certain developments, it remained significantly inferior in strength compared to the other free territories. To be more precise, the southern region lacked the capability to confront the others head-on. This matter must not be publicized. Upon our return to the southern region tomorrow, I must thoroughly investigate my petty brother, Zhou Hong contemplated. He understood that the words of a mere idler should be taken with caution, yet the implications were substantial. And he could not afford to be careless. The age-old truth that emperors are often devoid of compassion was not lost on Zhou Hong. Anyone born into imperial lineage must confront the specter of fratricide. At times, he wished he could transcend into the life of a wealthy merchant's heir, where he could indulge in the carefree existence of a dandy. Yet, all of this remained a mere fantasy. In reality, he had to navigate the treacherous waters fraught with hidden perils. He could not fathom whom he had offended, nor understand why so many sought his demise. Ultimately, all his frustrations coalesced into a deep sigh that echoed through the stillness of the night. The following morning, in the Golden Throne Hall, numerous ministers gathered in clusters. Only Zhou Hong stood alone in solitude, somewhat forlorn. After all, to many, he was no different from a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, Zhou Hong remained indifferent, exuding a sense of leisure, unperturbed by the need to engage in the machinations of these cunning individuals. Oh, is that not my esteemed elder brother standing there all alone? How could I nearly forget? You are now regarded as the dreaded plague that no one dares to provoke. Zhou Yuan approached from outside the Golden Wang Hall, taking delight in Zhou Han's solitary state. Zhou Hong, however, paid him no mind, as if he were invisible. Numerous officials quickly approached Zhou Yuan upon his arrival, who regarded Zhou Hong with an air of arrogance, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Before long, a sharp, effeminate voice echoed through the hall, prompting immediate silence. Everyone hastily returned to their designated positions to await Zhou Mo. Simultaneously, a tall and handsome man, bearing some resemblance to Zhou Hong and his brothers, gradually made his way forward. Many officials nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing him. Zhou Huang surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhou Hong and his companions. I have met the imperial uncle. Although all four of them were princes, they were obliged to address the eighth prince with the title of imperial uncle. Zhou Huang was the only prince of the great Zhou dynasty and the sole brother of Zhou Mo. The moment Zhou Huang appeared, Zhou Hong's heart sank. In his fervent efforts to counter the queen and his unruly younger brothers, he had completely overlooked the formidable Zhou Huang. In his memory, had it not been for the early demise of the old emperor, this man could have easily ascended the throne of the great Zhou. According to popular lore, on his deathbed, the old emperor had decreed the deposition of the then crown prince, Zhou Mo, and appointed Zhou Huang as the new sovereign. However, those surrounding the old emperor had already been replaced by Zhou Mo. Shortly thereafter, a scream pierced the air, and moments later, Zhou Mo emerged holding the imperial edict. Thus, the tale circulated that Zhou Mo had committed regicide to seize power. However, upon Zhou Mo's ascension, this matter was swiftly buried. When the old emperor passed, the three ministers who had been by his side were later entrusted with significant responsibilities, yet their fortunes waned, and within a few years, they were executed along with their clans for treason. Consequently, only Zhou Mo remained privy to the events of that time. As the tale unfolded, the public increasingly believed in Zhou Mo's treachery. Nevertheless, as the populace came to recognize Zhou Mo as a benevolent and compassionate ruler, the story gradually faded from public consciousness. Despite this, Zhou Huang had no intention of letting the matter slip away. All his schemes were meticulously unraveled by Zhou Mo. And according to the laws of the Great Show, Zhou Huang ought to have faced the death penalty. However, Zhou Mo, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for being his only brother, conferred upon him the title of 8th Prince. Though Zhou Huang ceased his struggles and accepted his role, he clandestinely cultivated his own power. I shall not contend with him for the throne. He should not trouble me, Zhou Hong mused inwardly. With a complexion radiant and a demeanor brimming with triumph, the queen gracefully supported the pallet and emaciated Zhou Mo as they approached. Long live our sovereign. May he reign forever. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Chu Nangxi received a confidential letter. This missive, penned by Wang Xian, urged the two to avoid lingering in the capital. Additionally, he dispatched Man Nian, accompanied by Mo Yuan, to safeguard Zhou Hong. Although the 7 leaders who had arrived were hastily assembled by Wang Xian, each was a formidable warrior, nearing the 6th rank of martial prowess. It could be said that a substantial portion of the southern territory's resources had been risked, all for the sole purpose of protecting Zhou Hong, for he held immense significance for the southern realm. Chapter 42 Nephew, the royal uncle has prepared a modest feast. General Chu, after receiving the message from His Highness, immediately returned to the southern frontier. The capital is perilous for His Highness. The last sentence was almost whispered into Chu Nangxi's ear by Man Nian. The latter nodded. He understood this matter better than Man Nian. After all, he had encountered numerous assassination attempts by Zhou Hong. Do you have any leads? Chu Nangxi asked quietly, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Man Nian glanced at Chu Nangxi and signaled with his eyes, choosing not to speak further. Mo Yuan had spent a substantial amount to uncover a significant secret. It turned out that Zhou Han's downfall was orchestrated by another, and the Empress was merely a pawn in that individual's game. After concluding his report, Zhou Hong was eager to leave, striding purposefully towards the palace exit. Nephew, why the haste? Come, let your royal uncle take a good look at you. You must have endured much during this time. Just as Zhou Hong had taken a few steps, Zhou Huang called out to him. Royal uncle. Zhou Han's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a smile as he turned to Zhou Huang. It has been a while since we last met. You have lost quite a bit of weight. Although there are many matters for you to address in the southern frontier, do take care of your health. I would not wish to see a white-haired man send off a black-haired one. Zhou Huang gazed at Zhou Hong with genuine concern, devoid of any pretense. Your royal uncle speaks true. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow but quickly bowed and clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. He understood the implications behind Zhou Huang's words. The latter was subtly threatening him, suggesting he relinquish the southern frontier to him in exchange for protection. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to enact a tragic farewell. Since that is the case, I shall prepare some food and wine at home tonight. Do come and share a drink with your royal uncle. Zhou Hong cast a glance at Zhou Huang, realizing he could not refuse, and reluctantly acquiesced. Then let your royal uncle treat you. Nonsense, we are family. Why speak of such formalities? Zhou Huang, exuding warmth, took Zhou Han's hand affectionately, resembling a doting father. Upon exiting the palace, Chu Nangxi and the others approached. 8th Prince. Man Nian, you've grown up. Zhou Huang's gaze narrowed slightly as he regarded Man Nian, though he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Is your father well? My father is in good health. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Man Nian bowed respectfully. The 8th Prince held considerable influence in the Great Zhou, and the secrets uncovered by Mo Yuan were closely tied to him. Nephew, since that is settled, we shall part ways here. I shall await you at the Duke's residence tonight. Zhou Huang smiled at Zhou Hong before boarding the carriage led by Gu Jinqiao and departing. Your Highness, do exercise caution regarding the 8th Prince. Zhou Hong nodded, albeit with some surprise. He had not anticipated Man Nian's swift arrival. Let us return first, he said. glancing at Zhou Yuan and the others in the distance. The group of 10, with Chu Nangxi and others following closely behind Zhou Hun, was undeniably imposing. The 7 leaders of Mo Yuan exuded a menacing aura, and even Zhou Huang had felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing them. Thus, they attracted many curious gazes. Too ostentatious. Who are they? Alas, what an imposing sight it is. Passers-by on the road gasped in astonishment, causing Zhou Han's face to flush with embarrassment. Upon finally returning to the South Prince's residence, Man Nian was taken aback by the grim state of affairs. Your Highness, are we certain this is the South Prince's mansion and not some other place? Observing the confusion on Man Nian's face, Chu Nangxi chuckled lightly. Recently, an unfortunate incident occurred here, and we, alongside your Highness, dealt with a wave of assassins. Chu Nangxi spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet, Man Nian disowned the underlying peril and severity of the situation. Previously, Zhou Huang had invited me to his home for dinner. As Zhou Han's words fell, both Chu Nangxi and Man Nian's expressions shifted dramatically. Your Highness, we absolutely cannot go. Man Nian gazed at Zhou Hong with urgency. I am aware. Yet I find myself powerless. At present, we are akin to fish on a chopping block, with others wielding the knife while I am the prey. Zhou Hong sighed deeply. Zhou Huang's intentions were far from benevolent. He was merely orchestrating a banquet of treachery. However, attendance was unavoidable. In that moment, Zhou Hong suddenly comprehended the sentiments of Liu Bang from yesteryears, a chilling realization indeed. Nonetheless, this also illuminated a significant truth for Zhou Hong. His own frailty rendered him incapable of deterring others. Constantly under threat, he found himself lacking even the qualifications to oppose unreasonable demands. By the way, did you not mention that there was a great secret to divulge to your Highness? Chu Nangxi suddenly recalled the secret Man Nian had mentioned earlier. I nearly forgot. This matter pertains to both His Majesty and your Highness. Man Nian's countenance turned grave as he gestured for the leaders of Muyuan to maintain vigilant surveillance of their surroundings. Oh, does this involve both my father and me? Zhou Hong inquired, surprised. Indeed, it may also relate to your Highness's mother. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong grasped the gravity of the situation. Man Nian recounted the information gathered by Muyuan in detail. It turned out that during their quest for intelligence, they had inadvertently encountered an elderly man. The old man claimed to be a sword-bearing guard of the palace, who had diligently safeguarded its security. However, one day, everything changed dramatically. During a routine patrol, he overheard a commotion emanating from the queen's chambers. Curiosity piqued, for the queen had always been known for her grace and virtue, never raising her voice against the eunuchs or maidservants. Even when they erred, she would gently comfort them. Thus, her reputation remained impeccable, and the palace staff delighted in serving her. Yet, on this day, the usually gentle queen was enraged, prompting his curiosity to see what could provoke such fury. Peering through the door's crack, he was nearly knocked off his feet by the sight that greeted him. He beheld the queen, her face turning purple, struggling to loosen the white silk around her neck. Following the line of sight, the old man recognized a familiar face desperately tugging at the very ribbon that choked the queen. This familiar visage was drenched in tears, repeatedly uttering apologies and pleas for forgiveness. Upon reaching this point, he was poised to draw his sword and charge in to rescue the queen. However, at that moment, he felt as though someone had grasped his wrist. Turning around, he beheld the 8th prince, Zhou Huang, gazing at him with a smile, his grip firmly ensnaring his wrist. At that instant, he comprehended the origin of the predicament. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? He demanded with a fierce tone. There are matters beyond your purview. If you wish to preserve your life, remain silent and depart. Otherwise, I shall eradicate your entire family. The old man, terrified, fell to his knees the moment Zhou Huang released his grip, prostrating himself 3 times before the room. Your Highness, I have wronged you. Chapter 47, the banquet subsequently. The tragic news of the Empress's suicide within her chamber began to circulate. Yet, within a few days, Emperor Zhou Mo declared to the world that the Empress had succumbed to a grave illness and had unfortunately passed away. However, only he was privy to the truth. The Empress had been murdered. In the days that followed, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Nevertheless, this state of melancholy did not last long. One evening, an old friend invited him to partake in some wine, during which he learned that the body of the guard who had slain the Empress had been discovered in a well. Upon hearing this news, he was momentarily stunned, believing it to be the Empress returning to exact her vengeance. Yet, scarcely had a few days passed when the 8th prince, under the pretext of treason, searched the guard's household, unearthing evidence of conspiracy and executing his entire clan. The old man quickly grasped that this was not the empress's retribution but rather a calculated move by the 8th prince, Zhou Huang, to eliminate all those aware of the truth. After all, the living are often more discreet than the dead. Upon receiving this alarming information, he hastily instructed his family to prepare for flight. However, Zhou Huang would not allow him to escape. That very night, a cadre of cloaked figures stormed his home, mercilessly slaughtering over 20 members of his family. He managed to break free from their encirclement, only to slip from a cliff, narrowly escaping with his life. To evade further pursuit, he was compelled to adopt a new identity in a secluded mountain village, remarrying and fathering children anew. Thus, it can be said that my mother was slain by Zhou Huang. Although Zhou Hong had traversed time, his memories held dear the affection his mother had for him. It was also due to the empress's influence that he had been designated as the crown prince. Man Nian nodded in acknowledgement before continuing. Eventually, taking advantage of Emperor Zhou Mo's profound grief over the loss of the empress, Zhou Huang introduced Empress Yang into the palace. Remarkably, this woman possessed considerable prowess. Within a mere fortnight, she succeeded in drawing Zhou Mo from his sorrow, igniting a new romance. At that time, Zhou Mo was resplendent and brimming with vitality, embodying the essence of spring. As the saying goes, with cloud-like hair and flower-like beauty, the golden steps sway, within the warm confines of the hibiscus curtains. The fleeting spring night is all too brief, leaving the sovereign to forsake the morning court. Zhou Huang seized this opportunity to swiftly dismantle Zhou Mo's power. Empress Yang was no ordinary woman. She adeptly used this chance to win hearts and cultivate her own influence, all while operating clandestinely from Zhou Huang's oversight. She was acutely aware of the terror Zhou Huang inspired. However, in a world where secrets rarely remain hidden, this intrigue soon reached Zhou Huang's ears. Yet, he did not express anger towards her. Instead, he inverted their roles. Zhou Huang covertly garnered loyalty, while the empress worked overtly. Of course, Zhou Huang's intentions were far from noble. He intended to use the empress as a shield, obscuring his own presence. Before long, sensing the time was ripe, Zhou Huang instructed the empress to whisper sweet nothings into Zhou Mo's ear, simultaneously coercing him to abdicate Zhou Han's claim to the throne. Initially, Zhou Huang planned to leave the position vacant after Zhou Han's removal. Once Zhou Mo passes away, lacking a designated heir, he could easily ascend the throne by leveraging his identity as an imperial uncle and rallying his supporters. However, Zhou Huang never anticipated that the influence of the empress would reach such astonishing heights. Following Zhou Han's deposition, she promptly appointed her son, Zhou Yuan, as the crown prince. In an effort to preserve his own power, Zhou Huang opted not to confront the empress directly. The cunning old fox proved to be far more astute than we had imagined. After hearing this, Zhou Hong could only express his astonishment. As for Zhou Huang's reluctance to engage in a direct conflict with the empress, Zhou Hong understood the reasoning. Should the two clash, victory would inevitably fall to Zhou Huang. Yet the fruits of such triumph would ultimately benefit others. Zhou Hong had previously learned from Zhou Mo that Zhou Huang was a man who never forgot a grievance and possessed remarkable patience. Zhou Mo had likened him to a venomous snake lying in wait, cautioning Zhou Hong that should he ascend to the throne one day, he must first eliminate Zhou Huang. Yet, everything had unraveled far too swiftly, and now Zhou Hong found himself anxious about whether he would even live to see that day. Mount Yin, Chu Nangxi. You two shall accompany me to the banquet tonight, while the rest of the Mo Yuan leaders will provide covert protection. After listening to Meng Shen's account, Zhou Hong had already devised a plan. He intended to incite discord between the empress and Zhou Huang, allowing him to momentarily evade their scrutiny. However, Your Highness, might this be too perilous? Perhaps we should find an excuse to decline. Chu Nangxi expressed her concerns. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. I truly do not believe Zhou Huang can bring me harm, Zhou Hong declared, his sleeves sweeping dramatically, revealing an aura of indomitable authority. Understood, Your Highness. That evening, after a day of hunger, Zhou Hong and his companions arrived at Zhou Huang's princely estate. Your Highness, your frugal approach is rather unique. Chu Nangxi quipped, her stomach growling in protest, while Meng Tian nodded in agreement. Just a little longer, we shall soon feast on delicacies. Zhou Hong himself was equally famished, having previously told the pair to forego meals in anticipation of a grand banquet at the prince's residence. Initially, both had opposed his plan, but upon hearing of the sumptuous offerings and fine wines, they reluctantly acquiesced. Prince of the South, my lord awaits you inside. An elderly steward approached, dressed in formal attire. Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback by the man's imposing presence. Though appearing to be in his 50s, the steward stood tall and walked with a steady, composed gait. Zhou Hong noticed the man's lean arms, which nevertheless exuded an undeniable strength. The three exchanged glances, recognizing that the elder was no ordinary individual, and his prowess likely surpassed that of a fifth-tier warrior. "Please, this way," the steward remarked, prompting the trio to follow him into the grand hall. "Ah, nephew. I thought you wouldn't come." Zhou Huang boomed with laughter upon their entrance, displaying an exuberant warmth. "I pay my respects to my imperial uncle. I pay my respects to the prince." As Zhou Hong and the other two were about to clasp their fists in salute, they were halted by Zhou Huang. "Ah. Within the confines of home, such formalities are unnecessary. There is no need for the title imperial uncle. Addressing me as uncle feels far more affectionate." Once seated, the trio gazed at the sumptuous delicacies before them, swallowing several times in anticipation. "It appears you have endured considerable hardships in the southern frontier. Do indulge. And if it proves insufficient, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare more." Observing the three, who were increasingly salivating, Zhou Huang burst into hearty laughter. Were it not for the knowledge that the man before him was a cunning old fox, Zhou Hong might have believed that he was indeed a loving and caring uncle. "Nephew, today, your uncle wishes to discuss a matter of importance with you. This is indeed the primary reason for my visit today." Chapter 44. The Rebellion of My Father. Zhou Hong set down his chopsticks and swallowed the morsel of meat in his mouth. He was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Zhou Huang to be so forthright, revealing his intentions to Zhou Hong right from the start. "Uncle, may I inquire about the matter you wish to discuss? Though I am the Southern King, you are aware that the Southern region is a remote and impoverished land. Even I, the Southern King, subsist on pickled vegetables and steamed buns. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but today marks my first occasion dining on meat at your table." Upon hearing this, both Chu Nangxi and Man Nian nodded vigorously. The two had been famished for quite some time, their mouths stuffed with food, resembling starved ghosts. Many of the household servants and maids looked on with derision, perceiving Zhou Hong and his companions as nothing more than provincial bumpkins visiting the city. Noticing the disdainful gazes of the attendants around them, Zhou Huang cleared his throat softly. "No matter, my dear nephew, this plan of mine can unfold gradually. All that is required is for you to participate when the time comes." This revelation further perplexed Zhou Hong. It seemed his uncle had no intentions of usurping his southern region. Observing Zhou Han's hesitation, Zhou Huang smiled gently, saying, "Rest assured, once our endeavors bear fruit, your uncle shall not neglect you. At present, you are the weakest among your brothers. Each of them harbors ambitions to seize your southern region." Zhou Huang meticulously analyzed Zhou Han's current predicament. After absorbing his uncle's insights, Zhou Hong felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Indeed, Zhou Huang was a cunning fox well versed in the intricacies of politics, exhibiting a keen understanding of the situation. The three of them paused, exchanging glances. "Uncle, if that is the case, why do you require my assistance? My capabilities seem insufficient to aid you in any significant way." Zhou Han's smile faded as he regarded Zhou Huang with utmost seriousness. "Precisely for that reason, as I previously assessed, you now find yourself at the epicenter of a power struggle, with countless eyes upon you. Should you perish, the southern region will once again descend into chaos, devoid of leadership. Although the 30,000 armored troops are currently diminished in strength, a thin, starving camel is still larger than a horse. Once trained, that army could become a formidable asset." At this juncture, Zhou Hong began to grasp Zhou Huang's true intentions. He sought to compel Zhou Hong to relinquish command of the 30,000 armored troops, a proposition Zhou Hong would never entertain. The life-preserving talisman left to him by Zhou Mo meant that surrendering the armored troops would spell his certain demise. "Uncle, if you wish for me to hand over those 30,000 armored troops, that is utterly out of the question." With that, Zhou Hong rose to leave. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Zhou Huang's eyes but quickly vanished. "Nephew, please wait. That was not my intention. What I meant to convey is my hope that one day, you will be able to send troops to assist me." Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi exchanged a knowing glance and resumed their seats. "Then how shall I mobilize troops? When shall they be dispatched? By what means shall I justify their deployment?" Zhou Han's expression remained grave, devoid of any trace of a smile. "I shall inform you in due course." At this juncture, if Zhou Hong remains oblivious to Zhou Huang's true intentions, it would be a grave oversight. The latter seeks Zhou Han's assistance in mounting a rebellion. This old rogue, You are attempting to ensnare me in a web of treachery and disloyalty towards my own father. Zhou Hong silently cursed, contemplating the absurdity of revolting against his own patriarch. If it were for his own benefit, it might be justifiable, yet this rebellion is against his own uncle. What would posterity think of him? Would he be branded as a disloyal and unfilial traitor, or perhaps a rebellious son? Of course, I shall not neglect your interests. I will provide you with an annual stipend of 100,000 taels of silver for military expenses. Moreover, I have heard of your business ventures, and I can assist you in expanding Zhouxian's market, as well as opening avenues in the surrounding nations of the Great Show. Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback. The temptation was overwhelming. Very well. In that instant, he felt a surge of self-reproach. In his hesitation, perhaps Zhou Wang might even sweeten the deal. How pathetic. To be swayed so easily. Zhou Hong chastised himself mercilessly. Rest assured, on the day I ascend the throne, I shall immediately proclaim your status as the crown prince. After my demise, this realm shall remain yours. As night fell, Zhou Hong and his companions returned to the South Wangfu. Your Highness, why did you acquiesce? This could easily place us at a disadvantage. Man Nian regarded Zhou Hong with confusion. I, too, am reluctant, but his terms are far too enticing. Zhou Hong shrugged helplessly. You need not worry, I am quite aware of my limits in this matter. Zhou Hong smiled mysteriously at the two. However, upon their return to the South Wangfu, they were met with the sight of two figures standing at the entrance. Let us investigate. Upon recognizing the silhouettes, Chu Nangxi immediately cried out. Seize them. The 7 leaders of Moyuan emerged from the shadows, their blades poised at the necks of the intruders. Both thieves, daring to infiltrate at this hour, plotting nefarious schemes. Chu Nangxi shouted in fury. Your Highness, on the day you were attacked, these two came to the South Wangfu inquiring about the crown prince, and that very night, you were assaulted. Zhou Hong scrutinized the figures and discovered they were two strikingly beautiful young women. Yet at that moment, they appeared pale with fright, their delicate bodies trembling, and biting their lips in distress. Who are you? Zhou Hong inquired in a grave tone. The lovely girl stared at Zhou Hong, her body quaking uncontrollably. Yet after a moment, she managed to speak. Are you Zhou Hong? How dare you address His Highness so casually? You are courting death. Man Nian exclaimed in anger. Ready to take action. Wait, let her finish. Zhou Hong halted Man Nian, directing his gaze towards the girl. What is your purpose in seeking me? Who sent you as an envoy? Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, startling the 3 men. What on earth is happening? You two are responsible for making her cry. Zhou Hong, who had always feared a woman's tears, found himself confronted with such a scene. Your Highness, it was clearly you who made her weep. Although Man Nian and Chu Nangxi are both figures of violence, they now find themselves in a state of panic. Brother Zhou Hong, it truly is you. How wonderful. Tears streamed down the young girl's face as she longed to approach Zhou Hong, yet was halted by the swords wielded by the 7 leaders. With the assassination thwarted, it seems they must resort to a scheme of self-infliction. Let me make it clear, this tactic does not sway me. Brother Zhou Hong, I am Yu Yi. Yu Yi? You are indeed Yu Xi. Zhou Hong was initially taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of astonishment. In his memories, there was indeed a little girl who followed him every day. However, after he was named crown prince, they had not crossed paths again. No one could have anticipated that their reunion would occur in such a manner. Chapter 45, Perfume released them. The swords of the 7 leaders were withdrawn from Yu Xi's neck the moment she embraced Zhou Hong tightly. After a streak of misfortune that made even drinking water a struggle, was fortune finally turning in her favor? Zhou Hong gazed at the girl clinging to him, a foolish grin spreading across his face. However, in an effort to maintain an aloof image in Yu Xi's eyes, he quickly suppressed his smile. Yu Xi. Propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Beside them, Yu Ting observed Zhou Hong with great curiosity. Suddenly, she clapped her hands in realization. Oh, it's you too. What is going on, Yu Ting? Yu Xi blushed as she looked at Zhou Hong, casting him a playful glare. My lady, do you remember those individuals who were fighting in the tavern that day? Upon hearing Yu Ting's words, Yu Xi suddenly recognized Zhou Hong as one of the fighters from that very day. Let us discuss this inside. Back in the room, Zhou Hong finally took a good look at Yu Xi's appearance, reflecting on the earlier moment when this enchanting beauty had held onto him so tightly. He felt his heart flutter. Yu Xi, her face flushed, realized she had been overly excited and neglected her usual composure. Yu Xi, What brings you here? In Zhou Han's memory, Yu Ji was the cherished daughter of the current chancellor, Yu Hong. It was unusual for her to seek him out at such a late hour. Surely, she did not merely wish to see him. I heard you were attacked, and I was quite worried. Her voice softened to a near whisper, almost inaudible to Zhou Hong. After a brief conversation, Yu Ji rose to leave. Your Highness, that girl seems to have feelings for you. Why not pursue her? The two companions exchanged mischievous smiles, prompting Zhou Hong to roll his eyes at them. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been sources of trouble. Although Yu Ji is indeed a rare beauty, to me, she is merely a little sister. Zhou Hong replied with a faint smile. The following day, before dawn broke, Zhou Hong and his companions departed from the capital, anxious that prolonging their stay might attract deadly peril. Days later, they once again set foot on the soil of the southern frontier. Your Highness, you have finally returned. Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Hong. With your presence in the southern frontier, the hearts of the people will find stability. Has there been any significant unrest during my absence? Zhou Hong inquired. I have thoroughly restructured the military, and the southern frontier code has been widely implemented. Wang Xian replied, visibly fatigued. Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Hong said, placing a firm hand on Wang Xian's shoulder. The stability and development of the southern frontier during his absence was solely due to Wang Xian's efforts. On the 5th day after their return to the southern frontier, Duanxiang approached Zhou Hong. Your Highness, the first machine tool has been completed. Zhou Hong was elated and hurried to inspect it. Upon seeing the steel machine, he exclaimed with excitement, gently caressing it as if it were a cherished child. Excellent! Each member of the forging department will receive a reward of 20 gold coins. With the experience gained from the first machine, the subsequent ones will surely be produced much more swiftly. Duanxiang, I will add another 100 personnel to your team. Expedite the establishment of the machine tool workshop. And there will be generous rewards awaiting you all. Your Highness, this is one of the reasons for my visit, Duanxiang said, somewhat sheepishly rubbing his hands. All right. I will arrange this for you as soon as possible. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhou Hong immediately issued a decree. This proclamation was not only disseminated in the southern frontier but also in the northern, eastern, and western frontiers. However, life in the southern frontier was arduous, despite some improvements. Very few ventured there. Furthermore, a critical issue was that local officials often prevented skilled artisans, such as blacksmiths, from departing. This undoubtedly heightened Zhou Han's challenges. Your Highness, the demand for honeycomb coastals in the northern frontier has already reached saturation, resulting in a significant decrease in orders from the north. The account book was placed before Zhou Hong by the Minister of Finance, Wang Xian. I understand, let me ponder this. Just when one crisis seemed to settle, another arose. Although the military pay promised by Zhou Huang 2 days ago had been delivered, alleviating the immediate urgency, it was not a sustainable solution. Zhou Hong had to devise a strategy to serve as the economic backbone of the southern frontier. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The easiest money to earn in the world comes from women and children. After much contemplation, Zhou Hong ultimately resolved to create perfume. After all, in this era, women predominantly used powders and rouge, and they had never encountered anything like perfume. Thus, Zhou Hong was confident that once introduced, perfume would become a coveted treasure among women. Qinlian, Xiaozi, and Xiaoxing, what types of powders and rouge do you usually use? That day, Zhou Hong summoned the only 3 women in the general's residence. Your Highness, we have always used these. The trio returned to their quarters, retrieving their respective powders and placing them before Zhou Hong. He picked them up one by one, inhaling their scents, and even applied some to his face. This startled Qinlian and the others. Your Highness, are you alright? At Qinlian's inquiry, Zhou Hong snapped back to reality, noticing their peculiar gazes. I am not deranged. I intend to develop a new type of cosmetic. Observing their bewildered expressions, Zhou Hong sighed, realizing he was speaking to those unacquainted with the concept. After much effort, he finally clarified what cosmetics entailed. During this time, Zhou Hong directed Wang Xian to procure all available varieties of powders and rouge in the market. Your Highness, what are you doing? Wang Xian was somewhat perplexed. Invite all the artisans in the southern frontier who produce powders and rouge. Zhou Hong needed their expertise to elucidate certain techniques. His envisioned cosmetics involved numerous ingredients that were not available in the market. He could only seek substitutes, which required the artisan's assistance to identify. Wang Xian was remarkably efficient. Within half a month, he had gathered all the artisans from the southern frontier. However, due to the region's economic struggles, the manufacturing techniques for powders and rouge were rather rudimentary. Consequently, Zhou Hong could obtain only a limited variety of substitutes. Now, he had merely 12 types, yet that was sufficient. Zhou Hong felt a sense of helplessness. He promptly utilized a high concentration of moonlit tower as a solvent, meticulously combining it in a precise ratio. Concurrently, he procured a substantial quantity of fragrant herbs and flowers, employing distillation to extract concentrated plant essential oils. Thereafter, he diluted the concentrated oils with the blended moonlit tower substitute. Due to the absence of a spray nozzle manufacturing technique, Zhou Hong was compelled to apply the fragrance directly. He applied the perfume to his hands and discovered that the scent closely resembled the one etched in his memory. He summoned Qin Lian and the others, presenting them with the perfume he had crafted. To try it and assess its efficacy, he urged. The trio regarded Zhou Hong with a hint of skepticism, as if fearing he might deceive them. Chapter 46. The young maiden rest assured, I have tested it myself. You may certainly take a whiff. Zhou Hong presented his hand, adorned with perfume, before the three individuals. Qin Lian observed Zhou Hong with a hint of skepticism, yet hesitantly leaned in to inhale. Instantly, a wave of refreshing fragrance filled her nostrils. Noticing Qin Lian's expression of utter delight, Shao Zi and Shao Xian eagerly approached. Both were equally enchanted, gazing at Zhou Hong with anticipation. See, I have not deceived you. Ultimately, the trio, albeit with lingering doubt, consented to give it a try. Zhou Hong administered a few drops of perfume to each of them, and soon the air was suffused with a subtle, sweet aroma. Their faces lit up with joy as they hastily applied the fragrance evenly across their skin. Observing the fair hands of the three, Zhou Hong felt a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Your Highness, what is the name of this marvelous creation? It is truly remarkable. The world of Qin Lian and her companions seemed to have opened a new door. Perfume. Zhou Hong relished the expressions of delight on their faces. Following the successful initial trial, Zhou Hong commenced the selection of artisans skilled in crafting cosmetics, establishing the Tanxiang workshop. Yuan Xiang, I entrust this Tanxiang workshop to you. Zhou Hong gazed at the slender woman before him, who responded with a gentle smile. Your Highness, you may rest assured. Yuan Xiang will not disappoint you. The woman, named Chu Yuanxiang, was the proprietor of the Southern Fragrance Workshop and had emerged victorious from the selection of perfumers to assume the role of the workshop's head. I have faith in you, Zhou Hong affirmed with a note of conviction. In the subsequent days, the Tanxiang workshop was bustling with activity, as artisans carried in flowers, herbs, coal, and various materials. Given that the workshop lacked proper facilities, Zhou Hong graciously offered his generous residence, providing a few rooms for their use. He gathered 50 perfumers at the Tanxiang workshop to elucidate the intricate process of perfume creation. For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Hong meticulously explained the methods and precautions involved. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Once the artisans at the Tanxiang workshop became familiar with the procedures, Zhou Hong guided them step by step in the art of perfume making. After more than 10 days, the first bottle of perfume was successfully crafted. With the initial experience behind them, subsequent efforts became significantly easier. However, Zhou Hong soon realized that the high concentration alcohol required for perfume formulation was running low. Although it was deemed high concentration, Zhou Hong estimated it to be no more than 40 degrees. Your Highness, why not establish a distillery? Upon this suggestion from Chu Yuanxiang, Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction. At that time, he had been preoccupied with official duties in the capital, causing a temporary lapse in the brewing of Yuman Lu. Presently, he only possessed a few barrels of the finished product. To increase the supply of Yuman Lu, Zhou Hong had no choice but to initiate the establishment of a winery. Wang Xian summoned all the winemakers from the southern region. These artisans had long coveted Zhou Han's brewing techniques, and upon learning of his call for winemakers, they eagerly rushed to sign up. Your Highness, over 1,000 individuals have arrived, Wang Xian remarked with surprise. However, upon reflection, this was entirely reasonable. Yuman Lu boasted a rich flavor and affordable pricing, establishing an excellent reputation. The winemakers are utterly captivated by their craft, and now, with the news of Zhou Hong personally selecting winemakers to impart his brewing techniques, how could these masters of fermentation possibly let this opportunity slip away? After all, the allure of the moonlit pavilion is irresistible. Zhou Hong smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Let us step outside, he declared, rising with a cheerful demeanor. Upon stepping out, He was taken aback by the throng of people gathered before him. Your Highness, choose me. Your Highness, my skills are exceptional. Nonsense. Wan Lao. How can you boast about your abilities? Your Highness, I am skilled, please select me. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hong felt as though he were amidst a selection of concubines. A peculiar sensation washed over him, prompting him to clear his throat. Everyone, may I have your attention? I recognize that you are all esteemed masters of winemaking. However, to truly assess your capabilities, I must ask you to participate in the upcoming competition. This time, I shall select only 100 individuals. To those who are not chosen, do not be disheartened. I assure you, I will hold selections every 2 years. Following Zhou Han's declaration, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm, eagerly preparing for the contest ahead. At that moment, Wang Xian stepped forward to manage the ensuing proceedings. The selection process spanned a month, as brewing requires significantly less time than the creation of perfumes. During this period, Zhou Hong extended invitations to his partners while also promoting his fragrances in the southern regions. Passers-by, do not miss out. Freshly crafted perfumes. Not for 98. 000, not for 800, but merely 98. Experience the essence of blooming flowers. Zhou Han's spirited calls drew the attention of many young women. Yet, upon seeing the price, several hesitated. Nevertheless, some daughters of prominent families, along with their maids, approached with a spirit of curiosity and made a few purchases. Here, we have fragrances of peach blossom and rose. Upon noticing customers, Zhou Hong enthusiastically began his introductions. Please, allow me to present the white flower essence for you to try. A timid girl of around 15 or 16 gazed at Zhou Hong. He took note of her exquisite attire and the maid accompanying her. Recognizing her as a member of a wealthy household, Qinlian, please let this young lady sample the 100 flowers essence. Zhou Hong called out to the Tanxiang Pavilion. Qinlian emerged, holding a small porcelain vial. She carefully extracted a couple of drops and placed them on the young lady's hand, encouraging her to spread it evenly. Do you enjoy this fragrance? If not, we can explore other scents. Qinlian smiled gently, momentarily captivating the young lady's attention. The girl blushed and then extended her hand toward her maid. Qinyu, what do you think of this scent? The maid, named Qinyu, took a whiff and replied, Miss, this fragrance is delicate and elegant. The blend of floral notes is perfectly suited for you. Hearing her maid's commendation, the young lady nodded, her face lighting up with joy. Owner, I shall take this bottle. The young girl gazed at Zhou Hong with a look of sheer delight, but soon her delicate face flushed once more. Oh, could it be that spring has arrived for me? This adorably naive girl seems to have taken a fancy to me. Zhou Hong felt a surge of joy within, instinctively glancing at Qinlian beside him, and couldn't help but compare the two. Indeed, my Qinlian is the more beautiful. He nodded in affirmation. Your Highness, what are you staring at? Qinlian playfully chided, nudging Zhou Hong with her elbow. It was only then that he realized he had been fixated on the young girl. Leaving her blushing, with her ears reddened and her head lowered, resembling a child caught in a misdeed. A total of 98 coins. Chapter 47. I cannot deceive you with the arrival of the first customer. It did not take long for a second to follow. However, most of these patrons were young girls, aged around 15 to 18. These youthful souls were more receptive to novel experiences. By the end of the first day, despite the combination of sales and giveaways, the Tanxiang Pavilion had managed to distribute less than 100 bottles. While the daily production capacity of Tanxiang Workshop was 300 bottles, the realization that less than a third had been sold left Zhou Hong feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, every endeavor begins with difficulty. At dawn the next day, Zhou Hong resumed his calls at the entrance of the pavilion. As a prominent prince of the Dazhou dynasty, he found himself hawking goods on the street for the sake of the southern frontier, a sight that would undoubtedly elicit laughter from onlookers. Yet, Zhou Hong remained unfazed, and instead, found the experience rather intriguing. When he had been stripped of his title, he had sold off the entire Eastern Palace, becoming the subject of derision among both civil and military officials. Zhou Hong paid no heed to their mockery. As the saying goes, a wealthy man is a man indeed, but a poor man struggles. As long as he could earn a living without compromising his principles, he was willing to do anything. Just as he began his calls, a familiar figure emerged. Boss, I would like a bottle of Bai Wo fragrance. Zhou Hong looked at the young girl and her accompanying maid with a hint of confusion. He had seen this girl just the day before when she purchased a bottle of Bai Wo fragrance from him. Had she broken it? Zhou Hong gazed at her in bewilderment. The girl, somewhat bashful, nervously fidgeted with her fingers and spoke in a barely audible voice. No, I wish to buy another bottle. Is that not permissible? Of course not. Zhou Hong replied with an awkward smile. Qinlian, this young lady requires a bottle of Bai Wall fragrance. The girl accepted the fragrance handed to her by Qinlian, scrutinizing both Zhou Hong and Qinlian, leaving them momentarily taken aback. Her maid, named Qingyu, tugged at the girl's sleeve and shook her head disapprovingly. Are you two married? Zhou Hong and Qinlian were momentarily stunned, but Qinlian's cheeks flushed crimson as she opened her mouth to explain. However, the maid swiftly pulled the girl away, leaving without a backward glance. What was that little girl up to? Zhou Hong felt somewhat perplexed, while Qinlian, silent, lowered her head and retreated indoors. Glancing after her, Zhou Hong felt a sense of confusion, yet he resumed his course. At that moment, 4 middle-aged men approached Zhou Hong. Your Highness, do you not care about your reputation? The esteemed lord of the southern frontier hawking goods on the street, what a scandalous image it would present. Wang Xia expressed his bewilderment. Now, this is true strength, Qin Tian observed with admiration. To remain humble in a high position and undeterred in adversity, Qin Tian felt increasingly assured of his initial choice. Your Highness. Upon seeing the 4 men, Zhou Hong was puzzled. Has something happened at the tavern? No, but we have come to discuss that very matter, Qin Tian replied, surveying the surroundings and indicating that this was not an appropriate place for conversation. Qinglian, Zaizi, you two take care of the shop. I have matters to discuss with the head of the Qin family. Upon returning to the general's residence, Sun Ao prepared a pot of fine tea. They were aware that Zhou Hong had no maids or servants by his side. Previously, Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui had been present, but they were taken by Wang Xian to investigate the southern frontier, seeking out hidden masters in the mountains. Thus, when they arrived at Zhou Han's residence, they had no choice but to brew tea themselves, as they dared not ask Zhou Hong to do so, not knowing the purpose of their visit. Zhou Hong raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Your Highness, we might consider expanding our tavern to other regions. If we confine ourselves to Qinxiu, it could be detrimental. It was only after Qin Tian's suggestion that Zhou Hong recalled the tavern matter he had yet to address. He had been exceedingly busy since returning from the capital, engrossed in the operations of the winery and the fragrance shop, leaving him no time for management. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I have now fully tapped into the domestic market of Dazhou, and we can make a large-scale advance. However, there is one point you all must heed. In the southern frontier, taverns can be established freely. Yet, outside the southern frontier, each county is limited to 5 taverns. The 4 looked at Zhou Hong in confusion, unclear about his meaning. Scarcity enhances value. The southern frontier is our stronghold. We cannot exploit our own. However, in other regions, we can raise prices and control the number of taverns. After hearing this, the 4 found Zhou Han's reasoning quite sound. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Han's strategy aimed primarily at attracting the populace of other regions to the southern frontier. With lower prices and a greater number of taverns in the southern frontier, an advantage would naturally emerge. Zhou Hong was confident that within a month, a significant influx of people would flood into the southern frontier. Although Zhou Long and his companions might promptly initiate countermeasures, by then it would undoubtedly be too late. Currently, aside from the economic concerns of the southern frontier, Zhou Hong was also troubled by the issue of population. The scarcity of people in the southern frontier made it challenging to rejuvenate the army, with some veterans still serving. This directly diminished the military's combat effectiveness. An even more critical factor was that, in the era of cold weapons, the competition between nations and between states and feudal lords hinged on the quantity of troops. Among the 4 great feudal lords, Zhou Hong possessed the smallest army. The eastern frontier boasted 1 million troops, while even the northern frontier of Shouduang had over 600,000. Zhou Hong urgently needed to address the population issue. Your Highness, I have heard that you have developed a new product. May we have the honor of seeing it? Qin Tian smiled faintly, though his expression bore a hint of reproach. Previously, they had agreed that any new products would be communicated to them, yet Zhou Hong had not informed them this time. Oh dear, my memory has failed me, and I completely forgot about this matter. Zhou Hong feigned regret, though in truth, everything was meticulously arranged by him. He had previously sent word to merchants in the 3 regions of the northern frontier regarding the perfume, yet no one had come forth. After all, in such a patriarchal era as Dazhou, no merchant was willing to revolve around women. Moreover, in their eyes, how could a man of stature stoop to selling wares to women? Furthermore, the novelty of perfume rendered it an enigma to them, leaving them uncertain about its profitability. Consequently, no one was inclined to purchase the fragrance. Having learned this lesson, Zhou Hong refrained from informing the 4 individuals. However, when they pressed him for answers, Zhou Hong devised a cunning plan. He intended to draw them into his scheme, hoping to profit from them before any potential losses fell upon himself. After all, he had already made efforts to market the product, yet no one had shown interest in buying it. Zhou Hong feigned reluctance, but soon his facade transformed into one of profound despair. Chapter 48. Business can be discussed. Zhou Hong's demeanor did not escape the notice of the 4, who could not help but smirk. I've consumed more meals than you have, young lad. Do you truly believe you can outsmart us? The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes silently communicating. Your Highness, I previously heard that the honeycomb coal stove you devised struggled to sell at first, yet eventually became a tremendous success. You aren't planning to keep all the profits to yourself, are you? Sun Ao remarked condescendingly, eyeing Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong feigned disbelief, though inwardly he was already elated. How could that be? With such benefits, why would I not share with you? His apparent reluctance only served to solidify the 4's suspicion that he was deceiving them. Your Highness, let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point, Qin Tian proclaimed, downing his tea as if to signify his resolve. Zhou Hong hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. Rest assured, we would never let you suffer a loss. The more he wavered, the more convinced the 4 became of his supposed trickery. Very well, each of you shall provide me with 35% of the profits, and for every bottle, you will pay me 80 coins. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's agreement, their faces brightened with glee, and they promptly ordered 300 bottles of perfume each. Despite their trepidation, they adhered to Zhou Hong's pricing structure. However, on the first day of sales, they discovered to their dismay that Zhou Hong had not been misleading them. Not a single bottle was sold throughout the day. Don't he come to me for this, I warned you. That evening, the 4 stormed into Zhou Hong's general's estate, their tempers flaring. Your Highness, what do you take us for? One sighed in exasperation. Then what brings you here? Zhou Hong regarded them with a wary gaze. Perhaps we could explore other avenues for sales, Qin Tian suggested, for they had invested a considerable sum in acquiring the perfumes from Zhou Hong. Though they were not lacking in wealth, the thought of spending so much on what they perceived as worthless goods left them unsettled. What alternative locations do you propose for selling? Zhou Hong inquired, aware that he could not match the commercial acumen of the 4. Furthermore, their influence in the southern regions was far more substantial than it appeared. Your Highness, let us handle the sales, but could you possibly reduce our share? Qin Tian looked at Zhou Hong with a confident expression. Agreed, you need only pay me 30%, Zhou Hong replied, and the 4 readily concurred. They then shared their plans with Zhou Hong, revealing that the southern regions were impoverished, and the populace barely managed to survive, aside from the affluent families. Who would ever wish to purchase perfume? Thus, they intended to develop a market for perfume sales in the capital, where the population was abundant and the citizens lived in relative prosperity. The demand for perfume there would undoubtedly far exceed that of the southern regions. Thus, the quartet resolved to transport all the perfumes to Kyoto for sale. After some contemplation, Zhou Hong realized that his sole responsibility was to create the fragrances. With that in mind, he expressed his gratitude to the 4. A few days later, the perfumes manufactured by Tang Xianfang were in such high demand that they even faced shortages. The 4 immediately urged Zhou Hong to scale up production, informing him that the royal family required an immense quantity. Witnessing the lucrative opportunity in the perfume market, merchants from the other 3 domains were filled with regret, believing that, as before, if they offered a greater price, Zhou Hong would undoubtedly acquiesce to sell them the perfumes. Dozens of wealthy merchants, laden with gifts and riches, sought an audience with Zhou Hong. Without hesitation, he accepted all their offerings. However, when the topic of collaboration regarding the perfumes arose, Zhou Hong delicately informed them that he lacked the authority to make such decisions. But Your Highness, you are the sovereign of the southern border. How could you claim to lack decision-making power? A merchant from the northern border lamented. As you all know, I am devoid of wealth and influence. How can I contend with them? Ultimately, I am merely serving the head of the Qin family. Zhou Hong looked at them with a face full of grievances. Your Highness, I am willing to relinquish 60% of the profits. What do you think? A merchant from the western border said, gritting his teeth with a reluctant expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a generous offer. In that fleeting moment, while striving to uphold his previous statement, he reiterated that he lacked decision-making power. Nevertheless, after speaking, He discreetly signaled to the merchant. The latter, seasoned in commerce, immediately grasped Zhou Han's intent and feigned regret as he departed. However, he had not ventured far when Qin Lian called out to him. I see that His Highness wishes for me to invite you to the back room. I am grateful to you, miss. The merchant gazed at Qin Lian, his eyes wide with admiration, internally exclaiming at her ethereal beauty. As he walked alongside her, he cautiously inhaled the subtle fragrance that emanated from her. In that moment, he suddenly understood that Zhou Han's perfumes were not meant for everyone, only women of unparalleled beauty, like Qin Lian, were worthy of such luxuries. In the grand hall, after Zhou Hong had sent everyone away, he hummed a cheerful tune and leisurely made his way to the room where the merchant waited. Your Highness. As Zhou Hong stepped into the room, the merchant promptly rose to pay his respects. No need for such formalities. Your sincerity is appreciated, and I cannot disregard your goodwill. I shall provide you with 300 bottles of perfume at 71 each. Are you agreeable to this price? Zhou Hong seated himself, while Qin Lian stood gracefully behind him. Certainly. The merchant readily agreed. Shaozi, bring forth the writing materials. When Shaozi entered the room, Zhou Hong noticed the merchant's eyes fixated in awe. Well, it seems you have all brought me honor today. Zhou Hong puffed out his chest, as if to say. What do you think? I am impressive, surrounded by such exquisite beauty. In Zhou Han's perspective, the most commendable aspect for a man is not the wealth he possesses, nor the power he wields, but rather the youth and beauty of the women who surround him. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. However, this feeling was soon overshadowed by a wave of despondency. Despite being accompanied by such exquisite beauties, he found himself lacking the courage to pursue any romantic endeavors. After bidding farewell to the businessman, Zhou Hong turned his gaze towards the 3 young women before him. How old are you 3? He inquired. The trio exchanged puzzled glances but eventually revealed their ages. Among them, Shao Xin was the eldest, having just entered her 20s. Shao Zi was in her 18th year, while Qin Lian, a year older than Shao Zi, stood at 19. It is high time to find you a suitable match. It cannot be that you remain by my side indefinitely. Chapter 49. Healing ointment. Of course, Zhou Hong was referring to Shao Zi and Shao Xin, the 2 young maidens gifted to him by Wang Xie. It would not reflect well on their reputations to remain in his company for too long. As for Qin Lian, she was the wife his rather unrefined father had chosen for him. He could not possibly relinquish her to another. The 3 exchanged glances, and tears began to cascade down their cheeks. What is the matter with you? Zhou Hong exclaimed, startled and concerned. Your Highness, do you find us displeasing? Shao Zi and Shao Xin cried, their eyes glistening like rain-soaked flowers, while Qin Lian also looked at him with reddened eyes. How could that be? Zhou Hong reassured them, expressing his worries one by one. Upon hearing his words, the 3 eventually ceased their tears and smiled. If you happen to like someone, you must inform me. I shall assist you in winning their heart. Zhou Hong chuckled. Although perfume could serve as one of the economic pillars for developing the southern frontier, it remained rather singular in focus. The restaurant business was just beginning to flourish in other regions, yet the profits were not particularly promising. However, Zhou Hong was untroubled by this, for he believed that within a month, the restaurant would be raking in gold by the day. What has Mr. Huo been up to lately? I have not seen him around. Zhou Hong suddenly recalled Guo Langzong. This old fellow had initially been eager to leave the southern frontier, but after Zhou Hong provided him with several prescriptions, the old man quickly changed his mind. Huo Langzong wrote letters to his friends, inviting them to the southern frontier. Thus, a small team of 9 was formed, diligently studying the prescriptions Zhou Hong had provided and occasionally seeking his guidance. Recently, Huo Langzong had been researching a salve that invigorated blood circulation, reduced swelling, alleviated pain, and could staunch bleeding rapidly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Lian recounted Huo Langzong's endeavors to Zhou Hong. Upon hearing her account, Zhou Hong reflected and decided to pay a visit. However, when he arrived at Huo Langzong's residence, he was utterly taken aback. Qin Lian, are they fighting? He questioned, incredulous. In a small courtyard of thatched cottages, several elderly men were engaged in a fierce brawl. They had long since lost their ethereal demeanor, resembling a rowdy group of ruffians instead. Qin Lian, on the other hand, merely shrugged, as if accustomed to the scene. Indeed, Huo Langzong and his companions were in a scuffle. Zhou Hong looked sharply at Qin Lian, unable to believe that she showed no surprise at all. They have fought countless times since your highness went to the capital. When it gets particularly heated, even General Man Wu comes to intervene. Qin Lian sighed resignedly. These elderly men, collectively hundreds of years old, still behave like children. Zhou Hong led Qin Lian into the small cottage and cleared his throat gently. Yet Hua Langzong and the others paid no heed to his presence. Goodness! You are being utterly outrageous! Zhou Hong exclaimed. Only then did Hua Langzong and the others cease their altercation, and upon recognizing Zhou Hong, their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily bowed in respect. Your Highness! Your arrival today is most opportune. I implore you to adjudicate. Dr. Wu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Upon learning the crux of the matter, Zhou Hong could not help but chuckle. After much deliberation, it turned out the dispute was merely over whether the new medicine should be in ointment or powder form. I believe the powder would be the better choice. Zhou Hong articulated his thoughts to Dr. Hua and the others. After listening to Zhou Han's explanation, no one dared to oppose him further. Your Highness, we have an earnest request. Just as Zhou Hong was about to take his leave, Dr. Hua called out to him. What is it? Zhou Hong turned back, puzzled by the hesitance in Dr. Hua's demeanor. Your Highness, could you assist us in finding some personnel? Otherwise, we lack sufficient hands to produce this medicine. With just our old bones, we fear it may hinder your plans. Do not worry, I shall make arrangements for you. Upon returning to the General's residence, Zhou Hong meticulously wrote down the formula for Yunnan Bio from his memory. This formula is an improved version, the finest, without any side effects. Naturally, this medicine is designed for the military. The formula he provided to Dr. Hua and the others is an earlier iteration. Zhou Hong intended to sell this medicine to earn some profit. Days later, a shipment of the trauma medicine was delivered to Zhou Hong. Observing over 500 bottles of powder on the table, he felt immense satisfaction. Your Highness, is this truly effective? Sun Ao gazed skeptically at the bottles on the table. Head of the Song family, extend your hand. Sun Ao, unsure of Zhou Hong's intentions, complied. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a swift glint flashed across his fingertips. What are you doing? Sun Ao exclaimed in surprise, though he soon realized his mistake and sought to apologize, only to be halted by Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong picked up a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it on the wound, and the bleeding ceased almost instantaneously. This medicine is astonishing. Your Highness, what is its price? Qin Tian, ever astute, immediately grasped the efficacy of the medicine. Each dose is worth 20 coins. And I require 55% of the profits. Zhou Han's tone was resolute, allowing no room for negotiation. Your Highness, might that be too steep? Wang Xia's expression darkened. 55% was indeed exorbitant for them. I believe 55% is rather modest. Zhou Hong replied with a faint smile. At this price, the profits would be ample. The four exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Your Highness, we shall offer you 60%, but you must not sell this medicine to anyone else. Agreed. Zhou Hong promptly accepted. Such a fortunate opportunity was not to be missed. Ultimately, he would sell the medicine to others as well. However, with medicine, words alone are insufficient. It must be demonstrated on site. The four, eager to promote their product, reluctantly instructed their servants to cut their hands, showcasing the miraculous effects of this wound-healing medicine before the crowd. As one passes by, do not let this opportunity slip away. With this miraculous healing ointment, the fear of uncontrolled bleeding will be a thing of the past. Just then, a servant from the Qin family drew a knife from his bosom and slashed his arm. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd, yet their shock was short-lived. The servant swiftly seized a vial from the table, sprinkling the powder onto the wound. In no time, the bleeding ceased entirely. Pray tell, how much does this potion cost? Such a remedy must surely be exorbitantly priced. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the steward of the Qin family emerged slowly. It is but 31. 31 is a small price to pay for assurance against misfortune. Come forth and seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, in the general's residence, Zhou Hong wore a sullen expression, clutching a letter in his hand. Chapter 50, Defying Authority. Your Highness, let us mobilize our forces. A soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. How dare those diminutive invaders imprison our officials? According to the laws of the Great Show, insubordination against authority warrants national annihilation. Man Wu, observing the furrowed brow of Zhou Hong, spoke resolutely. Zhou Hong was utterly enraged. Those who dared to lay hands on him were courting death. The diminutive invaders. As a vassal state of the Great Show, bordered the southern territories and boasted an army of 150,000. Despite a national populace of less than 500,000. For years, they had thrived under the protection of the Great Show, evading conquest by hostile nations. However, with the royal family of the Great Show in decline, they had begun to disregard its commands. This time, they had audaciously imprisoned Wang Xian and others while demanding 1 million taels of silver for their release. Man Nian, Mo Yuan, you have had ample time. Now I demand to see the fruits of your labor. Zhou Han's expression darkened. How dare this insignificant territory attempt to strike against him? This was akin to stirring up trouble on the head of a sovereign. Chu Nangxi and Leng Qingshou, you two shall serve as the commanding generals. Mobilize an army of 100,000, with a deadline of 1 month to obliterate the invaders. Before long, this news spread throughout the southern territories, igniting the fury of the populace. In that moment, their dignity was trampled upon. As subjects of a greater power, they found themselves provoked by a mere speck of a nation. When had they ever endured such indignity? A wave of rage swept through the southern territories, with all citizens clamoring for war. The decision by Zhou Hong to eradicate the invaders was met with unanimous approval among the people. That day, Man Nian set forth with the 7 leaders of Mo Yuan, determined to prove their worth before Zhou Hong. Meanwhile, the armory had temporarily set aside the construction of machinery, dedicating all efforts to the forging of weapons. Your Highness, I wish to join the campaign. On that day, the doors of Zhou Han's hall were thrust open, revealing a young man clad in white, storming in with fervor. State your reasons. Zhou Hong regarded him sternly. I am a member of the Xianzhou army, and it is my duty to fight. Zhou Hong erupted into hearty laughter at the sight of the young man before him, whose appearance matched his expectations perfectly. A youthful figure in white, brimming with vigor. What is your current martial prowess? Speak honestly. 3rd tier, and even if I were at 4th tier, I could still vanquish him. Zhou Hong rose from his seat, cracking his neck. Bai Qi, defeat me, and I shall grant your request. Your Highness, I must take my leave then. The young Bai Qi dashed forward, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Hong. In mere moments, they exchanged blows. By the 10th exchange, Zhou Hong ceased to conceal his true strength, landing a punch squarely on Bai Qi's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Gazing down at the sprawled Bai Qi, Zhou Hong flicked his wrist with satisfaction. You are quite the lad. If you wish to go to war, I grant you permission. However, you must heed the commands of Chu Nangxi and Leng Qingshou without fail. Any independent action will not be tolerated. Should you be unable to comply, it would be best for you to return. At that moment, Bai Qi could hardly disagree, and he promptly acquiesced. Your Highness, the head of the Qin family requests an audience with you. At that moment, Qin Lian entered the room. Very well, let them wait for a while. Zhou Hong instructed Bai Qi before allowing the dashing young man clad in white to depart. Bai Qi, I hope you can become a figure akin to the Marquis of Wuan. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Hong observed that the heads of prominent clans, led by the patriarch of the Qin family, had all gathered. Might I inquire about your purpose here? I have no new products to offer at the moment. Your Highness, we have come to contribute our modest support, they replied, guiding Zhou Hong outside. Upon seeing several carts laden with boxes, Zhou Hong turned to look back at them. We are aware that the treasury is depleted, and our expedition against the war is a righteous cause, one that we, as the people of the southern frontier, should undertake. In that fleeting instant, Zhou Hong suddenly found these individuals much more agreeable. Thank you all. Upon our triumphant return, I shall ensure that you are duly credited for your contributions, Zhou Hong declared, clasping his fists in gratitude to each person present. With such loyal subjects, victory in this battle is assured. Chu Nangxi and Leng Qingshou commanded an army of 100,000, splitting their forces to launch an offensive on both flanks of the war. Within 3 short days of engagement, the entire royal family of war was annihilated overnight. Instantly, the war were left in disarray, their military prowess shattered. Within a mere month, the entire war territory was firmly under occupation. During this time, a truly despairing event for the war unfolded. 100 young generals under the command of the southern frontier's chief, Chu Nangxi, led an army of 30,000, vanquishing all in their path. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass could survive. The plight of the people was dire. He thoroughly executed the national extermination plan that Zhou Hong had envisioned. Upon hearing this news while in the southern frontier, Zhou Hong burst into exuberant laughter. With such an exceptional general, what more could one desire? Your Highness, Bai Qi can be thoroughly cultivated. I believe that in the future, the Shuangzhou army can be entrusted to him. Man Wu expressed his high regard for Bai Qi. General Man, I believe that the young general by your side is also quite capable, Zhou Hong remarked, glancing at Zhang Ang, who stood guard at the entrance. Man Wu followed Zhou Han's gaze and noticed Zhang Ang. This lad is indeed a talent, though his martial skills are slightly lacking. Both Bai Qi and Zhang Ang were held in high esteem by Man Wu, yet perhaps due to Zhang An's somewhat inferior martial prowess, he appeared slightly overshadowed in comparison to Bai Qi. What disposition does His Highness wish to adopt regarding Bai Qi? Man Wu inquired tentatively. Once we have a few more recruits, I plan to establish a formidable heavy-armored army for this young man to command, Zhou Hong replied. That way, our southern frontier's armored forces will undoubtedly trample upon the heads of those lurking in the shadows. Man Wu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Yet they were also tinged with a hint of sorrow. He wondered if he would live to see that day. To witness the civil and military officials kneeling in the Golden Hall. Your Highness, the envoy has returned. Chu Nanshi's voice called from outside. Man Wu and Zhou Hong exchanged excited glances, rising eagerly to greet the envoy. Your Highness, I apologize for your concerns. The envoy began to bow. But Zhou Hong halted him. It is sufficient that you have returned safely. Zhou Hong scrutinized the social secretary and the duo of Cheng Ergo and Wang Fugui with great attention. Your Highness, you need not worry. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Xian promptly instructed Zhou Hong to deploy troops to secure the territory of Huaya, forbidding any entry or exit. Why was this necessary? Zhou Hong felt perplexed, as he believed he had the entire region firmly under control. Was there truly a fear of insurrection from the Huaya people? Your Highness, our imprisonment is orchestrated by unseen hands. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, the king of Huaya would not dare. Zhou Hong was taken aback. However, upon further contemplation, he discerned numerous inconsistencies within this situation. Are there any suspects? Zhou Hong inquired seriously, fixing his gaze on Wang Xian. Chapter 51. Calling a deer a horse. The Minister of the Interior, Wang Xian, remained silent, his expression contemplative. Zhou Hong refrained from pressing him, instead choosing to wait patiently for the latter to speak. Prince of the North, Zhou Duan, Wang Xian finally spoke, his voice calm yet resolute. Zhou Hong pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on Wang Xian, confusion evident in his eyes. He could not fathom the reasoning behind Zhou Duan's actions, nor what benefits they could possibly yield for him. Your Highness, the Wokai have recently grown close to the Eastern King, Zhou Long, Wang Xian continued, observing Zhou Han's perplexity. This revelation only deepened Zhou Han's confusion. How was this related to Zhou Long? Noticing Zhou Han's continued lack of understanding, Wang Xian felt compelled to elaborate. Not long ago, the Wokai dispatched envoys to the eastern frontier, seeking to curry favor with Zhou Long. They also informed him that should he require assistance, they would lend their full support in eliminating Crown Prince Zhou Yuan. Though the Wokai is but a tiny territory, it could play a significant role should turmoil arise within the Great Zhou. Zhou Long, pleased with this arrangement, agreed and sent a substantial amount of money and supplies to the Wokai. However, Zhou Hong remained baffled. But even so, this only entangles Zhou Long with them, does it not? After listening to Wang Xian's account, Zhou Hong still found himself at a loss. Your Highness, among the four kings, we currently possess the weakest strength. Yet we are growing stronger, which poses a threat to Zhou Duan. To eliminate this threat, Zhou Duan has but one recourse, to manipulate others to suppress us. To kill with a borrowed knife. Zhou Hong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Now he comprehended the situation. After Zhou Long's envoys departed the Wokai, Zhou Duan immediately sent his own representatives, employing undisclosed methods to corrupt those close to the Wokai's king. With the backing of both Zhou Duan and Zhou Long, coupled with the persuasion of his advisors, the Wokai's king became blinded by greed. Ultimately, he turned against Wang Xian, who was diligently seeking talent and conducting assessments. Zhou Duan is quite cunning. Were it not for your warning, I might have remained oblivious to his treachery. Zhou Hong expressed his frustration, feeling powerless. But what does this have to do with your desire to completely seal off the Wokai? Zhou Hong looked to Wang Xian, truly perplexed by his intentions. We must transform the Wokai into our own, Wang Xian said, offering Zhou Hong a mysterious smile. Immediately, Zhou He dispatched a messenger to inform the garrison commander stationed at the Wokai to enforce a total blockade. Before long, Zhou Hong selected an 8-year-old child from the old clan of the Wokai to be their king, insisting that the child acknowledge him as a godfather. To assess the loyalty of the Wokai civil and military officials, Zhou Hong arranged for a moose to be brought before the court, challenging the officials to declare whether it was a horse or a deer. I wonder what the southern king perceives this creature to be. One of the ministers bowed and clasped his fists toward Zhou Hong. This is an ancient steed that the king obtained from a venerable farmer. How could it possibly be a deer? Zhou Hong smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with calmness. The young king stood before him, equally curious about the moose in the court. Southern king, you must have been deceived. This is clearly a moose. In this world, where can one find a horse with horns? A civil official immediately left, his demeanor somewhat arrogant. How dare you speak to the king in such a manner? Scolded Chu Nangxi. No matter. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. However, do you perceive this creature as a horse or a deer? Zhou Hong turned his gaze towards the young monarch beside him, his expression radiating paternal affection, resembling a caring father. The child is still young and has yet to witness the vast world. Since my father has informed me that this is a horse, it must indeed be so. My father would never deceive me. Observing the youthful face of the little king, Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The young emperor, originally named Yu Huhao, adopted Zhou's surname after recognizing Zhou Hong as his father. However, it seems that these ministers harbor doubts regarding our judgment. What do you propose we do? Zhou Hong beckoned Zhou Hao to sit beside him. Father, we could have them make a decision to determine whether it is a horse or a deer. Zhou Hao flashed a sweet smile at Zhou Hong. Ergo and Fuqi, you two shall draw a line with this sword and record the names of those who choose horse and those who choose deer. Zhou Hong instructed Chu Nangxi to place the 9 songs in the center of the court. The civil and military officials below were largely perplexed by Zhou Han's intentions. However, a few had already disowned the underlying scheme. After a brief incense sticks time, the majority chose to stand with the deer, while only a little over 20 opted for the horse. Witnessing this, Zhou Hong sighed, realizing he had overestimated them. Father, are you alright? Seeing Zhou Han's displeasure, Zhou Hao anxiously inquired. Zhou Hong pinched Zhou Hao's cheek and smiled, gazing at the civil and military officials below. You lot cannot distinguish between horse and deer. Yet you expect to assist my son. Is this not destined to render him a foolish ruler? Summon someone to drag these treacherous ministers away and execute them. Zhou Hong paid no heed to the officials' pleas. However, shall I select some astute and capable ministers for you? Zhou Hao, having never witnessed such a spectacle, turned pale with fear and could only nod numbly. That day, under Zhou Han's manipulation, the entire court of the dwarf nation transformed into loyal subjects of the southern frontier. These individuals were talents acquired by Wang Xian in the southern frontier. Zhou Hong assured them that as long as they achieved success in the dwarf nation, they could hold official positions in the southern frontier. Upon hearing of Zhou Han's actions in the dwarf nation's court, Wang Xian exclaimed in admiration. This maneuver not only eradicated those ministers unwilling to submit but also intimidated the dwarf nation, preventing them from harboring ill intentions. Moreover, selecting a suitable child as his adopted son ensured that, with thorough indoctrination from an early age, the dwarf nation would steadfastly follow Zhou Hong. Furthermore, by appointing those he recruited to assist Zhou Hao, the dwarf nation would undoubtedly progress rapidly. Your Highness, this strategy is truly brilliant. Wang Xian couldn't help but give Zhou Hong a thumbs up. That is no mere coincidence. It was through this very tactic that Zhao Gao seized control of the entire Qin court. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Zhou Hong was determined to exhibit the composure befitting a king. During this period, I urge you to keep a close watch on Zhou Long and Zhou Duan. I am convinced they will soon make significant moves. Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. I have already arranged for Man Nian to handle this matter. However, more than that, I am increasingly concerned about your agreement with the 8th prince. Wang Xian's expression grew solemn, for he was acutely aware that Zhou Huang currently wielded the greatest influence. See Zhao, have you heard the saying that all warfare is based on deception? Zhou Hong did not directly respond to Wang Xian. Yet the latter grasped Zhou Han's intentions upon hearing the phrase. Zhou Hong anticipated that Zhou Huang would underestimate him due to the disparity in their strengths. And therein lay his most significant opportunity. Chapter 52. Winter approaches. The distinction towards Zhou Hong will become Zhou Huang's most fatal flaw. Zhou Hong capitalizes on Zhou Huang's underestimation of him. Overconfident troops are destined for defeat, and Zhou Huang is merely nurturing his own downfall. Yet, we must remain vigilant. The 8th Duke has navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years, and his influence far surpasses our imagination. Wang Xian harbors some concerns. Cooperation often arises from a balance of power, and should one party exceed the other, such collaboration may crumble. Hence, Wang Xian fears that the 8th Duke might suddenly launch an attack on the southern territories. If that were to occur, no one would be able to halt the Duke's advancing army. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Some matters are simply beyond our prediction. Zhou Hong can only feign nonchalance. If that fateful day arrives, he will suffer the most dire consequences. Yet, he finds himself powerless. Having drawn a poor hand from the outset, no amount of anxiety can change the course of events now. The autumn harvest season is fast approaching. Mentioning the harvest lifts the spirits of the two men slightly. The people of the southern territories have toiled for an entire year, and at long last, the day has come. Organizing the populace to reap the grain, this year promises a bountiful yield. Fortune has favored Zhou Hong, granting a year of favorable weather, allowing the crops to flourish splendidly. Nevertheless, after the harvest, winter looms ominously. The winters in the southern territories are exceedingly harsh, and many citizens may struggle to survive. Wang Xian's expression grows somber. In past winters, numerous individuals have perished from the cold. We must expedite the production of honeycomb coal stoves for the factories, to be sold at 51 in the southern territories, with an additional 50 stoves provided for free. Moreover, we should persuade the aristocratic families to reduce coal prices in the southern territories, permitting sales exclusively to the local populace. After some contemplation, Zhou Hong resolves to travel to the northern territories and negotiate with merchants from the south, urging them to sell cotton coats at the lowest possible prices in the southern territories. The northern territories are perpetually cold, and their cotton garments offer exceptional warmth. This is one of the reasons Zhou Hong chooses northern cotton coats. Additionally, many large merchants have established trade relations with Zhou Hong, making negotiations more straightforward. However, those merchants, driven by profit, are unlikely to offer their goods at reduced prices. Wang Xian sighs helplessly. If they do not value perfumes and healing ointments, I shall acquiesce to their demands. The thought of potentially incurring significant losses pains Zhou Hong's heart. Yet, when he considers the warmth this will bring to the citizens of the southern territories, he breathes a slight sigh of relief. I shall send word immediately to ensure we are not caught unprepared. Zhou Hong nods. Ergo, summon all 4 prominent families. Fu Guai, please brew a fine pot of tea. He intends to discuss matters with the representatives of the 4 families. He had promised them not to sell the healing ointment to other regions, but for the sake of the southern people, he must resort to this strategy now. Before long, the members of the 4 families arrive, following Chen Ergo. Your Highness, have you summoned us for some good news? Wang Xia chuckles heartily. After taking his seat, Wang Fugu'e served tea. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance, Zhou Hong stated, revealing his plans to the quartet. The 4 listened in silence, their expressions betraying their unease. Zhou Hong's proposition clearly entailed inviting more individuals to partake in the division of profits, a notion they could hardly acquiesce to. If I were to distribute a portion of the earnings from those individuals to you, say, 1.5 shares, would that be agreeable? Moreover, you would not suffer losses. I shall ensure that your deeds are proclaimed throughout the southern territories. Zhou Hong urged them to contemplate the proposition. Dispersing the sales rights of the medicinal ointment would yield both fame and fortune. Rest assured, once we weather this winter, I shall lead you into the northern market. As his words resonated, the 4 shifted in their seats, their gazes fixated on Zhou Hong. Should anyone else utter such claims, they might dismiss it as jest. However, Zhou Hong was different. Consider this, we will market more affordable, warmer cotton garments in the north. Would the profits not be substantial? His voice dripped with persuasion. The 4 fell into contemplation, while Zhou Hong, unhurried, lifted his teacup and observed them quietly. Your Highness. At that moment, Zhang Rui hurriedly entered. A look of excitement plastered across his face. Upon spotting the heads of the 4 prominent families, he quickly closed his mouth. The 4 noticed the youthful newcomer, but his hesitant demeanor intrigued them. Speak freely, there is no need for restraint. What did my elder brother say? Zhou Hong waved dismissively. The 4 exchanged puzzled glances. For as far as they knew, Zhou Hong was the eldest son. Where did this elder brother come from? He agreed to let us raise ducks by the Lilang River. Zhang Rui exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Well done, Zhang Rui. Zhou Hong responded with genuine delight. Your Highness, what is the purpose of raising ducks? Qin Tian inquired, perplexed. To produce cotton garments, of course. The current market offerings are heavy and cumbersome, composed solely of cotton, which makes them laborious to wear. I intend to create a lightweight and comfortable alternative. As these words fell from his lips, the 4 exchanged glances. They understood Zhou Hong's intent to showcase his capabilities. Yet past experiences indicated that he was indeed serious about this plan. Originally intended for the southern markets, time constraints had forced a change of course. After a silent exchange of understanding, the four acquiesced to Zhou Han's demands. This was a calculated scheme, and they had little choice but to engage. It was already a considerable concession for Zhou Hong to discuss matters with them. Should he become incensed and withdraw his medicinal supplies, it would be detrimental for all involved. In that case, I appreciate your cooperation. Zhou Hong concluded, moving to dismiss them. Your Highness, we will provide the funding, and you shall supply the expertise. We can split the profits 50-50. How does that sound? Qin Tian proposed as they prepared to depart. Agreed. Each of you shall contribute 150,000 taels of silver for the docks, the factory, and the tailors. Upon hearing the mention of 150,000 taels of silver, the expressions of the four individuals grew somewhat grim, yet they ultimately nodded in agreement. Each was to receive 150,000 taels, totaling a staggering 600,000 taels. One could scarcely fathom how many ducks could be procured with such an amount. After their departure, Zhang Rui finally conveyed the entirety of Hu He-tu's original statement to Zhou Hong. Hu He-tu, in a state of perspiration, also mentioned that the price of grain there could be set according to His Highness's designated rate. It turned out that Zhou Hong had previously dispatched Zhang Rui to the southern regions, both to inquire about the duck farming along the Lilang River and to discuss the sale of the grain that was soon to be harvested. The entire southern frontier was nearly covered in crops, and once a bountiful harvest occurred, there would be a significant surplus of grain. Thus, Zhou Hong found it imperative to devise a means of selling it. Chapter 53. The subtle scheme. Though the southern Rome is a nomadic tribe, they do engage in the cultivation of grains. However, the arable land suitable for farming is exceedingly scarce. Each year, the tribe organizes hunts in the mountains, for without these, there exists the grim possibility of starvation among their people. The southern Rome once contemplated procuring grains from the great show, but the latter looked down upon them and seized the opportunity to inflate prices. The exorbitant costs dissuaded generations of southern Rome leaders from pursuing the option of purchasing grains from the great show. Nevertheless, annually, the southern Rome would send individuals disguised as grain merchants from the great show to acquire a portion of supplies to bring back home. The citizens of the southern Rome, living frugally, could barely survive the harsh winter. Now, upon learning that Zhou Hong might possess surplus grains, Hu He-tu immediately expressed his willingness to pay double the price for procurement. However, Zhou Hong did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he offered the grains at market price to Hu He-tu. Yet, he had one stipulation: Hu He-tu must send someone to collect the grains and transport them back to the southern Rome. Naturally, Hu He-tu agreed, as Zhou Han's willingness to sell the grains at such a low price had already filled him with satisfaction. However, there remained a considerable interval before the autumn harvest, and prior to that, Zhou Hong had a significant matter to address. On that day, the cramped courtyard of the general's residence was teeming with people. These individuals had come from the northern frontier, having received word that Zhou Hong intended to select a number of them to sell perfumes and healing ointments. These merchants, driven by profit, would not let such an opportunity slip by and hastened to the southern Jiang. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you today to entrust you with the sale of perfumes and healing ointments. Observing the excited crowd, Zhou Hong smiled faintly, and the four companions beside him, including Qin Tian, mirrored his delight. Should this venture prove successful, it would pave the way for their sweeping conquest of the northern frontier in the following year. Zhou Hong had previously assured them that he would only lead them into the northern frontier if the northern merchants agreed to sell cotton garments at the lowest prices in the southern Jiang. Thus, witnessing the fervent northern merchants, they too felt a swell of joy. Your Highness, I can offer you 60%. Your Highness, I can provide 50%. I will concede 70%. I only require 20%. The general's residence was utterly abuzz. The merchants clamored eagerly, each hoping to secure the right to sell. Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction, signaling for everyone to quiet down. However, before proceeding, he laid out a condition: fulfilling this requirement is essential to obtaining the rights to the perfumes and healing ointments. The crowd's expressions shifted, and the four companions of Qin Tian felt a pang of anxiety. They feared the venture might falter. I hope that you can sell your cotton garments to the common folk of the southern Jiang at the lowest possible price. Upon hearing this, not a single northern merchant did not display a grimace. Were it not for Zhou Han's status as the southern prince, one could imagine that expletives would have already been hurled. I understand that this may significantly reduce your profits, but should you comply, you will secure the rights to sell the perfumes and healing ointments. I can assure you with utmost seriousness that you may sell ointments and perfumes in the great show. Wei-ai, and even the southern Rome regions by merely paying 1/5 of the original entry fee. The attendees displayed expressions of astonishment. Although the great show comprises 4 regions, commercial exchanges among them are exceedingly rare, compounded by exorbitant entry fees. This circumstance confines merchants to conduct business solely within their localities, limiting even prominent traders to establishing only a couple of stores in other regions. Previously, they had ventured to the northern frontier to sell coastals, but now they are informed that merely 1/5 of the original entry fee permits them to trade across all 4 regions. Most astonishingly, they could even export goods abroad, a notion they had scarcely entertained. Your Highness, is this truly the case? One prominent merchant clearly intrigued by the proposition. Indeed, however, you must acquire the approval from the southern Wangfu. Additionally, when selling to foreign lands, certain tariffs will apply. Rest assured, these tariffs will amount to no more than several hundred taels. Zhou Hong surveyed the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. These seasoned traders, tempted by the allure of wealth, were finally swayed. Zhou Han's actions undoubtedly unlocked the overseas market for them, providing access to a broader clientele. How could they possibly remain indifferent? With limited slots available, only 10 in total, and a requirement for you to provide me with 40% of the perfumes and 55% of the ointments. The excited merchants gradually regained their composure. Your Highness, I, Jin Fuguai, shall take part. A steady voice shattered the silence of the gathering. Zhou Hong promptly directed for Jin Fuguai to be set aside. One participant was better than none. With the initial commitment established, others soon followed suit. Ultimately, events unfolded as Zhou Hong had anticipated, and within a short span, all 10 slots were filled. Others could not help but lament their earlier hesitation. That night, the 10 successful merchants departed after assuring that they would send cotton garments within a few days, taking with them the requisite perfumes and ointments. Your Highness, your strategy is unparalleled. Sun Ao regarded Zhou Hong with admiration. Zhou Hong merely waved his hand and then fixed a serious gaze upon the 4 individuals. However, there is one point you must remember. The cotton garments we produce must be claimed as your own creation, without any attribution to me. The 4 nodded in unison. They understood Zhou Han's concern. If attributed to Zhou Hong, northern frontier merchants might perceive him as a betrayer, diminishing his value as a collaborator in their eyes. This would undoubtedly result in significant losses for Zhou Hong. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The most perilous outcome would arise when the cotton garments they developed inevitably captured the northern frontier's market. The merchants of the northern frontier would be left without trade, prompting King Zhou Duan of the north to intervene. Simply put, this could lead to a prohibition on southern merchants selling cotton garments in the northern frontier, and at worst, it could incite conflict between the southern and northern regions over the cotton garments issue. At present, the strength of southern Xinjiang is far inferior to that of northern Xinjiang. The defeat of southern Xinjiang inevitably necessitates compensation for the losses incurred by northern Xinjiang, and such reparations will undoubtedly be borne by the southern king. However, they too shall not emerge unscathed, for it is certain that Zhou Hong will seek retribution. All of this turmoil is a consequence of their own making. Zhou Hong extended to them an opportunity for prosperity, yet they squandered it with poor decisions. When the time comes for Zhou Hong to settle the score, they will have no justification. Carelessly, the 4 prominent families may find themselves excluded from Qingzhou. Zhou Han's temperament is well understood by Qin Tian and his 3 companions. He is a man who harbors grudges. If you do not allow me peace, I shall naturally not afford you any respite. Chapter 54. Lord Feng, Your Highness. All the cotton garments from the northern frontier have been delivered. Even before encountering Wang Xian, Zhou Hong could already hear his voice resonating from outside the door. Raising his gaze, he saw Wang Xian, accompanied by Jin Fugui and others, emerging from the exterior. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing Zhou Hong, Jin Fugui and the others immediately bowed and clasped their fists in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Zhou Hong supported several of them, his face adorned with a broad smile. Your Highness, upon our return, we have collected all the cotton garments from the northern frontier. After fulfilling the needs of the local populace, the remaining supplies will be ample for all the citizens of the southern frontier. Jin Fugui presented a ledger to Zhou Hong. Receiving it, Zhou Hong promptly handed it over to Wang Xian. This is my esteemed steward of the southern frontier. Even I must heed his counsel. Zhou Hong laughed heartily, dispelling the perplexed expressions on Jin Fugui and the others' faces. Wang Xian naturally accepted the ledger and smiled at everyone. Once these cotton garments are sold, we shall ensure that the profits are delivered to you. Zhou Hong clasped his fists in gratitude, and the others, recognizing the moment, engaged in brief pleasantries before departing from the southern frontier. They harbored no doubts about Zhou Han's integrity, believing he would not lead them to substantial loss. Your Highness, we should sell these cotton garments after the autumn harvest, otherwise, the common folk currently possess no funds. Wang Xian remarked earnestly, gazing at Zhou Hong. Indeed, following the autumn harvest is crucial, primarily because the citizens will have the time, otherwise, they are preoccupied with labor in the fields and cannot attend the markets. In the eastern frontier, within the eastern prince's residence, Zhou Long forcefully shattered the teacup before him onto the floor. Zhou Hing, you truly underestimate me. Calling you brother has led you to believe you are of great importance. The veins on Zhou Long's forehead throbbed, and his eyes blazed with fury, as if he were ready to devour someone at any moment. Your Highness, should we teach him a lesson? Otherwise, he seems to be getting a bit too bold. Gao Zhoulong glanced at Gao Shangjun, pondering for a moment. Send the Imperial Dragon Guards. Gao Shangjun nodded and withdrew. The Imperial Dragon Guards were an assassin group cultivated by Zhou Long, which also contributed to his swift dominance over the eastern frontier. When he first arrived in the eastern frontier, Zhou Mo entrusted him with the Imperial Dragon Guards, whom he had trained for many years. After Zhou Long eradicated his rivals, he reformed the Imperial Dragon Guards to ensure their unwavering loyalty, while also gathering homeless children to support them. Gradually, the Imperial Dragon Guards transformed into his greatest reliance. Zhou Heng, you dare to seize what is not yours. This predicament is of your own making. Initially, I considered sparing you for the sake of our brotherhood. But now you must not blame me. The glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Long's eyes. Previously, he had received news that the Japanese dwarfs had been dealt with by Zhou Heng, who had even installed a 10-year-old child as their king. This utterly infuriated him, as the Japanese dwarfs were poised to ally with him, and now that significant support was rendered useless, how could he not be enraged? Your Highness, I sense that there is something amiss with this matter. Zhou Long raised his head and beheld an elderly Taoist dressed in a cerulean robe approaching slowly. Feng Lao! Zhou Long exclaimed with excitement. The elder, known as Feng Lao, nodded slightly. Your Highness, there is a hidden intrigue in this matter. Zhou Long felt a twinge of confusion and responded, I beseech you, Feng Lao, to elucidate. He clasped his fists respectfully. As long as the venerable elder stood before him, he felt assured, and the entire northern border would be secure. The southern border, under the governance of the southern king, had shown signs of improvement. Yet, this was far from sufficient to pose a threat to them. Nonetheless, someone appeared to be in a state of panic. At this juncture, Feng Lao paused and gazed at Zhou Long. Who is in a state of panic? Several candidates surfaced in Zhou Long's mind, yet he dismissed them one by one. The northern border, where the northern king resided, was characterized by its frigid climate and the northern king's conservative disposition, resulting in its power being inferior to that of His Highness and the western king. With the southern king's rise, was this not a direct threat to him? If he were the northern king, he would undoubtedly suppress the southern king. Coincidentally, at this moment, the arrival of the Japanese envoy presented an opportunity. Feng Lao regarded Zhou Long with a knowing smile. At this moment, even if Zhou Long were dull-witted, he should have comprehended, particularly given his astute nature. It seemed he had underestimated him. Now, it was imperative to mend relationships with the southern king to instill further anxiety in the northern king. Simultaneously, continuous pressure must be exerted upon him, ensuring that conflict with the southern king would inevitably ensue. Thus, regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would benefit them. Feng Lao's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Long laughed heartily. Whether Zhou Duan or Zhou Hong triumphed, they could both reap the benefits like a fisherman. If Zhou Duan won, he could march southward to seize land from the southern border. Conversely, if Zhou Hong prevailed, he too could advance northward to acquire territory from the northern border. One could say that Feng Lao's strategy was impeccably crafted. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir. Zhou Long promptly summoned Gao Shangjun, instructing him to deliver 100,000 taels of silver and 3,000 stones of grain to Zhou Hong as compensation. Your Highness, compensation for what? Gao Shangjun inquired with evident perplexity. Naturally for the offense caused by the Japanese envoy, and you must convey to him that the Japanese have no ties to us. The look of confusion on Gao Shangjun's face deepened. Stop pondering and just go. When did you become so indecisive? With reluctance, Gao Shangjun complied and set off. Zhou Long's maneuver was indeed exceedingly cunning. He dispatched someone to apologize to Zhou Hong, simultaneously distancing himself from the Japanese envoy. This served to convey to Zhou Hong that there was no need for conflict between brothers over a vassal state. On another front, it subtly hinted to Zhou Duan that Zhou Long was now extending a modicum of courtesy to Zhou Hong, indicating that the southern border was poised to surpass him. Additionally, the influx of southern goods was impacting the northern border's market, resulting in a surplus that was difficult to sell. This had already inflicted a degree of psychological pressure on Zhou Duan. Now, with Zhou Long's latest stratagem, Zhou Duan would harbor even greater animosity towards Zhou Hing. I must administer another potent dose to them. Only then will the effect be evident, Zhou Long murmured softly, a victorious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With the arrival of the autumn harvest, the people of southern Xinjiang are fervently toiling in the fields. Gazing at the golden wheat ears, the laborers, despite their exhaustion, are filled with joy. Zhou Hong has also joined the ranks of the harvesters with his army. Your Highness, as the king, how can you engage in such menial tasks? Protested several villagers, attempting to dissuade Zhou Hong from entering the fields. Nonsense. The more hands, the greater the strength. Zhou Hong retorted, brushing aside their objections. Seizing a sickle from the ground, and rolling up his sleeves to work. Having helped his family with the harvest before his time travel, he felt not the slightest discomfort, but rather a sense of ease. This astonished the nearby villagers, who could hardly believe their eyes. Did the prince truly know how to farm? Chapter 55. The Stubborn One. Your Highness, visitors from the eastern frontier have arrived. On that day, Zhou Hong set down his sickle, and Wang Xian approached him, whispering in his ear. Could it be related to the affairs of the Japanese invaders? Zhou Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, regarding Wang Xian with a hint of skepticism. It seems likely. Truly, the crocodile has come ashore, and the intentions of the visitors do not bode well. A subtle smirk played on Zhou Hong's lips. They have come bearing gifts. The specifics of the situation will reveal themselves in due time. Wang Xian furrowed his brow. Zhou Long's arrival is surely not for friendly purposes. Those with goodwill do not come bearing gifts, which complicates matters further. Zhou Hong exchanged a nod with Wu Yu, who was also in the fields, before departing with Wang Xian. Has something occurred? The expression on His Highness's face suggests that trouble is brewing. A few local farmers, busy with their harvest, watched Zhou Hong's retreating figure with concern. Do not worry, His Highness possesses sound judgment. It is sufficient for you to avoid causing him additional worry. Wu Yu concealed his apprehensions, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Earlier, he had caught snippets of Zhou Hong and Wang Xian's conversation and understood that their visitor was undoubtedly linked to the prior incidents involving the Japanese. He had heard of those events and recognized their significance to the eastern frontier. Zhou Long of the eastern frontier was not a benevolent figure. And now that he had come to the southern region, it was evident that he harbored ill intentions. Upon reaching the general's residence, Zhou Hong regarded the boxes laid out in the courtyard, chuckling softly. My brother has gone to great lengths. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Xian, who nodded in agreement as they both entered the general's estate. Your Highness! The moment Gao Shangjuan saw Zhou Hong, despite his condescension, he rose to pay his respects. There is no need for excessive formalities. May I ask for your name, General? Zhou Hong took his seat at the main position, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Gao Shangjuan. Gao Shangjuan. So, you are the general. Truly, seeing you in person is far more enlightening than mere hearsay. Zhou Hong was exceedingly gracious. Upon learning of the purpose behind Gao Shangjuan's visit, Zhou Hong felt a twinge of surprise. My brother is overly cautious. It brings me joy that he does not harbor resentment towards me as his elder sibling. Qinlian, please bring forth the steed. The magnificent blood-sweating horse that Hu Hichu sent to me, for General Gao to deliver to the Eastern King. Zhou Hong then turned to Gao Shangjuan with a smile, adding, Please excuse me, General, our southern region is a remote and impoverished land, lacking in offerings of merit. Your Highness, you are mistaken in your assumptions. Zhou Hong had hoped that Gao Shangjuan would stay a few days, yet the latter politely declined. Wang Xian could naturally discern Zhou Hong's intentions. How could one not appreciate a talent such as Gao Shangjuan? Your Highness, the Eastern King's maneuver appears rather insidious. Observing the retreating figure of Gao Shangjuan, Wang Xian's smile faded, and his brow knitted slightly. It is of no consequence. Zhou Duan is not so easily intimidated. Besides, I have also sent forth the blood-sweating horse. Zhou Hong replied with a calm smile. This splendid steed was certainly not given without reason. It serves as a warning to Zhou Duan, signaling that if I can compel Zhou Long to present me with gifts, I too possess the capability to reciprocate. This passage subtly conveys to Zhou Duan that the southern frontier is not as he perceives it. He would do well to dispel any clandestine schemes from his mind. When sending off the horses, Zhou Hong alluded, whether intentionally or otherwise, to the formidable Kong of Hohotu, serving as a warning to Zhou Long. Although my southern territory may be deemed a remote and impoverished region, I possess allies. Should you wish to contrive against me, you ought to reconsider. For I have the southern Rong standing behind me. While the southern Rong may lack the overall strength of the great Shou, it is more than sufficient to contend with Zhou Long. After listening to Zhou Hen's words, Wang Xian's gaze towards him grew increasingly resolute. He was confident he had not erred in his choice of ally. However, circumstances did not unfold as Zhou Hong had anticipated. Within a few days, 3 uninvited guests arrived at his general's residence. When Zhou Hong, working in the fields, learned of this news, he was utterly speechless. What could they possibly want? It remains unclear, but Chang Ning is likely sent by the 8th Duke to monitor us. Wang Xian bore a similarly helpless expression. With 3 individuals of uncertain intent suddenly appearing by their side, how could they feel secure? Let us return and assess the situation. Zhou Hong sighed in resignation. Upon returning to the general's residence, 2 graceful figures caught Zhou Hen's eye. Your Highness! At that moment, a calm and authoritative voice drew Zhou Hen's attention. He turned to see a middle-aged man, around 35 or 36 years old, bowing respectfully towards him, clad in a long blue robe. His features were stern yet imbued with a resolute demeanor. Chang Ning? Zhou Hong tentatively called out. Your Highness, I am here. Observing the man, Zhou Hong suddenly felt a sense of antiquated rigidity. He had heard of this individual during his time as the crown prince. It was said that he was quite pedantic, believing that all matters must adhere strictly to propriety. What in the world? Zhou Huang, you old fox, are you trying to ensnare me? Sending such an antiquated figure to my side is tantamount to seeking my demise. Zhou Hong mentally berated Zhou Huang's ancestors with fervor. Just then, a sweet voice resonated from behind. Yu Shi, how is it that you have also come? This outing coincided perfectly with my visit to you, Brother Hing. Yu Shi blushed, lowering her gaze. Miss Yu, be mindful of your status in relation to His Highness. Just as Zhou Hong was about to speak, Chang Ning beside him sternly admonished her. Yu Shi looked at Chang Ning with a face full of grievance, bewildered by the reprimand. Miss Yu, I trust that Minister Yu has imparted to you the significance of hierarchy and respect. His Highness is the Southern King, in terms of rank. Even your father would bow before him. And you, as the daughter of a minister, dare to call His Highness by his name. Such behavior is deeply disrespectful. Zhou Hong felt a headache coming on. Chang Ning's rigidity exceeded his expectations. Yu Shi's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, looking at Chang Ning with a pitiful expression. Lord Chang, my lady has known His Highness since childhood. What is the harm in calling him brother? Yu Ting, seeing her mistress wronged, immediately stepped forward. Her words, however, only served to ignite Chang Ning's ire further. Who gave you the audacity to speak, you mere maid? Chang Ning incessantly lectured the 2 girls, who gazed at her with reddened eyes, while Yu Zi and Yu Ting appeared increasingly distressed, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Zhou Hong observed the tension, noting how tightly Yu Ting clenched her small hands. Both he and Wang Xian, standing nearby, found the situation simultaneously amusing and exasperating. Your Highness! At that moment, Qin Lian approached Zhou Hong, gently nudging him to suggest he intervene on Chang Ning's behalf. Seeing her petite figure, Zhou Hong offered a faint smile. Lord Chang, let this matter rest, it is hardly of great significance, he interjected. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Chang Ning relented. Yu Shi and Yu Ting cast grateful glances towards Zhou Hong. Qin Lian, please escort Yu Zi and the others to rest, I have matters to discuss with Lord Chang, he instructed. Once the 3 departed, Zhou Hong turned to Chang Ning and inquired, might I ask what instructions the royal uncle has issued this time? Chapter 56, The Art of Seduction. Chang Ning retrieved the letter from Zhou Huang and presented it to Zhou Hong. Upon receiving the letter, Zhou Hong cast a suspicious glance at Chang Ning before finally unsealing it. This old fellow was indeed not so easily deceived. Zhou Hong felt a pang of frustration. The letter expressed concern that Zhou Hong might overlook the customs of the southern border during his development, hence the dispatch of Chang Ning to assist him with etiquette. While the words sounded pleasant, anyone with discernment could see that Chang Ning had been sent by Zhou Huang to keep a watchful eye on him. Facing the stern and unsmiling Chang Ning, Zhou Hong found himself in a quandary. If he sought to eliminate Chang Ning, Zhou Huang would undoubtedly grow suspicious, jeopardizing his monthly military stipend. Conversely, if he allowed Chang Ning to remain, it would hinder his endeavors. After instructing Zhang Rui to escort Chang Ning to rest, Zhou Hong handed the letter to Wang Xian. Neither killing nor sparing seemed a viable option. After reading the letter, Wang Xian leaned closer to Zhou Hong and whispered, "Aha! This presents an excellent opportunity." He promptly set about overseeing the matter. Chang Ning's involvement needed to be resolved swiftly, lest it become a source of trouble. That night, in the remaining few chambers of the general's residence, Chang Ning was thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled across the desk like a lump of clay. "Zhang Rui, how are the arrangements coming along?" Zhou Hong approached the inebriated Chang Ning and called out softly. Yet, no matter how earnestly he called, Chang Ning remained utterly unresponsive. "Your Highness, everything has been arranged. We are merely awaiting Lord Chang Ning." Zhang Rui wore a mischievous grin, curious about the unfolding events. "Then let us hasten and bring Lord Chang Ning over. We mustn't keep him waiting." Zhou Hong patted Zhang Rui on the shoulder, sharing in the mirth. "Understood." As Zhang Rui supported the heavily intoxicated Chang Ning away, Wang Xian approached. To deal with such a person, it was best to shatter the very beliefs that resided within him. Wang Xian had advised Zhou Hong to dismantle the ideals Chang Ning held dear. For he had always prided himself on his lofty principles, insisting that everyone adhere to the rules of propriety. In his eyes, courtesans were inherently licentious and morally corrupt, deserving of scorn. Yet now, he was about to engage in a liaison with one. Zhou Hong could already envision the expression on Chang Ning's face upon awakening. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, though he was somewhat rigid, he was nonetheless a loyal subject. In that moment, Zhou Hong felt a flicker of desire to win him over. "Your Highness, we must not rush this matter. It requires a gradual approach." Wang Xian discerned Zhou Hong's intentions. Before long, sounds of an embarrassing nature emanated from Chang Ning's chamber. "Your Highness, what is happening in there? Should we intervene?" Qin Lian, concerned that something untoward had transpired, was eager to offer assistance, but Zhou Hong restrained her. "Qin Lian, there is nothing amiss inside. You needn't worry." Zhou Hong coughed lightly, adopting a serious demeanor as he regarded the anxious Qin Lian. Soon, several other ladies gathered before Zhou Hong. "There is nothing to worry about. You may all return to your rest." Observing Zhou Hong in that moment, Wang Xian struggled to contain his laughter. The cries were so piercing that they disrupted our sleep. Yu Ji cast a curious glance towards the room. Ultimately, Zhou Hong had no choice but to allow these ladies to leave. For the general's residence was not suitable for such innocent young maidens tonight. The following morning, Chang Ning glared at Zhou Hong. "Your Highness, could you provide an explanation?" Zhou Hong feigned ignorance, looking at him as if he were oblivious to the matter at hand. "About last night." Chang Ning's expression darkened further. "Zhang Rui, what on earth transpired yesterday evening?" Zhou Hong shot an angry look at Zhang Rui, who had rushed in from outside. Upon sensing the tension, Zhang Rui immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Thinking to himself that Master Chang had endured a long journey to the southern frontier, he believed it was his duty as a host to ensure Master Chang's comfort. Hence, he had arranged for several ladies from the fragrant pavilion to entertain him. Boldly done. "Zhang Rui, it seems I have been too lenient with you." Zhou Hong slammed his teacup to the floor, startling Zhang Rui into kneeling and repeatedly begging for mercy. At that moment, Wang Xian conveniently entered from outside. After learning the details of the incident, he interjected, "Your Highness, Zhang Rui acted with the southern frontier's interests at heart. Let this matter go this time. However, because of him, Master Chang's illustrious reputation has been tarnished." Zhou Hong retorted obstinately. Chang Ning, seething with anger, could easily discern that the three were conspiring against him. In the end, he could only sigh in resignation, feeling despondent. He had initially hoped to impress Zhou Hong but found himself in a predicament that jeopardized his integrity. "Perhaps it's for my own good," he sighed. That midday, he requested a horse from Zhou Hong and departed from Qinxiu. Finally, he was done. Yu Xi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of apprehension. Zhou Hong smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. "Your Highness, what truly occurred in the room last night?" Qin Lian asked with a curious expression. "Silly girl. Matters of adults should not concern you." Zhou Hong gently brushed her nose with his fingers. Qin Lian's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively took a step back. However, this scene did not escape Yu Xi's notice, and she immediately felt displeased. "Phew! I dislike Brother Hong the most." The little girl stamped her foot, angrily leaving with Yu Ting. "What is going on?" Zhou Hong wondered, equally perplexed. Wang Xian, on the other hand, merely chuckled without offering any explanations. Half a month later, all the crops had been harvested. After each household submitted the required taxes, Zhou Hong instructed them to retain sufficient provisions for the winter, while the remainder was to be weighed and accounted for by the officials. Brother, I must express my gratitude, otherwise I shudder to think how many of my people would have starved. Hu He too gazed at the numerous carts of grain before him, gratefully grasping Zhou Hong's hand. Brother, we are a family, there is no need for such formalities. After bidding farewell to Hu He too, Zhou Hong directed the proceeds from the grain sales to be distributed among the local officials according to each household's needs. The common folk of the southern frontier, upon receiving the funds sent by the government, could hardly believe their eyes. Such occurrences were beyond their wildest imaginings. The moment they received the money, the common folk knelt in reverence before Zhou Hong. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Hong was taken aback. In that instant, a profound truth dawned upon him. He who wins the hearts of the people, wins the world. After the autumn harvest, Zhou Hong began to transport cotton garments from the northern frontier for sale. With newfound wealth and the affordability of these cotton clothes, nearly every citizen acquired at least one. Observing the dwindling stock of cotton garments, Zhou Hong felt a sense of relief in his heart. For this meant that the people of the southern region could just barely endure the harsh winter. Your Highness, the factory has been successfully established. Chapter 57. The prince is also pressured to marry very well. I shall immediately issue an edict summoning the skilled seamstresses of the southern frontier. Zhou Hong laughed heartily. However, His Highness, do you not fear inciting the northern king? Qin Tian inquired cautiously. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall build a dam. Zhou Hong observed the slightly timid Qin Tian. You all were once unafraid even of me. How is it that you now fear the northern king? Zhou Hong expressed his confusion as Qin Tian and his companions exchanged awkward smiles. Is that not a case of underestimating the formidable old fox? Nevertheless, Zhou Hong found this amusing. At that moment, within the northern king's residence, Zhou Duan examined the letter in his hand. Zn, what is your perspective on this matter? The youth named Zn took the letter from Zhou Duan, scrutinized it for a moment, and furrowed his brow. This serves as a warning for us not to act rashly. Gang Zn returned the letter to Zhou Duan. The southern king is declaring war upon us. It appears our previous plans have been uncovered. Moreover, from the circumstances surrounding the southern and eastern kings, both seem intent on reaping the benefits while viewing us as mere pawns. Gang Z's brow tightened as he looked at Zhou Duan. What shall we do now? Must we truly submit and swallow our pride? Zhou Duan believed that this esteemed figure, renowned as the foremost person of the northern frontier, would provide him with a reasonable solution. This time, we must deliberate carefully. If we let this matter rest, the eastern and southern kings will undoubtedly perceive us as weak and continue to press their advantage. Gang Zn approached the map, studying it intently. Zhou Duan joined him. Following Gang Zn's gaze, Tuan, Zhou Duan questioned, somewhat perplexed. This Tuan nation is merely a small vassal state of the Great Shou, possessing strength only slightly superior to that of the Wukai kingdom. However, it is not significantly stronger. If we were to have Tuan provoke Zhou Hong, it would be akin to an axe striking against a stone. Yet, Your Highness, should we consider enlisting the Western king to act alongside us? Gang Zn turned to look at Zhou Duan. That arrogant scoundrel is unlikely to ally with us. Zhou Duan shook his head, though a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. On one hand, the western frontiers might surpass that of the northern domain, potentially intimidating Zhou Hong. On the other hand, merely 50 miles beyond the southern frontier lies the vassal state of Wushu. Several years ago, this nation was thoroughly subdued by the western king, Zhou Xian. Should Zhou Xian agree to take action, his optimal choice would be to compel Wushu to strike. Both Wushu and Tuan share borders with the southern frontier, forming a complementary strategy that allows for swift mutual support and cooperation. With the combined forces of both nations attacking the south, Zhou Hong would undoubtedly face defeat. In this manner, not only would we relieve our current grievances, but we would also suppress Zhou Hong without needing to intervene ourselves. Although Zhou Hong may suspect my involvement, without evidence, he would find it difficult to accuse me. Your Highness, leave this matter in my hands. Seeing Gang Zn volunteer, Zhou Duan was naturally elated, as this spared him the trouble of selecting envoys for the task. Then I shall rely on you. On that day, Gang Zn set forth with a letter and a gift for Zhou Xian. Meanwhile, in the southern frontier, Zhou Hong gathered over 3,000 women skilled in sewing. At that moment, Zhou Hong, a man of considerable stature, held a needle and thread, demonstrating to hundreds of women how to sew. Each stitch required precision. The duck-down needed to be secured within a defined area. Observing Zhou Hong's clumsy attempts, the women erupted in laughter. Your Highness, we understand. How can a man like you wield a needle? It's such a waste of talent. One woman took the needle from Zhou Hong's hands and proceeded to demonstrate the task herself. Zhou Hong chuckled awkwardly, aware of his lack of skill in this area. Once in the woman's hands, the needle seemed to dance with life, moving swiftly and expertly. Zhou Hong was astonished. Soon, the woman had sewn according to his instructions, gently stuffing the soft duck down into the stitched fabric. Zhou Hong draped the fabric over his neck, and it felt just as he remembered. Given our current limited supply of duck down, we shall first create a sample down jacket. Once our ducks grow, everyone can try their hand at it. Zhou Hong addressed the skilled women among the 3,000 gathered. Concerned they might misunderstand, he elaborated. Suddenly, a woman asked, Your Highness, how old are you this year? Zhou Hong was taken aback, unsure of her intentions, yet he responded, Madam, I am 24 today. It is time to marry. I have heard that Your Highness is still unmarried. Should I introduce you to a few suitable young ladies? You old crone, the ones you suggested are mere commoners, unworthy of His Highness. In my view, the young lady from the Shao family would be quite fitting. Are you speaking of the daughter of the old man Shao from the southern mountain? Indeed, that girl is exceptionally beautiful. Zhou Hong was left speechless, never anticipating that these women would begin to urge him toward marriage. However, he found himself curious about this Shao girl, who had garnered such praise. Upon leaving the garment workshop, he gazed at the overcast sky when Zhang Rui suddenly remarked, Your Highness, we should return quickly, it is about to snow. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Zhou Hong to instinctively huddle his shoulders. The year was nearly complete. As they walked through the streets, the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the houses filled Zhou Hong with satisfaction. Yet, amid his smile, a shadow of concern lingered. After the incident with the diminutive nation of Wu, Zhou Hong understood that his growing power would inevitably incite the jealousy of Zhou Long and his companions. Bound by their brotherly ties, they would not dare to confront him directly. This was precisely what troubled Zhou Hong. He could handle direct attacks. But if they resorted to underhanded schemes for revenge, the innocent citizens would become scapegoats for his adversities. Zhou Hong recognized that, despite not being a paragon of virtue, he could not bear to see those uninvolved with his affairs suffer for his sake. Yet, he ultimately let out a heavy sigh. Is something troubling you, Your Highness? Zhang Rui inquired with genuine concern as he gazed at Zhou Hong. No, Zhou Hong replied with a faint smile. Then let us hasten our pace. Sister Chen mentioned she has arranged a surprise for us tonight. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement. However, deep within a dense forest in the southern frontier, a severely injured man was struggling to escape. I must convey the message, he thought, glancing back over his shoulder. My lord, that fellow has fled towards the southern king's territory. Should we pursue him further? Of course. That information must not reach anyone. Chapter 58, The Fright Outside. Snowflakes danced in the air, while inside, Zhou Hong sat by the fire, his eyes half closed, as a few maids, including Qin Lian, busily stitched garments nearby. You Shi, is it truly acceptable for you not to send word home? Qin Lian observed the elegant woman before her. Dear sister Qin Lian, it's quite all right. My father is aware that I am here with brother Hong. He will not be troubled, Yu Xi replied with a gentle smile, offering Qin Lian a silk scarf she had embroidered herself. How exquisite, you sister! What have you stitched? Shao Zi exclaimed, astonished by the intricate designs on the scarf. I cannot say, it was entirely guided by instinct. Yu Xi, feeling bashful from the compliment, smiled shyly. At that moment, the atmosphere within the general's residence was one of tranquility and warmth. Yet, abruptly, Wang Xian rushed in, anxiety written across his face. What has happened? Zhou Hong opened his eyes, regarding the newcomer. Your Highness, there is an urgent situation. Observing the snow covering Wang Xian, Zhou Hong understood the gravity of the matter. Wang Xian had neglected to even take an umbrella to deliver this news. Patrolling soldiers have discovered a severely injured individual in the misty forest mountains. Zhou Hong felt a flicker of surprise. The common folk from the southern border often ventured into those woods for hunting, occasionally encountering formidable beasts. Such incidents had occurred before, yet fortunately without any fatalities. Thus, Zhou Hong pondered if Wang Xian was perhaps overreacting. Your Highness, This person bears an arrow from the Eastern king as manner. Zhou Hong abruptly rose from his seat, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Wang Xian. What is his condition now? Dr. Hua and his team have already commenced treatment. Although the injuries are grave, his life is not in jeopardy. Zhou Hong snatched up a coat from the side, instructing Qin Lian and the others before hastening out with Zhang Rui and Wang Xian to investigate. Has he regained consciousness? Not yet. The trio soon arrived at the military camp. Your Highness. Upon seeing Zhou Hong, Man Wu and others clasped their fists in salute. Zhou Hong surveyed the gathering, noting that all were present. Is this man one of Mo Yuan's people? This question weighed heavily on Zhou Hong's mind. If this individual was indeed sent by Mo Yuan to gather intelligence, the implications could be dire. Having undergone a period of training, Mo Yuan had certainly strengthened considerably. Under Zhou Han's direction, infiltrators had already begun to embed themselves near Zhou Long and his companions. Should this gravely injured man be one of Mo Yuan's spies, his presence would inevitably arouse Zhou Long's suspicions, prompting him to purge those around him. Such an action would expose Zhou Han's carefully placed informants, though their numbers were limited. Each had been acquired at great cost. Additionally, Zhou Hong feared that if anyone were to divulge information under duress, he still lacked the strength to confront Zhou Long directly. And this was merely Zhou Long. Should he inform Zhou Duan and others, the latter would undoubtedly mobilize their forces to attack. At that point, the southern border would be in peril. Your Highness, this man is not one of ours, but we found a token in his possession. Man Yan said, presenting the token to Zhou Hong. The token was crafted from silver, adorned with the fierce gaze of a white wolf, its teeth stained with a hint of crimson. A silver wolf? Wang Xian received the token handed to him by Zhou Hong, a spark of confusion flickering in his eyes. The northern barbarians? Wang Xian felt a twinge of uncertainty as he returned the token to Zhou Hong. This was indeed a token possessed by the northern barbarians, and it appeared the individual in question held a significant status. Man Wu glanced at the man lying on the bed and conveyed all the information he knew to Zhou Hong and the others. The northern barbarians constituted a formidable tribe located to the north of the Great Zhou, maintaining a relationship of mutual wariness while avoiding direct conflict over the years. Within the northern barbarians, the king commanded 8 prominent leaders, each in possession of a token engraved with a silver wolf. This silver token had become a symbol of their identities. Encountering it was akin to the presence of the 8 leaders themselves. Thus, it could be inferred that this individual was connected to one of those 8 leaders. Man Wu nodded. Old General, I entrust this person to your careful watch. Notify me immediately upon his awakening. Upon departing the main camp, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian walked side by side. The appearance of the northern barbarian in the southern frontier, severely injured, suggested there was something amiss. A foreboding sensation stirred within Zhou Hong. It seemed the individual had fled to the southern frontier in a desperate bid for survival, most likely pursued by the eastern king in the eastern domain. Wang Xian pondered briefly before voicing his thoughts to Zhou Hong. Do you mean to say this person had a falling out with Zhou Long and discovered a secret unbeknownst to others, thus becoming the target of pursuit? Zhou Hong found this hard to believe, struggling to conceive why Zhou Long would entertain a meeting with the northern barbarians. This is merely conjecture. We must await this person's awakening for clarity. Several days later, a contingent led by Gao Shangjun arrived at Zhou Han's general's residence. Your Highness, we are in pursuit of a fugitive who has attempted to assassinate His Highness, the Northern King. Zhou Hong exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Xian, instantly understanding that Gao Shangjun sought the very man they had encountered. What? Zhou Long has been assaulted. Is he unharmed? Zhou Hong feigned concern as he regarded Gao Shangjun. The Northern King is unscathed. However, during our pursuit of the assailant, we discovered he fled towards your Highness's southern frontier. Gao Shangjun's expression remained impassive, his gaze piercing. Have there been any recent sightings of the individual mentioned by General Gao? Zhou Hong felt a flicker of discontent towards Gao Shangjun's demeanor, his smile fading. Your Highness, in this desolate backwater of ours, how could anyone possibly be here? Wang Xian shook his head in exasperation. Your Highness. Noticing the evasiveness of the two, Gao Shangjun's ire began to simmer. How dare you? Who do you think you are to address my lord in such a manner? Chu Nangshi erupted in anger, having never held a fondness for the man before him. Seeing the unfriendly demeanor of Gao Shangjun, he felt his temper flare. I demand an explanation regarding this matter from your eastern domain. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Gao Shangjun rose, disinterested in engaging in further meaningless banter with Zhou Hong. He could discern that Zhou Hong was utterly disinterested in the matter at hand. Furthermore, he speculated that perhaps the matter had already been resolved by Zhou Heng. Audacious! Who do you think you are to threaten me so brazenly? Even Zhou Long addresses me with utmost respect, calling me his elder brother, yet you, a mere martial artist, dare to challenge me. At this moment, Zhou Hong was incensed. Should you refuse the courteous invitation and instead choose punishment, do not blame me for turning hostile. Gao Shangjun cast a glance at Zhou Hong, showing no signs of fear. Seize him! The piercing attack of Jiao Gu surged towards Gao Shangjun's face, who merely scoffed in disdain, while those around him drew their swords in readiness. Outside, the leaders of Leng Qing and Mo Yuan swiftly charged in. Chapter 59. Diverting calamity. Beholding the bloodied figure of Gao Shangjun brought before him, Zhou Hong offered a faint smile. You possess considerable talent, and I too have an appreciation for such gifts. I now extend to you an opportunity. Join me, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Having resolved to act, Zhou Hong was determined to see the matter through to its conclusion. To eradicate the root of the problem was imperative. Otherwise, should Zhou Long learn that he had acquired his popcorn for a mere 300 coins, the repercussions would be dire. Gao Shangjun cast a glance at Zhou Hong and erupted in laughter. Zhou Heng, you overestimate your own worth. You lack the standing for such demands. Unperturbed, Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively. Chu Nangxi, you are to take your men and eliminate everyone who accompanied Gao Shangjun. This affair must remain undisclosed. Chu Nangxi nodded and, with the cold and vigilant Lin Qingxiu, departed from the general's residence. Your Highness, are we not being rather reckless? Wang Xian expressed his concerns. Gao Shangjun was a trusted confidant of Zhou Long. If he discovered that Zhou Hong was responsible for his demise, it would surely lead to an irreconcilable feud. To eliminate him would be akin to severing Zhou Long's right arm. Such opportunities are rare. Moreover, how could he possibly ascertain that the three were slain by my hand? Zhou Hong flashed a mysterious smile at Wang Xian, then drew his sword, Tianwen, and made a small incision on his arm. Your Highness, what are you doing? Wang Xian exclaimed in shock. One must commit fully to the performance. Zhou Hong nonchalantly waved his hand. Wang Xian promptly summoned the physician, Hua Langzong, to attend to Zhou Heng's wound. Fortunately, the injury was not deep and would heal with a period of rest. Nonetheless, Wang Xian remained perplexed by Zhou Heng's motivations. This act seemed devoid of any advantage, and it bore no relation to his intention to kill Gao Shangjun. Your Highness, all adversaries have been eliminated. That evening, upon their return, Chu Nangxi and Lin Qingxiu were taken aback by the sight of Zhou Heng's injured arm. Your Highness, who did this? Chu Nangxi inquired, her face a mask of fury. I did it myself. Zhou Hong replied, gesturing for calm. But why? Both Chu Nangxi and Lin Qingxiu were at a loss. Let this matter rest for now. You are to immediately spread the word that the Southern Prince and the Northern Prince's envoy were ambushed by dark-clad assassins during their nocturnal discussions. The Southern Prince was injured while the Northern envoy pursued the assailants. In an instant, Wang Xian grasped Zhou Heng's intent. He was diverting calamity. The Northern barbarians were currently untraceable. The latter was privy to Zhou Long's secrets and was being hunted by him. Upon learning that Zhou Long's envoy was in the southern region, how could they resist such an opportunity? Understanding the implications, Wang Xian's lips curled into a smile as he leaned closer to Zhou Hong, whispering fervently. Zhou Hong listened, exhilarated. How had he not considered this? Not only could he divert calamity, but he could also turn the tables. Perhaps he could even extract a substantial fortune from Zhou Long. The thought filled him with delight. This wound of mine may yet prove worthwhile. By the following morning, news of the assassination attempt on Zhou Hong spread swiftly throughout the southern region. The populace of southern Xinjiang is engulfed in profound anger, declaring that should the assassin be apprehended, they would ensure his utter annihilation. Prominent families have sent gifts as tokens of condolence. Meanwhile, the Empress and her court in the imperial capital are filled with resentment, lamenting the assassin's incompetence in failing to eliminate Zhou Hong. Xu He, who do you suppose orchestrated this latest attack? Zhou Yuan inquired of the nearby Jiao Xu He. Although the perpetrator remains elusive, the southern king's continued actions will undoubtedly provoke more adversaries. Jiao Xu He, recalling her previous harrowing experience of being hurled through the air, shuddered at the memory. Nevertheless, it seems that certain ministers are beginning to regard my brother favorably. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. For now, he was merely a jester, unable to stir any significant upheaval. The most astonished by these events was, of course, Zhou Long. That scoundrel had evidently retained a contingency plan, which explained his ability to evade capture. Zhou Long glanced at the silent Feng Lao, whose furrowed brow betrayed his concern. Your Highness, I sense something amiss in this matter, though I cannot articulate precisely what it is. Is Zhou Hong's assassination unrelated to us? Zhou Long spoke urgently. It is hard to say. We must await General Gao's report, Feng Lao replied, shaking his head. In southern Xinjiang, Zhou Hong regarded the severed head of Gao Shangjuan with a bittersweet smile. Pondering the necessity of such actions, Your Highness, what shall we do now? Queried Chu Nangxi and Long Qingshou, gazing at the gruesome trophy. Fetch a box to contain this head. At that moment, Wang Xian entered, announcing, Your Highness, all preparations are complete as per your instructions. Zhou Hong nodded, let them commence. He had witnessed the potency of rumors firsthand, thus, he instructed Wang Xian to spread tales throughout southern Xinjiang, attributing his assassination attempt to the Eastern King. Concurrently, word spread that an envoy from the Eastern King had been slain, the assailant brandishing a silver medallion engraved with a great wolf. As this news circulated, fervor erupted once more in southern Xinjiang, where the populace harbored an intense hatred for the Eastern King. A search party was hastily assembled, embarking on a widespread hunt for the assassin. Zhou Hong also sought someone well-versed in the northern barbarian script to pen a warning letter, advising Zhou Hong to steer clear of matters involving Zhou Long, lest he be the next to perish. To prevent any leaks, Zhou Hong imprisoned the scribe, intending to release him once the turmoil subsided. However, he never anticipated that the scribe would be killed by Chu Nangxi. Why did you slay him? Zhou Hong thundered, glaring at the kneeling Chu Nangxi. I simply found him distasteful. That wretch dared to insult your highness. How could I tolerate such insolence? Thus, I ended his life. Chu Nangxi displayed no fear, rather exuding a sense of justification. Ah, rebellion! Drag him out and behead him. Man Wu and the others hastily knelt, begging for mercy. Wang Xian remained silent, yet a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. It was, in fact, he who had directed Chu Nangxi to execute the man. For that individual indeed cannot be permitted to remain. Ultimately, their presence would spell disaster. The strength of the southern frontier pales in comparison to that of the eastern domain. Akin to the distinction between the myriad stars and the luminous moon, they lacked both the capacity and the courage to contend. To safeguard this secret, Wang Xian had no choice but to compel Chu Nangxi to execute that person. General Chu, too, acted in the interest of his highness. For according to the laws of the Great Zhou, to insult a vassal king warrants execution. General Chu bears no guilt. Observing that Zhou Hong still intended to behead Chu Nangxi, Wang Xian finally interjected, but you are aware of the significance of that individual to us. Zhou Han's words were veiled, not directly addressing the issue. Only a select few, all loyal to Zhou Hong, were privy to this matter. Your Highness, this situation arose from his initial transgression. We cannot be held accountable. Wang Xian bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Chapter 60, A Farewell in the Snow. Zhou Hong glanced at Chu Nangxi, then at Wang Xian, and waved his hand. Go and retrieve 30 military clubs. Chu Nangxi looked at Wang Xian, chuckled, and immediately bowed. My lord, you truly possess remarkable foresight. But how did you know that His Highness would not execute me? As they exited the general's mansion, Chu Nangxi curiously regarded Wang Xian. Wang Xian smirked and leaned closer to Chu Nangxi, whispering, You have accomplished what His Highness dared not do. He wishes to reward you and would never contemplate your demise. That was merely for the sake of appearances. Chu Nangxi was taken aback, casting a look of extreme skepticism at Wang Xian. Noticing the confusion on Chu Nangxi's face, Wang Xian sighed and elaborated. The individual who wrote the letter in the northern barbarian script is aware of Zhou Han's general plan, though he will not disclose this information while near Zhou Hong. Secrets do not remain hidden forever. Once this information reaches the Eastern King, Zhou Long, he will undoubtedly mobilize his forces for an assault. Given the strength of the southern border, facing the Eastern Domain's army would spell inevitable defeat. At that point, the southern border could suffer greatly, and Zhou Hong himself might be slain by Zhou Long. After all, the current emperor of the Great Zhou is but a dying old man. To safeguard this secret, it must remain unknown to outsiders. In this world, only the dead can keep their lips sealed, hence that person must perish. Is that so? So all of that was merely a performance. Chu Nangxi finally comprehended. Otherwise, Wang Xian shot Chu Nangxi a disdainful glance before departing without a backward glance. He still needed to select a site for Zhou Hong's southern prince mansion. It would be a disgrace for the esteemed prince of the Great Zhou to lack a residence of his own. Furthermore, such a deficiency would tarnish the reputation of the southern border, leading others to perceive it as a truly impoverished region. One could say that Zhou Han's southern prince mansion represented the dignity of the southern border. Though the southern border was indeed poorer compared to the other three fiefs, it was essential to maintain appearances. Initially, Zhou Hong believed this endeavor to be a waste of resources, but under Wang Xian's persistent persuasion, he ultimately consented to the construction of the southern prince mansion. Wang Xian still recalled Zhou Hong's words at that time. This may be a humble abode, yet my virtue is fragrant. Yalan, this matter is entrusted entirely to you. Zhou Hong handed over the head of Gao Shangjun to Yalan, along with a letter for invitation. Your Highness, rest assured. Await my good news, Yalan assured Zhou Hong with a thump on his chest. As he observed the snowflakes dancing outside, Zhou Hong requested Qin Lian to fetch his coat. This journey would be long and arduous, with mountains and rivers to traverse, and the wind and snow would be formidable. This coat would provide much-needed warmth. Zhou Hong personally draped the coat over Yalan, who was deeply touched. Yalan, this time I am sending Leng Qingshou to accompany you, to prevent any recurrence of past troubles. Yalan clasped his fists in gratitude towards Zhou Hong and turned to venture into the storm with Leng Qingshou. As he watched Yalan's figure disappear into the swirling snow, Zhou Hong sighed heavily. Once, he believed that the life of nobility was vibrant and full of color. Yet now he realizes that it is far from the ideal he had envisioned. Your Highness, the blizzard is too fierce. Mr. Yaolang and the others have gone far away. Qin Lian's voice interrupted Zhou Hong's reverie. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Hong discovered that Yaolang and the others had indeed departed, leaving him and Qin Lian standing amidst the swirling snow. Qin Lian's delicate face was reddened by the cold, and the white snow had dusted her hair with frost. The young girl glanced at Zhou Hong, then stood on her tiptoes to brush the snow from his head. Your Highness, if you don't return soon, you will have white hair. Observing the little girl before him, Zhou Hong suddenly inquired, do you regret following me to the southern frontier? Qin Lian raised her head to look at him, pausing before responding thoughtfully. Your Highness, I have never regretted this decision. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know if I were still alive. As she spoke, Qin Lian slowly lowered her gaze, a hint of melancholy shadowing her expression. Zhou Hong shuddered, realizing the truth in her words. Women like her, tributes from vassal states, either became playthings for the powerful if they were beautiful or sank into the depths of servitude if they were not. Ultimately, their fate was often sealed in death, with few living past the age of 23 or 24. Thus, Qin Lian could be considered fortunate compared to others. He patted her head and smiled, do not worry. With me around, you shall never go hungry. Qin Lian looked up at him, her face evident as she nodded resolutely. However, not far away stood two women, one of whom watched the pair in the snow with a surge of jealousy. Brother Hong, Sister Qin Lian, how long will you stand there? Zhou Hong and Qin Lian were startled and turned to the source of the voice, offering an awkward smile. Yuji, you startled me. Yaolang and the others had been delayed for several days due to the heavy snowfall. Fortunately, the cold weather had prevented Gao Shangjun's head from decaying over those days. Upon seeing the head, Zhou Long nearly stumbled, staring vacantly at the decapitated head within the sandalwood box. After a long moment, he lifted his gaze to Yaolang. Who did this? He asked, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. Your Highness, this is a letter from the bandits addressed to our king. Yaolang feigned sorrow as he produced the forged letter Zhou Hong had commissioned, handing it to an attendant. Zhou Long's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing the barbaric script. Yet his expression grew even more menacing. After having someone who understood the script translate it, Zhou Long's face turned a deep shade of crimson with fury. He seeks death. Noticing the right moment had arrived, Yaolang embellished the tale, weaving a dramatic recounting of events. Gao Shangjun was portrayed as suffering immensely in Yaolang as retelling. Ah! Do the northern barbarians truly believe there is no one in the eastern domain to challenge them? Zhou Long kicked over the table in front of him. Elder Feng, equally shocked, stared intently at Yaolang. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, and some aspects eluded his understanding. According to their knowledge, only one envoy from the northern barbarians managed to escape. Even if reinforcements were to arrive, their speed seemed exceedingly improbable. Moreover, Gao Shangjun had led several capable individuals into the fray. Even if they were to falter against the northern barbarians, it was unlikely that they would suffer total annihilation. Most crucially, since King Zhou Hong had been assassinated, it would be inevitable for him to dispatch someone to investigate. Thus, it was inconceivable that Gao Shangjun could be slain and his head presented to Zhou Hong. As he scrutinized Yaolang, a disquieting thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Yet, he quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel this dreadfully unrealistic notion, for it was a mere figment of fantasy. Zhou Hong lacked both the courage and the capability to execute Gao Shangzhen. Chapter 61. Major movements during the time that Yu Lang was dispatched on a mission. Zhou Hong was not idle. As soon as the envoy from the northern barbarians awoke, Zhou Hong rushed to his side. Initially, the envoy was quite defiant, displaying a resolute demeanor of unwavering resistance. However, after much persuasion from Wang Xian, coupled with sumptuous feasting, the envoy eventually divulged his harrowing experiences to Zhou Hong. This individual, named Liang Huing, served as a messenger under one of the 8 prominent leaders, Wu Longling. Although the northern barbarians were governed by 8 leaders, Wu Longling commanded a remarkable level of trust, which allowed his subordinates to venture into the eastern domain. Liang Huang had come on the orders of the northern barbarian king to discuss the establishment of a market with Zhou Long. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zhou Long intended to exploit this opportunity to encroach upon the Liao River region of the northern barbarians. Upon realizing this, Liang Huang initially planned to relay this critical information back urgently, but he never anticipated that the news would leak. Consequently, he and all the northern barbarian warriors accompanying him were slain by Zhou Long. You share such vital information with us, are you not afraid? Zhou Hong regarded the envoy with a knowing smile. Liang Huang's excessive candor made Zhou Hong somewhat skeptical. He understood that unusual occurrences often harbored ulterior motives. The envoy seemed to sense Zhou Hong's doubt and smiled nonchalantly. I am now in your hands. My life and death rest entirely with you. Why would I deceive you? Furthermore, does your esteemed Zhou not have an adage that wise men recognize the times? You have treated me to fine wine and delicacies. Offending you serves me no purpose. Liang Huang waved dismissively. Upon exiting Liang Huang's quarters, Zhou Hong exchanged a glance with Wang Xian. Wang Xian, how credible do you find Liang Huang's words? Wang Xian turned to glance back at Liang Huing, contemplating for a moment before responding, 70%. He has no reason to deceive us, as he stated. It would only place him in a precarious position. He is a clever man. Now that the relationship between Zhou Long and the northern barbarians had irrevocably fractured, Zhou Hong recognized the necessity of seizing this opportunity for profit. He had gleaned enough of their overarching plans, albeit not comprehensively. But it was sufficient for him to maneuver strategically. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhou Hong summoned all the generals under his command, though their numbers were regrettably few. Upon learning of the imminent major movements, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Some argued that the frigid winter was an unsuitable time for significant actions, while others contended that the rapid developments in the southern frontier had rendered the soldiers somewhat complacent, necessitating an opportunity for these young warriors to see battle. The 2 factions found themselves at an impasse. Man Wu observed Zhou Hong, who had remained silent, while Man Yuan's gaze was filled with martial fervor. As the discussions grew heated, Zhou Hong cleared his throat and fixed his gaze upon Man Wu. What is your perspective, old general? Man Wu clasped his fists toward Zhou Hong, glancing at Wang Xian standing nearby. Currently, heavy snow has rendered the roads impassable, and the frigid weather is ill-suited for my southern warriors to engage in battle. If the campaign were to commence in the spring, when the weather warms, the seasoned veterans might believe they are ready to march forth. However, it is imperative that the conflict concludes before the arrival of the plum rain season. Zhou Hong, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Wang Xian and then turned his gaze towards Man Wu. Why must we conclude before the onset of the plum rains? Once the season arrives, persistent downpours will render the roads muddy and transportation exceedingly difficult, inevitably hindering the logistics and supply lines. If the provisions falter, it would deal a fatal blow to our forces. Analyzing recent events, Man Wu has surmised Zhou Han's intentions and thus elucidated the potential scenarios that may arise from heading north. Nevertheless, a particular concern lingered in Zhou Hong's mind. Just as he believed Man Wu had finished speaking, the old general paused and added more. Instantly, all eyes were riveted upon Man Wu. What was the source of his concern? Wang Xian was the first to inquire. Once the army embarks on its expedition, the southern borders will inevitably be left vulnerable. Should an enemy strike during this period, how shall we defend ourselves? This statement left Zhou Hong and Wang Xian in a quandary, a consideration they had overlooked. If they were indeed to advance northward, all forces from the southern region would need to mobilize for any chance of a confrontation. Ultimately, Zhou Hong decided to dismiss the others, leaving only a select few in the chamber. General, I believe you are already aware of my intentions. I plan to ally with Zhou Long to seize the Liuhao region. With only Wang Xian, Man Wu, and Man Yuan present, Zhou Hong felt no need for subterfuge and openly shared his strategy. Your Highness, we cannot act overtly in this matter. Man Yuan interjected as soon as Zhou Hong finished speaking. Why? In the face of their confusion, Man Yuan articulated his reasoning. The strength of the northern barbarians is not significantly inferior to that of the great Zhou. Even if we unite, we may not prevail. And an ill-fated engagement could leave us in a worse predicament. Furthermore, we lack the enduring might of the eastern domain to sustain a prolonged conflict. Our battles must be swift, for we cannot afford to prolong them. Man Yuan's arguments were cogent, despite the recent bountiful harvest. The national treasury's provisions would not support an extended campaign. What does the young general propose? Wang Xian inquired, casting a glance at Man Yuan. We must sow discord, instigating the eastern king to engage with the northern barbarians while we seize the opportunity to sell our weapons, thereby replenishing our treasury. As soon as Man Yuan concluded, Zhou Hong regarded him with a peculiar expression, a feeling of familiarity washing over him. However, one certainty remained, due to the expansion of the forging department. Their weapon reserves were now ample, even featuring some new designs that had never graced the market. If these were to be sold to Zhou Long, Zhou Hong was confident of substantial profits. Yet, a shadow of worry crossed his mind. Should conflict arise between himself and Zhou Long in the future? Those very weapons he had developed could turn against his own soldiers. Wang Xian discerned Zhou Han's apprehension and thus spoke. Your Highness, we need only sell a portion. There is no necessity to provide them with such an abundance. Should conflict arise in the future, the weapons we sell to the Eastern King will likely be approaching the brink of obsolescence. Zhou Hong surveyed the assembly and deemed this course of action feasible. On one hand, it would lead to substantial profits. On the other, it would enhance his reputation. This was indeed a strategy that yielded multiple benefits. After careful consideration, Zhou Hong issued a decree for the forging department to resume the smelting of weapons, specifically intended for Zhou Long in the coming spring. However, prior to this, he intended to subtly influence the proceedings. Chapter 62. The plot unfolds as dawn broke the following day. The snowfall diminished. A rumor surfaced among the common folk. Its origins unknown. Upon hearing the gossip, the people of the southern frontier were initially taken aback, but soon their astonishment gave way to excitement. For the northern barbarian assassin who had attempted to slay them had been captured. Before long, a crowd gathered outside the general's residence, eager to behold the face of this infamous assassin. However, their efforts were in vain. Even prominent families took it upon themselves to visit Zhou Hong, seeking information. Yet, whenever the topic of the assassin arose, Zhou Hong feigned surprise, insisting that he had not apprehended anyone. In secret, however, he had dispatched Man Nian to infiltrate the northern barbarians, spreading rumors extensively within their ranks. Whispers circulated that the assassin had completely defected, aligning himself with Zhou Long, intending to serve as an insider to help obliterate the northern barbarians. Some even claimed that Eastern King Zhou Long, in a bid to safeguard the assassin, had secretly sent him to his elder brother, Zhou Hong, for protection. Thus, a plethora of tales flourished among the populace. Meanwhile, the northern barbarian king and Wu Longling, having long since failed to persuade the northern barbarians to reconsider their stance, gradually began to believe that the latter had indeed betrayed them. Consequently, the northern barbarian king commanded the execution of all members of the Liang family, displaying their severed heads upon the city gates. During this time, Liang Huang was blissfully indulging in a life of luxury in the southern frontier, entirely unaware of the calamities that had transpired over the past half-month, relishing each day as if he were a sovereign. One day, Zhou Hong, his countenance grave, paid a visit to Liang Huang. Your Highness of the South, is there something you wish to discuss? Liang Huang set down the cup filled with wine from Moonlit Tower. He held Zhou Hong in high regard, appreciating that the latter did not treat him with disdain due to his status, but instead treated him as an esteemed guest. This fostered a sense of goodwill and gratitude within Liang Huang towards Zhou Hong. Have you been comfortable lately? Zhou Hong managed a strange smile, which immediately alerted Liang Huang to something amiss. Your Highness of the South, have you encountered troubles? Zhou Hong sighed deeply, placing a reassuring hand upon Liang Huang's shoulder. My dear brother, I have just received some news, and I am uncertain whether I should share it with you. Liang Huang, being an astute individual, quickly discerned that this news pertained to him. Your Highness, please speak freely. With a heavy heart, Zhou Hong divulged the grim fate that had befallen Liang Huang's entire clan. Liang Huang stood frozen, disbelief etched in his eyes. The shock of this revelation was overwhelming, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. I wish to be alone for a while. After a long pause, this fearless man found his eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Hong nodded, gently patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Just as he exited the courtyard, he heard Liang Huan's anguished cry, "Mother, I have been an unfilial son." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong sighed in resignation, yet he ultimately continued on his way. In such turbulent times, events of this nature were all too common. As night fell, Liang Huan arrived at Zhou Hong's general residence. "Your Highness of the South, could you enlighten me as to who is responsible for all of this? I am aware that you must know the mastermind behind this matter. Otherwise, you would not have conveyed the news to me." Observing Liang Huan's ghastly complexion and reddened eyes, Zhou Hong gestured for Qin Lian and the others to withdraw, leaving only himself and Liang Huan in the room. "I have apologized to the gentleman on behalf of my foolish brother." Zhou Hong bowed deeply to the latter, and Liang Huan immediately comprehended that all of this was orchestrated by Zhou Long. Liang Huan clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together in rage. At this moment, his thoughts were quite straightforward. Zhou Long, in his quest to eliminate him completely, had dispatched individuals to infiltrate Baimen, instigating a misunderstanding with the Baimen king that would lead to the massacre of his entire clan. This was a ploy to provoke him into retaliating, thus sealing his own fate. Realizing all of this, Liang Huan laughed maniacally, though 2 tears slipped down his cheeks. "Your Highness, I am grateful for your support during this time. However, I must attend to certain matters now." Liang Huan bowed his head in respect to Zhou Hong and turned to leave, but Zhou Hong seized him by the arm. "Sir, to recklessly confront Zhou Long in such a manner is tantamount to courting death." Liang Huan shook his head. "I intend to return to Baimen and reveal the truth to the Baimen king. I must seek justice for my entire clan. Yet, if you return now, are you not courting your own demise? The Baimen king seeks to kill you." Liang Huan managed a sorrowful smile and extricated himself from Zhou Hong's grasp. "Your Highness, you worry too much. I shall be fine." With that, Liang Huan departed without looking back. As he left, he requested a swift steed from Zhou Hong and promptly rode away from the southern region. "Your Highness, he has gone far." Wang Xian spoke softly. "Wang Xian, do you believe this is worth it?" Zhou Hong turned to gaze at Wang Xian. "If I were in Liang Huan's position today, would not all of this be unbearably cruel?" "Your Highness, I cannot say whether it is worthwhile, but I do know one thing. Were Yang Huan you, he would undoubtedly show no mercy." Ultimately, Zhou Hong sighed. The world is inherently this way. Why should he indulge in such lamentations? Upon returning to Baimen, Liang Huan was immediately apprehended and brought before the Baimen king. "You have audacity beyond measure. Do you not fear death?" The Baimen king scolded Liang Huan, who was bound hand and foot. "My king, if you wish to execute me, might you allow me a moment to explain?" Liang Huan showed no fear, raising his head to glare fiercely at the Baimen king. Yet within his gaze was an unmistakable mockery, as if he were ridiculing the Baimen king's foolishness. Liang Huan burst into laughter and recounted his entire journey. Upon hearing this, the Baimen king found it hard to believe. "Are your words truly sincere? Now that I have finished speaking, you may choose to kill or torture me as you wish." Liang Huan closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of resignation. The Baimen king's expression grew increasingly cold, and he ordered Liang Huan to be taken away. He summoned Wu Longling to inform her of the situation. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Wu Longling pondered for a moment before finally raising her gaze to the Baimen king. "Liang Huan has followed me for many years. I know his character well. What he says should be credible. Let us observe for now." The northern barbarian king wore a contemplative expression. Everything that Liang Huan had articulated seemed highly plausible, yet he harbored concerns that it might all be a cunning trap. However, in the ensuing days, Liang Huan's demeanor remained entirely ordinary, devoid of any suspicious behavior. Subsequently, the northern barbarian king ordered an examination of Liang Huan's body, and indeed, numerous wounds were discovered, with some still unhealed. At this juncture, the northern barbarian king ultimately chose to place his trust in the latter. Upon the restoration of his official position, Liang Huan promptly penned a letter to be delivered to Zhou Hong. In his correspondence, he not only expressed profound gratitude to Zhou Hong but also vowed that one day, he would ensure that Zhou Long would pay with his life for the entirety of his clan. Chapter 63. Mission accomplished. Upon receiving the letter from Liang Huan, Zhou Hong let out a long sigh of relief. This missive was not merely a note of safety from Liang Huan, but also the spark igniting the tensions between Baimen and Dongyu. With this development, Zhou Hong could finally set his subsequent plans into motion. "Your Highness, how is the situation?" Wang Xian inquired as he entered, having been informed by Zhou Han's messenger about the letter. Noticing the relaxed and somewhat elated expression on Zhou Han's face, he understood that matters were now settled. "All is in readiness. We await but the favoring winds." Zhou Hong handed the letter to Wang Xian, while his mind raced with thoughts of how to fan the flames of this situation. Yet we must proceed with caution. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Wang Xian expressed his concern as he returned the letter to Zhou Hong. Nodding, Zhou Hong recognized the source of Wang Xian's apprehension. Should the information be carelessly leaked and exploited by treacherous individuals, he would find himself in a precarious position. Nevertheless, this matter could now be placed on the agenda. A flicker of anticipation and anxiety crossed Zhou Han's eyes. He was uncertain whether his plans would bear fruit. After listening to Zhou Han's strategy, Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, might this be somewhat reckless? Fortune favors the bold, Zhou Hong replied, patting Wang Xian on the shoulder before leaning over to write a directive at the desk. This document was to be known only to a select few. Wang Xian, summoned by Qi and Zhang Ang. Wang Xian nodded and departed. Your Highness, you summoned us. Shortly thereafter, the two young generals entered. Do you both desire to achieve great deeds? Zhou Hong asked, his tone serious as he regarded the young man before him. Absolutely. We came to serve under your Highness to make our mark. Bai Qi and Zhang Ang exchanged glances, responding with unwavering certainty. Very well, I have a task for you. Zhou Hong presented the orders from the desk. Upon reading them, both men knelt in acceptance of their mission. I trust you will not disappoint me, Zhou Hong said, lifting them to their feet and giving their shoulders a firm pat. Your Highness, we shall set forth today. Zhou Hong nodded in affirmation. After Bai Qi and Zhang Ang departed, he smiled with satisfaction. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Wang Xian observed their retreating figures and suddenly grasped Zhou Han's intentions. Your Highness, perhaps Zhang Ang is capable of bearing great responsibility. Oh, do you think so as well? Zhou Hong replied, somewhat surprised. Zhang Ang, though young, exhibited a maturity and steadiness that marked him as a potential leader. Zhou Hong nodded in approval. The esteemed General Man Wu had previously mentioned this to me, expressing his desire to choose one of the two as his successor upon his retirement. Zhou Hong sighed. While he currently held dominion over the southern borders, he pondered what the region would become without Man Wu's steadfast presence. Upon returning to the military camp, Bai Qi and Zhang Ang presented Zhou Han's orders to General Man Wu. You two must exercise utmost caution. There must be no room for negligence in this matter. Bai Qi and his companion nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Man Wu assigned 5,000 elite troops to them, publicly claiming they were dispatched to quell bandits. That very night, the duo led their 5,000 men towards the northern border of the barbarians. This time, Zhou Hong instructed them to disguise themselves as the army from the eastern domain, launching a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. Such a maneuver would inevitably provoke a fierce battle between the two factions. In this way, Zhou Hong could significantly weaken Zhou Long's power while also profiting from the sale of weaponry. Since Bai Qi's departure, Zhou Hong had been restless, asking every time Wang Xian visited whether there was any news of Bai Qi. Your Highness, you need not worry so much, Wang Xian replied with a wry smile. Equally anxious, is there any word from the eastern domain? Suddenly, Zhou Hong recalled the arrival of Yaolang, who had traveled to the eastern domain. News had come yesterday that they would return today. Zhou Hong nodded in affirmation. Days later, the northern border of the barbarians fell victim to a nighttime ambush, suffering grievous losses. Upon hearing this news, the barbarian king was incensed. He ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Huang, present in the court, reached a decisive conclusion. Might this be the work of the eastern domain? The words struck the barbarian king like a thunderclap, awakening him from his fury. Recalling Liang Huang's previous experiences, the barbarian king immediately deduced that the assailants were none other than Zhou Long's forces from the eastern domain. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to ascertain the facts before making any decisions, otherwise, such haste may lead to recklessness, urged Yu Hu, one of the 8 chief leaders. After all, this was no trivial matter. A misstep could plunge the two nations into a catastrophic war. Such devastation was something he wished to avert. Indeed, clarity is essential before we proceed with any decisions, echoed another chief leader. Yet, the barbarian king remained resolute, intent on deploying troops. Your Majesty, we must not act impulsively, interjected Wu Longling, who had remained silent until now. As he spoke, the barbarian king turned to him. With a heavy sigh, he opted to pause for the moment. In the dense forests leading to the southern frontier, a contingent was hastily making its way southward, led by 2 young generals, their expressions marked by vigilance. Yet, 2 bloody heads hung gruesomely from their saddles. Zhang Ang, do Do you think we have succeeded or failed this time? Bai Qi asked, glancing at the gruesome trophies with a sense of trepidation. Perhaps a bit of both, Zhang Ang replied, his own face betraying a flicker of anxiety. The memory of enemy arrows narrowly missing his neck sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, this experience had fostered their growth. Although fraught with peril, they ultimately succeeded in beheading their foes. One could say that they had indeed matured, realizing that warfare is not merely about reckless charges but requires strategic thinking. Their greatest lesson, however, was the understanding that the swiftest path to victory in war lies in shattering the enemy's morale, leading them to defeat without a fight. Herein lies the ancient adage, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king, to shoot the man, one must first shoot the horse. This battle exemplified this principle with exquisite clarity. After Bai Qi executed the enemy's commanding officer, the morale of the remaining foes gradually waned. However, just as the two were reveling in their triumph, an unknown long arrow soared towards Zhang Ang. Had it not been for Bai Qi's timely intervention in pushing Zhang Ang off his steed, he might have perished in that moment. On that midday, after finishing their meal, Wang Xian hurriedly burst into the general's residence. Your Highness, is there news? Zhou Hong inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Wang Xian. These two scoundrels have performed admirably. Wang Xian panted, handing the message from the front to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly opened the letter and erupted into laughter. Chapter 64. Where there is one, there is two, and then there is three. Shall we commence preparations to dispatch someone to negotiate with the Eastern King? Wang Xian gazed at Zhou Hong with a sense of eagerness. The relationship between the northern barbarians and the eastern domain had reached a point of irrevocable rupture, teetering on the brink of conflict. Let us wait, now is not the opportune moment, Zhou Hong urged. Although it appeared that all conditions were ripe, neither side had yet taken action. Should he act prematurely, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. A misstep could lead to a fruitless endeavor. In such a precarious situation, maintaining composure is paramount. A moment's impatience could unravel grand designs. Moreover, with winter upon them, both parties, consumed by anger, would be unlikely to strike. Zhou Hong pondered, sensing that something was amiss. Your Highness, it seems our plan is lacking in some respects. Suddenly, Wang Xian recognized that merely inciting the northern barbarian king might not suffice to realize their ambitions. I had overlooked that point, Zhou Hong exclaimed, smacking his forehead. If we are to stoke the flames, we must do so on both sides, otherwise, concentrating our efforts on just one will likely thwart our plans. The two hastened to the map, scrutinizing the layout of the eastern domain. They needed to devise a suitable strategy to eliminate any hesitation between the factions. Ultimately, they resolved to employ their previous tactics once more, though this time the challenge would be considerably greater. They must ensure that some of their soldiers could converse in the northern barbarian tongue. To perform convincingly, every detail must be executed flawlessly, lest they be easily unmasked. Furthermore, Zhou Long was not one to act recklessly in such matters. Immediately, Zhou Hong instructed Man Wu to seek out soldiers within the army who were proficient in the northern barbarian language. General, you must find me at least 100 men. Man Wu nodded, recognizing the gravity of the task. This was indeed a formidable challenge, as the majority of soldiers in the southern frontier were native-born. Moreover, the vast distance between the southern frontier and the northern barbarians meant there was little to no interaction between the two. Although the number Zhou Hong requested was not excessively large, it was an arduous task in the southern frontier. Nevertheless, Man Wu understood the importance of this endeavor to Zhou Hong and resolved to exert himself to the fullest in gathering the requisite personnel. Time was of the essence. In warfare, circumstances could shift in an instant. Any hesitation or negligence could result in a missed opportunity for victory. Thus, Man Wu returned to the army and began the recruitment of soldiers who spoke the northern barbarian language. Upon hearing this news, his fellow generals were taken aback. The assignment was exceedingly daunting. Yet, after a brief moment of complaint, they set about overseeing the task at hand. Father, why does His Highness wish to enlist soldiers who speak the northern barbarian tongue? Man Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ah, you have truly lost your wits over the years. Man Wu chided, eliciting an awkward laugh from Man Yuan, who nonetheless gazed at his father with eager anticipation. This matter was not one to be widely disclosed. Lowering his voice, Man Wu shared his conjectures with Man Yuan. The latter gazed at Man Wu in astonishment, finding it difficult to believe the gravity of the situation. After all, should such matters come to light, they would undoubtedly bring immense calamity to the southern frontier. Father, This is exceedingly perilous. You young fool. This is the audacity that accompanies fortune, retorted Man Wu, casting a sharp glance at Man Yuan. You need not concern yourself with these affairs. Your sole focus should be on managing Mo Yuan. This is the prince's secret weapon. Man Wu's demeanor shifted from joviality to seriousness as he regarded Man Yuan. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with discernment. At this juncture, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Man Yuan's eyes. Under his guidance, Mo Yuan had undergone a complete transformation. The 7 destitute children had now attained the prowess of 4th-tier warriors, a remarkable feat that would surely turn heads in any setting. Moreover, the intelligence network under Mo Yuan had begun to infiltrate enemy ranks. Although they currently remained peripheral members, Man Yuan was confident that, given time, these individuals would emerge as invaluable allies to Zhou Hong. With the overall strength of the southern frontier on the rise, the dangers in the imperial capital were gradually diminishing. However, the depths of the imperial capital were treacherous, and it was not yet the time for them to venture forth. Until the southern frontier ascended to the pinnacle among the 4 domains, they must tread cautiously and keep a low profile. A few days later, Bai Qi and Yoleng surprisingly returned to the southern frontier on the same day. Zhou Hong was taken aback upon seeing the severed heads hanging from their saddles. Whose heads are those? Bai Qi and Zhang Ang exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Your Highness, these are the heads of the northern barbarians' commander. After hearing Bai Qi's account, both Zhou Hong and Wang Xian involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Their experiences had been perilous. Had they not reacted swiftly, Zhou Hong might never have seen them again. And his plans would have been laid bare, leading to unprecedented disaster for the southern frontier. Bravo! This time, I must ensure that General Man rewards you handsomely. Zhou Hong said with delight in his eyes as he looked at the two. Later, Yoleng returned with a treasure trove of rare artifacts. Noticing the astonished expressions on Zhou Hong and Wang Xian's faces, he hurriedly explained, Your Highness, these are gifts from the Eastern King, who expressed that due to his affairs, you found yourself in danger. Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged amused glances. The current Zhou Long had essentially sold him out while still counting the profits for him. After sending Yoleng to rest, Zhou Hong examined the gifts sent by Zhou Long. The offerings were modest in quantity, neither too few nor too many, which left Zhou Hong somewhat disappointed. Yet, recalling the clever maneuver of acquiring something for nothing, he felt a measure of relief. General, what brings you here? At that moment, Wang Xian's voice captured Zhou Han's attention. Turning to look, he discovered Man Wu entering with a furrowed brow. What troubles you, General? Zhou Hong inquired with curiosity. Your Highness, I have screened the entire army, and only 43 individuals possess a rudimentary understanding of the northern barbarian language. Zhou Han's brow furrowed slightly. This number was indeed far too scant. Gather these 40-odd individuals at once. Zhou Hong sighed. Old General, do these people speak the barbarian tongue? Just as Man Wu was about to depart, Zhou Hong suddenly called out to him. They can manage the basics, but to form a complete sentence in the barbarian language, they lack the capability. Will they be able to communicate during the offense and capture? Zhou Hong looked at Man Wu with anticipation. The latter was taken aback, then appeared somewhat uncertain. Never mind, I shall summon them all. Soon, more than 40 individuals stood before Zhou Hong. Observing the 43 individuals in front of him, Zhou Hong inquired about some simple phrases in the barbarian tongue. All of them were able to respond, which offered Zhou Hong some relief. However, having never heard the barbarian language himself, he was uncertain of its quality and could only judge it by instinct. Chapter 65. Defiance due to insufficient numbers. Zhou Hong had no choice but to allow the 40 or so individuals involved in the ambush to speak loudly during the operation. While this might appear somewhat counterproductive, Zhou Hong was confident that once the moment arrived, Zhou Long would not intervene in the matter. He understood Zhou Long. The latter would never permit his authority to be challenged. Should anyone provoke him, that individual would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. This was also why Zhou Hong was certain that once he dispatched his men for the ambush, Zhou Long would be consumed by rage. Soon, the troops were ready. Since Zhou Long had met most of the generals from the southern frontier, Zhou Hong instructed the recently returned young generals, Bai Qi and his companion, to lead the mission once more. However, before their departure, he cautioned them to exercise utmost caution and to avoid any reckless actions. After bidding farewell to the two young generals, Zhou Hong began to prepare for the subsequent plans. Every detail of the plan needed to be meticulously aligned. Any misstep would result in a complete collapse. During this period, Zhou Hong found himself once again ensnared in anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, in the capital. The crown prince was mobilizing troops. Your Highness, are we truly going to take action against the southern frontier? Jiao expressed his concerns. The old emperor had not yet passed, and these sons were already embroiled in a deadly struggle among themselves. Was this not a source of ridicule for the entire realm? This is an opportunity. If we miss it, we may never find another chance to strike. A ruthless glint flickered in Crown Prince Zhou Yuan's eyes. Not long ago, he had received letters from Zhou Duan and Zhou Xian. In their correspondence, they outlined their plans and warned that should Zhou Yuan let this opportunity slip, it would never come again. The rapid development of the southern frontier had far exceeded their expectations. In less than a year, the population had surged from fewer than 2 million to nearly 300,000, while the other three regions faced severe population decline. What was more alarming was that with Zhou Hong's arrival in the southern frontier, the local economy had begun to flourish. The populace was gradually enjoying a life of abundance. Moreover, reports from their spies in the southern frontier indicated that the citizens harbored an almost fanatical admiration for Zhou Hong. An unusual phenomenon had emerged. One could speak ill of him, but should anyone insult Zhou Hong, the locals would ensure that the offender did not leave the southern frontier unscathed. Upon receiving such news, they were thoroughly astonished, for even they had not achieved such prestige. They feared that if this continued, their own circumstances would shift unfavorably. However, what truly stirred Zhou Yuan's interest was that Zhou Duan and Zhou Xian had already prepared a suitable pretext. Now, should they take action? Zhou Yuan could claim to assist his elder brother as an excuse to deploy troops to the southern frontier. At that time, with Zhou Duan and Zhou Xian working in concert, Zhou Hong's hold over the southern frontier would undoubtedly regress by decades. Thus, everything would become straightforward. Now, they could eliminate anyone who stood in their way. But Your Highness, will he consent to allow me to enter the southern frontier at that time? This remark prompted Zhou Yuan to glance at Jiao, who had reminded him of a crucial consideration. At that time, he would likely lack the strength to refuse us. Wouldn't he? Zhou Yuan gazed at Jiao with a smile. Once that moment arrives, Zhou Hong will have to confront the enemies ahead, leaving his rear vulnerable. When my army marches forth, who could possibly stand in our way? Prepare immediately. We shall set out in the spring. With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhou Yuan laughed heartily. Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence. At that moment, Eunuch Xiao entered from outside. Ah, it is you, Eunuch. I wonder what my mother seeks from me, Zhou Yuan inquired with curiosity. I cannot say, but it seems to be fortuitous, Eunuch Xiao replied with a faint smile. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before departing with Eunuch Xiao. By the way, Eunuch, has Zhou Hong grown suspicious of you? Zhou Yuan suddenly seemed to recall something, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Suspicious? He would rather keep me by his side. Eunuch Xiao chuckled at the thought of Zhou Hong's previous trust in him. If only Zhou Hong knew that his mother had perished at his own hands, what would he feel? Such a naive boy. The scorn in Zhou Yuan's eyes became more pronounced. Everything that transpired was merely a trap they had set. This trap was meticulously crafted by Zhou Hong, designed to ensure his ultimate demise. Mother, have you called for me? The Empress looked up, a gentle smile gracing her features. My dear Yuan, I have summoned you for a matter that requires your preparation. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for Eunuch Xiao to withdraw. Zhou Yuan glanced at the Empress, puzzled. Once they were alone, the Empress gestured for Zhou Yuan to sit beside her. Do you desire this world? Zhou Yuan was taken aback, uncertain of the Empress's meaning, though he instinctively nodded. Could it be that my father intends to pass the throne to me? He suppressed his excitement. If he does not pass it, can you not seize it for yourself? The words left Zhou Yuan's lips, causing him to weaken in fear. The Empress was suggesting he commit regicide. If such a deed were to become known, he would undoubtedly be condemned and scorned by the world. Mother, this cannot be. Zhou Yuan quickly knelt before her. My dear Yuan, I too am compelled by circumstance. If we do not take this path, our fates may be sealed. The Empress's eyes brimmed with sorrow. She was driven to such actions by desperation. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the depth of his mother's words. As he knelt, the Empress gazed at him with maternal affection, recounting how she had entered the palace and the events that followed. If we do not act, the 8 dukes will surely not spare us. She tenderly caressed Zhou Yuan's cheek, tears streaming down her face. For all these years, she had maintained a resolute demeanor, never yielding even in the face of Duke Zhou Huang. Yet now, in the presence of her son, she finally unveiled her vulnerable side. Surely, My uncle would not resort to such measures. After all, we are among those who assist him. Zhou Yuan gazed at the empress, struggling to fathom the possibility of his uncle turning against him. My dear Yuan, throughout history, emperors have often been devoid of compassion. The 8th prince once nearly took the life of your father, who was his own brother. Do you truly believe that our bond as mother and son surpasses that of your father and him? Upon hearing these words from the empress, Zhou Yuan fell into a profound silence. Indeed, how could they, as mother and son, ever compare to Zhou Mo? Once Zhou Mo were to pass, the 8th prince Zhou Huang would undoubtedly be the first to ascend, and either he or Zhou Hong would inevitably become mere specters beneath Zhou Huang's blade. Chapter 66, Invitation to the Trapped Mother. Can this allow me some time to reflect? Zhou Yuan found himself unable to take action. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he lacked the courage to do so. Once he struck, he would inevitably become an adversary to Zhou Hong and his 3 accomplices. He certainly did not possess the strength to confront all 4 simultaneously. Your Majesty grants you 3 days. After this period, you must provide me with a response. Otherwise, our lives may truly be in jeopardy, sighed Empress Yang. Waving her hand in resignation, Zhou Yuan bowed respectfully, then turned to leave the empress's chamber. He understood that his mother's words indicated the urgency of the situation. Moreover, the necessary preparations had likely been made. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for him to speak. Once he did, following Zhou Mo's demise, the empress would promptly arrange for him to ascend the throne. Yet, after his ascension, the 8th prince, Zhou Huang, would undoubtedly oppose him. At that moment, he could not be certain of his victory in this impending struggle. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, he neglected to eat, instead sitting alone in a chair. Lost in thought, Jiao Suha observed Zhou Yuan, acutely aware that something significant had transpired. Your Highness, has something occurred? Zhou Yuan wearily waved his hand, indicating that all was well. Recognizing Zhou Yuan's reluctance to speak, Jiao Suha bowed and took his leave. Su He. Just as he was about to exit the room, Zhou Yuan called out to him. Tell me, if one day I were to become a parasite and regicide, how would the world perceive me? Upon hearing this, Jiao Suha immediately knelt on the ground, realizing the gravity of the situation. Your Highness, the world will never learn of this matter. How could they possibly blame you? Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the kneeling Jiao Suha. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yuan feigned ignorance. Yet his eyes remained locked on Jiao Suha. Your Highness, why don't we proceed in this manner? Jiao Suha leaned closer, whispering into Zhou Yuan's ear. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. The words from the empress had initially startled him, but in calming down, he realized the situation was not as convoluted as he had imagined. After coming to clarity, Zhou Yuan hurried to the empress's chamber. Mother! The empress looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Yuan. However, upon noticing the smile on his face, she could not discern the underlying meaning. Your Honor, is there something you wish to discuss? After all, Zhou Yuan had only just departed from her chamber. Returning in such a short span of time seemed implausible. Mother, I am willing to act, but I have devised another scheme. Zhou Yuan glanced around, and the empress immediately grasped his intent. She promptly instructed all the eunuchs and maidservants to disperse, leaving only the 2 of them. When Zhou Yuan disclosed Jiao Suha's plan to the empress, she did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. This is acceptable, but we must exercise the utmost caution in this matter. The empress's expression turned serious. Do not worry, mother. I shall ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Zhou Yuan promptly gathered his followers to unveil his ambitious plans. As the crowd absorbed the gravity of his intentions, their expressions shifted dramatically. With a sweeping gaze akin to ghostly flames in the dark, Zhou Yuan instilled a sense of unease among them. We pledge to follow your Highness to the death. After a brief moment of hesitation, the assembled dozen knelt on one knee in unison. Very well. Should this endeavor succeed, I assure you, you shall not be wronged. Zhou Yuan's laughter rang out, blissfully unaware of the unease reflected in one among the group. In the southern frontier, General Zhou Hong wore a grim expression. He had received distressing news that Bai Qi and his comrades, while fleeing, had fallen into an enemy ambush, their fates uncertain. Zhou Hong was torn. He feared exposure of their plans, yet he was equally concerned for the well-being of Bai Qi and his companion, both of whom were promising talents. Losing them now would render their efforts futile. My lord, we have news of Bai Qi and Long An. Wang Xian rushed in, breathless with urgency. Are they unharmed? Zhou Hong inquired anxiously. The only confirmation was that their predicament had not been revealed, and though Bai Qi had sustained 3 arrow wounds, he was not in mortal danger. Hearing that they were still alive, Zhou Hong let out a long sigh of relief. That is good, that is good. Where are they now? He asked, looking up at Wang Xian. Details are unclear, but they should return in a day or 2, Wang Xian replied thoughtfully. Excellent. Upon their return, I shall reward them generously. Meanwhile, within the palace, a palpable aura of menace loomed. The frail Emperor Zhou Mo lay weakly on his bed, his gaze vacant. Beside him stood the Empress, the Crown Prince Zhou Yuan, and his most trusted confidants. Despair filled Zhou Mo's eyes as he regarded them. In that moment, memories of his youth flooded back. He too had once stood before his father, surrounded by those poised to strike. He could faintly recall the look of despair in his father's eyes, as if to say, "Son, take this realm, just spare my life." What a cruel twist of fate, he mused, that such a scenario would befall him. In this moment, he was torn between tears of sorrow and laughter at his own folly. Your Highness, henceforth, allow Yuan to handle all matters. You may rest easy, the Empress remarked. A cold smile gracing her lips as she glanced at the ailing Emperor before turning away without a backward glance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she signaled to Zhou Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement, though remnants of paternal affection lingered within him. He knelt, bowing thrice with solemn reverence. Father, may your journey be peaceful. With that, he strode away. Resolute. No sooner had the Empress and Zhou Yuan exited the palace than a chilling scream echoed through the corridors. Yuan, send word to the 8 dukes. Subsequent events are beyond our involvement. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the queen's eyes. Very well, mother. The imperial guards of the palace have long been under Zhou Yuan's control. His current intention is to ensnare his prey with ease. Soon, Zhou Huang arrived at the palace. Casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, who awaited him at the entrance. Uncle, father is inside waiting for you. Zhou Huang nodded, not giving it much thought. However, upon entering the palace, he was greeted by a strong stench of blood. Taking a few steps forward, he was horrified to discover the lifeless body of Zhou Mo. This is dire. He shouted and immediately rushed towards the exit. Yet, as he burst out, a barrage of arrows rained down upon him. Watch out, your highness. The guards beside him shielded him from the incoming projectiles. Chapter 67, Reinforcements. Zhou Huang gazed at the fallen guard before him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A man of his wisdom had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Truly, even the most astute may falter, just as the steed may stumble. Your highness. We are surrounded. Gu Jinqiao interjected, positioning himself protectively before Zhou Huang. As they retreated into the room, he had already secured the entrance. It seems I have underestimated this brat, Zhou Yuan. Zhou Huang's gaze shifted to the lifeless Zhou Mo on the bed, a smirk of irony crossing his features. Perhaps even you could not foresee the fate that has befallen you. Once, Zhou Mo had committed regicide and parricide, seizing a position not rightfully his. Yet today, it is his son and the queen who conspire to bring about his demise. How absurdly amusing. Your highness, our immediate priority is to escape from here, Gu Jinqiao urged. Noticing Zhou Huang's calm demeanor. Fear not, all of this is as I anticipated, Zhou Huang replied dismissively, waving his hand. Gu Jinqiao paused, bewildered. He could not recall when their sovereign had devised such a plan. Just days prior, the Taoist priest had foretold the events that would unfold today. My reinforcements are surely on their way. A chilling smile crept across Zhou Huang's face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinqiao felt a slight sense of relief. It was not that he feared death, rather, he was concerned about his inability to protect Zhou Huang. However, we must not let our guard down. We must hold our ground until the reinforcements arrive. Zhou Huang's smile faded as he turned his attention to the door. Outside, the sound of battering echoed ominously. And it appeared the door could not withstand much longer. Be cautious, Zhou Huang warned, but before he could finish, the roof collapsed with a thunderous roar. Debris rained down. And Gu Jinqiao instinctively shoved Zhou Huang aside, wielding his blade against the oncoming threat. Zhou Huang staggered, lifting his gaze to the ceiling. Dozens of imperial guards descended from above. His expression shifted drastically as he swiftly unsheathed his sword. Meanwhile, Gu Jinqiao had already dispatched one guard, blood gushing forth. Yet he could not afford to linger. He turned to continue his defense of Zhou Huang. The safety of Zhou Huang was paramount. Should anything happen to him, all would be lost. At that moment, the great door crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Disaster! Zhou Huang cried, his earlier composure shattered. Beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Damn it, they should have arrived by now. Uncle, lay down your arms, and I shall spare your life. The imperial guards parted, revealing Zhou Yuan, clad in armor, advancing slowly. Child, such words may deceive a naive youth, but they do not sway me. Zhou Huang retorted, extracting his blade from the chest of a fallen guard. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of his former majesty. His hair disheveled and his body smeared with blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Gu Jinzhou stood resolutely before Zhou Huang, wielding his sword. Your Highness, how can you speak of your nephew in such a manner? In my heart, you are indeed my esteemed uncle. Zhou Yuan gazed at Zhou Huang with a mocking expression. A sensation of unprecedented delight surging within him. At this instant, it felt as though all of existence lay prostrate before him. So this is the essence of power. Observing the somewhat deranged Zhou Yuan, Zhou Huang curled his lips in disdain. Uncle, surrender. I assure you, I shall not take your life. Zhou Yuan regarded Zhou Huang as a fierce beast would eye its prey. You have slain your own father. I cannot presume that our bond is any stronger than that of father and son. A faint twitch crossed Zhou Yuan's lips, yet he soon erupted into laughter. What are you saying, uncle? Did you not kill my father? I am merely avenging him. As Zhou Yuan cast aspersions upon him, Zhou Huang smiled faintly. With so many eyes upon us, the truth of who the real murderer is clear to all. At this moment, Zhou Huang felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, for his army had yet to arrive. Should this continue, he would be unable to delay Zhou Yuan any further. Uncle, you are surely awaiting reinforcements. Allow me to inform you, they are unlikely to arrive today. Zhou Yuan seemed to have discerned Zhou Huang's thoughts. What did you say? Zhou Huang gasped in shock. The Empress has already dispatched someone to stall for time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huang's expression darkened further. You wretched beast! I shall fight you to the death. Zhou Huang roared, advancing to slay Zhou Yuan, but was halted by Gu Jinzhou at his side. My lord, we cannot act recklessly. Zhou Huang glanced at Gu Jinzhou and nodded. Proceed. Zhou Yuan was not inclined to prolong the encounter. The sooner he could eliminate Zhou Huang, the better. Initially, he intended to spare Zhou Huang's life to avoid leaving no one to testify. Once he could compel Zhou Huang into a confession regarding the murder of Zhou Mo, everything would be resolved effortlessly. As the Imperial Guard drew closer, Gu Jinzhou positioned himself protectively behind Zhou Huang. Deeply moved by Gu Jinzhou's protective stance, Zhou Huang spoke softly, My lord, I shall hold them off. You must find an opportunity to escape. Understood. Zhou Huang promptly agreed without hesitation. However, just as Gu Jinzhou prepared to engage with the Imperial Guard, a scream echoed from outside. What is happening out there? Zhou Yuan exclaimed in alarm, urgently seeking answers. Your Highness, it is dire. A hostile army has unexpectedly arrived. An anxious soldier from the Imperial Guard rushed in. What? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Zhou Huang and the others were initially stunned, but upon hearing of the impending assault, their concerns dissipated entirely. My dear nephew, now we shall see who emerges victorious. Zhou Huang laughed heartily. Zhou Yuan's countenance was exceedingly grim as he fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Huang. Indeed, the question of who would ultimately prevail remained shrouded in uncertainty. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan commanded those around him to assail Zhou Huang. In haste, both Zhou Huang and Gu Jinzhou brandished their swords in defense. Zhou Yuan swiftly departed the chamber, driven by an urgent desire to ascertain the unfolding events. Despite his mother's efforts to delay reinforcements, he was bewildered by the unexpected forces that had materialized outside the palace. Yet, as he stepped beyond the palace gates, he was taken aback by the ferocity of the battle far more brutal than he had anticipated. Days later, Zhou Hong gazed at the letter in his hands, a sense of disbelief washing over him. This development had utterly surpassed his expectations, perhaps even those of everyone involved. Chapter 68, Decision. My lord, what has transpired? Wang Xian inquired, sensing the troubled expression on Zhou Hong's face, his concern mounting. He feared that their previous plans had been exposed, potentially provoking Zhou Long to seek revenge. Zhou Hong remained silent, extending the letter in his hand towards Wang Xian. My father was murdered by Zhou Yuan in the palace. Wang Xian gasped, hastily seizing the letter to read its contents. At this moment, Zhou Hong found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. If he were to claim sorrow, it would be complicated, as Zhou Mo was the father of the former Zhou Hong, not his own. Yet, to dismiss his sorrow would be equally difficult. For even in his most perilous moments, Zhou Mo had entrusted him with the last vestige of his power, the military insignia of the southern border. Thus, Zhou Hong was uncertain of the true nature of his feelings towards Zhou Mo. Zhou Yuan's actions were nothing short of regicide, a crime against the heavens. Wang Xian's hands trembled as he absorbed the shocking news. Yet, why had no word reached them from the capital? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding dawned upon Wang Xian. Given the gravity of the situation, news should have surfaced by now. The absence of any communication was decidedly abnormal. The southern border's remote terrain would require time for news to travel, leaving one to ponder how the situation would unfold. Zhou Hong exhaled deeply. Zhou Yuan's actions had utterly derailed his plans. He now had to confront the imminent threat of internal strife. Given the current dynamics, it would not be long before Zhou Long and his companions mobilized their forces. He too would likely find himself embroiled in the conflict. Regardless of his intentions to remain uninvolved, should he refrain from taking action, the other three would inevitably regard him with suspicion. Based on his understanding of their characters, they might prefer to eliminate him rather than allow him to become a future liability. This would grant them the freedom to march unimpeded into the capital. Thus, he found himself in a predicament, reluctant to engage in battle yet compelled to do so. Wang Xian returned the letter to Zhou Hong, his brow furrowed, as he began to grasp Zhou Hong's predicament. My lord, we need only contend with two adversaries. Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Wang Xian's assertion. My lord, the northern barbarians are still lurking, their eyes fixed on the eastern domain. Should the eastern domain deploy troops to the capital, the northern barbarians will surely seize the opportunity to invade. With that revelation, Zhou Hong quickly comprehended Wang Xian's meaning. If the eastern domain took action, allowing the northern barbarians to infiltrate, it would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Zhou Long was likely aware of this as well. The relationship between the eastern domain and the northern barbarians could no longer be resolved through mere words. Moreover, following the recent surprise attack led by Bai Qi, the eastern domain remained vigilant, closely monitoring any movements from the northern barbarians. The latter's slightest action would not go unnoticed. Ironically, the very scheme they had devised now served as a means to restrain Zhou Long. Most significantly, the weapons Zhou Hong intended to sell to Zhou Long could now potentially be wielded in his own defense. It was as if he had unwittingly prepared for this war. This unforeseen turn of events was utterly beyond Zhou Hong's expectations. However, this singular realization did little to assuage his anxiety. He must seek another aid, one who can assist him and whom he can trust. Wang Xian, you shall immediately compose a letter to Huhotu, requesting the loan of 50,000 troops, while also asking him to station his army 100 miles from the southern border. Wang Xian, being astute, discerned Zhou Hong's intentions instantly. He planned to divide the forces to launch an assault. As for why Zhou Hong sought additional troops, it was to leave a contingent of southern soldiers to guard the southern territories. This strategy would not only fortify the region but also serve to intimidate Huhotu, deterring any thoughts he might harbor against the south. Furthermore, inform him that this time, all provisions and weaponry for his army will be supplied by us. Once the matter is concluded, I shall personally deliver 100,000 stones of grain as a token of gratitude. Wang Xian nodded and promptly set about this task. There is no such thing as a free lunch, a truth that Zhou Hong understood well. Though Huhotu was his sworn brother, the allure of profit rendered their bond insignificant. Hence, Zhou Hong was willing to part with 100,000 stones of grain. On that very day, Zhou Hong convened a gathering of his generals. When the news of the emperor's demise reached them, shock swept through the assembly. Zhou Hong refrained from elaborating on the circumstances surrounding Zhou Mo's death. Some matters were not meant for all ears. Moreover, should the tale of Zhou Yuan's assassination of Zhou Mo spread, it could lead to dire consequences. Your Highness, what shall we do now? The emperor has just passed. The 8 dukes would undoubtedly oppose Prince Zhou Yuan's ascension. Man Wu observed Zhou Hong with a knowing gaze. Your Highness, this realm rightfully belongs to you. I believe we should contend for it. Chu Nangxi stepped forward. With her declaration, Bai Qi and others echoed their support. Nonsense. Do you think this is a game? Man Wu interjected sharply. Old general, what Chu general says holds merit. This world is indeed yours. What virtue does Zhou Yuan possess? Lin Qingxiu added. Do we possess the strength to confront them? Though we are significantly stronger than before, do we truly have the power to challenge the Eastern King? Man Wu's eyes widened as he outlined the situation in the southern territories to everyone present. After he spoke, Chu Nangxi and the others fell silent, indeed. They lacked the necessary strength at this moment. Yet, it left a bitter taste in their hearts, as Chu Jin sighed helplessly. Man Wu was about to chastise them further. But Zhou Hong intervened. Gentlemen, I understand your discomfort, but what General Man has stated is accurate. However, we need not act in haste. Even if I were to rush to the capital, we might not gain any advantage. Therefore, rather than competing with Zhou Long and his faction, we should focus on strengthening our own capabilities. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. The assembly was taken aback, uncertain of what Zhou Hong truly meant. Today, I have gathered you all to deliberate on our next course of action. Subsequently, Zhou Hong revealed his plans to the assembly. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Their faces filled with astonishment. Your Highness, could this be too reckless? Shao Jing expressed his concern. To launch a surprise attack on their rear while the other princes are engaged in battle is perilously inviting retribution from the free. Rest assured, my esteemed colleagues. By that time, I am confident they will lack the strength to retaliate against us. This time, they will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. I fear our neighboring vassal states will mobilize their armies to support the great show. Our actions, in a substantial sense, will benefit both the nation and its people. The citizens of Great Zhou will rally behind us. Zhou Han's gaze swept across the assembly, emanating an unprecedented aura of authority. Chapter 69, Deterrence at this moment. Zhou Hong exuded an aura of authority that felt unfamiliar to those around him. In the past, he had always conveyed an exceedingly gentle demeanor. But now he radiated a commanding presence. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with the plan to mobilize our forces, he declared, promptly sharing his strategy with the assembly. The following dawn, news of the assassination of Princess Zhou Mo by the 8th prince reached the southern frontier. While many had previously been aware of the emperor's demise, they remained oblivious to the fact that he had been murdered by the 8th prince. Your Highness, it appears Zhou Yuan has emerged victorious, sighed Wang Xian. Prior to this, they had learned that Zhou Yuan was responsible for the assassination of Zhou Mo and that a fierce confrontation had ensued between the crown prince and the 8th prince within the palace walls. Now, Zhou Yuan had publicly proclaimed that his brother was slain by the 8th prince, who had taken the life of a royal in the great show. This indirectly indicated to Zhou Hong that the 8th prince had lost in their previous clash. I wonder where my royal uncle is now, Zhou Hong mused, shaking his head in resignation. Clearly, this outcome was unforeseen. His immediate concern was to ascertain whether the 8th prince Zhou Huang still lived. If so, it would add another adversary to his list, complicating his future plans. Reports from the capital suggested that the 8th prince had escaped from the crown prince's grasp that very night. Zhou Hong sighed again, realizing that matters were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Is there any news regarding my royal uncle? He inquired. Not at the moment. However, given the current circumstances, it is likely that the 8th prince will seek to ally with us, Wang Xian responded, sharing his thoughts with Zhou Hong. Firstly, several others might seize this opportunity to unite against the 8th prince, for such chances to eliminate a rival were not to be missed. Although Zhou Huang had previously aided Zhou Hong, the likelihood of Zhou Hong providing assistance in return was minimal. Nevertheless, even a glimmer of hope was significant for Zhou Huang at this juncture. The final and most crucial point, however, necessitated Zhou Han's involvement. He needed to send a signal to Zhou Huang, indicating that he was aware of the entire truth behind the events. While the other three might also be privy to the facts, the identity of Zhou Mo's assassin would become irrelevant if Zhou Huang could be eliminated. Yet, this entire plan hinged on knowing Zhou Huang's precise whereabouts, allowing Zhou Hong to convey his message. We must swiftly ascertain my royal uncle's location while simultaneously sending out the signal. I am confident he is closely monitoring our movements, Zhou Hong pondered for a moment. As anticipated, that very day, Zhou Duan and Zhou Xian released statements vowing to avenge their father by punishing the treacherous Zhou Huang. Although Zhou Long did not publicly express his stance, he lent Zhou Xian and Zhou Duan a formidable army of 100,000 troops. A few days later, envoys from the three approached Zhou Han's military residence. Your Highness, we have neglected them for several days. Shall we pay them a visit? Zhou Hong pondered for a moment, realizing that this presented a unique opportunity. He could fully leverage this moment to send a signal to Zhou Huang. Let us meet with them. Zhou Hong waved his hand, fastening his sword at his side. My apologies for the delay, esteemed guests. I have been rather preoccupied with recent matters, Zhou Hong declared as he stepped into the room, offering a faint smile to the three individuals present. Your Highness, burdened with countless affairs, has graciously taken the time to meet us, which we find profoundly moving. The envoy from the northern frontier hastily rose, clasping his fists in respect upon seeing Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong smirked inwardly, silently cursing, indeed, as the master. So too were the subjects. To Zhou Hong, the northern envoy's sycophantic display was merely an attempt to flatter him, reminiscent of Zhou Duang's behavior. May I inquire what brings you to seek my presence? Zhou Hong feigned ignorance. Your Highness, it seems you are somewhat behind the times. The envoy from the eastern domain remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Hong as he entered. Zhou Hong remained unperturbed, already identifying the target of his forthcoming ire. Just wait, I shall deal with you in due time. The envoy's reprimand is justified. Our southern region is indeed a remote and impoverished land. Thus our information may be somewhat delayed. Zhou Hong maintained an innocent facade, exuding no signs of anger. This bemused both the northern and western envoys, who found his demeanor uncharacteristic of a vassal prince. In that moment, they felt an unusual sense that they were the true masters of the situation. Your Highness, my lord has sent me to discuss a joint military campaign to eradicate the treacherous rebels. The northern envoy continued to express his respect. As you can see, my southern territory is merely an impoverished backwater, lacking the strength to collaborate with you. Zhou Hong feigned innocence. Your Highness, this is the will of my sovereign. You must make your own considerations. Should my lord become displeased, the consequences may be beyond your endurance. The envoy from the eastern domain slammed his hand on the table. His eyes filled with disdain. To him, although the southern region had made some progress, it paled in comparison to the eastern domain. Thus, he believed Zhou Hong's participation was inconsequential, and he felt insulted to even have to persuade him, just as he assumed Zhou Hong would respond as before. With a smile, a glint of coldness flashed before him. How dare you? What right do you have to criticize me? Tianwen, Zhou Hong's blade cut through the eastern envoy's skin, blood dripping from the edge. I shall repeat myself. I am granting you face, and you dare to provoke me. The eastern envoy looked at Zhou Hong with a sneer. If you have the guts, then strike me down today. If you lack the courage, kneel and apologize. The other two envoys felt the eastern envoy's arrogance was excessive. Although the eastern domain was indeed powerful, Zhou Hong was still the king of Dazhou. For a mere envoy to demand a king kneel was utterly presumptuous. Zhou Hong regarded the envoy with a hearty laugh. You are not worthy. As soon as the words left his lips, his hand moved swiftly, and a head rolled to the ground. Even if Zhou Long stood before me, he wouldn't dare to speak in such a manner. Zhou Hong wiped the blood from Tianwen and turned his gaze towards the other two. Return and inform your lord that I, from the southern wilderness, am impoverished and lack the capacity to partake in this matter. With that, Zhou Hong disregarded the two and unceremoniously dismissed them. Zhang Ruo, dispose of this corpse. Wang Xian looked at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression tinged with concern. Your Highness, might this be too disrespectful to Zhou Long? It matters not. This wretched creature was the one who spoke insolently first, and we cannot be held accountable for that. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively. This was precisely the effect he desired. He believed that this incident would soon spread far and wide. If Zhou Huang were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly take action. Chapter 70. The Rise of Conflict. Soon, the news of Zhou Han's slaying of the Eastern King's envoy spread like wildfire. Upon learning the details, the citizens of southern Jiang rejoiced wholeheartedly. In stark contrast, many officials from southern Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, the die had been cast, leaving no room for their trepidation. Ah! It appears my brother has confidently assumed that I would not dare to strike against him. Inside the Eastern King's palace, Zhou Long's face turned a deep shade of anger. Zhou Han's actions were a blatant disregard for his authority, a deliberate show of strength. However, given the current circumstances, he undeniably lacked the military capability to march against southern Jiang. On one hand, he was preoccupied with mobilizing troops to the capital, contending with Zhou Duan and others for dominion. On the other hand, he had to remain vigilant against the northern barbarians. Reports from his spies indicated that the northern barbarians had amassed an army of 100,000, poised to act upon Zhou Long's slightest move. Your Highness, everything feels exceedingly suspicious. Suddenly, Elder Feng, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. Zhou Hong turned to look at Elder Feng, awaiting further elaboration. It seems we have been rather passive from the very beginning. First, we were inexplicably ambushed by the northern barbarians, and then, following the Emperor's demise, our hands were tied by them. Everything that has transpired feels as though it is aimed squarely at us. Zhou Long slammed his hand on the table. a sudden realization dawning upon him. Are you suggesting that someone is setting a trap for us? Elder Feng nodded in affirmation. According to the spies, the northern barbarians have never launched an attack. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. If the northern barbarians did not attack, from whence came the soldiers who ambushed the eastern domain? Zhou Long and Elder Feng exchanged glances, both grasping the implications of this unsettling truth. Zhou Long promptly summoned the general from that day, insisting he recount the events once more. You said that only the ambushing troops were present, and throughout the battle, they uttered not a single word. The general nodded in confirmation. Indeed, even when they revealed their presence, they remained silent. I found it peculiar at the time. Fool! How did you ascertain that those who ambushed you were indeed the northern barbarians? Zhou Long's face darkened as he glared at the general. When they retreated, some in the army shouted a few phrases. They spoke in the barbarian tongue, which led me to conclude they were northern barbarians. After hearing the general's account, Zhou Long felt an overwhelming urge to consume him whole, to deduce that the ambushers were barbarians based solely on a few words. He was at a loss for words in addressing the general's folly. Your Highness, given the current situation, it is possible that our ambushers are someone else. Their intent is clear, to incite conflict between us and the northern barbarians. Zhou Long reflected upon all the events that had transpired during this period. He realized that the only individual aware of the tensions between himself and the northern barbarians was one person, Zhou Hong. You have truly impressed me. Zhou Long gritted his teeth in frustration. Southern King. Elder Feng initially appeared puzzled, but in the next moment, the intricacies of the scheme became clear to him. What a cunning strategy. Such a grand design, all orchestrated to restrain us. Feng Lao shook his head in resignation, clearly realizing that he had underestimated Zhou Hong this time. In his perception, the latter was merely a young lad and should not possess such profound cunning. Yet, he overlooked one crucial point. Zhou Hong had been a prince for over a decade. This alone set him apart from the other princes. Your Highness, what shall we do now? There may still be a chance to salvage the situation. We could shift the blame onto Zhou Hong, and perhaps we might still win back the northern barbarians. Zhou Long glanced at Feng Lao but did not respond immediately. At present, he felt shackled by the northern barbarians, and no matter how great his abilities, they could not be unleashed. This was the only strategy available to him. However, he was somewhat anxious. He feared that Zhou Hong had already secretly allied with the northern barbarians. Otherwise, he could not fathom where Zhou Hong derived his audacity to eliminate his people. Let us give it a try. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Perhaps Prince Nan has yet to take action. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Long resolved to pursue this course of action. There is always a possibility in every situation. Days later, Zhou Hong received a letter from Liang Huang. Initially, he thought the sender had some matter to discuss, but upon opening it, he felt an icy chill run through him. Zhang Ruei quickly summoned the secretary of the society, informed him that there has been a change in plans. Seeing Zhou Han's grim expression, Zhang Ruei understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to delay. What is it? I just heard from Zhang Ruei that the situation seems dire. Wang Xian soon arrived at the general's residence. Zhou Long has dispatched envoys to the northern barbarians. Wang Xian was taken aback, instantly grasping the seriousness of the matter. The previous plan had been compromised. If Zhou Long's emissaries met with the northern barbarian king, it could lead to an unintentional alliance, resulting in a joint assault on the southern frontier. Send people to intercept Zhou Long's envoy. Zhou Hong shook his head and waved his hand in resignation. It is too late. Liang Huang has informed me that Zhou Long's envoy departed a day ago. We cannot catch up now. At that moment, Zhou Hong felt despondent. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xian instructed Zhang Ruei to find Yulan. Since they have sent someone, we must also send someone to negotiate with the northern barbarian king, firmly placing the blame on Zhou Long. Let us continue to cast this murky water upon him. Prior to this, I had already dispatched Yulan. Zhou Hong nodded and summoned all the generals once more, formulating a new battle plan. This plan was entirely devised to prepare for a potential failure in negotiations with Yulan. Your Highness, news has arrived from the capital today. The 8 prefectural kings have launched a surprise attack on Kyoto, catching Prince Zhou Yuan off guard. And where is Zhou Yuan now? Zhou Hong inquired, intrigued. After all, the entire capital region was under Prince Zhou Yuan's dominion. Given that the 8 prefectural kings had already appeared in Kyoto, it seemed likely that the capital was on the brink of falling. 2 hours after the outbreak of hostilities, the coalition of the Western King and the Northern King arrived. only to witness the defeat of the 8 dukes. Wang Xian paused momentarily. Zhou Hong cast a glance at him, sensing that Wang Xian seemed to have more to say. If you have something to express, please do so directly. There is no need for hesitation, Zhou Hong urged. Wang Xian offered an awkward smile. I believe the time has come for us to take action. As for the northern barbarians, I suspect they will not strike just yet. Zhou Hong did not respond immediately. Indeed, this was a fortuitous opportunity. The internal chaos within the Great Zhou was profound, and many vassal states were stirring restlessly. Should they decide to deploy forces to these vassal states now, it would not only stabilize the outer influences of the Great Zhou but also expand their own power. However, Zhou Han's sole concern at this moment was the possibility of a sudden assault from the northern barbarians. Chapter 71, Slander. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hong devised a plausible solution. Wang Xian, immediately inform my godson to dispatch troops to the vassal states of the Zhou. Additionally, instruct Chu Nangxi and Bai Qi to lead 80,000 soldiers to Yi to assist Zhou Hao. Wang Xian was taken aback but quickly grasped Zhou Han's intention. He meant to have Zhou Hao act on his behalf while he remained in the southern frontier to address the ensuing developments. That very day, Bai Qi and Chu Nangxi promptly led 80,000 troops toward Yi. You mustn't bring disgrace to His Highness. Zhang Ang playfully clapped Bai Qi on the shoulder, grinning. Rest assured, I shall return with triumph, even on your behalf. Bai Qi laughed heartily. This time, he served as the vice-general, with Chu Nangxi as the commanding general. Yet, at not yet 20 years of age, he commanded a force of 80,000, demonstrating Zhou Han's esteem for him. Your Highness, our number of generals is woefully insufficient. Perhaps we can promote some from Yi this time. Wang Xian remarked, watching the departing figures of Chu Nangxi and Bai Qi with a sigh. Indeed. Otherwise our options are quite limited, Zhou Hong replied with a resigned wave of his hand. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhou Hong was taken aback by the sight before him. Good people, what is the meaning of this? He asked, observing the kneeling citizens of the southern frontier, bewildered. Your Highness, we are willing to go to battle. We implore you to grant us this opportunity. Zhou Hong couldn't help but chuckle softly. My dear friends, it is not yet that time. When the day truly arrives, I shall personally request your assistance. He helped the kneeling citizens to their feet. Your Highness, you cannot deceive us, exclaimed a forthright man among the crowd. Zhou Hong laughed heartily at the man's candor. Fear not, while I, Zhou Hong, may not be a paragon of virtue, I would not stoop to deceiving you. I am grateful for your noble intentions, and I thank you all in advance. With that, Zhou Hong clasped his hands in salute to the gathered citizens. After bidding farewell to the citizens, Zhou Hong exchanged a knowing smile with Wang Xian. The people of the southern frontier wholeheartedly support your Highness, Wang Xian remarked with admiration. Zhou Hong smiled but remained silent. Meanwhile, in the northern barbarians' realm, Yalan stood unflinching before the assassins. How audacious! Who dares approach me? Lin Qingxiu and several skilled fighters stood guard with their blades drawn before Yalan. Those who seek your life. The assassins charged forward. Brother Ya, it appears we have been careless this time, Liang Huang remarked, equally undaunted, as he stood alongside Yalan. Observing the approaching assassins, little did the assassins realize that all of Yalan's companions were formidable warriors. Faced with Lin Qingxiu and his comrades, the assassins had no chance to resist, swiftly becoming lifeless corpses on the ground. Who are these people? Yalan approached the fallen bodies and removed the veils from their faces, revealing unfamiliar visages. What would compel someone to seek my life? Lin Qingxiu inquired, leaning closer. As Yao Long gazed back at Liang Wan, the latter was equally taken aback. It could not possibly be the people of Baimen, for we have no need to act in such a manner. Liang Wang understood Yao Long's implication. However, he bore no anger, for Yao Long's concerns were not unfounded. This indeed presented an intriguing prospect. If it were not the people of Baimen who sought my demise, then the only individual left would be one. The subsequent words remained unspoken by Yao Long, yet Liang Wang comprehended. This matter, I shall certainly report to the king tomorrow. Yao Long nodded, though his mind was preoccupied with contemplating how he would approach the king of Baimen on the morrow. As he surveyed the lifeless body on the ground, an idea began to form in Yao Long's mind. The following dawn, under Liang Huang's guidance, Yao Long stood before the king of Baimen. Concurrently, he was accompanied by the envoy from the eastern region, Lin Qing. Envoy from Nanjing, might I inquire why your esteemed king has summoned you to meet with me? The king of Baimen paid no heed to the eastern envoy standing aside. He had previously heard that Nanrong had procured a substantial quantity of grain from Nanjing at an exceedingly low price, allowing the populace to weather the harsh winter. Your Majesty, my lord has sent me to discuss a significant matter with you. At this juncture, Yao Lang discreetly gestured towards his companion. The king of Baimen took note of Yao Lang's gesture and promptly shifted his gaze towards the eastern envoy, Lin Qing. Has Zhou Long dispatched you to present me with a declaration of war? Lin Qing, unfazed by the earlier dismissal from the king, respectfully bowed. My lord has sent me to resolve the misunderstandings between our two houses. Oh, to resolve misunderstandings. What misunderstandings could possibly exist between us? The king of Baimen regarded Lin Qing with a bemused expression, perplexed by the nature of the so-called misunderstandings. Recently, we in the eastern region discovered that suspected Baimen soldiers had launched a surprise attack on our territory. Prior to this, it appeared that eastern soldiers had initiated an assault on Baimen. Yao Lang's heart sank at this revelation. This was a foregone conclusion. Could you possibly still assert that this was a misunderstanding? The king of Baimen's countenance darkened. Does your majesty not find this rather peculiar? Lin Qing, at this moment, was no longer focused on the king, but rather directed his gaze at Yao Lang. This statement, ostensibly addressed to the king, was in reality directed at Yao Lang. Could it not be that certain individuals orchestrated this charade, staging a grand performance of deception? Yao Lang smiled faintly, appearing utterly unconcerned. Upon hearing this, the king of Baimen narrowed his eyes. Yao Lang's words were not without merit, yet the original circumstances had been utterly bewildering. Lin Qing regarded Yao Lang with trepidation. In a mere phrase, Yao Lang had once again cast aspersions upon himself. It was well known that my lord had recently executed an envoy from the eastern region. Perhaps there are those with nefarious intentions who wish to exploit this opportunity to instigate trouble for Nanjing. This statement resonated with the king of Baimen. Your Majesty, last night, Yao Lang and I encountered assassins at the relay station. Just as Lin Qing was about to speak, Liang Wang interjected, taking the initiative to voice his concerns. How outrageous! Such events should not transpire within the borders of my northern barbarian realm. Yao Lang keenly observed that when the mention of assassins arose, Lin Qing's expression subtly shifted. Though he quickly regained his composure. You Fu Chao, I entrust this matter to your capable hands. I expect a satisfactory explanation from you within 3 days. Commanded the northern barbarian king. After all, the incident occurred under your watch. If you wish to procure provisions from them, you must earn their favor. Thank you, your majesty. I shall certainly convey this sentiment to my lord, replied Yu Fu Chao, with a gesture of indifference from the northern barbarian king. Lin Qing scrutinized the two, sensing an underlying disquiet. At that moment, it seemed as though the northern barbarian king held some incriminating evidence against Yao Lang. Chapter 72. Rescue. Upon gazing at the two individuals before him, Lin Qing immediately realized that his efforts had been in vain. Before he could unravel the misunderstandings between them, Beiman had already chosen to trust Nanjiang. He let out a deep sigh. After returning from the Beiman king that day, Lin Qing instructed someone to inform Zhou Long about the situation in Beiman. In contrast, Yao Lang was receiving a warm welcome from the Beiman king. Amidst the clinking of cups, the Beiman king turned his attention to Yao Lang. Yao Lang, it seems your words in the court today were not fully expressed. Were they? With a faint smile, Yao Lang rose and clasped his hands in salute. I beg your forgiveness, great king. I was delayed in conveying this due to the presence of the Eastern King's envoy. The Beiman king waved his hand dismissively. Not far away, Liang Huan observed Yao Lang, having already grasped the matter's essence during the court proceedings. However, thinking of Zhou Han's life-saving grace, he ultimately refrained from revealing the truth to the Beiman king. His heart was in turmoil. Great king, this is a letter from my lord addressed to you. The Beiman king paused, casting a meaningful glance at Yao Lang. My lord intends to collaborate with you on a certain matter. Currently, the Eastern King is preoccupied with seizing power from other vassal kings and cannot attend to the rear. However, I have received information that Zhou Long is still in the Eastern domain. The Beiman king looked at Yao Lang in confusion. Great king, you have been deceived by the Eastern King. He has already dispatched an army of 100,000 towards the capital. What? The Beiman king's eyes widened in shock. According to your lord's words, once the Eastern domain is captured, half of it will be ceded to Beiman. Yao Lang observed the Beiman king. Noting the flicker of ambition in his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips, though it quickly vanished. Once our two houses join forces, we shall be allies. There is no reason for one to feast while allowing their friends to merely watch. Very well. The Southern King is indeed a man of temperament. Come. That evening, Yao Lang, thoroughly intoxicated, was escorted back to the inn by Liang Huang. "Brother Yang, take care." Just as Liang Huang was about to take his leave, Yolang called out to him. "Is there something else you require, Brother Yolang?" Liang Huang asked, puzzled, straightening his posture. Yolang shook his somewhat foggy head and offered a respectful bow to Liang Huang. "What are you doing?" Liang Huang was startled by Yolang's sudden action. Just moments ago, Yolang had been utterly inebriated, yet he now appeared composed and unaffected. "Please, let us speak further inside." Yolang gestured politely. "Weren't you drunk?" Liang Huang, as he sat down, could not contain his curiosity. "Brother Yang, you are aware that the moonlit pavilion in Nanjiang is renowned. Although the wine here is potent, it pales in comparison to what we have back home." Yolang laughed heartily, personally pouring a cup of tea for Liang Huang. "May I inquire what brings you to seek me out? Surely it cannot be just for tea." Liang Huang glanced at the tea placed before him. "Thank you for today. I believe you have already recognized that all of this was orchestrated by us." The desolate landscape was unmistakably captivating as Liang Wang gazed at Yolang. "Indeed, this entire scenario was orchestrated by His Highness, and my arrival in the northern barbarians was intended to prevent Lin Qing from causing any disturbances." Liang Wang looked at Yolang, somewhat perplexed. "Why are you sharing this with me? Are you not afraid I will inform the king of the northern barbarians?" Upon hearing Liang Wang's words, Yolang burst into hearty laughter. "I have faith in His Highness's vision. Besides, if you were to betray me, you would have already done so before the king, rather than waiting until now." Liang Wang waved his hand dismissively. Youlang's assertions held a ring of truth. "Is it merely to express gratitude?" Liang Wang inquired, still puzzled. "That is one aspect. The other is my hope that you will depart with me," Yolang replied. Liang Wang was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Yolang with profound confusion. "Why? I am saving you. If you remain in the northern barbarians, your demise is imminent." Liang Wang's bewilderment deepened, unable to comprehend why Yolang would make such a declaration. "For a ruler, making mistakes is most taboo. His unintentional massacre of your family is a grave error. The reason he has yet to eliminate you is that you still possess value. Once that value is gone, he will not hesitate to act. The opportunity will arise when he mobilizes forces to attack the eastern domain. Once that is accomplished, your death is inevitable." Youlang's words left Liang Wang in a state of shock. Yet he began to grasp the implications. At that juncture, the king of the northern barbarians would undoubtedly seek a pretext to execute Yolang, and that pretext must be well-founded. Coincidentally, as the two factions launched a joint assault on the eastern domain, the king would have his justification. The rationale would be that Liang Wang secretly informed the southern king, Zhou Hong, of the northern barbarians' military route. Zhou Hong would then lead a surprise attack against the northern barbarians, intending to seize the eastern domain for himself. Thus, the king of the northern barbarians could eliminate Liang Wang while simultaneously advancing into the southern territories, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. How could he possibly forfeit such an opportunity? However, all of this remained mere conjecture, and no one could guarantee that such events would transpire. Yet, if the king of the northern barbarians intended to kill me, why would he wait until he had secured the eastern domain? Liang Wang still found Youlang's deductions riddled with inconsistencies. "I am unclear as to why he has not killed you thus far. If you doubt this, you may inquire of him tomorrow regarding a certain matter." "What matter?" Liang Wang asked, looking at Yolang. "Simply ask him if he intends to march south after conquering the eastern domain." At that moment, Youlang's inebriation had completely dissipated, and he had returned to his usual demeanor. "Why?" Seeing that Liang Wang still did not comprehend, Yolang could not help but chuckle. "My dear Liang Wang, how could a man of your intellect be so muddled? If he plans to march south, he will surely require a pretext for his military campaign. And I am that very pretext." In that instant, Liang Wang fully grasped Youlang's intent. He rose, bowed respectfully to Yolang, and then turned to depart. The following day, Yolang informed the king of the northern barbarians that he had yet to sober from his revelries, earning himself a round of mockery from the king. As evening descended, Yolang set aside the book in his hands and gazed into the desolate wilderness. "Has Liang Huang arrived?" "Indeed, he is waiting outside." "Let him in." A faint smile graced Yolang's lips. The arrival of Liang Huang indicated that the latter had sought counsel from the northern barbarian king and had likely gleaned the answers he sought. "Brother Yang, I implore you to save me." Upon entering, Liang Huang clasped his fists in reverence towards Yolang. He then proceeded to relay all the information he had uncovered. The situation unfolded as Yolang had anticipated. Liang Huang intended to march southward to the eastern region, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos among the kings to capture the southern territories. Yet, the ambitions of the northern barbarian king extended far beyond this. He harbored even grander aspirations. Chapter 73, A desperate battle. The king of the northern barbarians possesses an insatiable appetite, however. It remains uncertain whether he possesses the necessary prowess to back it up. A cold smirk graced the lips of Yolan. As far as he knows, none who have dared to disturb the southern frontier have met with a favorable outcome. His Royal Highness, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, has always managed to eliminate threats with ease. There is no need to panic. In 3 days, I shall return to the southern frontier, and I will arrange for you to accompany us by signing a pact. Liang Huan nodded in agreement. In the southern frontier, within the military estate of Xiuhong, he gazed incredulously at the missive in his hand. Wang Xian, do you believe my royal uncle has truly suffered defeat, or is it merely a fade? Something about this reeks of conspiracy. Xiuhong passed the letter to Wang Xian, who furrowed his brow upon receiving it. The letter boldly proclaimed the utter defeat of the 8 prefectural lords, who fled under the cover of night to their fiefdoms. This seems rather dubious. Perhaps there are ulterior motives at play. Wang Xian's remark sparked a realization in Zhou Hong. Indeed, when circumstances are unusual, there must be something amiss. Just as they concluded their discussion, new information arrived, startling Zhou Hong. Goodness, my royal uncle is quite ferocious. He was taken aback. And Wang Xian wore a similarly incredulous expression. No wonder he fled in such a disheveled state. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xian finally spoke. It appears that 3 days prior, the 8th prefectural lord ordered the assassination of the empress within her chamber, even going so far as to sever her head and take it as a warning to Zhou Yuan. However, the grief-stricken Zhou Yuan, having lost his mother, was consumed by rage. He did not conceal his strength, unleashing his full power. With the assistance of Zhou Long and others, Zhou Huang was unable to resist, resulting in a hasty retreat. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the crown prince and the 8th prefectural lord are now locked in a relentless struggle. Xiu Hong, upon reviewing the news, couldn't help but click his tongue. It seems that this time, the 8th prefectural lord lacks the capability to persist. His complete failure is merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, one aspect puzzled Wang Xian immensely. How could the esteemed empress of the great Shou be so easily slain? Furthermore, given Zhou Huang's cunning, he would never engage in such a foolish act. This situation suggests that my royal uncle is merely a scapegoat. Zhou Hong burst into laughter. Upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that numerous discrepancies abound. Further investigation is warranted. This matter is far from straightforward, and there must be undisclosed elements at play. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Han's eyes narrowed slightly. News from Bai Qi and the others indicates that they have already secured half of the territory of Wusu Kingdom. It is only a matter of 2 days before complete conquest. Compared to previous reports, this news brought Zhou Hong immense joy. As long as I, Zhou Hong, draw breath, there is no need to worry about our rear. We can proceed with abandon. The following morning, an urgent dispatch arrived before Zhou Hong. This affair grows increasingly intriguing. Immediately, Zhou Hong summoned the 10 remaining generals, including Man Wu. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now confirmed that the northern barbarians have consented to join us in launching an offensive in the eastern domain. Upon hearing this news, the attendees were filled with exhilaration. Although the inclusion of the northern barbarians may not guarantee a complete conquest of the eastern domain, it is certainly a substantial advantage. However, just as the crowd was caught up in excitement, Zhou Hong cast a mysterious smile at everyone. Do you truly believe that I intend to attack the eastern domain? His words rendered the assembly momentarily speechless. Your Highness, are we not indeed preparing to strike the eastern domain? Man Wu inquired, perplexed. Old General, do you think that if we engage the eastern domain, we will possess the capability to withstand Zhou Long's wrath? The moment those words were spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Indeed, should that occur, there is a significant possibility that Zhou Long would abandon the frontline conflict and rush back to provide support. Thus, the southern frontier would be in grave peril. What, then, is your Highness's intent? Zhang Ang gazed at Zhou Hong with curiosity. To subdue the northern barbarians. His declaration plunged the gathering once more into silence. From their perspective, Zhou Hong seemed to be courting disaster. The northern barbarians are a formidable force, and the southern frontier lacks the ability to resist them. I have already dispatched troops from the southern Rome, and both the Wei and Wushu will also mobilize. With the coalition of 3 nations, I refuse to believe that we cannot overpower a single northern barbarian. Zhou Hong then shared his strategy with the assembly. If I am not mistaken, the northern barbarian king will deploy no fewer than 15,000 troops. Moreover, the number of soldiers will continue to rise. The northern barbarian king is determined to seize the southern frontier, and once the latter captures the eastern domain, it will undoubtedly turn its attention towards us. Consequently, if he continues to send troops, the northern barbarians will find themselves vulnerable. As long as I can restrain the northern barbarians entering Great Zhou, they will be like fish on a chopping board. Man Wu made a rough estimate, concluding that approximately 200,000 soldiers would be entering Great Zhou. The northern barbarians boast an army of 350,000, and with around 200,000 currently within Great Zhou's borders, they are left with roughly 150,000 at home. While this may appear advantageous, such a course of action is perilously bold. A single misstep could result in Great Zhou losing vast territories. Your Highness, could this not be too reckless? Man Wu glanced at Zhou Hong. Fortune favors the bold. To expand our power, we must proceed thus. Otherwise, we are left with no alternatives. Zhou Hong replied with resolute conviction. Ever since Zhou Long and his associates imposed restrictions on the populace's movement, the population of the southern frontier has remained stagnant. In an era of cold weaponry, population size is a crucial indicator of a region's military strength. Furthermore, much of the northern barbarian territory consists of plains, which are ideally suited for extensive agricultural cultivation. If the day comes when I truly confront Zhou Long and his cohorts, I must have an escape route to avoid a catastrophic demise. Let this be our resolution. Prepare yourselves, for the great battle approaches. Once all had departed, only Zhou Hong and Wang Xian remained in the chamber. Should your Highness emerge victorious in this battle, the southern frontier's circumstances will transform. If defeated, we shall plunge into an abyss of no return. Zhou Hong smiled wryly. So, what do you think? Are you afraid? Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly. What is there to fear? In 20 years, he would simply be another hero. The two shared a hearty laugh. Your Highness, it's time for dinner. Just then, Qin Lian called out from outside the door. You Shi, given the ongoing turmoil of war, you must accompany your father. Dear, he can ensure your safety. Zhou Hong said earnestly as he gazed at the young girl during their meal. But, there is no but. You shall depart at the break of dawn. Zhou Hong interrupted Yu Shi's protest with stern authority. Yu Shi nodded, feeling a sense of injustice. Zhou Hong had never spoken to her this way before. She was acutely aware that significant events were on the horizon for the southern frontier. Chapter 74. Request. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Lian hurriedly intervened. It's all right. Once the chaos subsides, Miss Yu Shi can certainly return. The southern wilderness will always welcome you. Zhou Hong glanced up appreciatively and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, King Lian, you three should depart the southern wilderness immediately after Miss Yu Shi and the others leave, heading to this location. Xiao Zi and the others were momentarily taken aback, pausing their meal to gaze at Zhou Hong, whose eyes clearly reflected the glimmer of tears in theirs. Very well. To Zhou Han's surprise, Qin Lian responded with remarkable decisiveness. Without a hint of hesitation. Your Highness, pursue your endeavors without restraint. When your summons arrive, we shall return. She lowered her head, concealing her tears from Zhou Han's view. The meal was consumed in a heavy silence. Afterward, Zhou Hong stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the night sky he had not seen in ages. This time, uncertainty loomed over him. He was unsure of his potential for victory. A loss would leave him with no escape, inevitably endangering those connected to him. This was why he urged Qin Lian and the others to leave. They bore no obligation or responsibility to face death on his account. With a deep sigh, Zhou Hong resigned himself to his thoughts. From a distance, Qin Lian observed him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She slowly approached him from behind, unnoticed by Zhou Hong. Your Highness! Startled, Zhou Hong turned to find Qin Lian and smiled gently. What is it? Is there something on your mind? Qin Lian shook her head, pausing momentarily before softly saying, I wish to spend more time with you. Zhou Hong was taken aback but chose to remain silent. Let us sit and talk, he suggested, gesturing to the threshold before them with a smile. Your Highness, do you believe we can prevail this time? As they sat closely together, Qin Lian leaned against him. I do not know, Zhou Hong sighed, his gaze drifting skyward. Once again, they fell into a silence, neither speaking. I've noticed General Man and the others coming and going, indicating that significant events are imminent in the southern wilderness, Qin Lian remarked, her voice becoming a steady stream of chatter. Zhou Hong wore a bittersweet smile, uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. Yet, he understood that without such actions, the southern wilderness would remain stagnant, even though he believed that as long as he lived, the region would eventually grow stronger with time. He felt unprepared to confront Zhou Long and the others. Regardless of who emerged victorious among them, they would inevitably target Zhou Hong. His very existence was a threat to their ambitions. As long as he drew breath, even if they ascended to the throne, they would find no peace. Thus, his demise seemed inevitable, and with his death, the southern wilderness would surely regress to its former state. Moreover, Zhou Hong had no desire to perish, he yearned for life. Perhaps since the moment he was dethroned, his survival had become a sin. Your Highness, I wish to remain. Qin uttered this softly, fearful of inciting Zhou Han's displeasure. Absolutely not. Though the sound was faint, Zhou Hong could still hear it. Without a moment's hesitation, he outright rejected Qin Lian's plea. Your Highness, I am but a mere slave. Qin Lian gazed at Zhou Hong with tear-filled eyes. There is no distinction between master and servant in my presence. Zhou Han's tone was stern, leaving no room for Qin Lian to retort. He recalled vividly the moment when the emperor bestowed him upon Zhou Hong. Unlike the rumors surrounding him, Zhou Hong had treated Qin Lian with kindness, which deeply moved her. From that day forth, Qin Lian had resolutely pledged her heart to Zhou Hong, declaring that in life she would belong to him, and in death, she would wish to remain by his side. As she spoke, her voice broke into sobs. Observing the girl before him, weeping like a rain-laden pear blossom, Zhou Hong gently enveloped her in his embrace. It is too perilous for you to remain by my side. Yet Qin Lian was unafraid, feeling the tremors of the girl in his arms as she wept. Zhou Hong tenderly patted her back. Your Highness, allow Qin Lian to stay. I can cook for you and help in other ways. She lifted her head to meet Zhou Han's gaze, her tear-streaked face evoking profound emotion within him. In this world rife with deceit, warmth was a rare sensation for Zhou Hong. Ultimately, he relented, permitting Qin Lian to remain, albeit with the caveat that she must leave immediately should any danger arise. Qin Lian's tears transformed into joy, but as she became aware of her position in Zhou Han's arms, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily extricated herself. Your Highness, we wish to stay as well. At that moment, two female voices called out from behind. Zhou Hong turned swiftly to find Shaozi and another girl kneeling before him, their eyes similarly brimming with tears. Goodness! How careless of me! Zhou Hong realized he had fallen into a trap. A glance at Qin Lian revealed a sly smile gracing her lips. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the sea. With a sigh, Zhou Hong conceded. If he refused to let the two girls stay, the situation could become untenable. Thank you, Your Highness. The three women exchanged knowing smiles, their faces alight with triumph. Yuxi stood not far off, watching the trio with envy, yet she had no reason to remain. She needed to return. Your Highness! Man Yuan approached Zhou Hong. Upon seeing him seated on the threshold, with Xiaozi and the other girl kneeling, and Qin Lian still bearing traces of tears, she was momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? Zhou Hong, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, promptly rose and inquired, Is there something amiss? This is a letter from Man Nian for Your Highness, she replied, producing a letter from her bosom and handing it to Zhou Hong. Upon opening the letter, a smile graced Zhou Han's lips. This lad has done well. He was pleased with Man Nian's plans. It appeared that Man Nian had already instructed Mo Yuan to take action. With Mo Yuan personally leading the charge, they had now arrived within the northern barbarian territory. It was time to commence the next phase of their strategy. This letter eased some of the tension Zhou Hong had been feeling. As Zhou Hong closed the letter, he suddenly noticed that the girl, Xiaozi, was gazing intently at Man Yuan. Her expression was imbued with profound affection. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hong could not help but scrutinize Man Yuan before him. Although not exceptionally handsome, he was certainly attractive, exuding an aura of dominance that would undoubtedly stir the hearts of women. Furthermore, was the young lady not at the tender age of infatuation? In an instant, Zhou Hong grasped the implications. Man Yuan, have you taken a wife yet? Man Yuan was taken aback, perplexed by Zhou Han's inquiry. Surely, at present, Zhou Hong should be preoccupied with the matters of war on the front lines. This left Man Yuan momentarily bewildered. However, after stealing a glance at Zhou Hong, he promptly replied, Not yet. Chapter 75. Please enter the trap since you are not married. You may return home, Zhou Hong said, feeling a sense of elation. He held great confidence in the individual he had nurtured, Mo Yuan. Once Mo Yuan arrived in the northern barbarians' territory, his plan would be nearly complete. At that moment, his previous anxiety dissipated. Mo Yuan, perplexed, wished to voice his thoughts but refrained. He cast a glance at Zhou Hong before departing. The others nearby shared his confusion. Unable to comprehend why Zhou Hong posed such a question. Please take your leave. I have some private matters to discuss with Qin Lian, Zhou Hong instructed. Qin Lian recalled a previous moment, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. After Shao Zi and the others exited, Zhou Hong smiled at the bashful Qin Lian. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Qin Lian vehemently denied. Could you do me a favor? She inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. She was unsure how she could assist Zhou Hong given her capabilities. Could you find out if Shao Zi has taken a liking to that rascal Mo Yuan? I believe they would make a splendid match, Zhou Hong suggested. Qin Lian paused, then burst into laughter. This matter, Your Highness, I shall take care of, she assured, patting her chest confidently. Zhang Ruei, you've been lurking for quite some time. Go fetch the Minister of Affairs. I have matters to discuss with him, Zhou Hong said, glancing at the hiding Zhang Ruei. Your Highness, you noticed long ago, Zhang Ruei replied, a sheepish smile on his face. Quickly, summon the minister, Zhou Hong commanded. Right away. Zhang Ruei chuckled, hurrying off to find Wang Xian. Your Highness, what urgent matter do you require? Wang Xian arrived in haste, believing Zhou Hong needed him for something pressing. Take a look at this. Zhou Hong handed him a letter, and Wang Xian studied it with suspicion. With this, our plan is nearly fulfilled, Wang Xian exclaimed with delight. This news was indeed fortuitous. With Mo Yuan infiltrating the northern barbarians, they could threaten the northern barbarian king. Should conflict arise, Mo Yuan could swiftly assassinate the king. The death of the northern barbarian king would undoubtedly plunge the region into chaos. Zhou Hong felt confident he could manage the disarrayed northern barbarians. This information must remain confidential for now. It serves as our source of morale. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Yalang and Liang Huang returned with the alliance agreement. Zhou Hong promptly affixed his seal. The two parties agreed to mobilize their forces in 5 days. However, Zhou Hong was taken aback to discover that the northern barbarian king was willing to deploy 200,000 troops, requesting Zhou Hong to do the same. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hong consented. This time, Liang Huang did not return to the northern barbarians but, citing acclimatization issues, chose to remain in the southern frontier for a few days of recuperation. The alliance document was sent back by the individuals who accompanied him. Upon receiving the alliance document, the northern barbarian king immediately mobilized his troops. The northern barbarians would traverse the southern frontier en route to the eastern domain. The combined forces of both factions amounted to a staggering 400,000 soldiers. With great momentum, the vast army set forth. On the second day of their march, they had already covered 60 miles. The speed of their advance is simply astonishing. Within just 2 days, the army had reached the eastern domain, and remarkably, the first day unfolded with unexpected ease. In the brief span of a single day, they conquered 2 cities in the eastern domain. This rapid progress instilled a renewed sense of confidence among the northern barbarians. However, Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow. This victory came at the cost of 3 northern barbarian cities. Prior to this, Zhou Hong had already conferred with Zhou Long. Although Zhou Long was somewhat vexed by Zhou Han's execution of his envoy, the prospect presented by Zhou Hong stirred his interest. Ultimately, he decided to subdue the northern barbarians first before addressing the grievances between himself and Zhou Hong. After seizing the 2 cities in the eastern domain, the commander of the northern barbarians hosted a grand banquet that very night. The soldiers reveled in exuberance, significantly enhancing the camaraderie between the 2 factions. The warriors from the southern frontier, having trained under the guidance of the Moonlit Tower, had reached a level of endurance that allowed them to consume copious amounts of alcohol without becoming inebriated. Yet, at Zhou Han's signal, they feigned drunkenness, collapsing motionless upon the tables. However, once all were in slumber, Zhou Hong opened his eyes. Your Highness, everything is prepared. Cold Silence respectfully clasped his fists towards Zhou Hong. Proceed. Additionally, contact Zhou Long and urge him to mobilize his forces. He cannot possibly believe that relinquishing just 2 cities will suffice for his ambitions regarding the 3 northern barbarian cities. Zhang An nodded in agreement. Initially, everything progressed smoothly until their attempt to eliminate the northern barbarian commander was discovered. Fortunately, they acted swiftly, delivering a decisive blow that felled the northern barbarian chief. Yet, the shout of enemy attack shattered the tranquility of the night, igniting a fierce battle between the 2 armies. The northern barbarian forces, leaderless, descended into chaos. Under the onslaught from Zhou Hong and the reinforcements from the eastern domain, countless northern barbarian soldiers fell. As the sunlight crested the horizon, the ground was strewn with corpses, predominantly those of the northern barbarians, though many from the southern frontier and eastern domain lay among them as well. Notify General Man Wu. We must not allow a single northern barbarian soldier to escape back to their homeland. Zhou Hong understood that if any northern barbarian soldiers returned, the events transpiring in the Great Zhou would inevitably be revealed. This would jeopardize his plan to ambush the northern barbarian king. Although Mo Yuan was preparing for an assassination, a surprise attack would significantly increase Zhou Han's chances of success. In the meantime, he dictated a letter to the northern barbarian king, informing him of their grand victory in the eastern domain, having captured 7 cities. Indeed, upon receiving this news, the northern barbarian king was overjoyed. He immediately issued a decree to reward the frontline soldiers with fine wine and gold. Everything sent to the Great Zhou by the northern barbarian king was promptly received by Zhou Hong. Consequently, the northern barbarian soldiers in the Great Zhou suffered catastrophic losses under the combined assault from the eastern domain and southern frontier, with half of them perishing. Those who survived chose to surrender, with casualties amounting to half, approximately 110,000 remained. Zhou Hong entrusted all of them to Man Wu for training. Brother, we can now relay a message to the northern barbarian king. Zhou Long gazed at Zhou Hong with a stoic expression. Let us wait another day. Zhou Hong set down his teacup. Zhou Long was perplexed, unable to comprehend Zhou Han's intentions. In response to Zhou Long's inquiry, Zhou Hong merely smiled, offering no explanation. He was awaiting news from Mo Yuan. Since receiving a message from Mo Yuan a month ago, no further communication had been established. During this interval, he had relayed the information to Man Yan. Based on Zhou Han's calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated news would arrive by tomorrow at the latest. The following day, as evening approached, a message from Man Yan reached Zhou Hong. Liang Huan, I must trouble you once more to draft a letter to the northern barbarian king, informing him that the eastern region has been completely secured, and inquiring about his next course of action. Liang Huan nodded in acknowledgement. However, Your Highness, this time, it is likely that half of the 8 chieftains will arrive in the southern frontier. Zhou Hong laughed heartily. If they do not come, I would be disheartened. Their arrival brings me joy. Chapter 76, The Banquet. Indeed, after receiving news from Liang Wan, the northern barbarians dispatched 3 chieftains to the southern frontier. These 3 arrived with a formidable army of 100,000. With this addition to the previous total of 300,000, it appears the northern barbarian king is eager to swallow the southern frontier whole. Wang Xian observed the map, noting the positions where the northern barbarians were stationed. His brow furrowed slightly. Is there an issue? Noticing his expression, Zhou Hong glanced over as well. He realized that the locations chosen by these 3 chieftains were rather strategic. The northern barbarian forces had effectively sealed off the gateway to the southern frontier. It seemed these rascals had long since plotted their course. Zhou Hong couldn't help but curse under his breath. If the gateway to the southern frontier were blocked, and with internal coordination alongside the 20 major armies, Zhou Hong would find himself in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. Surrounded on all sides, even the eastern domain would likely have slim chances of victory, let alone the southern frontier. Thus, Zhou Hong would inevitably face annihilation. Their meticulous planning revealed that they did not underestimate us. Wang Xian smiled faintly in agreement. The situation was firmly in their grasp. Wang Xian believed that it would not be long before this army of 100,000 would become the spoils of the southern frontier. Now, we must devise a strategy that is both resourceful and efficient, otherwise, a direct confrontation may lead to the leakage of intelligence. Zhou Han's brow furrowed deeper. The reason he could so easily convince the northern barbarian king that the eastern domain had fallen was entirely due to the delayed transmission of information. Coupled with his concealment of this news, even within the Great Zhou, few were aware, let alone the northern barbarians. Thus, controlling the flow of information became a crucial element in this conflict. Any oversight could drastically alter the outcome. With the northern barbarian king still alive, should he become aware of the truth, he would undoubtedly swiftly unite with other nations. Hence, the significance of this information could not be overstated. Why not lure them to Qingzhou, host a banquet, and during this time, eliminate them? Zhou Hong slapped his thigh, declaring this plan most viable. However, following this, we need Liang Wan to take the lead in investigating the northern barbarian troop situation. A better idea flashed through Zhou Han's mind. After dispatching the 3 chieftains, Liang Wang could issue orders in their name, allowing the southern frontier army disguised as northern barbarian soldiers to infiltrate the approaching northern forces. Subsequently, they could spread rumors within the ranks, inciting rebellion among the northern barbarian generals. Wang Xian wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. The two promptly summoned Liang Wang and relayed the plan to him. Thus, Liang Wang would become the scapegoat for the northern barbarians. Liang Wang sighed deeply, his eyes filled with melancholy. This is severe. It is the northern barbarian king's lack of compassion that has led to this. How can you be deemed unjust? If he could ascertain the truth, the fate of your entire clan would not have been so dire. With a resigned sigh, Liang Wen bowed respectfully to Xiu Hong and Wang Xian, imploring, "Please treat my northern barbarian soldiers kindly. They are mothers' sons, husbands to wives, and fathers to children." Xiu Hong hastily rose to assist Liang Wang. "Sir, it has become quite serious. Once matters conclude, I shall entrust northern barbarian to you." Liang Huang lifted his head abruptly, disbelief etched upon his features. "Northern barbarian is your homeland, sir. While our two nations are at war, it is the northern barbarian king's unkindness that has led us here. Moreover, having forced you to leave your home, the northern barbarian king must offer you some form of compensation." Zhou Han's expression was sincere and earnest, utterly devoid of any deceit. "I thank your highness for this." Liang Huan bowed deeply once more, then proceeded to make arrangements. Wang Xian observed Zhou Han's receding figure, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Would he truly return the land that was so nearly his? How now the territory earned through the blood and valor of my southern frontier soldiers cannot simply be relinquished. Xiu Hong turned to gaze at Wang Xian. "But didn't your highness promise to let Liang Huang govern northern barbarian?" Wang Xian seemed perplexed. "Indeed, it is perfectly acceptable for Liang Huang to administer northern barbarian province." Xiu Hong regarded Wang Xian with a smile. Upon hearing Zhou Han's words, Wang Xian immediately grasped the underlying implications. However, he feared that Liang Huang might harbor ulterior motives. Zhou Hong caught Wang Xian's glance, clearly discerning the unspoken concerns. Wang Xian worried that should Liang Huang discover that his entire clan was annihilated due to Xiu Han's actions, he would hardly be willing to serve Xiu Hong willingly. At that juncture, it would be fortunate if he did not become an obstacle for Zhou Hong. "I have also considered this. After everything settles, I shall place all northern barbarian troops under General Man Wu's command, while that rascal Bai Qi will station 100,000 southern frontier soldiers in northern barbarian. This arrangement is excellent, as it ensures stability in northern barbarian while enabling us to utilize its resources." Yet, a lingering worry gnawed at him. What if Liang Huang bore a grudge? Wang Xian's inquiry posed a challenge for Zhou Hong. This matter indeed required careful contemplation, for mishandling it could lead to grave consequences. During this time, Yalang returned from southern Rome. "Who he too has mobilized. He stands ready to march the moment he receives news from us." Yalang conveyed the situation in full to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong nodded in acknowledgement. This time, Hu He too was deploying 300,000 troops, intent on completely subjugating northern barbarian. This revelation surprised Zhou Hong. While southern Rome and northern barbarian have always had their differences, such a formidable display seemed excessive. "Your highness may not be aware, but the enmity between northern barbarian and southern Rome runs deep, as they are sworn foes." Wang Xian's words astonished Zhou Hong. Hu He too's grandfather was slain by northern barbarian, and his father was nearly assassinated by them as well. Zhou Hong exclaimed in shock. No wonder such a grand display of force is warranted. However, before proceeding, we must also keep an eye on the situation in the capital. The 8th prince is now at his wit's end. He will likely be executed shortly. Xiu Hong sighed. The waters run too deep. We should refrain from involvement and prepare for a coronation gift in advance. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. The following evening, the 3 leaders of northern barbarian arrived as promised. They performed a formal salute to Xiu Hong, their eyes rife with disdain. Xiu Hong remained unperturbed, warmly welcoming the 3 guests. On this occasion, they had brought with them 1,000 soldiers. These warriors served dual purposes, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances and to subtly convey a warning to Xiu Hong, allowing him a glimpse of the might of the northern barbarians. However, upon taking their seats, the 3 soon sensed something amiss. Only Xiu Hong and Liang Huang were present. Not a single commander from the northern barbarian army was in attendance. "Your Highness of the Southern Kingdom, what is the meaning of this?" one of them inquired, a glint of malice evident in his eyes. It was clear they had disowned the truth. They had been lured into a trap, a deceitful scheme crafted against them. "Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm," Xiu Hong reassured them. "I have matters to discuss with you today." Chapter 77, The merciful do not kill three of you. Let us first take a seat and converse, Zhou Hong said with a faint smile, gesturing toward the chairs across from him. The trio turned to leave, but the door behind them was swiftly shut. A synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside. They exchanged glances, each discerning the worry reflected in the other's eyes. They were now completely encircled, left with no alternative but to devise a means to communicate their predicament to the outside world. However, this thought was soon extinguished. If they were trapped within, the situation outside could not be any better. Your Highness from the south, your actions seem rather lacking in chivalry. Zhou Hong remarked with a calm smile. I shall grant you but 5 sentences. Your northern barbarian army of 200,000 has been utterly annihilated. You speak nonsense. One of them retorted. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you know in your hearts the truth, Zhou Hong replied. The three immediately turned their gaze to Liang Huang, seated before Zhou Hong, who nodded in affirmation. Now, you find yourselves surrounded by 400,000 troops from the southern region and the eastern domain. Surrender now, and there may still be a chance. Zhou Hong glanced at Liang Huang, who nodded in cooperation. The room fell into a profound silence. Please, make your decision quickly. I am growing impatient, Zhou Hong urged, as he had little time to waste with their hesitations. Your Highness, I believe at that moment. The leader, who was speaking, drew his sword and charged at him. Liang Huan was taken aback, while Zhou Han's expression changed drastically as he instinctively retreated, drawing the Tian-Wan from his waist. Intruders! Zhou Hong shouted, using the Tian-Wan to parry the incoming blade. The other two also unsheathed their swords, lunging at Zhou Hong. He swiftly retreated, eyeing the three assailants. Damn it! Zhou Hong forcefully pushed Liang Huang aside. Your Highness! Just then, the armored soldiers outside burst in, including the elite assassins sent by Wang Xian to aid Mo Yuan. Upon witnessing Zhou Han's gradual retreat, the three shouted. Yet their attacks showed no sign of abating as they drew their swords to strike at the three leaders. Simultaneously, the 1,000 soldiers brought by the trio had now become a heap of lifeless bodies on the ground. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Zhou Hong panted, gazing at the one remaining leader still alive on the floor. This is your final opportunity. Cease your struggles. Leader Duan, surrender. There will be no good outcome if this continues. Liang Huang interjected, urging him to relent. The man known as Leader Duan glanced at Zhou Hong, then at Liang Huang, before looking down at his injuries. With a heavy sigh, he finally acquiesced. Very well, since Liang has urged me, I shall grant you this favor. Zhou Hong then learned that this man was named Duan Qing, a seasoned leader serving under the northern barbarian king. With both Duan Qing and Liang Huang at his side, Zhou Hong found the path ahead considerably easier. Today was far too perilous. Had my reactions been any slower, the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing Zhou Han's account, Wang Xian was filled with trepidation. In the current circumstances, Zhou Hong cannot afford any unforeseen events. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Zhou Hong chuckled nonchalantly. Now, we can proceed to the next step. Initially, Zhou Hong intended to compel their surrender directly. However, Liang Huang informed him that among the northern barbarian soldiers, many had been strategically placed there by the northern barbarian king to monitor the movements of these leaders. To circumvent unnecessary complications, Zhou Hong had no choice but to devise a plan to infiltrate their ranks. Duan Qing penned a letter for Zhang Ang to carry with him. This time, Liang Huan accompanied Zhang Ang on his mission. With Liang Huan's presence, the letter would bear greater persuasive weight. One wonders if they would succeed. As evening approached, Zhou Hong found himself somewhat anxious. Everything is predetermined by fate. Now, Wang Xian could only leave matters to chance. Before their departure, Zhou Hong repeatedly urged Zhang Ang to flee immediately if he sensed something amiss, without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Hong harbored no trust in Duan Qing's surrender. He feared the latter might tamper with the letter. Consequently, Zhang An's safety was gravely jeopardized. It was time to allow Man Nian and the others to take action. Worries aside, the tasks at hand must still be executed. Additionally, inform Zhou Long that the troops may march. Once all arrangements were made, Zhou Hong could only await news. Zhang Ang and Liang Huan arrived at the encampment of the northern barbarians, presenting Duan Qing's official order to the guard commander. Although the guard was unfamiliar with Zhang Ang, he recognized Liang Huan, thus raising no suspicions. That very day, Zhang Ang assumed control over the entire northern barbarian army of 100,000. He summoned all the northern barbarian generals to the main tent, promptly encircling it. That night, none of the generals who resisted surrender were spared, all were executed. As for those who capitulated, Zhang An appointed generals from the southern frontier as their deputies to observe their actions. Should any sign of rebellion arise, they would be executed on the spot. In a mere night, Zhang An had effectively brought the entire northern barbarian army under his command, eliminating all dissenters without exception. After completing this task, Zhang An did not linger and immediately returned to Qingxiu. 3 days later, the northern barbarian king was assassinated. The remaining 5 leaders swiftly seized control of the government. Yet, this was not the end. 5 days later, the southern Rome army pressed forward, and the 5 leaders immediately mobilized for battle. However, just as the northern barbarians engaged the southern Rome forces, the armies from the southern frontier and the eastern domain appeared within the northern barbarian territory. The northern barbarians were utterly bewildered. This was not what they had anticipated. According to their calculations, the southern frontier and the eastern domain had already been absorbed into their domain. Yet now, the armies from the southern frontier and the eastern domain had unexpectedly appeared behind them. Soon, they realized that some of these southern frontier soldiers were, in fact, northern barbarian soldiers. What in the world is happening? Oolong Ling, in a fit of rage, overturned the table before him. What on earth were Duan Qing and the others up to? Immediately investigate the situation. The general beside him frowned. Old Wu, let's ascertain the facts before proceeding. Another leader, though his countenance was far from serene, managed to maintain a semblance of calm. The remaining individuals were equally perplexed about the unfolding events. However, with an army of 600,000 to 700,000 looming at their doorstep, how could one not feel a sense of panic? The young prince was still too immature to handle the affairs of the court. Yuanling let out a heavy sigh. It was imperative to ascertain who had slain the great king. Among the 8 leaders, the fierce gaze of Dai Guang was filled with murderous intent. The architect of this turmoil was none other than the assassin who had taken the life of the northern barbarian king. As this revelation was uttered, a shared fury ignited in the hearts of those present. Yet, amidst the anger, some could not suppress their inner delight. With the death of the northern barbarian king, opportunities had arisen for them. Thus, in the current predicament, they remained unperturbed. In the southern border general's residence, Zhou Hong gazed in astonishment at the letter in his hand. Chapter 78, the conclusion. What transpired? Wang Xian noticed Zhou Hong's furrowed brow and felt a surge of curiosity. One of the 8 leaders, Su Tianming, had sent a letter expressing his willingness to act as our insider. Wang Xian took the letter, somewhat incredulous. Your Highness, this is a remarkable opportunity. Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Wang Xian's implication. We could readily acquiesce to his request, which would undoubtedly accelerate our conquest of the northern barbarians. A cold smile crept across Wang Xian's lips. Was there more to come? Zhou Hong remained perplexed. Then we could find an excuse to deal with him, and that would resolve everything. Wouldn't that simply become fodder for gossip? Zhou Hong still harbored concerns about his reputation. If he were to act in such a manner, what would others think of him once this affair became public? Would they not consider him a treacherous man of broken promises? Your Highness, our scheme against the northern barbarian king has already leaked. Wang Xian shook his head in resignation. So be it, let us proceed. Zhou Hong readily agreed. However, when issuing commands, the signature would be from Wang Xian, the Minister of State. There were matters Wang Xian understood could not be known to the outside world. Thus, he would inevitably become the scapegoat. Yet, to him, it mattered little. Throughout history, which monarch has not erred gravely? Ultimately, the consequences of their mistakes were borne by their ministers. With Su Tianming as an insider, Zhou Hong's march progressed with remarkable swiftness. However, on the 5th day of the assault, the eastern domain unexpectedly withdrew its troops. The 8 regional kings, having reached a dead end, resolved to fight Zhou Long and his faction to the bitter end. Zhou Hong was not particularly surprised. As the eastern domain retreated, the pressure on the northern barbarians significantly eased. Yet, a considerable portion of their territory had already fallen into the hands of Zhou Hong and Hu Hitu. The remaining leaders were compelled to retreat to the far corners of the northern barbarians' territory. During this interval, Su Tianming wrote to Zhou Hong. But all correspondence was managed by Wang Xian. Some things, once the play had begun, must be performed in full. Zhou Hong granted Wang Xian the authority to make decisions. Wang Xian and Su Tianming conferred about a date to launch a full-scale assault. Once Su Tianming had prepared everything, Wang Xian dispatched individuals to deliver all the letters to Wu Laoling and others. Furthermore, in those letters, he placed the blame for the northern barbarian king's demise squarely on Su Tianming. Poor Su Tianming, blissfully unaware, was preparing for a nighttime ambush. Little did he know, Wu Laoling and his allies were already ready. When the appointed time arrived for Su Tianming to march, a deluge of arrows rained down upon him. Su Tianming was taken aback and hastily organized a counterattack. Upon encountering Wu Laoling and his cohorts, he instantly comprehended the full extent of the betrayal. He cursed Wang Xian and Zhou Hong. Yet, Wu Laoling and his allies offered him no reprieve, swiftly issuing commands to attack. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two factions. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Ang immediately mobilized his troops, and Hu He too swiftly committed all available forces as well. The competing Su Tianming and Yuanling were startled by the sudden appearance of the formidable army. Although Yuanling and his comrades had speculated that the southern border and southern Rome might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, they never anticipated the latter's overwhelming might. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the northern barbarians, the last of the 8 leaders, Yuanling, met his demise beneath Zhang An's blade. The young general, though unfamiliar, possessed remarkable valor. As Hu Hutu arrived with his troops, he witnessed the scene of Zhang An slaying Yuanling. The Khan praised him profusely. Aware of Hu Hutu's relationship with Zhou Hong, Zhang An bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality. We are all family, Hu Hutu replied, supporting Zhang An with a smile. Where is my esteemed brother? I have yet to see him and miss him dearly. Hu Hutu scanned behind Zhang An, searching for Zhou Han's presence. His Highness could not attend personally. He remains with General Man Wu to safeguard the southern border, came the reply. Wang Xian laughed heartily and emerged from the crowd. Brother Wang Xian. It has indeed been a long time. Hu Hutu, recognizing Wang Xian's status, cast aside any airs. Subsequently, the two armies thoroughly cleansed the remnants of power within the northern barbarians before settling down to delineate the new borders. Ultimately, it was decided that the northern barbarians would be divided at the northern barbarian mountain. The eastern portion, closer to the southern border, would belong to the southern border, while the remainder would be claimed by southern Rome. Thus concluded the month-long battle, resulting in the disintegration of the once formidable northern barbarians, now divided between southern Rome and the southern border. When this news spread across the land, it sent shockwaves through the populace. In the collective consciousness, the northern barbarians were seen as a force barely rivaling the Great Show. Yet, in the span of merely a month, they had been obliterated. The revelation that it was the southern border who had extinguished the northern barbarians further astonished everyone. However, this astonishment waned upon realizing that the eastern domain and southern Rome had played pivotal roles. Many believed that the southern border's triumph was merely an extension of the eastern domain and southern Rome's influence. Zhou Xian and Zhou Duan were taken aback. Though they had been aware of Zhou Han's capabilities, they had not anticipated that he could unite the other two factions to vanquish a great nation. Following the conquest of the northern barbarians, Zhou Hong honored his promise by ceding 3 cities from the acquired territory to Zhou Lang. He also established the northern barbarian prefecture, appointing Liang Huan as governor. Additionally, under the pretext of training the northern barbarian army, he summoned all northern barbarian soldiers back to the southern border, deploying Bai Qi and his 100,000 troops to garrison the northern barbarians. Initially, Liang Huan harbored some grievances. However, upon witnessing the implementation of the household contract system in the northern barbarians, he no longer voiced any complaints, for he recognized the elevation of the northern barbarian populace. Liang Huan, I understand you may harbor resentment towards me at present, but you can trust this. Once the northern barbarians become part of the southern border, they will have no regrets. On that day, Zhou Hong patted his chest in assurance to Liang Huang. The latter nodded and, after toasting Zhou Hong 3 times, collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. However, Wang Xian noticed the traces of tears on Liang Huan's face. Someone, please escort Lord Liang Huan to rest. Wang Xian supported Zhou Hong to a quieter place. Your Highness, the 8th prince has taken his own life, but before his demise, he entrusted a letter to us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong felt all traces of inebriation vanish. Where is he? He is waiting behind. Zhou Hong shook his head, realizing he had regained his composure. This individual has brought with him an army of 10,000. Wang Xian added. Quickly, take me to him. As Zhou Hong and Wang Xian arrived, Zhou Hong was taken aback upon seeing the man at the forefront. The leading figure was none other than a severely injured man. Zhou Hong had encountered him before. He was indeed Gu Jinchao, a close aide to the 8th prince, Zhou Huan. Upon recognizing the South prince, Gu Jinchao immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists together in reverence. Chapter 79, Gu Jinchao General, Rise Swiftly. Zhou Hong had certainly heard of Gu Jinchao's reputation. If such a talent could be employed, It would undoubtedly bolster his own strength. These days have been arduous for you, General. Gu Jinchao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. I am but a defeated general. There is no need for lamentation. Observing the ragged soldiers trailing behind Gu Jinchao, Zhou Hong promptly ordered provisions to be prepared. Thank you, Your Highness. The king truly possesses king judgment. Gu Jinchao bowed deeply to Zhou Hong. It was revealed that prior to his suicide, the 8th prince, Zhou Huang, had instructed Gu Jinchao to rally his comrades and seek refuge with Zhou Hong after his demise. In his eyes, only Zhou Hong could offer sanctuary to his beleaguered soldiers. Ultimately, Zhou Huang sacrificed his life to secure an escape for Gu Jinchao and his men. Upon hearing Gu Jinchao's account, Zhou Hong was deeply moved. Zhou Huang could have easily commanded his soldiers to delay Zhou Yuan's forces while he made his own escape. Yet, he chose instead to barter his own life for Gu Jinchao's survival, prompting a renewed respect in Zhou Han's heart. If the general does not mind, would you consider staying by my side? After a hearty meal, Zhou Hong extended an olive branch. Gu Jinchao gazed at Zhou Hong, touched by the offer. Your Highness, this may bring trouble upon you. Gu Jinchao hesitated, concerned that their presence might provoke Zhou Yuan's wrath against Zhou Hong. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Zhou Hong exchanged a glance with Wang Xian and nodded. General Gu, the southern frontier of today is no longer what it once was. Zhou Yuan must weigh his capabilities before attempting to act against it. Gu Jinchao regarded Zhou Hong with skepticism. By the time you faced off, the northern barbarians had already been subdued by us, yielding an army of 300,000. Gu Jinchao had heard whispers of this but was astonished to learn of Zhou Han's acquisition of such a formidable force. Rest assured, you may remain. Zhou Yuan would not dare to challenge you. Noticing Gu Jinchao's lingering doubts, Zhou Hong patted his shoulder and smiled. However, a question lingered in Zhou Han's mind. One he felt certain Gu Jinchao could elucidate. General Gu, I am perplexed. When I executed the envoy of Zhou Long, intending to signal our potential alliance against them, why did you continue to act in isolation? Upon posing this inquiry, Gu Jinchao shook his head in resignation. Your Highness, by the time we learned of this, our circumstances were utterly desperate. How could we have escaped? Zhou Hong suddenly understood Zhou Huang's reluctance to ally with him was not a matter of will, but of opportunity denied. I have one more matter I hope the general can clarify for me. Recognizing the seriousness in Zhou Hong's demeanor, Gu Jinchao understood the gravity of the forthcoming question. Your Highness, please inquire directly. Whatever I know, I shall divulge. Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to voice his query. With the cunning of the imperial uncle, it was inconceivable that he would send someone to assassinate the empress. Yet, the stark reality was that he indeed orchestrated her assassination. Why is this the case? All of this was mere gossip. The prince had never dispatched anyone to harm the empress. As soon as Zhou Han's words fell, Gu Jinchao immediately countered. This only deepened Zhou Han's curiosity. However, reports from scouts returning indicated that they had seen the empress's severed head in the imperial uncle's camp, and indeed, the empress had met her demise. Zhou Hong gazed at Gu Jinchao in confusion. As for the empress's head, even the prince could not fathom the circumstances. Gu Jinchao now bore a look of perplexity as well. On that day, they had finally managed to defeat Zhou Yuan. The empress, along with civil and military officials, had fled the capital. Yet by nightfall, they inexplicably discovered the head of the empress within the military encampment. Following this grim discovery, Zhou Huang promptly ordered a news blackout. Yet by the following morning, rumors began circulating among the populace that the 8th prince had sent someone to behead the empress. Initially, regarding the assassination of Emperor Zhou Mo. Since the 8th prince had publicly proclaimed his innocence, many believed it was not Zhou Huang's doing. However, he never anticipated that after managing to alleviate some of the pressure from the public, a severed head would plunge him into an even deeper abyss. Moreover, the most perilous aspect was that the news of the empress's head being found in the military rapidly spread, further substantiating Zhou Huang's implication in regicide. Consequently, the fury of the common people erupted, leading to Zhou Huang's downfall. After listening to Gu Jinchao's account, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged wide-eyed glances. If this incident was not orchestrated by Zhou Huang, then the empress's death must conceal a monumental secret. After settling Gu Jinchao and the others, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian returned to the general's residence together. What is your perspective on this matter? Zhou Hong turned to Wang Xian. This situation is quite intriguing and certainly warrants thorough contemplation. Wang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. There are too many possibilities in this affair. Anyone could be a suspect. Do you think Zhou Yuan could be behind this? Wang Xian was taken aback, looking at Zhou Hong. After all, this notion was exceedingly audacious. A thought that would not readily occur to most. Yet upon reflection, Wang Xian suddenly found some merit in the idea. Only recently, Zhou Yuan had executed Emperor Zhou Mo in his palace. Now, if Zhou Yuan were to slay the empress to vanquish Zhou Huang, it would seem almost plausible. If that were indeed the case, then Zhou Yuan would be exceedingly ruthless. To achieve his ambitions, he could even slay his own parents. Such a person might not even be considered fully human. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed somewhat rational, as the allure of the throne is immensely powerful. Few can resist its temptation. Especially not Zhou Yuan. He had finally attained the position of crown prince, drawing near to the pinnacle of power. How could he allow such an opportunity to slip through his fingers? Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that others may be involved as well. Before obtaining concrete evidence, Zhou Hong found himself reluctant to reach a conclusion. His sole course of action was to remain vigilant towards Zhou Yuan, whose threat level had significantly escalated. The latter was no longer the feeble, domineering sibling he once knew. With the defeat of the 8th prince, it was only a matter of time before Zhou Yuan ascended the throne. Wimbledon must also brace itself. We cannot afford to provide him with any leverage against us. Zhou Hong sighed, contemplating whether the other three would concur. Wang Xian offered a faint smile, his lips curling into a cryptic grin. Zhou Hong regarded him with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that they still held a chance to turn the tide? Your Highness, we find ourselves in a tumultuous season. It would be unwise for us to take a stand, Wang Xian remarked with a smile directed at Zhou Hong. Chapter 80. The envoy of Zhou Yuan. On the 5th day after Gu Jinchao's arrival in the southern frontier, an unexpected visitor arrived. Arriving neither too early nor too late. But precisely at this moment, it was evidently aimed at Gu Jinchao. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow. He decided to investigate. Wang Xian nodded, while Zhou Han's expression darkened slightly. Upon meeting the southern king, Wu Hu rose to pay his respects. Zhou Han's pupils contracted in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yuan would send Wu Hu. Wu Hu, one of the 13 great generals of the Great Zhou, though somewhat inferior to Man Wu, was undoubtedly a figure of great significance wherever he went. General Wu Hu, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Zhou Hong inquired, somewhat displeased. The fact that Zhou Yuan dispatched him was undeniably a warning. Your Highness of the Southern Kingdom, I have come with 2 matters at hand. First, to take away the traitor Gu Jinchao. Second, to inform you that in 5 days, His Majesty and Her Highness will enter the underground palace. Wu Hu stated succinctly, without any hesitation. Oh, how curious it is that Gu Jinchao has been labeled a traitor. Zhou Hong remarked, his face reflecting confusion as he looked at Wu Hu. How could Gu Jinchao possibly be considered a traitor? Wu Hu smiled faintly, gazing intently at Zhou Hong. It is precisely because you are unaware that I have come to seek clarification from the general. Zhou Hong feigned innocence, returning the gaze. Since that is the case, I shall take the time today to elucidate how Gu Jinchao became a traitor. Wu Hu maintained his calm smile, though it appeared somewhat unsettling to Zhou Hong. I presume your Highness has heard of the previous events, the defeat and subsequent suicide of the 8th Duke. And Gu Jinchao being his trusted confidant, Wu Hu stated, articulating each word with precision. The 8th Duke orchestrated the murder of his own brother, the current emperor, and subsequently attempted the assassination of the empress. How could Gu Jinchao not be considered a traitor? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong smiled thoughtfully. Gu Jinchao was an assassin I sent to the 8th Duke's side, and he played a significant role in the latter's defeat and suicide. Zhou Han's gaze remained fixed on Wu Hu. This becomes quite intriguing, for as far as I know, Gu Jinchao is considerably older than your Highness. Wu Hu looked at Zhou Hong with a knowing smile. He could easily discern Zhou Han's intentions. It was evident that he sought to protect Gu Jinchao. Age should not be a determining factor, for was not Long Qingshou, who served beside the Empress, also arranged by me. Wu Hu momentarily fell silent. He had indeed heard of this matter. Long Qingshou had once been close to the Empress but later inexplicably became a general under Zhou Hong. Given this, I shall inform the Crown Prince and allow him to make the decision. However, your Highness should contemplate the matter of His Majesty entering the underground palace with utmost seriousness. As a son, I must certainly be present, particularly as I am the eldest son. Zhou Hong emphasized the words eldest son while looking at Wu Hu. Then, I shall take my leave, Wu Hu declared as he stood to depart. General Wu, please stay and finish your meal before you leave. Zhou Hong displayed great enthusiasm. Yet Wu Hu politely declined. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness, but I must return to the capital to inform you of this matter, Wu Hu said, bowing respectfully. In that case, I shall not detain you any longer, General. After bidding farewell to Wu Hu, Wang Xian and Gu Jingqiao entered from outside. How did it go? Wang Xian inquired eagerly. Everything is well, but I must request that when you speak of this matter, you refer to it as my arrangement of a spy beside the emperor's uncle, Zhou Hong directed at Gu Jingqiao. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, Your Highness. Gu Jingqiao expressed, bowing in gratitude. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. Zhou Hong quickly assisted Gu Jingqiao to his feet. Zhou Hong felt quite satisfied with Gu Jingqiao's gesture. He had completely offended Zhou Yuan for his sake. To put it bluntly, Zhou Hong had risked the entirety of the southern frontier for him, confronting the crown prince head-on. This favor was one that Gu Jingqiao could never repay, even at the cost of his own status or life. This time, General Gu, you shall accompany me to the capital. Both Wang Xian and Gu Jingqiao were taken aback, unsure of Zhou Han's intent. Your Highness, allowing General Gu to travel to the capital is akin to sending a sheep into a den of wolves. The most perilous places can also be the safest, Zhou Hong countered. Moreover, having General Gu accompany me to the capital sends a clear message to others that he is under my protection. Upon hearing Zhou Han's rationale, Wang Xian and Gu Jingqiao suddenly understood. Subsequently, Wang Xian began preparations for the mourning of Zhou Mo. After all, the passing of a monarch required the entire nation to observe a period of mourning. Your Highness, everything is ready, Wang Xian remarked, gazing at Zhou Hong clad in white attire. Then we should set forth. This journey to the capital would undoubtedly unfold unique stories, so be cautious, Your Highness. Nonsense. When did you become so overly cautious? Zhou Hong laughed heartily at Wang Xian. At that moment, Qin Lian entered the room. Qin Lian, please summon Shaozi. Qin Lian paused, but quickly recalled Zhou Han's previous words. She smiled and promptly went to find Shaozi. Is Your Highness planning to bring Miss Shaozi along? Wang Xian questioned, puzzled, casting a curious glance at Zhou Hong. What are you imagining? I intend for Shaozi to visit the residence of General Man Yuan. That lad is no longer a child. Besides, I noticed that Shaozi seems quite fond of Man Yuan. Wang Xian chuckled upon hearing this. Shaozi and Qin Lian arrived before Zhou Hong, looking bewildered. Your Highness, did you call for me? Observing Shaozi's confused expression, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian burst into laughter, further perplexing her. Shaozi, I have a favor to ask of you today. Zhou Hong composed himself, gazing earnestly at Shaozi. You are to head immediately to General Man Yuan's residence. As for the purpose, you shall learn upon your arrival. Zhou Hong feigned an air of mystery as he looked at Shaozi. Upon hearing that she was to visit General Man Yuan's residence, Shaozi's face flushed crimson. Your Highness, may I request a change of person? Shaozi, blushing, gazed at Zhou Hong. No, it must be you. Zhou Hong feigned a stern demeanor. With no alternative, Shaozi reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Wang Xian, that rascal Man Yuan will undoubtedly come looking for trouble. I'll leave that matter to you. Zhou Hong whispered into Wang Xian's ear. Rest assured, but should you not inquire if Shao Xin has someone she fancies? It would be prudent to settle both matters at once. Otherwise, having two young ladies in your Highness's presence may tarnish your reputation. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement. Moreover, as the two young ladies are growing older, it becomes increasingly challenging for them to find suitable matches. Your Highness, is there something you require of me? Chapter 81. I am also a matchmaker, my dear. Today I must pose to you a most serious inquiry, and I implore you to answer me truthfully. Zhou Han's face bore an expression of utmost solemnity, devoid of any hint of jest. Xiuxin's heart skipped a beat, fearing she had erred in some manner. Pray tell, do you have someone you fancy? Upon hearing this, Xiuxin was momentarily taken aback, but soon a rosy blush adorned her fair cheeks. Your Highness, why do you ask such a question? Observing Xiuxin's bashfulness, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian erupted into hearty laughter. Truly, this young maiden harbors feelings of spring. As Zhou Hong and Wang Xian chuckled, Xiuxin's face deepened in hue. The young girl shyly lowered her head, unable to meet their gaze. Might you divulge the identity of your cherished one? Xiuxin abruptly raised her head, finding it difficult to begin. Fear not, your Highness would never bring you harm, would I? Zhou Han's assurance seemed to ease Xiuxin's trepidation. Should I reveal this, your Highness and Lord Wang must not mock me. Rest assured, why would we jest at your expense? With Zhou Hong and Wang Xian's promise, Xiuxin slowly confessed her heart's desire. General Man Nian, a figure of remarkable valor, is the great hero of our time. Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged knowing glances at the sight of Xiuxin's blushing visage. Goodness, you sisters truly prefer to graze close to home. Zhou Hong laughed heartily. However, Wang Xian and Xiuxin were momentarily perplexed, unsure of Zhou Hong's meaning. Never mind, explaining it to you would be futile. Zhou Hong promptly summoned Dong Rui to fetch Man Nian. Upon hearing that Zhou Hong sought Man Nian, Xiuxin became flustered, standing frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing the anxious young lady before them, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian shared another round of laughter. Xiuxin, you may leave for now. We have matters to discuss with General Man Nian. Xiuxin appeared as though granted a pardon, hastily departing the scene as if fleeing. Soon, Man Nian arrived before Zhou Hong. Your Highness, do not attempt to feign formality with me. I have summoned you today to inquire about a significant matter. Zhou Hong interrupted Man Nian's intended bow with playful reproach. Man Nian, somewhat taken aback, regarded Zhou Hong with curiosity, unsure of the nature of the inquiry. Have you taken a wife yet? Man Nian was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend Zhou Hong's implication. In a world so tumultuous, how can one establish a household? Ah, young man. Yet, every man must eventually settle down and build a life. Noticing Man Nian's confusion, Wang Xian chimed in, General. We seek a lady for you, one of exquisite beauty, skilled in managing a household, a perfect match for you. As Man Nian gazed at the two before him, the meaning of their words became clear. We are merely inquiring whether you have a lady of interest. If not, we may have to engage a matchmaker on your behalf. Upon hearing of the matchmaker, Man Nian was instantly taken aback. Goodness, it appears preparations have already been made for him. Mountain fell silent for a moment, fully aware that Zhou Hong and his companion were resolutely determined to see him wed. He reflected on his own advancing years, approaching the age of maturity. His father still entertained dreams of him fathering a robust son. Ultimately, he acquiesced with a nod, acknowledging that he had spent too long on horseback to have found a suitable companion. At that instant, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged glances. Realizing that their efforts bore fruit, it would be a shame for such fortune to go to waste. My little Xin has reached the age for establishing a family. What are your thoughts on her? Mountain pondered, uncertainty flickering across his face. How can a man such as yourself be so indecisive? If you like her, then like her. If not, then do not. It need not be so complicated. Zhou Hong's reprimand brought a sheepish smile to Mongshan's lips. Miss Xin is extraordinarily gifted, perceptive, and possesses great foresight. I, a mere warrior, fear I am unworthy of her. As soon as Mountain finished speaking, Zhou Hong slammed his hand on the table with fervor. What do you mean by unworthy? Wang Xian, go fetch a matchmaker at once and inform her that General Mountain is already betrothed. Wang Xian, bemused by the absence of any matchmaker, nevertheless agreed to maintain the FARD for Zhou Hong's sake. Mountain, it is settled. You and Miss Xin shall begin to court. Before I depart, I shall ensure that she visits you. But mind you, do not harbor any ill intentions. Wang Xian regarded Zhou Hong with a look of incredulity. It was evidently a celestial directive. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? After all, Miss Xin is a young lady of virtue. If she disdains me, it could tarnish her reputation. Mountain expressed his concerns, gazing intently at Zhou Hong. Enough of these trifles. You should return and make preparations, Zhou Hong declared, clapping his hands decisively, thereby issuing an unambiguous dismissal. As Mountain departed, Zhou Hong and Wang Xian exchanged knowing smiles. With pressing matters resolved, Zhou Hong prepared for his journey. He entrusted the affairs of the southern border to the capable hands of Wang Xian, impressing upon him the gravity of their situation. This venture to the capital will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. You must prioritize your safety. He patted Wang Xian on the shoulder with a nonchalant smile. Oh, and keep a watchful eye on the matters concerning Shao Zi and Shao Xian. Zhou Hong offered Wang Xian a mysterious grin. Understood, Your Highness. General Chu and the others have all arrived, Qin Lian announced as she entered, though her seemingly relaxed demeanor belied her deep concern. She was acutely aware of the dire risks surrounding Zhou Hong's forthcoming journey to the capital. The death of the great Shou Emperor had precipitated a reallocation of power, while it presently appeared that Crown Prince Zhou Yuan was in a position of strength. He had suffered the most significant losses in the ensuing struggles against the 8 regional kings. Furthermore, the protracted conflict lasting over a month had resulted in varying degrees of fortification and weakening among the 3 major vassal kings. Take the southern border as an example. Having decisively subdued the northern tribes, their military strength had surged exponentially, with a population increase of 800,000. This, in turn, had significantly bolstered the power of the southern region. Should a conflict arise among the three parties, Nanjiang possesses the confidence to navigate through their intricacies with ease. While it cannot encroach upon the territories of others, it is more than capable of self-preservation. Upon seeing Qian enter, Wang Xian tactfully excused himself. Your Highness, please exercise caution on your journey. Qin Lian's voice quivered, her eyes reddening the moment she spoke. Silly girl, there is no need for concern. Your Highness has always been blessed with great fortune, Zhou Hong remarked, gently flicking her forehead. Moreover, I shall not depart without returning. I still need to prepare the wedding for Shiozi and the others. Qin lifted her gaze to Zhou Hong, nodding after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Chapter 82, The Tavern in the Wilderness. On this occasion, Zhou Hong journeyed to the capital not only accompanied by Gu Jingqiao and Chu Nangxi, but also by 7 sixth-rank martial artists. These 7 individuals belonged to another organization under Zhou Heng's command, known as the 7 Sins. Each member represented one of the 7 human desires: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. To honor these 7, Zhou Hong had commissioned the Forging Bureau to craft 7 exquisite blades for them. On the 3rd day after his departure, Zhou Hong arrived at a way station. Ahead lay a tavern, and he decided to enter for a meal. After days of relentless travel, he had yet to indulge in any meat. Now, upon discovering a place to eat, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Your Highness, this place is isolated, with no village or shop in sight. I worry there may be some hidden dangers, Chu Nangxi cautioned, eyeing the food warily. What's there to fear? With so many of us, do you think we should be afraid of them? Zhou Hong replied with a smile, looking at the tavern not far away. Your Highness, General Chu's concerns are valid. We should proceed with caution, Gu Jingqiao added. Seeing both of them speak in unison, Zhou Hong nodded. The 7 members of the 7 Sins remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. As they approached, 4 glaring red characters caught Zhou Heng's eye. Murder Tavern. What a peculiar name. Let us pay a visit to this murder tavern and discern its method of killing, Zhou Hong mused, momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, he leaped down from his horse. Chu Nangxi and the others promptly followed suit and entered the murder tavern alongside him. Situated in a desolate and barren region, the murder tavern was a stark contrast to the main roads Zhou Hong had traversed on previous journeys to the capital. This time, in a bid to save time, he had taken a shortcut, only to stumble upon such an intriguing establishment. The surroundings of the tavern were eerily quiet, yet the sounds of raucous drinking and laughter emanated from within. As Zhou Hong pushed the door open, all activities inside came to a halt, and every gaze turned towards him and his companions. Oh, newcomers! A pretty boy, huh? Killing him won't be much of a thrill. But this pretty boy seems to possess some influence. The patrons of the tavern laughed heartily, even daring to provoke him. However, Zhou Hong paid them no mind and even prevented Chu Nangxi and the others from acting. Innkeeper, bring us a few side dishes and some fine wine, Zhou Hong called out, leading Chu Nangxi and the others to a corner table. Your Highness, why didn't you allow us to eliminate them earlier? Chu Nangxi inquired, perplexed. Why stir up trouble when it can be avoided? There is no need to engage with them. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively. Do you really expect to ignore a dog that bites you? He smiled lightly at his companions. Yet, as the saying goes, if you do not seek trouble, trouble may come seeking you. As Zhou Hong and his companions awaited the arrival of their dishes, a keen observer in the restaurant noticed the Tianwen adorning Zhou Hong as waist, and an insatiable greed blossomed within him. Young man, I shall borrow your room for a while. I promise to return it once I'm done. How does that sound? Zhou Hong raised his gaze towards the man, who bore an exceedingly mundane appearance, yet a scar across his eye rendered him somewhat menacing. I'm afraid, dear sir, that Zhou's belongings are not available for lending. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's surname, the man paused momentarily before erupting into a cacophony of laughter. Hand over the sword at your waist, or else I shall obliterate you. The onlookers turned their attention to Zhou Hong and his companions, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, Zhou Hong maintained his composure, pouring himself a cup of tea without a glance in the man's direction. Count to 3. Should you not depart, bear the consequences. Chu Nangxi's hand rested upon the jiugong, his voice as frigid as ice. Yet, rather than intimidate the man, his words incited a roar of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Nonsense! It is I who intimidates others. No one dares to threaten me. Today, I shall show you my might. Just as the man finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared before him. A sudden searing pain struck his neck, and instinctively he reached for it, but before his hand could make contact, he collapsed to the ground. Chu Nangshi cast a brief glance at the man before resuming his seat. Remove him from here. I do not wish for him to spoil our appetite. Zhou Hong regarded the lifeless body with disdain. In an instant, both Chu Nangshi and Gu Jingchao comprehended why Zhou Hong had refrained from intervening himself. It was not out of fear of trouble, but rather a concern that a plethora of corpses would disrupt his meal. The gazes of all present towards Zhou Hong transformed, shedding their previous arrogance for a newfound reverence. You say Hu San is dead? On the third floor, a captivating woman lay languidly upon her bed, her scant attire barely concealing her alluring figure. Indeed, a humble waiter knelt before her, visibly intimidated by her presence, not daring to cast even a sidelong glance. Hu San was a third-tier martial artist. How could he be slain without a single sound? The woman inquired, perplexed. Hu San was dispatched in a single strike. The woman covered her mouth, stifling a delicate laugh while swaying her enticing waist. It appears we have an extraordinary individual among us this time. Rising from her bed, the woman, known as Xi Chang, was the proprietor of this notorious establishment. True to her name, her heart was as venomous as a serpent, and countless men had met their demise beneath her enchanting skirts. Wu Qi, go and send someone to investigate their true origins, Xi Chang instructed, leaning closer to him. Wu Qi trembled, overcome with trepidation. Under normal circumstances, proximity to such an exquisite beauty would ignite excitement, yet he felt as though he were evading a venomous snake. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong and his companions surveyed the dishes and wine that had been presented to them, when Gu Jingchao restrained Zhou Hong's hand from reaching for the chopsticks. Zhou Hong was taken aback, yet he observed Gu Jingchao extracting a silver needle from his bosom and inserting it into the wine and dishes. Noticing that the silver needle remained untainted, Gu Jingchao finally permitted Zhou Hong to take up his chopsticks. However, as soon as Zhou Hong made his move, a chilling glimmer shot towards him. Qi Zui shifted his form, appearing directly before Zhou Hong. Upon witnessing an additional corpse before him, Zhou Hong slammed his chopsticks onto the table. You are truly overstepping your bounds, he exclaimed. Chu Nangshi and the others were momentarily stunned, for it was rare to see Zhou Hong so enraged. Yet today, he had remarkably lost his temper. Confusion clouded their minds. Zhou Hong slowly rose from his chair, his gaze icy as he surveyed those around him. Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige your wishes. His words were imbued with a chilling intensity. Chapter 83, The Enigmatic Landlady. The seven sinners yielded a path for Zhou Hong. Gu Jingzhou and Chu Nangshi followed closely behind Zhou He. Since they were so eager to meet their doom, so be it. At Zhou Hen's words, everyone's brows twitched in unison. Damn it! Which fool dares to provoke this harbinger of calamity? I haven't wronged you. The seven sinners, when they strike, do so with a thunderous force. Within the tavern, few could withstand their might. As Zhou Hong gazed at the numerous fallen bodies strewn across the floor, he merely cast a nonchalant glance before resuming his seat. Be cautious. There are still others lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Chu Nangshi and Gu Jingzhou momentarily froze in astonishment. It turned out that Zhou Hong's ruthless slaughter of everyone in the tavern was intended to intimidate the hidden observer. How did he deduce that? Chu Nangshi wondered. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Hong glanced at her and subsequently shared his reasoning with both of them. Initially, when you dispatched the provocateurs with such ferocity, the others should have felt fear. Yet, shortly thereafter, some still dared to approach. This clearly indicates someone is covertly watching us. Chu Nangshi and Gu Jingzhou exchanged glances, still somewhat perplexed. If someone had rushed in at that moment, I wouldn't have doubted it, but their hesitation suggests they were given orders. After Zhou Hong elucidated his thoughts, they finally comprehended the situation. Soon, the tavern was left with only Zhou Hong, his companions, and the terrified waiter, who stood frozen in fear, his face pale. Let us dine. We shall depart once we are finished. Zhou Hong beckoned to his companions. What a remarkable young master. After slaying so many, he still has an appetite. Chu Nangshi and the others immediately positioned themselves in front of Zhou Hong, casting their gazes upward toward the second floor. Who are you? Chu Nangshi demanded sternly. Young master, you have frightened our guest. Xi Chang feigned fear, patting her chest. What a beautiful woman. Gu Jingzhou whispered. Zhou Hong smiled lightly. To him, this woman was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the scenes. The more alluring the flower, the sharper its thorns. May I inquire your name? Zhou Hong inquired. observing Shichang as she gracefully descended the stairs. "I am the landlady of the murdering tavern. May I ask how to address you, young master?" Shichang approached with a radiant smile. At that moment, she resembled a carnivorous flower. "It is but a chance encounter. There is no need for the landlady to know my name." Though Zhou Hong could not discern the true nature of this woman, he recognized that as the landlady of a tavern notorious for its violence, she must possess exceptional qualities. Therefore, he remained vigilant, discreetly signaling Chu Nangshi and the others to be prepared to act at the slightest indication of danger. "My lord, having slain so many here, should the authorities come seeking answers, one must be prepared to explain the situation." Shichang presented a woeful and delicate countenance. Yet, to Zhou Hong, she resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike. "Innkeeper, situated in such a remote locale and dubbed the murderous tavern, it seems the only souls lost here are these. Surely, given your capabilities, the authorities would not dare to offend you." Zhou Hong regarded Shichang with a bemused smile. Shichang laughed heartily, her alluring charm inadvertently revealing glimpses of her beauty. However, no one seemed to take notice. Wu Qi, promptly prepare fine wine and exquisite dishes for these esteemed guests. "It is my treat." The innkeeper immediately set about his task. Shichang casually selected a spot to sit and fixed her gaze upon Zhou Hong. "Pray tell, what brings you to seek my company?" Zhou Hong took a seat as well, while Chu Nangshi and the others stood behind him. "I merely wished to greet a figure of such prominence who has graced our establishment." Shi Chen's reply was impeccable. "Thus, sending someone to take my life is part of your hospitality. I must extend my gratitude." Shichang offered a subtle smile, refraining from any rebuttal. "However, I am rather curious. Why is your tavern named so peculiarly?" Shi Chen's interest piqued as she looked at Zhou Hong, laughter dancing in her eyes. "Such curiosity deserves a reward. How do you intend to repay me?" Shichang cast a flirtatious glance at Zhou Hong, startling him. When had the illustrious prince of the great show encountered such boldness? Soon, the meal arrived, and Zhou Hong devoured it voraciously before making a hasty exit. As he departed, Shichang concealed her smile and instructed her master that the one she awaited had finally arrived. Unbeknownst to Zhou Hong, events were unfolding behind the scenes. Following this brief interlude, Zhou Hong and his companions hastened their journey. "Your Highness, who exactly is that woman?" After a prolonged silence, Chu Nangshi finally voiced her concern. "I am uncertain. However, her origins are undoubtedly intricate," Zhou Hong replied, a frown creasing his brow. With this interruption, they quickened their pace and, in a mere 2.5 days, reached the capital, a journey that would typically span 3 days. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by a sea of pristine white. "Your Highness, you have arrived." Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Zhou Hong turned in surprise to find an exceedingly familiar yet strangely foreign figure. "Eunuch Shao, what brings you here?" Eunuch Shao bowed deeply to Zhou Hong, smiling. "Your Highness, it has been too long. How have you fared during this time?" Zhou Hong observed the aging Eunuch Shao, a wave of emotions washing over him. As Mo Yuan's investigations progressed, numerous secrets regarding Eunuch Shao came to light, some so grave they could warrant the extermination of his entire lineage. Furthermore, Zhou Hong discerned that the death of the original prince's mother bore significant ties to him. Faced with this once loyal minister, now entwined in a web of enmity, Zhou Hong was at a loss as to how to address this individual with whom he shared a profound vendetta. "This time, the crown prince has sent me to welcome the 3 esteemed kings." Zhou Hong gazed at the elderly man before him and nodded. Finally, he patted the latter's shoulder and said with a smile, "Take care. I shall make my way to the South King's residence." As he watched Zhou Hong depart, Eunuch Shao suddenly felt that the South Prince he had watched grow up was somewhat transformed. This transformation was not merely a change in appearance, but rather an alteration in the aura he emanated. It was a sense of indifference that radiated from deep within his being. "Your Highness, shall we take action against this individual?" Greed, one of the 7 sinners, made a gesture across his throat towards Zhou Hong. All matters concerning Eunuch Shao had once been under their purview. They had been the ones to relay all information to Zhou Hong. Never mind, retaining him might prove useful. One day, he will face the repercussions of his deeds. Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao observed Zhou Hong with great curiosity regarding Eunuch Shao's origins. Chapter 84. The assassination intrigue you will come to know in due time. As for the detailed reasons, Zhou Hong chose not to elaborate. Upon arriving at the dilapidated southern prince's residence, Zhou Hong let out a resigned sigh. Time had passed unnoticed, and the estate was now overgrown with weeds. In the past, Zhang Rui had been responsible for its upkeep, but he had since departed for the southern frontier alongside Zhou Hong. Naturally, no one remained to tend to the southern prince's residence now. Your Highness, upon witnessing this scene, I was reminded of the events that transpired that fateful night. Chu Nangxi felt a pang of trepidation. That evening, many had lain in wait outside those gates. Yet, when a tremendous crash echoed from within the southern prince's residence, no one dared to linger any longer. Gu Jinchao gazed apprehensively at the collapsed structures. Had it not been for the prince as man leading the charge that night, he could not ascertain whether he would still be alive today. Moreover, had he truly offended Zhou Hong that night, he might have already met his demise in battle. It seemed as though everything had been predestined in the shadows. Upon hearing Gu Jinchao's words, Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi exchanged surprised glances. You mean to say you were present that night? Gu Jinchao let out a bitter smile. At that time, the prince had just arrived in the capital, and many sought to assassinate him. This, Zhou Hong did not dispute. Indeed, numerous individuals had plotted to take his life. However, Zhou Hong had a fortuitous destiny, and with a stroke of luck, he had survived to this day. That night, the 8th county prince had also instructed him to lie in ambush outside the southern prince's residence, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Gu Jinchao once again bore a reluctant smile. Zhou Hong was unfazed by this revelation. After all, Gu Jinchao had been serving the 8th county prince, Zhou Huang, at that time. Ah, so you were there as well. Chu Nangxi exclaimed, startled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. We were all serving our own masters. Zhou Hong interjected, urging Chu Nangxi to allow Gu Jinchao to continue. From those who arrived that night, could you discern their affiliations? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Jinchao replied. There were individuals from the northern prince's faction, and it seemed the eastern prince had some involvement as well, alongside a few elder statesmen from the court. Yet, did Xi Wang not send anyone? Zhou Hong inquired, somewhat taken aback. If Xi Xian had not dispatched assassins that night, then who were those bearing the black python tattoos that he had encountered? I did not see anyone from Xi Wang, Gu Jinchao replied. But do you know who orchestrated the assassination attempt on that night? He looked at Zhou Hong and Chu Nangxi, creating an air of suspense. You know? Chu Nangxi's irritation surfaced as he learned that Gu Jinchao had also been involved in the assassination attempt. His demeanor towards Gu Jinchao had shifted from amicable to guarded. Nevertheless, Gu Jinchao simply smiled faintly, his composure unaffected by Chu Nangxi's attitude. Zhou Hong glanced at Gu Jinchao, visibly moved for a rare moment. You know? He pressed. Gu Jinchao nodded. The individuals who attempted to assassinate your highness that night were sent by the crown prince. The leader among them was named Jiao Suha, the commander of the crown prince's shadow guards. After fleeing from here that night, the crown prince summoned all the physicians in the capital to attend to his injuries. This matter was later revealed to me by the 8th prince. Upon hearing Gu Jinchao's words, Zhou Han's lips curled slightly in a smirk. It seems that Zhou Yuan is eager for my demise. However, since he dares to reach out to me, he must be prepared for the severing of his own hand. Beside him, Chu Nangxi appeared to recall something and hurriedly inquired, is the person sent by the Eastern King Gao Shangjun? Gu Jinchao looked at Chu Nangxi in surprise. How do you know this? That very night, I even had a brief encounter with him, though he did not recognize me. Chu Nangxi scoffed. That fellow has long since become a ghost beneath his highness's blade. Fortunately, you possess keen insight, otherwise, you too would have met a similar fate. Upon learning that Gao Shangjun had already been killed, Gu Jinchao expressed his astonishment. However, your highness, I am quite curious about what that formidable object was that night. That object is called gunpowder, Chu Nangxi declared proudly, as if he were privy to some extraordinary secret. Your highness, if that substance were deployed within the army that night, it would surely have shone brilliantly. But why did I not witness it? This notion had already crossed Zhou Han's mind. He had initiated preparations as well, but he was reluctant to let too many people know about such a devastating weapon. Moreover, the lathe crafted by the Forging Bureau was nearing completion. Once his machine factory was fully established, everything would proceed according to his design. With these machines, he could produce firearms and artillery. At that point, he would fear no one, and no one would dare to provoke him. He merely wished to be a humble southern prince, to wake up naturally every day and have a few children with Qingyan. That would suffice for his lifetime. Had it not been for the queen and others hovering like a dagger above his head, he would not have become this way. He originally aspired to be an unambitious second prince. Yet, fate had other plans. Your highness, There is someone outside seeking an audience. At that moment, one of the 7 deadly sins, jealousy, approached Zhou Hong. Who is it? Zhou Hong wondered, for he had no acquaintances in this capital, let alone visitors. 2 women. At this, Zhou Han's curiosity deepened. Let them in. Zhou Hong signaled to Chu Nangxi. However, upon seeing the 2 familiar figures, Zhou Hong could only smile wryly. Yu Xi, what brings you here? Meanwhile, within the palace, Zhou Yuan looked at eunuch Xiao. You say Zhou Hong has arrived in the capital and gone to the southern prince's residence. How many people has he brought with him? Including himself, a total of 10. Eunuch Xiao regarded Zhou Yuan on the dragon throne with eyes full of reverence. He had witnessed that scene firsthand. He must think too little of me, coming to my territory with merely 9 others. A trace of disdain flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Perhaps the southern prince's actions are meant to demonstrate loyalty. Eunuch Zhao cautiously remarked. Demonstrate loyalty? Zhou Yuan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, he is but a mere 10 man. Which suggests a lack of clarity in his intentions. He merely wishes to safeguard his own interests and has no desire to usurp the throne from his highness. Zhou Yuan regarded the eunuch Xiao with a peculiar expression. Why do I have the impression that you are advocating on behalf of Zhou Hong? The eunuch Xiao, struck with fear, collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Zhou Yuan found this quite amusing and erupted into hearty laughter at the sight of the prostrated Zhao. Rise! The eunuch Xiao stole a glance at Zhou Yuan. And upon perceiving no anger, he cautiously stood up, trembling. Have Zhou Long and the others arrived? They have indeed. Oh, how many have they brought? The eunuch Xiao pondered for a moment, carefully observing Zhou Yuan. Approximately over 3,000. Chapter 85. The first step. Unlike the eastern and northern kings, the western king commanded a formidable force of no less than 10,000 men. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Yet he sensed that this development was within the realm of his expectations. 10,000, indeed, was no trifling number. It seemed that the eastern king harbored ulterior motives. A subtle smile played upon Zhou Yuan's lips. Xu He, take some men and investigate. I have a feeling that this fellow has a grand scheme unfolding. Jiao He bowed respectfully and promptly departed. Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted to eunuch Zhao after watching Su He leave. Deliver a warning to those restless ministers. If they seek their own demise, I shall not hesitate to ensure they join their late sovereign. Eunuch Zhao trembled slightly, clasping his hands in reverence before taking his leave. The crown prince had worked tirelessly to reach his current position and would not relinquish it easily. Zhou Yuan sat upon the dragon throne, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, at the southern king's residence, Yu Zi and Yu Ting had prepared an elaborate feast. Zhou Hong looked upon the spread with surprise. Yu Xi, I never imagined you could cook. In Zhou Han's mind, Yu Xi, being the daughter of a high-ranking official, was far too esteemed for such domestic tasks. I learned this from Sister Qinlian, Yu Zi replied, her cheeks flushing with modesty. Brother Him, please enjoy your meal. We must return soon, otherwise my father will scold me again. It was evident that after the previous incident, Yu Hong was anxious about his daughter venturing outside. Furthermore, with the current instability, it was even more perilous for a girl like Yu Xi. Do not worry, sit down and eat. I will escort you both home afterward. I cannot bear to let you two return alone. Yu Xi felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at Zhou Hong. Miss, let us hit His Highness. If that person reappears, we are ill-equipped to defend ourselves. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow and turned to Yu Ting. Yu Ting, what precisely do you mean by that person? Yu Zi glanced at Yu Ting, looking somewhat troubled. When Miss and I arrived at the southern king's residence, I felt as though someone was following us. Yet, upon turning around, there was no one in sight. Yu Ting recounted their experiences at the southern king's residence in detail. Your Highness, it appears there may indeed be someone in the capital intent on harming Miss Yu Xi. Chu Nangxi observed Zhou Hong, who was met with a note of affirmation from Gu Jingqiao. Zhou Hong turned his gaze to Yu Xi, who, resembling a child awaiting punishment, kept her head bowed, avoiding his eyes. Yu Xi, in the future, you must inform me of any such occurrences. Seeing Zhou Han's mild displeasure, Yu Zi nodded earnestly in assurance. Although Zhou Hong held no romantic feelings toward her, after spending time together, he had come to regard Yu Zi more like a younger sister. After the meal, Zhou Hong accompanied Chu Nangxi and the others to escort Yu Xi home. As for the 7 sinners, he instructed them to remain at the southern king's residence. Just in case. The streets were clothed in white, with large funeral wreaths in sight. Your Highness, there are people ahead. Gu Jingqiao and Chu Nangxi exchanged a glance. silently agreeing to feign ignorance. Do not make a fuss, just act as if nothing has happened, Zhou Hong stated with an unwavering demeanor. The two girls beside him trembled slightly at the sound of others approaching, but soon regained their composure, though a hint of panic lingered in their expressions. Fear not, for we are here, Zhou Hong reassured them with a warm smile. Upon arriving at the Yu residence, the household servants recognized Yu Shi. Yet they were unfamiliar with Zhou Hong. Mistaking him for a ruffian disturbing their young mistress at such a late hour, they approached him with hostility. Halt! What are you doing? The two servants looked bewildered at Yu Shi's presence. Miss, is he not a villain? Zhou Hong could not help but chuckle at their naive expressions. This is Prince Nan, Brother Hing. Yu Shi introduced him to the two servants with utmost seriousness. The moment they heard Prince Nan, their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground. Get up! Chu Nangxi and Gu Jinchao found amusement in the sight of the frightened servants. Brother Hong is magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Do thank him promptly. The servants hurriedly bowed their heads in gratitude. Brother Hong, do come inside for a while before you leave. Yu Shi looked at Zhou Hong with a pitiful gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hong agreed. As they entered the Yu residence, a scholarly gentleman with graying hair and a straight posture approached them. Your Highness, I apologize for any trouble my daughter may have caused, he said, bowing respectfully to Zhou Hong. You are too kind, Lord Yu, Zhou Hong replied with a hearty laugh. Previously, Yu Hong had sided with the 8th prince. But with the latter's demise, Yu Hong found himself without allegiance and in a neutral position. Zhou Han's visit aimed to foster a closer relationship, as every ally counts. Moreover, Yu Hing, being a high-ranking official, could offer significant assistance to Zhou Hong. Yu Ting, you and the maid may leave. I have matters to discuss with His Highness. Yu Hong inferred Zhou Han's intentions upon his arrival and dismissed Yu Shi. Your Highness, I presume your visit is not merely to escort Yu Shi home. Zhou Hong shot a glance at Yu Hing, internally cursing the old fox. Lord Yu, you misjudge me. I heard from Yu Shi that someone was following her. So I delivered her safely, Zhou Hong stated, devoid of any deceit. However, upon reaching the entrance, he remembered that he did have matters to confer with Lord Yu. Without further delay, he addressed the matter directly. Oh, then I shall lend you my ear, Yu Hong replied with a knowing look. Allow me to share a tale. My lord, Zhou Hong said, taking a sip of tea. Once upon a time, there were two hunters, one stout and one slender. The stout hunter possessed great strength, while the slender one lacked it. Each day, they ventured into the wilderness together, with the stout hunter leading the hunt and the slender one providing support. However, one day, the corpulent hunter perished, leaving the lean hunter somewhat overwhelmed in the face of ferocious beasts. Just then, another slender hunter appeared, offering to join him in the hunt. This newcomer possessed a robust physique, and it was merely a matter of time before he would gain in stature. Yet, the original lean hunter hesitated, contemplating whether to ally with this fresh companion. Zhou Hong cast a glance at Yu Hong and then spoke again. Do you think he would agree? Yu Han's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Zhou Hong, finally managing to muster a faint smile after a prolonged silence. This matter is quite intricate. May I take a few days to ponder it? Zhou Hong responded with a subtle smile. You may take your time, my lord. Additionally, it seems that the Yu residence has been under some pressure lately. Chapter 86. The visitor. Upon concluding his discourse, Zhou Hong rose to take his leave. His objective had been accomplished, and there was no further reason to linger. Allow me to see you off, your highness, Yu Hong said as he stood to escort Zhou Hong and his companions to the entrance. You dareon, I implore you to ponder the tale I shared, for it bears significant implications, Zhou Hong continued earnestly. Moreover, the Yu residence has come under scrutiny. Yu Hong regarded Zhou Hong thoughtfully and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, I shall dispatch several capable individuals tomorrow as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Hong added sincerely. Yu Hong nodded in agreement, not offering any objections. He was aware of Zhou Han's concerns. He had previously sent individuals to investigate, yet they had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Furthermore, the matter of being followed had been brought to his attention by Yu Shi on several occasions, prompting him to prohibit Yu Shi from venturing outside. With that settled, we shall take our leave, Zhou Hong said, patting Yu Hong on the shoulder before turning to depart. As he watched Zhou Han's retreating figure, a myriad of thoughts flooded Yu Han's mind. Eventually, he sighed and turned back toward the Yu residence. The story Zhou Hong had recounted mirrored their current predicament. The rotund character represented the 8th prince, while the lean figure embodied Yu Hong himself. The newcomer, of course, was Zhou Hong. Through this allegory, Zhou Hong conveyed to Yu Hong that only through their alliance could they confront Zhou Yuan and his faction. Your Highness, do you believe Yu Daren will acquiesce? Chu Nangxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is difficult to say, yet given the current circumstances, he is likely to agree. Forming an alliance with me represents the most prudent course of action. Zhou Hong articulated his strategy to the group. Firstly, although my southern region is remote, it has recently annexed the northern barbarians, significantly enhancing its strength. Secondly, compared to the crown prince, I find myself at a disadvantage. By joining forces with me, he stands to gain more. Thirdly, even if he wishes to ally with Zhou Long and the others, they are already surrounded by loyal followers, placing Yu Hong at the periphery with no opportunity to engage. Considering these 3 points, Zhou Hong confidently asserted that Yu Hong would have a substantial inclination to ally with him. However, I am perplexed. While we can offer him protection now, what if he declines? Zhou Hong mused, glancing at Gu Jingqiao. Of course, we shall continue to provide protection, for it is better to consider the merits of our intentions. Zhou Hong replied with a smile. Moreover, what if his acceptance of our protection leads him to agree to ally with us? Gu Jingqiao nodded thoughtfully. Come forth. After following us for so long, if you are not weary, I am certainly fatigued. Upon arriving at the southern prince's residence, Zhou Hong masked his smile and called out behind him. Your Highness, you are quite perceptive. A hearty male voice emerged from the shadows. The trio turned to see a diminutive yet remarkably agile man stepping forth from the darkness. Remarkably, his footsteps made no sound. Impressive skills, Zhou Hong remarked, taken aback. The little thief pays his respects to His Highness, the southern prince. As the man approached a certain distance from Zhou Hong and the others, he halted, bowing respectfully towards Zhou Hong with clasped fists. You are the legendary Thief King. Zhou Hong was somewhat taken aback, and the 2 beside him, Chu Nangxi and another, shared his astonishment. For the Thief King was no ordinary individual, but rather the renowned sovereign of thieves, whose fame had echoed throughout the world several years ago before he inexplicably vanished. It was said that his lightness of foot was unparalleled. If he claimed the second position in agility, no one dared to assert the first. Most curiously, no one had ever seen his visage, and he had gradually morphed into a legend. It is indeed I, the Thief King replied with a faint smile, showing little surprise. Might I inquire as to why the esteemed Thief King has sought me out? Zhou Hong asked, gazing at the short yet formidable man with a look of confusion. My master has sent me to invite you to the manor for a discussion, the Thief King stated. Zhou Han's brow furrowed slightly. Your master? Chu Nangxi and the other companion were equally taken aback, their curiosity piqued regarding the identity of this master. You shall know when His Highness arrives. For you are already acquainted, the Thief King responded, further igniting Zhou Han's intrigue. Your Highness, as night has fallen, it would be prudent to postpone the visit until tomorrow. Gu Jingqiao interjected, voicing his concerns about potential deception. Indeed, it is late. Please provide the location, and I shall visit tomorrow, Zhou Hong replied. Turning his attention back to the Thief King, the latter bowed once more. In that case, I shall return on the morrow. My master has instructed that if His Highness wishes to forego tonight's visit, the address must not be disclosed. This revelation deepened Zhou Han's curiosity about this enigmatic figure. Furthermore, the Thief King added, please refrain from mentioning our encounter tonight to others. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement, and the Thief King once again clasped his fists in respect before retreating into the shadows. Your Highness, he has departed, Chu Nangxi remarked. Let us return for now, Zhou Hong suggested. Upon entering the South King's manor, the 7 sinners appeared immediately. Your Highness, should we capture that man from earlier? Zhou Hong glanced at the kneeling 7 sinners and waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. I prefer to ascertain who is behind the Thief King first. He then instructed 3 of the 7 sinners to protect Yu Xi and her father, as he suspected that those tailing Yu Xi were likely the prince's men. With the 8th prince, Zhou Huang, having perished in defeat, Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly seek to eradicate all of his subordinates. Reflecting on these matters, Zhou Hong shook his head in resignation. Now it remains to be seen if Yu Hong can discern this situation. Otherwise, he may find himself incapable of resisting Zhou Yuan. The following morning, the sounds of a scuffle echoed from the courtyard. Zhou Hong opened the door to discover the once renowned Thief King now held at sword point by several blades poised at his throat. Release him. There is no cause for alarm, Zhou Hong commanded, prompting the 7 sinners to withdraw their swords from the Thief King's neck. Your Highness, the Southern King, truly embodies the essence of concealment. Surrounded by such formidable talents, the thief cast a cautious glance at the 7 things beside him. Although there were only 4, each exuded an aura of extreme peril. He felt utterly incapable of countering any one of them. The thief king jested lightly, and Shou Hong waved dismissively. Shall we embark on our journey? Shou Hong nodded. Once again accompanied solely by Chu Nangxi and the other, the 7 things were left behind to guard the home. Upon stepping outside, Shou Hong noticed a carriage awaiting them at the entrance. After you. Shou Hong and Chu Nangxi exchanged a glance before stepping aboard. As the carriage rolled forward, Shou Hong suddenly recognized the scenery unfolding before him, growing increasingly familiar. Chapter 87. Grandfather. The scenery before him seemed familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere in the past, yet he could not quite recall where that might have been. Gazing out of the carriage window, an image of a benevolent elderly man suddenly surfaced in his mind. However, the visage of the old man was somewhat hazy, and Shou Hong struggled to clearly remember what he looked like. Nevertheless, his curiosity about the person he was about to meet grew ever stronger. As Shou Hong traveled in the carriage, he lost track of time, and midway through the journey, he felt a wave of dizziness and succumbed to sleep. When Chu Nangxi roused him, he found himself standing at the entrance of a quaint little farmhouse. The courtyard exuded a unique tranquility, yet at that moment, an elderly man with graying hair stood at the door, his eyes filled with emotion as he gazed at him. Hong, you have grown up. The old man's words left Shou Hong utterly stunned. The elder before him bore a resemblance to someone from his memories, though that figure seemed younger. Who are you, sir? Shou Hong asked, bewildered, staring at the old man. Beside him, Chu Nangxi and another companion wore expressions of astonishment as well. The man had just addressed Shou Hong as Honger, a term typically reserved for one's elders to call their younger kin, which felt quite peculiar. Little one. Have you forgotten even me? The old man smiled with affection, though his eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. My family name is Ji. Dao and his companion quickly interjected, alerting Shou Hong. He paused, realizing that the surname Ji was the same as that of his mother. In an instant, a thought struck him. The elderly man before him must belong to his maternal lineage. Yet, he was unclear about the specifics. Upon this realization, Shou Hong promptly bowed and cupped his fists, embodying the demeanor of a respectful junior. What? Now you remember who I am? The old man's eyes shimmered with excitement. Are you a senior of my maternal family? Shou Hong tentatively inquired, gazing at the elder. The old man laughed heartily and assisted Shou Hong to rise. In a manner of speaking, yes, but your mother was raised by me. That girl certainly gave me plenty of worries in her youth. As he spoke, the old man's eyes grew misty. Shou Hong absorbed every word, realizing that the individual before him had watched him grow up and had even worried about him. Understanding dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, Grandfather. At this utterance, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Good lad. The person before him was none other than his grandfather, Ji Nian, the Duke of the State of Shou. After the passing of Shou Han's mother, the old man had become disheartened and retreated into seclusion with a few trusted companions. Grandfather, how have you been all these years? Shou Hong asked eagerly. All is well, though it has been hard on you. Ji Nian gazed at the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his daughter, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. During their ensuing conversation, Shou Hong learned that although Ji Nian publicly claimed to be in seclusion, he remained ever vigilant regarding affairs within the court. In those days, when Shou Hong was cast aside, he yearned to emerge from his seclusion. However, the prevailing circumstances suggested that his reappearance would only plunge the court into greater chaos. Ultimately, upon learning that Shou Mo had bestowed military command in the southern frontier to Shou Hong, he felt a sense of relief, believing that it would be beneficial for Shou Hong to gain experience there. Consequently, he became aware of all that transpired in the southern region. When Shou Hong first visited the capital, he instructed his aides to prepare the southern prince's residence. At that time, he had wished to meet Shou Hong, but those around him advised that the moment was not yet ripe. Thus, it was only during this encounter that the grandfather and grandson reunited. It turned out that Zhang Ruei, that rascal, was arranged by you, grandfather. Shou Hong was equally moved upon seeing his kin. Furthermore, grandfather, I have news for you. All the information you received was actually relayed to me by Man Wu. Upon hearing this revelation, Shou Hong was somewhat taken aback. Man Wu and I are sworn brothers. Upon learning of my intention to assist you in reclaiming your throne, that old fellow was even more excited than I was. It seems he truly is your grandfather. Shou Hong chuckled awkwardly, clearly detecting the hint of envy in Ji Nian's tone. Grandfather, you did not summon me merely to discuss these matters, did you? Ji Nian shot Zhou Hong a glance, reminiscent of his mother's demeanor. Following this, Dao presented a box to Ji Nian. You little rascal, this is a military token from the Imperial Forest Army of the capital. Take it, it may serve you well. Seeing the military token in Ji Nian's hand, Zhou Hong was astonished. To his knowledge, the Imperial Forest Army had long been under Zhou Yuan's control. Yet Ji Nian now claimed to possess a military token. This is a matter of appearances. Without my approval, even with Zhou Yuan's considerable prowess, he would be dreaming if he thought he could mobilize the Imperial Forest Army. Ji Nian wore a proud expression. However, after contemplating for a moment, Zhou Hong declined to accept it. This surprised Ji Nian. Grandfather, I cannot accept this. Countless eyes are upon me. If it were discovered that I possessed a military token, it would undoubtedly incite further turmoil. Such a scenario would bring suffering to the common folk. Ji Nian regarded his grandson with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. As a ruler, one should prioritize the welfare of the common people above all else. The ruler is light, while the people are heavy. In light of this, Ji Nian did not press the matter further, stating that should the need arise in the future, he would provide the token then. Afterward, Ji Nian handed Zhou Hong a list. These individuals are my trusted confidants. I have already spoken with them. You should pay them a visit when you have the time. Zhou Hong opened the list and discovered it was filled with loyal ministers of the court, individuals who held sway over the economy, military, and foreign affairs of the great Zhou. However, their numbers were limited, and a significant portion was still under Zhou Yuan's influence. If Zhou Hong sought to sever ties with Zhou Yuan entirely, this would not suffice. Following an extensive conversation with Ji Nian, Zhou Hong departed. Having gained much from their exchange, Zhou Yuan, you have usurped my grandson's position. One day, you shall pay the price for your actions. Ji Nian watched Zhou Hong's retreating figure, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Zhou Hong returned to the South King's residence, and scarcely had he arrived when someone entered. Who are you? Zhou Hong inquired, gazing at the young servant before him with a hint of confusion. Your Highness, I am the steward from the Yu residence. My master is hosting a banquet for you tonight at Tianxian Tower, and he kindly requests your presence. Zhou Hong maintained his composure, while internally rejoicing at the news. The fact that Yu Hong was hosting a banquet for him indicated that the latter had finally come to a decision. Ultimately, Yu Hong had yielded, albeit reluctantly, to the circumstances. Please return and inform Master Yu that I shall certainly attend the banquet this evening. Zhou Hong expressed his satisfaction. Your Highness, it seems Master Yu is indeed apprehensive. Chu Nangxi remarked with a smile as they watched the servant depart. Zhou Hong remained silent, yet his face radiated joy. Chapter 88. You do not adhere to the code of martial virtue. As night fell, Yu Hong sent someone to escort Zhou Hong. Your Highness, we should accompany you tonight. I fear that the Crown Prince may take action upon learning of your whereabouts. Chu Nangxi expressed her concerns while gazing at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong hesitated momentarily, contemplating Chu Nangxi's words, which seemed quite reasonable. Thus, he consented to let the two accompany him. Upon entering the heavenly immortal tower, Zhou Hong sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. However, he dismissed his apprehensions, as it was not unusual given Zhou Yuan's watchful eye. Ah, South King, you have finally arrived. Please, do take a seat. Yu Hong greeted Zhou Hong with overwhelming enthusiasm. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Yu Hong's exuberance was rather excessive. Both Chu Nangxi and Gu Jinchao shared his astonishment. No matter how joyous one might be at allying with Zhou Hong, such fervor seemed unwarranted, especially given his status as a minister. Old Gu, was this man always like this? Chu Nangxi whispered to Gu Jinchao. Gu Jinchao glanced at the overly enthusiastic Yu Hong and shook his head. This is the first time I've seen him behave this way. Exercise caution, I sense something amiss. Chu Nangxi nodded in agreement. Your Highness, I believe your proposal may be somewhat inappropriate. After they took their seats, Yu Hong smiled faintly. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow but calmly inquired, What do you find inappropriate, Lord Yu? Look at us, both are but lean hunters. How can we possibly contend against so many ferocious beasts? Zhou Han's expression darkened at this remark. Then what does Lord Yu suggest we do? Yu Hong, still smiling faintly, rose to pour Zhou Hong a cup of wine. Perhaps the South King should first discuss how to rescue my family before we proceed. As Zhou Hong regarded him, a sudden wave of unease washed over him. By joining forces, I can help you gain Zhou Yuan's trust. Wouldn't that put your family in peril? Yu Hong appeared to understand, exclaiming with a hint of realization as he raised his cup to toast Zhou Hong. After finishing the drink, Zhou Hong felt a disconcerting sensation but could not articulate it. South King, I have another idea that I wonder if you might find intriguing. Yu Hong said with a sly smile directed at Zhou Hong. Oh, I am indeed curious. At that moment, Zhou Hong, no matter how naive he might be, recognized that he had fallen into a trap meticulously laid out for him. As for Yu Hong's intentions, Zhou Hong could only speculate. You suggest I offer your head to the Crown Prince Zhou Yuan. Do you think I would come to harm? Yu Hong laughed, viewing Zhou Hong as a helpless rabbit, struggling in its final throes. You have poisoned the wine. Zhou Hong's vision blurred as he fought to stay conscious, biting his tongue to stave off unconsciousness. Chu Nangxi, Gu Jinqiao, come and save me. Zhou Hong cried out, drawing the Tianwen at his waist and directing it at Yu Hong. However, his limbs felt weak, rendering him incapable of standing. The effect of this soporific drug is rather remarkable. Yu Hong laughed heartily. It seems that no one will come to your rescue today. Yu Hong's laughter echoed through the air. Zhou Hong bit his tongue, staring intently at Yu Hong. He had indeed been careless today. The door was soon flung open, and Chu Nangxi and Gu Jinqiao fought while retreating. Your Highness, we have fallen into his trap. This old wretch intends to harm you. Gu Jinqiao shouted. However, upon seeing Zhou Hong's unsteady figure, the two were taken aback. Ignoring his own injuries, they rushed to Zhou Hong's side. Your Highness, are you alright? Gu Jinqiao exclaimed. Noticing the blood at the corner of Zhou Hong's mouth, coupled with his staggering form, he mistakenly believed that Zhou Hong had been poisoned. I am fine. That old fool put something in the wine. Chu Nangxi and Gu Jinqiao supported Zhou Hong, simultaneously fending off the attacks ahead. Before long, they found themselves cornered. You might as well surrender. If you do, I may consider granting you both a chance at survival. Yu Hong looked at the three with immense satisfaction. Bah! Old fool! Do you think I would ever surrender to you? You lack the qualifications. Chu Nangxi insulted Yu Hong's ancestry. Yu Hong's forehead throbbed with rage. Kill them. Meanwhile, Yu Xi and Yu Ting had also arrived at the Celestial Tower. She eagerly anticipated seeing her brother Hing. Miss, do you think father will offer you to Prince Nan tonight? Yu Ting asked with a smile. You foolish girl, what are you thinking? How could father do such a thing? Yet, deep down, Yu Xi felt a flutter of excitement. Behind them, the 7 sinners closely followed. Just then, a loud crash echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see 3 figures plummeting down. Your Highness! The 7 sinners immediately sensed something amiss and rushed to rescue Zhou Hong and the others. Yu Xi, however, stared at the familiar face above in disbelief. That face she knew so well now gazed coldly at Zhou Hong on the ground, surrounded by dozens of armored soldiers. Quick, capture him! Do not let him escape! Yu Hong shouted. The soldiers beside him immediately leaped down from the building. Despite the 7 sinners' intervention, the 3 still fell heavily to the ground. They spat out blood. Lord Chu, you all retreat first. We will handle this. The 7 sinners drew their swords, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. At this moment, Zhou Hong had already lost consciousness, and Chu Nangxi and Gu Jinqiao were not in good shape either. Let us not concern ourselves with this for now. We must first take His Highness to safety. Gu Jinqiao glanced at Zhou Hong, seeing his pallor and fearing for his well-being. We will hold them off. Watching as the unconscious Zhou Hong was carried past him by Chu Nangxi, a sharp pain pierced Yu Xi's heart. The 2 people she cherished most had become like this. Regardless of the outcome, everything could never return to how it once was. Girl, what are you doing here? Hurry back. The moment Yu Hong beheld his daughter, a surge of both anger and helplessness coursed through him. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Yu Xi, Zhou Hong would undoubtedly not have been able to depart from this place today. Father, what on earth is happening? Yu Xi implored, gazing at her father. Such matters are not for you to inquire about, he replied, intent on pursuing Zhou Hong, only to be restrained by Yu Xi. Father, please do not chase after him. Observing her father's resolute demeanor, Yu Xi, now in tears, released her grip, and Yu Hong strode away without a backward glance. As Yu Xi collapsed to the ground, watching her father's retreating figure, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloped her. Meanwhile, Chu Nangxi dashed through the streets with Zhou Hong on her back. The 7 sins were engaged in a fierce struggle against their pursuers, fighting while retreating. Where to now? Chu Nangxi suddenly found herself in a quandary. Let us head to the East King's residence. Chapter 89. The conclusion at the East Prince's residence. Are you out of your mind? Going to the East Prince's residence now is akin to seeking your own demise. Chu Nangshi turned to Gu Jinchao, utterly perplexed as to why he insisted on heading there. Indeed, but the East Prince's residence is the nearest sanctuary. Have you not noticed? Despite the time that has elapsed and the commotion caused, there has been no intervention from the authorities. Clearly, there is someone orchestrating this matter from the shadows. In the capital, I can think of only one individual with such power. Upon hearing Gu Jinchao's analysis, Chu Nangshi discerned exactly whom he was referring to. The only man capable of holding sway in the capital, aside from Zhou Yuan, was no one else. Thus, venturing towards the East Prince's residence was the safest and most prudent choice. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Nangshi clenched her teeth and, with Zhou Hong on her back, set off towards the East Prince's residence. They found themselves with no other recourse. Should they head to the South Prince's residence now, they would undoubtedly be pursued by Yu Heng's men. Though they were formidable, they were not yet at the level where they could fend off hundreds single-handedly. The East Prince's residence, while an adversary, offered a temporary refuge. Where have they gone? Yu Hong inquired of the soldiers beside him. They have fled towards the East Prince's residence. One soldier reported. Yu Heng's expression darkened upon hearing this. He immediately recognized that if Zhou Hong reached the East Prince's residence, his plans for the evening would be in ruins. Moreover, should Zhou Hong regain his senses, he would certainly meet a gruesome end. Therefore, he must not allow Zhou Hong to reach Zhou Long's residence. He had to eliminate Zhou Hong on the way. Yu Heng's face was grim. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the East Prince's residence. Who are you? The guards at the East Prince's residence were startled upon seeing Chu Nangshi and her group. This is the South Prince Zhou Hong. You possess quite the audacity. Chu Nangshi scolded sharply. Quickly, inform your master that the South Prince has come to pay a visit. The guard, taken aback by her disheveled appearance, with blood staining her lips, hesitated. However, after receiving a fierce glare from Chu Nangshi, he hastily went inside to notify the East Prince. Yet, just as the guards entered to report, Chu Nangshi and her companions could not afford to wait. They rushed into the East Prince's residence with Zhou Hong on their backs. Barely had they stepped inside when their pursuers arrived. My lord, shall we continue the chase? Yu Hong asked, his teeth grinding in frustration as he watched Zhou Heng's figure vanish into the East Prince's residence. How can I pursue? To provoke Zhou Long would be tantamount to courting death. Yu Hong glared at the guard before him. Stay hidden outside. I refuse to believe he won't emerge tonight. Inside the East Prince's residence, upon seeing the unconscious Zhou Hong, Zhou Long was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he quickly summoned someone to tend to Zhou Hong. What on earth has transpired? Zhou Long inquired, looking at Zhou Hong on the sickbed. Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao sighed helplessly and recounted the events to him in broad strokes. It appears that the cunning Yu Zaiwen intends to trade my brother's life for a chance at survival with Zhou Yuan. Zhou Long stroked his chin, thoughts racing through his mind. After careful deliberation, Zhou Long resolved to allow Zhou Hong and his companions to stay at the East King's residence tonight. He still required Zhou Hong as assistance. Zhou Duan and his companion were utterly unreliable, akin to two blades of grass swaying in the wind, aligning themselves with whichever side appeared stronger. Although Zhou Hong's strength was not formidable, he possessed the capability to collaborate, which was precisely why Zhou Long was inclined to rescue him. I hear you've only brought a few guards. This is rather dismissive of Zhou Yuan. Wouldn't you agree? Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao sighed in exasperation. They planned to have Wang Xian dispatch an elite unit to the capital as soon as Zhou Hong regained consciousness. Otherwise, their predicament would become exceedingly perilous. Their immediate priority was to rectify the current situation. Your Highness of the East, might I request 1,000 soldiers? Chu Nangshi gazed at Zhou Long, enunciating each word carefully. What do you need 1,000 soldiers for? Zhou Long inquired, though he was already aware of Chu Nangshi's intentions. Yu Hong is surely lurking at the entrance today. I must teach him a lesson. Chu Nangshi's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Gu Jinchao, standing nearby, mirrored his ire, incensed by the duplicity of a man like Yu Hong. Very well, await further instructions. I shall gladly assist with any matters that require intervention. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, 1,000 troops had assembled. Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao clasped their fists in respect to Zhou Long, instructing Qi Zui to protect Zhou Hong while they set out for retribution. The following dawn, Zhou Hong gradually awakened. Your Highness, you have finally regained consciousness. Observing the worried expressions of Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao, Zhou Hong signaled for them to help him sit up. Upon learning of the events that transpired the previous night, Zhou Hong nodded in acknowledgement. How are you feeling? Chu Nangxi and Gu Jinqiao exchanged glances. Yu Hong has been gravely injured. His fate remains uncertain. At that moment, Zhou Long arrived, eyeing Zhou Hong. How are you holding up? Are you well? Zhou Hong managed a resigned smile. After dining at the East King's residence, Zhou Hong returned to the South King's residence, accompanied by the 1,000 soldiers he had borrowed from Zhou Long. The guards stationed at the South King's residence were taken aback upon seeing the battered state of the newcomers. Meanwhile, within the palace, a pale Yu Hong regarded Zhou Yuan upon the dragon throne with trepidation. Failure is inconsequential. I have disowned your loyalty. Zhou Yuan's expression remained serene, making it impossible for Yu Hong to gauge his emotional state. Yu Hong could only bow and depart. However, as he stepped outside, he encountered Grand Eunuch Xiao. Lord Yu, what troubles you? Grand Eunuch Xiao observed Yu Hong with a knowing smile. Yu Hong sighed and waved his hand in resignation. Lord Yu, might I request a moment of your time for discussion? Yu Hong glanced at Grand Eunuch Xiao, somewhat perplexed, yet he nodded in agreement. I have devised a plan concerning His Highness the Crown Prince, yet I am uncertain if Lord Yu would be inclined to consider it. Upon learning the general circumstances, the four individuals were equally enraged and immediately declared that if Zhou Hong required it, they would escort Yu Hong to meet the King of Hell that very night. However, let us endure for the time being. Once the reinforcements summoned by the social officer arrive, we shall make our decision. Zhou Hong had always adhered to a principle of non-aggression. Now that you have taken action, there is no longer any need for me to discuss notions of benevolence and morality with you. Furthermore, this news has already spread. Let us rest for a few days before visiting the friends of my grandfather. Meanwhile, in the Yu residence, Yu Hong appeared utterly haggard. The words spoken to him by Eunuch Xiao kept replaying in his mind. Where is the young lady? Ever since returning last night, she has remained locked away in her room, refusing to come out. Chapter 90, The Visit of Lord Zhao. Please, you may leave. Yu Hong waved his hand. Gazing at his own wounds, he sighed deeply, feeling utterly cornered. Not only had he failed to slay Zhou Hing, but he had also incurred Zhou Yuan's displeasure. The words of Lord Zhao echoed persistently in his mind. Was he truly compelled to take such drastic measures? Yu Hong felt a profound hesitation. He was loath to barter his own daughter for his life. Yet, should he abstain, his entire family might face annihilation. Previously, Lord Zhao had informed him that to save himself, he could present Yu Xi to the Crown Prince Zhou Yuan. In doing so, he could spare the Yu family from the calamity of extermination and elevate himself to the esteemed position of the Crown Prince's father-in-law. Furthermore, if Yu Xi were to bear a son for Zhou Yuan, she might ascend to the role of Empress of Dazhou. It appeared that offering Yu Xi to Zhou Yuan was a proposition fraught with benefits and devoid of drawbacks. However, Yu Hong was acutely aware of Zhou Yuan's character. Should he truly marry Yu Xi to him, her future would likely be fraught with hardship. In the Eastern Palace, Zhou Yuan surveyed the coffins of Shou Mo and Empress Yang before him, his eyes devoid of sorrow. Father, why must you persist in this? If you abdicated, none of this would transpire, he exclaimed, draining the wine in his hand and erupting into laughter. Mother, do not worry, I shall ensure they pay for your untimely demise. A shadow of melancholy crossed Zhou Yuan's gaze as he recalled the events of that fateful night. The Empress had summoned him to her chamber, and initially, he believed she had something of importance to impart. Little did he know that this meeting would mark their final encounter. That evening, he entered her quarters, where she, as was her custom, engaged him in conversation, sharing many thoughts previously unspoken. They conversed until the late hours of the night. However, just as Zhou Yuan prepared to take his leave, the Empress called out to him. My dear Yuan, I have not aided you throughout my life. But today I shall lend you my support so that the world may rally behind you. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. Mother, you have already assisted me greatly. The Empress smiled gently at him, aware that with Zhou Yuan's current strength, he could not contend with the 8th Prince Zhou Huang. Thus, she intended for Zhou Huang to bear the stigma of a traitor. In this way, the entire realm would align with Zhou Yuan, bringing resolution to their conflict. My dear Yuan, when I am no longer by your side, you must take good care of yourself, she said, her gaze filled with maternal affection. As Zhou Yuan listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Mother, what do you truly mean? He asked, urgency seeping into his voice. It is nothing. You should leave now. I am weary and wish to rest. Observing the Empress's frail appearance, Zhou Yuan bowed respectfully and departed. As Zhou Yuan departed from the queen's chamber, a twinge of unease compelled him to glance back at her. The queen, with a benevolent expression, waved him off. Once the hour of Z had passed, Zhou Yuan was roused by Grand Eunuch Shao. Upon seeing the venerable eunuch before him, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Yet, as his mind began to clear, a dreadful thought struck him. Could Zhou Huang have already launched an attack? With a sorrowful expression, Grand Eunuch Shao shook his head in response. Your Highness, this is a missive from the Queen. He reverently produced a letter from within his robes and presented it to Zhou Yuan. Puzzled, Zhou Yuan accepted the letter and, upon opening it, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Mother! He cried, unable to stem the flow of grief. In the letter, the Queen disclosed her tragic choice to take poison and end her life. After her demise, her head would be delivered to Zhou Huang's army. She also instructed Zhou Yuan to visit her chamber at dawn. Choked with emotion, Zhou Yuan realized he had crumpled the letter in his hands. The following morning, as per the Queen's instructions, he proclaimed to the world that she had been executed by agents of Zhou Huang. Your Highness, Your Highness! Zhou Yuan shuddered. His thoughts snapping back to the present. He regarded Grand Eunuch Shao with a flash of irritation. What is it? Understanding that he had displeased Zhou Yuan, Zhao offered an awkward smile. Your Highness, Yu Hong has sent word that he wishes to offer his daughter to you. Ha ha, that old fool, though lacking in ability, has a daughter who is quite alluring. Zhou Yuan masked his sorrow and resumed his haughty demeanor. Once he had dealt with the matters concerning his father and mother, he would proceed with the marriage. Grand Eunuch Shao nodded respectfully and then withdrew. After seeing off the envoy from Yu Hing, a faint smile graced Zhao's lips. He now held a secret that secured his life. Had he not feared the revelation of that fateful night, Zhou Yuan might have already executed him. Casting a glance back at Zhou Yuan's chamber, Zhao departed. As dusk fell, a knock echoed at the gates of the South King's residence. Chu Nangxi, taken aback, opened the door to find a familiar face. What brings you here? He inquired, harboring an innate aversion to such eunuchs. To him, they were all twisted souls, perhaps compensating for their physical deficiencies by deriving pleasure from the torment of others. During his time as a bodyguard, he had heard tales of eunuchs more treacherous than the most unscrupulous of men. Thus, upon seeing Grand Eunuch Shao, his brow furrowed slightly. Is His Highness at home? Zhao sensed Chu Nangxi's discontent but remained courteous in his inquiry. Recalling Zhou Hong's prior kindness toward him, Chu Nangxi refrained from being overly harsh. His Highness is inside. May I ask what business you have with him, Lord Zhao? Chu Nangxi gazed at Grand Eunuch Shao, for during this period, he had heard whispers that this eunuch was seemingly a sycophant to the Crown Prince Zhou Yuan. At this moment, he found it difficult to comprehend why Zhou Hong would treat him with such kindness. Of course, it must pertain to significant matters, otherwise. Do you think I am idly wasting my time? Zhao's words only ignited further fury within Chu Nangxi. He thought to himself, how dare this eunuch show me such disrespect? If this were to spread, where would my dignity lie? Grand Master Zhao, do you still possess that attribute? I had presumed that individuals of your kind would be devoid of it. Upon hearing this, Zhao's face darkened with anger. You! Yet, he remained silent for a long while, failing to utter a complete sentence. Ultimately, he forcefully pushed past Chu Nangxi, striding away towards the South King's residence without a backward glance. This old eunuch certainly has a temper. Chapter 91, The Escape. Your Highness, Your Highness. Zhou Hong lifted his gaze towards the door, observing the approach of Eunuch Shao, and was immediately struck by a sense of unease. This old man had chosen neither an early nor a late hour for his arrival, but rather this precise moment, ostensibly to probe for news and ascertain whether he still drew breath. A cryptic smile momentarily graced Zhou Han's lips, only to vanish just as swiftly. Eunuch Shao, what brings you here? Zhou Hong feigned surprise, attempting to mask his true feelings. As Zhao entered the room, he was intercepted by the 7 sinners. It's nothing. Let him in. Zhou Hong waved his hand, signaling the 7 to allow Zhao passage. They hesitated briefly before retracting their obstruction. Their expressions toward Zhao were no more amiable. They were acutely aware of his past misdeeds. Zhao cast a glance at the 7, letting out a cold snort. From the outset, he had been humiliated by Chu Nangxi's words, and now he faced further indignity by being blocked. Displeasure simmered within him, yet he had no recourse. For he was in Zhou Han's South King manor, not in his own domain. Although it appeared he was there to unveil a monumental secret to Zhou Hong, in truth, He was primarily seeking to save his own skin. It was certain that Zhou Yuan was aware of his visit to the South Qing Manor, and Zhao intended to leverage Zhou Hong to secure his own safety. Given that Zhou Hong had recently undergone a harrowing brush with death, he must also comprehend the connection to Zhou Yuan. Zhao planned to exploit the mutual distrust to imply to Zhou Yuan that he might have divulged critical information to Zhou Hong. Achieving this objective was crucial for his survival, and perhaps it would even lead Zhou Hong to shield him from harm. Thus, despite his mounting frustration, he stifled his anger. Your Highness, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. Zhao spoke with a facade of reverence. Oh, what could be so grave that it necessitates your presence at this hour? Zhou Hong replied, a hint of jest in his tone. Pray, enlighten me on this significant issue. Zhao glanced around, hesitating momentarily. General Gu, you may take your leave, Zhou Hong signaled discreetly. But General Gu's concern for Zhao's intentions was evident. Fear not. Zhou Hong reassured him with a tranquil smile and a dismissive wave of his hand. General Gu, casting a wary look at Zhao, clasped his fists in a respectful farewell before departing. What brings you out? As General Gu exited, Chu Nangshi approached him directly. It's that old eunuch. Chu Nangshi chuckled at the disgruntled expression of General Gu. However, upon realizing that only Zhou Hong and Zhao remained in the chamber, he immediately became alarmed. Do not enter. His Highness will not allow you to stay in there. General Gu sighed. Indeed, given His Highness's strength, that eunuch would be unable to approach him. Chu Nangshi's trepidation stemmed from the aftermath of the incident at Tianxian Tower. Now, whenever he encounters anyone, he harbors suspicions that they might be an assassin. Alas, brother. Just who is this eunuch Sao? It seems that none of you hold him in high regard. Gu Jinchao approached the seven sinners, curious to inquire further. General Gu, His Highness has decreed that this matter must remain confidential. I hope you can understand. One of the seven sinners, filled with greed, cast a glance at Gu Jinchao and offered a reluctant smile. This only intensified the curiosity of both Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao, who incessantly pressed the seven for answers. At that moment, the two grown men resembled children, engaging in a playful yet obstinate manner. However, Zhao, the eunuch, soon emerged from the room. Upon seeing Chu Nangshi and the others, he shot them an irritated glance. Watching Zhao walk away with his head held high, Chu Nangshi felt a surge of indignation. You all come inside, came Zhou Han's voice from within the room. Chu Nangshi and Gu Jinchao exchanged a glance and hurried inside. Your Highness. What did that old man say? Zhou Hong glanced at them and sighed in exasperation. In an attempt to curry favor with Zhou Yuan, Yu Hong plans to send his daughter Yu Shi into the palace to become a consort. Goodness, that old man is utterly inhumane. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. He intends to trade his own daughter for his own wealth and glory. Chu Nangshi exclaimed. Do we need to intervene? Gu Jinchao inquired, looking at Zhou Hong. There is no need. While his actions are indeed rather inhumane, we have no reason to provoke Zhou Yuan at this time. Moreover, this is Yu Han's decision alone. We are mere outsiders and have no place to interfere. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively. Even if he wished to assist Yu Shi, he lacks the means to do so. He is alone in the capital, accompanied only by 9 individuals. What can he do to aid Yu Shi? He himself is in a precarious situation. Chu Nangshi was about to say more, but Gu Jinchao stopped him. As they exited Zhou Han's room, Chu Nangshi looked at Gu Jinchao in confusion. Why did you stop me just now? We truly lack the ability to help Yu Ji. The prince has just survived an assassination attempt, nearly losing his life. How could you expect him to save someone? Gu Jinchao's question left Chu Nangshi momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, within the Yu residence, Yu Shi wept bitterly, her delicate face marked by a vivid red handprint from her father's earlier strike. Miss, shall we seek the assistance of His Highness the South King? Yu Ting suddenly suggested, thinking of Zhou Hong. That is impossible. My father just attempted to have brother Hong assassinated. The thought plunged Yu Shi into deeper sorrow. Additionally, he has brought only 9 people to the capital. Upon hearing this, Yu Ting sighed helplessly. Miss, shall we consider fleeing? Yu Shi ceased her tears and gazed at Yu Ting. But where could we escape to? To the southern frontier. We could build a thatched cottage there. Yu Ting envisioned a beautiful escape. After contemplating, Yu Shi found merit in Yu Ting's proposal. The two then agreed to escape under the cover of night, when all the inhabitants of the Yu residence would be in a deep slumber. As evening descended, the servants brought forth the meal, yet Yu Shi refrained from her usual hearty appetite. Master, The young lady is willing to eat. Yu Heng's face brightened with joy, albeit accompanied by a deep sigh. My daughter, I am so sorry for you. As night enveloped the world in silence, Yu Ting cautiously peered outside, her head barely visible. Miss, it's time to go. Yu Xi gathered a considerable amount of valuables, cast a final glance at her room, and departed without looking back. The two treaded carefully out of the Yu residence, resolutely leaving it behind. However, shortly after their departure, the light in Yu Heng's chamber flickered to life. Let us check on Yu Xi. Chapter 92 Brother Hing, you are my favorite. The moment Yu Hong pushed open Yu Xi's door, he was taken aback. The room was enveloped in darkness, and through the flickering candlelight in his hand, he could discern no signs of life within. Yu Xi! Yu Xi! Yu Hong called out several times, but the room remained eerily silent. When he finally ignited the lamp, he was utterly astonished. The room was devoid of any presence. It was merely an empty space. Someone come! Yu Hong shouted. Gazing at the vacant room, the servants of the Yu household were equally stunned. Logically, this chamber should have housed the eldest daughter of the Yu family. Yet now, apart from the pallor on Yu Heng's face, there was no trace of Yu Xi. Quickly pursue, she cannot have gone far. The words escaped Yu Heng's lips through gritted teeth. My lord, Yu Ting is also missing. Yu Hong cast a cold glance at the maidservant who spoke. It must be this wretched girl. Meanwhile, Yu Xi and her companion were sprinting away, both breathless. Miss! We cannot stop now. Yu Ting gasped, glancing at the already exhausted Yu Xi. All right. Yu Xi nodded, continuing to forge ahead. However, it wasn't long before they heard the sounds of pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, they ducked into a nearby alley, holding their breath as a cavalry unit galloped past. Yu Xi and Yu Ting dared not make a sound. They understood that if captured, they could not fathom what awaited them. Once the horsemen vanished from sight, Yu Ting seized Yu Xi's hand and swiftly navigated through the narrow alley. The city was now in turmoil. They needed to reach the mountains. Perhaps there they could evade this calamity. Meanwhile, within the Yu household, Yu Heng's expression darkened. He knew that if Yu Xi escaped tonight, both he and the entire Yu family would be doomed. My lord, we have yet to discover the whereabouts of the eldest daughter. Yu Hong glanced at the messenger who had come with news. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck him. His extensive search would undoubtedly raise Yu Xi's suspicions. If she wished to evade him, there was but one place she could flee to. Do not concern yourselves with the city any longer. Immediately search the mountains. The following morning, Chu Nangshi relayed the events of the previous night to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was somewhat taken aback but nodded nonetheless. Your Highness, shall we not go and take a look? After all, this girl. Chu Nangshi refrained from finishing her sentence, instead regarding Zhou Hong expectantly. Zhou Hong glanced at the teacup in his hand, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Chu Nangshi excitedly nodded. Observing the assembled troops before him, Zhou Hong sighed helplessly. The thought of the 1,000 men he had borrowed from Zhou Long brought a bittersweet smile to his face. Let us depart. Zhou Hong mounted his horse, leading the 1,000-strong army towards the Yu residence with great momentum. The passers-by along the way were startled. In no time, Zhou Hong and his formidable force arrived at the Yu household. Surround the Yu residence. With a commanding voice, Zhou Hong directed his 1,000-strong contingent to swiftly encircle the estate. Knock on the door. The guards, having never witnessed such a display, immediately faltered. Moments later, Yu Hong emerged. Taking a step back upon seeing Zhou Hong mounted on his horse. The prince of the southern kingdom has come for vengeance. Zhou Hong paid him no mind. Instead casting a significant glance at Chu Nangshi, who immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Chu Nangshi charged into the Yu residence with her team. Yu Hong's expression changed drastically at the sight. What do you intend to do, Zhou Hong? Ignoring Yu Hong's plea, Zhou Hong soon saw Chu Nangshi returning, leading the disoriented Yu Xi. However, the girl no longer possessed her former vivacity. Her gaze was vacant, and a vivid red handprint marred her cheek. Sighing helplessly at the girl before him, Zhou Hong called softly, Yu Xi. She lifted her head to meet his gaze, forcing a smile. Brother Hong, you've come. At the sound of Brother Hong, Zhou Hong felt a slight tremor within him, struggling to fathom the treatment this girl had endured the previous night. Come. Brother Hong will take you away. He leaped down from his horse. Yu Xi, how could you? Do you wish for the lives of everyone in the Yu household to be sacrificed for you? At that moment, Yu Hong shouted vehemently. Yu Xi glanced back at Yu Hing, then turned to Zhou Hong. Brother Hong, Yu Ting has died. She perished before my very eyes to protect me. Yuxi gazed blankly at Zhou Heng. Drawing her into his embrace, he reassured her, "With Brother Hong here, everything will be all right." Yuxi clung tightly to Zhou Heng, burying her head in his chest. After a moment, she gently released her hold. "Brother Hong, I feel fortunate to have met you in this life. I hope in the next life, we may meet again." With that, she bestowed upon him the most beautiful smile he had ever seen. As he watched her retreating figure, uncertainty enveloped him. When Yuxi had loosened her grip and turned to leave, he understood her choice. She had ultimately opted to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire Yu household. Zhou Hong sighed. As Yuxi approached him, Yu Hong nodded with satisfaction. "My dear daughter, come to your father." Yuxi glanced back at Zhou Hong before resolutely walking towards Yu Hing. "Father, this is my last time seeing you. Take care of yourself from now on." Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback, confused by her words. He pushed Yuxi away, only to be startled by the sight before him, a dagger plunged deeply into her chest. Yuxi's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. "Yuxi!" Zhou Hong, preparing to leave, cried out in alarm. He rushed to snatch her from Yu Heng's grasp. "Yuxi, why are you so foolish?" Zhou Hong gazed at the girl cradled in his arms, his voice trembling with emotion as he exclaimed, "Brother Hong, I am so sorry." Yuxi gently caressed Zhou Heng's face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Do not speak any further." Zhou Hong held Yuxi tightly, his eyes brimming with tears in an instant. Yu Hong sat in a daze on the ground, staring at the blood on his hands, murmuring Yuxi's name. "Brother Hong, do you still remember when you told me that when we grew up, you would marry me?" Yuxi had always remembered. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Do not say anything more, please." Zhou Hong was on the verge of tears. He wiped away the blood from the corner of Yuxi's mouth. "Brother Hong, do you think we will have another chance to meet in the next life? I will not allow you to die, I will not." Zhou Hong cried out. His heart shattered. "Brother Hong, from now on, let Sister Qinglian take care of you. In this lifetime, Yuxi has loved you the most." "Loved you the most." Yuxi pressed her hand heavily against the ground. Chapter 93, the final battle. As he gazed at the girl in his arms, tears streamed down his face. Even in her final moments, the young girl had not forgotten the promise he had once made to her. "Yuxi, I am not the true Hong brother you seek." Zhou Hong gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Your Highness, the physician has arrived." Chu Nangxi rushed forward, pulling along an elderly man. Yet, upon seeing the girl cradled in Zhou Heng's arms, he was momentarily stunned. "Your Highness!" Chu Nangxi called out, and Zhou Hong wiped away his tears, gesturing with his hand. "We shall return home." He walked slowly forward, holding Yuxi tenderly. "Let Yu Hong deliver Yu Ting's body." Without looking back, Zhou Hong continued to carry Yuxi away. Gu Jinqiu and Chu Nangxi sighed helplessly. As Zhou Hong walked through the streets with Yuxi in his embrace, a 1,000-strong army followed closely behind. The sight left the passers-by utterly astonished. Observing the bracelet on Yuxi's arm, Zhou Hong felt a pang of sorrow. This bracelet had been a gift from his former self, a string of red beans symbolizing longing. Red beans sprout in the southern lands. How many branches bloom in spring? I wish you to gather more, for this is the essence of longing. At that moment, Zhou Heng's voice carried a melancholic tone, while his silhouette appeared desolate. Upon returning to the South King's residence, he looked at Yuxi lying on the bed and gently wiped her face clean. "Yuxi, your Hong brother is waiting for you below." That evening, Zhou Hong ordered ice blocks to be prepared. "Let this girl be sent to the southern frontier." That is the only place she wished to go. Chu Nangxi nodded. Although they mourned Yuxi's death, a greater dilemma loomed. With her passing, the Crown Prince would surely seek vengeance against them. They were currently without allies, and if the Crown Prince chose to act, they would be powerless to resist. "Your Highness, this is not the time for sorrow. We must brace ourselves for the Crown Prince's retaliation." Gu Jinqiu urged as Zhou Hong emerged from the room. "Immediately proceed to my grandfather and retrieve the military token from the Imperial Guard. At the same time, convey a message to Zhou Long, informing him of my willingness to support his claim to the throne, but he must agree to one condition: he must never encroach upon the southern frontier." Gu Jinqiu understood the impending storm. Understood. He and Chu Nangxi then split into two paths, one headed for the military token, while the other made for the East King's residence. "Are you saying my elder brother wishes to support me as emperor?" Zhou Long looked at Gu Jinqiu in astonishment, feeling as if he were dreaming. "Your Highness of the East, you have heard correctly. My lord indeed wishes to endorse you as emperor. As for the reason, I fear you are already aware." Gu Jinqiu regarded Zhou Long with a serious expression. "Very well, I accept this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Long readily agreed. Return and inform my elder brother that I shall ensure he is satisfied with this arrangement. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Jinchao rose and bowed respectfully to Zhou Long before turning to leave. Upon his return to the South Wangfu, as he entered Zhou Han's chamber, he was struck by the sight of a severed head upon the table. A closer inspection revealed that it was none other than the head of Yu Hing. Your Highness! Gu Jinchao exclaimed, prompting Zhou Hong to lift his gaze and offer a faint smile. Had I heeded your counsel earlier, perhaps these events could have been averted. Nevertheless, it is not too late to mend the situation. Gu Jinchao returned a smile, recognizing that the current Zhou Hong was no different from the one he had known before. The task at hand was accomplished. Now, they merely awaited the arrival of the reinforcements summoned by Shi Sizeo to set their plans into motion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hong spoke again. Moreover, there is an additional matter requiring your attention. Gu Jinchao was taken aback. You must inform Shi Sizeo that the moment chaos ensues in the capital, he is to launch an attack on the western frontier and northern domains. Furthermore, convey to Huhutu that he is to advance against the eastern domain. Whatever territory he conquers, I shall grant him in return. Gu Jinchao was astounded. Your Highness, this is utterly unacceptable. Handing over the lands of the great Zhou to his clan will not sit well with the populace. Observing Gu Jinchao kneeling before him, Zhou Hong erupted into laughter. General Gu, your time with me has not been extensive, and you do not yet grasp my nature. I possess a peculiar trait. That which belongs to me is seldom relinquished. Gu Jinchao's expression shifted slightly. Yet he comprehended Zhou Han's intent and promptly set about executing the task. Subsequently, Zhou Hong summoned the 7 sinners before him. Esteemed 7, I have a perilous mission to entrust to you. I wonder if you would be willing to lend your strength to this endeavor. Zhou Hong regarded the group earnestly. We are prepared to traverse mountains of blaze and seas of fire for your Highness, without hesitation. The 7 individuals bowed and clasped their fists in respect. I extend my gratitude to you all. Zhou Hong rose and performed a respectful gesture towards them. I require you to present to me the heads of Shou Duan and Shou Xian at the commencement of my plan. Zhou Hong understood the grave danger posed by these individuals, for they were undoubtedly protected by formidable guardians. The 7 sinners would need to navigate around these protectors to achieve their objective. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall accomplish this task. Zhou Hong nodded with satisfaction. The following day, the news of Yu Han's demise swiftly spread, leaving the entire court in astonishment. Some speculated that Zhou Hong was behind the act, and he did not refute the claim. Let us not forget to whom Lord Yu belonged. Chu Nangshi's remark caused the gathered officials to exchange bewildered glances. Zhou Hong cast a nonchalant glance before shifting his attention to Zhou Long, who acknowledged him with a nod. Within the grand hall, the 4 were present. Yet Zhou Yuan had yet to arrive. After an extended silence, the sharp voice of Eunuch Xiao echoed through the chamber. The emperor approaches. At this announcement, Zhou Hong exchanged glances with the others. With Zhou Mo and Empress Yang yet to be interred, Zhou Yuan seemed rather hasty in his actions. The court, filled with civil and military officials, exhibited a kaleidoscope of expressions, yet all bowed in reverence. At that moment, only Zhou Hong and his 3 companions remained standing, resolutely observing Zhou Yuan's intentions. Soon, Zhou Yuan, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, made his entrance. He surveyed the scene with satisfaction as he witnessed the officials prostrated before him. However, upon noticing the unmoving Zhou Hong and his companions, a flicker of irritation crossed his lips. Zhou Yuan, your father and mother have yet to be interred. You seem rather hasty. Zhou Long reprimanded sternly. I am the crown prince. With the Dazhou in disarray, should I not step forward to shoulder the burden? Zhou Yuan retorted, unperturbed by the rebuke. Instead, regarding Zhou Long with a cheerful demeanor. I do not acknowledge you as emperor. Without a word, Zhou Long turned sharply and departed. Following his exit, Zhou Xian and the others exchanged glances before likewise sweeping out of the hall, leaving only Zhou Hong behind. Prince Nan, why do you linger? Zhou Yuan inquired. Taken aback by Zhou Han's presence. No rush, we shall deliberate on our matters in due time, Zhou Hong replied with a nonchalant smile, waving his hand dismissively. He glanced at the assembled officials and erupted into laughter, recognizing many as loyalists to Jin Yan. Satisfied, he too turned to leave. However, shortly after his departure, a shocking piece of news swiftly spread from the palace, sending ripples throughout the realm. The crown prince of Dazhou, Zhou Yuan, had murdered his father and killed the sovereign, compelling his own mother, Empress Yang, to take her life in the palace. The announcement spread like an autumn wind, causing panic among the populace. Upon learning of the news, Zhou Yuan wasted no time in executing Grand Eunuch Shao. Yet, this was not the most despairing turn of events for him. On the third day following the news, hundreds of thousands of troops converged upon the capital of Dazhou, heralding imminent warfare. To avert needless casualties, Zhou Hong and his companions advised Zhou Yuan to confess his sins and abdicate, promising him a chance at survival. Zhou Yuan, upon reading their missive, burst into laughter. They underestimate me. He immediately rallied his forces to counterattack, igniting the flames of war. Yet, how could Zhou Yuan match the might of the coalition? He was soon forced into retreat, faced with the crumbling morale of his army. Zhou Hong swiftly dispatched envoys to clandestinely recruit reinforcements, significantly bolstering his ranks. On the 15th day of conflict, a new weapon was delivered to Zhou Heng's camp. Observing the secret armament before him, Zhou Hong nodded with approval. Your Highness, the supplies from Xixi will arrive in 3 days, Chu Nangxi remarked with a smile. Once they arrive, instruct Xixi not to send any more weapons to the capital. Prepare instead for our next operation. Zhou Hong wore a grin, confident that, given the current circumstances, Zhou Yuan would surely face defeat within half a month. He knew it was time to strategize his next move. Only thus could he position himself advantageously in the forthcoming great battle. Indeed, on the 8th day, Zhou Yuan met his demise by suicide within the Golden Throne Hall. Yet, this conflict was far from over. 3 days after Zhou Yuan's death, both the western and northern kings were discovered lifeless within the grand tent. However, before the populace could fully recover from their astonishment, the entirety of the western frontier and northern domain fell under the command of Zhou Hong. As for the hundreds of thousands of troops led by Zhou Duan, they were swiftly integrated into the ranks of Zhou Long and Zhou Hong. Tensions escalated instantaneously. Of course, Zhou Long did not succumb to Zhou Heng's empty promises of emperorship. After acquiring the considerable army, he promptly turned his aggression towards Zhou Hong. Yet, the very next day, news reached him that the eastern domain had been ambushed by the southern Rome. In an instant, Zhou Long found himself besieged from all sides. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to abandon the fight against Zhou Hong and redirect his focus to the eastern domain. On that day, supported by Chu Nangxi and others, Zhou Hong entered the imperial palace. Gazing upon the dragon throne before him, Zhou Hong slowly seated himself. From this moment forth, all that lies within here belongs to me. Zhou Hong refrained from ascending the throne immediately. Instead, he orchestrated the grand army to march towards the eastern domain. Constrained by circumstances, Zhou Long had no choice but to pledge allegiance to Zhou Hong. Furthermore, he too astutely returned the territories, which greatly pleased Zhou Heng. Zhou Hong seized Zhou Long as military authority and confined him nearby. 3 months after the conclusion of the great battle, Zhou Hong ascended the throne as emperor, adopting the era name of Tianqi. In the winter of the following year, within the imperial palace, Zhou Hong extended his hand to catch the falling snowflakes. Your Majesty, Her Highness has given birth, a robust baby boy. The end.